Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 1588 to Chapter 1769. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. The armies on the left, middle, and right flanks of the Great Yong army were closing in on the isolated city they had surrounded. Empress Dowager Xianxia's eyes were ice-cold as she watched the black clouds of Great Yong's army swarming towards her. Prepare to defend against the enemy. As she raised her hand, the sounds of weapons being unsheathed rang out from all around her. At the same time, waves of aura surged into the sky like smoke and clouds. Boom, the first batch of Great Yong soldiers to arrive at the city walls launched an attack. In an instant, the entire world seemed to tremble in this war. In a place near the eastern region of the western wilderness. A streak of black light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could discover what was going on, it had already disappeared into the distant horizon. Are you going to go back like this? In the spirit ship, Little Pig had already come out of the 9-story exquisite pagoda and looked at Luo Qingtong. Its pair of small eyes looked left and right, but it didn't see Yi Qianming as it expected. This woman. She can't be thinking of going back alone, right? You can't kill so many people alone. Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong with a headache. He was afraid that she would have such a crazy idea. Of course not. Luo Qingtong glanced at him. How could she be so stupid? Then you want to? Little Pig was about to ask her what she wanted to do when he heard Luo Qingtong's voice. We're here. Ah? We're here. Eh? How did you get here? Little Pig looked at the faintly discernible scene in front of him and his small eyes widened. This isn't the border between Great Chu and the western wilderness, isn't Luo Qingtong going back to Great Chu? How did she get here? Little Pig's beady eyes scanned the eastern region before him for a long time before confirming that this was Great Yong's territory. How did this woman get here? Wasn't she going to reinforce Great Chu? You, what are you trying to do? Little Pig blinked his beady eyes and asked Luo Qingtong. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Could it be that this woman wanted to launch a surprise attack on Great Yong's holy capital and force Great Yong's army to retreat? However, the people of Great Yong were not that stupid. They definitely did not dispatch all of their troops to attack Great Chu. Within Great Yong's holy capital, there was bound to be the tightest defenses and most valiant guards. If Luo Qingtong were to charge in alone, even if she had the blood pupil, she would still be surrounded and killed by a large number of soldiers. They might as well go and reinforce Great Chu directly. In any case, she was going to reinforce Great Chu, and Great Chu's army was there to help her. If he were to go to Great Yong's holy capital, Little Pig didn't dare to imagine that scene. Most importantly, the grand meeting of the 4 academies was just around the corner. That woman, Feng Wan, might have already brought people from Great Yong's holy academy to participate in the grand meeting. She might not even be in Great Yong's holy capital. Even if Luo Qingtong went, she wouldn't be able to kill her. Thinking of this, Little Pig hastily said, Wait. Master, calm down. You must stay calm. You can't go to Great Yong's holy capital. That's just courting death. Who told you that I'm going to Great Yong's holy capital? Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes cast a sidelong glance at Little Pig, who was hugging her thigh and refusing to let go. She lifted him up and flicked his nose. Who gave you such a foolish misconception? How could she not know what he knew? Ah? Aren't you going to Great Yong's holy capital? Then what are you doing here? Little Pig was dumbfounded. If Luo Qingtong wasn't going to Great Yong's holy capital, then why was she going to Great Yong's territory? Of course it's, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. To give Great Yong's people a huge surprise. Following Luo Qingtong's words, an aura suddenly emerged in her mind with a boom. This aura was none other than the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Boom. Unlike the aura of the beast-taming King's Valley contracted demonic beasts, Luo Qingtong drew out the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda this time. This 9-layered exquisite pagoda was known as the demon-subduing pagoda. Apart from its aura being able to suppress demonic beasts, the aura of the pagoda's interior was extremely beneficial for raising the strength of demonic beasts. Using an example as an analogy, to demonic beasts, the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda was not inferior to the immortal fine jade nectar. As soon as this aura leaked out, the demonic beasts in the countless mountains and wilderness at the edge of the far western wilderness instantly rioted as if they had smelled some peerless elixir. Boom, boom, boom. In the entire far western wilderness bordering Great Yong's territory, one violent aura after another rapidly erupted. Then, roar, roar, roar. Demonic beasts' roars resounded. They were weak, vast, heaven-shaking, ethereal, and tyrannical, all of them rang out at the same time. Then, all of these auras were like boiling water, rapidly rushing towards Luo Qingtong's location. The aura of berserk and thirst was exceptionally intense. Let's go. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. After sensing that the auras of the demonic beasts rising from the far western wilderness were all attracted, she immediately raised her hand and fiercely slapped the spirit ship. In the blink of an eye, the spirit ship, which she had deliberately slowed down as it neared the border of the eastern domain, suddenly took off at an extremely fast speed. It rushed into the eastern domain and into Great Yong's territory. Roar! As Luo Qingtong drove the spirit boat, the flying ship flew into the east region. The demonic beasts at the border of the far west barren region that were attracted by the aura inside the 9-story exquisite pagoda roared and rushed out of their hiding places, chasing after Luo Qingtong. Boom, 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 the entire border to Yong. Like a snake, yet not a snake. Like a flood dragon, yet not a flood dragon. A huge serpent with wings and 2 horns on its head appeared in midair. This was a sacred green flood dragon. It spread its wings and drew a huge circle in midair with a boom. It flew towards the spirit ship driven by Luo Qingtong. Shriek! A Luan bird with a flesh-gold crown on its head and spread its wings like a rock. Its entire body was covered with long and gorgeous green feathers. Its tail and tail feathers flickered with a cold light like fine iron. It flapped its wings and dragged its long tail feathers as it appeared in midair. There were also all kinds of demonic beasts that rushed out from their hiding places. Then, they roared and chased after Luo Qingtong. Among them, there were dozens of sacred beasts. Among them, there was no lack of sacred beasts that had surpassed the Saint Realm, or even the Saint Realm. In fact, if Luo Qingtong hadn't released the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda when she reached the border of the western wilderness, she would have attracted even more sacred beasts. After all, the higher the level of the demonic beasts, the more they knew the benefits of the aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. They were almost crazy and rushed out from their habitats in the western wilderness without caring about anything. They didn't care that the human territory and the sacred dynasty were in front of them, which they were most afraid of and unwilling to set foot in. Boom! 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 Countless demonic beasts surged out from the borders of the western wilderness like a torrential flood. They gathered together and headed in the direction of the Great Yong sacred dynasty. As for Luo Qingtong, after activating the Earth-level spirit ship to the maximum, she brought along this group of violent and ferocious demonic beasts. In an extremely valiant and unprecedented manner, they slaughtered their way from the border of the Great Yong sacred dynasty's western wilderness to the border between Great Yong and Great Chu. Ah! Wherever these demonic beasts passed, it was like a hurricane had landed and a huge wave crashed. All the cities, countries, villages, and towns in front of them were uprooted in an instant. Any military encampment was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean in front of this enormous and almost destructive beast tide. It was not even worth mentioning, in an instant, the entire Great Yong sacred dynasty was turned upside down. Those who are loyal will be spared. As Luo Qingtong's voice came from afar, the cities and commanderies all surrendered and knelt on the ground under the threat of this violent beast tide that was close to destroying the world. Qing City is willing to surrender. Tong City is willing to surrender. Gale City is willing to surrender. Chifeng City is willing to surrender. Voices filled with panic and fear rang out one after another. The city was in a state of chaos. Everyone trembled as they knelt down, swearing to the heavens and earth that they were willing to surrender and pledge their allegiance. Streams of mind energy gathered from the front. Luo Qingtong sensed it and steered the spirit boat to take a detour. The violent beast tide was also attracted away by her. When Luo Qingtong encountered those who did not believe her, she would directly fly over the city and allow the wild beast tide behind her to flatten the entire city. Boom boom boom. As Luo Qingtong led the massive demonic beast horde towards the border between Great Yong and Great Chu, Luo Qingtong rushed towards Great Yong's border. Within the main city of Great Yong's Black Field, one figure after another suddenly appeared. The entire Black Field's main city's energy was fully activated, and the teleportation array lit up continuously. All the experts from the 18 cities of the Black Field appeared in the main city of the Black Field. Sage Realm, Sage Realm, Sage Realm. It was still the Sage Realm. Looking at the aura of the experts who appeared one after another, many families, forces, and officials of the Great Yong sacred dynasty who resided in the main city of Great Yong's Black Field all looked at this scene in shock. What made them even more dumbfounded was what happened next. Swish swish swish. Bang. When someone saw this scene, he couldn't help but fall to the ground in shock. So many experts surpassing the Saint Realm? Seeing that dozens of experts surpassing the Saint Realm had gathered in such a short time, some people couldn't help but rub their eyes hard. How could this be? How could there be so many experts surpassing the Saint Realm? All the families and forces in Great Yong's Black Field were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. The Black Field's strength was actually so strong. The number of experts that had appeared was almost comparable to the high-end combat power of the four dynasties combined. It was laughable that the four great sacred dynasties had thought that the Black Field had signed a peace agreement with them because they were afraid of the alliance of the four dynasties. In fact, that wasn't the case at all. With the strength that the Black Field had just revealed, they could completely destroy the imperial families of the four dynasties and change the banner of the four great sacred dynasties. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. In particular, the families and officials of Great Yong were trembling like sifting chaff. They thought of the order that Feng Yuan had given to Luo Qingtong. However, didn't His Majesty say that the evil Dr. Ghost I was already dead, and that the Black Field's Ming Zun was too busy worrying about her and wouldn't have the time to care about Luo Qingtong, but now. This clearly wasn't the case. Everyone was trembling uncontrollably. Originally, when the teleportation array was activated, they wanted to find the city lord of Great Yong's Black Field to question him. But now, their momentum was reduced. At this moment, three figures appeared in the sky above the main city of Great Yong's dark region. My lord. The city lord of Great Yong's Black Field had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Xianxia, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others appear, he immediately saluted. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the city lord and didn't say anything. At this moment, Windfeather asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's ready. Everyone is here." The mayor of Great Yong's Black Field hastily replied. "Master?" Beiqing and Fengyu looked at Xianxia. "Send out the troops." The man's words were concise and comprehensive. Yes. Beiqing and Fengyu accepted the order and prepared to leave. However, at this time, Xianxing's words continued. Great Yong's holy capital. Great Yong's holy capital? Beiqing and Fengyu looked surprised. Master, aren't we going to the border to help the evil doctor? No need. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. After such a long time, he began to understand Luo Qingtong's way of doing things. Since she left alone and didn't return, she must have a way to deal with it. Moreover, even if he destroyed Great Yong first, he would still be able to rush to her aid in time. That woman was not someone who could not do anything without him. Since she had already gone to the border of Great Chu, he would go and destroy Great Yong first and completely eliminate this trouble for her. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Let's go. He turned around and flicked his sleeves. Yes. Beiqing and Fengyu hurriedly followed. In an instant, a powerful and domineering aura rushed into the sky like meteors. They quickly spread out and swept in the direction of Great Yong's holy capital. Plop, after Xianxia led the group of experts gathered by the 18 cities of the Black Field and left, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground in an indescribable sorry state. It's over. Great Yong is finished. They stared blankly and kept saying. The Lord of Black Field had personally taken action. While everyone in Great Yong's Black Field was shocked, at the border between Great Chu and Great Yong, in the strategic city of Border City. The battle between Great Yong's army and Empress Dowager Xianxi's group had reached its climax. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of attacks came from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty's army below. All sorts of martial skills flew into the sky, bringing with them a vigorous and valiant aura. Then, they gathered together and formed an extremely vast attack. Like a sharp sword, it fiercely blasted toward the strategic city of Border City in front of them. Bang! After a loud noise, the huge defensive shield that covered the entire strategic city of Border City, which had been carefully strengthened, suddenly shook violently and shattered. The energy in the sky dissipated and impacted. In an instant, the entire strategic city of Border City was completely exposed to Great Yong's army. Ha ha ha! The defensive shield is broken. Bring the siege crossbows and blast open the gate of Border City. Seeing the huge defensive shield broken, Great Yong's generals laughed proudly. They looked at the strategic city of Border City in front of them with ferocious eyes and waved their hands fiercely. Immediately, the soldiers at the rear pushed out a huge ballista. Those siege crossbows were placed on wheeled carts. With a heavy creaking sound, they were pushed to the front of the battlefield. Seeing the appearance of these siege crossbows, Great Chu's soldiers' eyes suddenly focused. Then, on their faces, an expression of facing death unflinchingly appeared. Fire! Following Great Yong's order. In an instant, there was a burst of explosive sounds. The arrows of the siege crossbows were sharp and heavy, almost piercing the sky and shattering the void. They heavily blasted on the walls and gates of Border City. Bang! 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 A violent sound that almost shattered the entire city of Border City was heard. The entire strategic city of Border City, under such a dense and terrifying attack, the city walls and gates made of fine iron were all on the verge of collapsing. The moment the siege crossbows were fired, Old Master Luo rushed up and pushed Empress Dowager Xianxia away from the city walls. Boom! 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 The entire strategic city of Border City was shaking violently. Screams sounded one after another. Many of Great Chu's soldiers could not dodge in time and were directly sent flying by the powerful and terrifying crossbow attacks. Some were even more miserable. They were directly hit by the crossbow bolts and instantly exploded into blood foam in the air. There were screams and wails all around. Old Master Luo's face was cold. He suddenly jumped up, looked at the siege crossbows, and shouted, "Where are the Luo family's disciples?" Here. As Old Master Luo's voice rang out, the disciples of the Luo clan appeared in front of him one by one. These people were all disciples of collateral branches of the Luo family. After Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia got married, the focus of the entire Luo family shifted from eastern border country to the holy capital of Chu. At this moment, Luo Chu's Luo, a palm-sized, oval-shaped strange object suddenly appeared in the hands of the Luo clan disciples. It looked like an enormous egg, but it could be held in a person's hand. On one end, there was a thin, wire-like thing that pierced through it. At this moment, under Master Luo's command, these Luo clan disciples all held this strange egg-like thing in their hands, and then pulled out the iron wire on it. Just as everyone was wondering what they were going to do, they saw them throw these strange oval-shaped objects out. Their targets were the siege ballistae that were being pushed by Great Yong's soldiers towards them. With the power of these ballistae, the closer they were, the more powerful they would be. The next volley of ballistae would probably be able to completely blast open the gates of Dingqing. However, at this moment, everyone saw those strange oval-shaped objects being thrown at the siege ballistae, and then with a boom, those ballistas that were specially built and could not be destroyed even if a Saint Realm expert attacked them with all his might. However, they were completely destroyed by that small oval-shaped object. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. The generals at the rear of Great Yong's army originally had their arms crossed, complacently and coldly waiting for Dingqing's gates to be completely blasted open and for the army to march in. At that time, they would take action and capture Empress Dowager Xianxia and the others under the despair of Great Chu. However, who would have thought that what awaited them was not the destruction of Dingqing's gates? Instead, it was the destruction of their own siege ballistae. Seeing those siege ballistae being destroyed one after another, the Great Yong generals were furious. Bastards! They glared viciously at the Luo clan disciples who had appeared on the city walls. Kill them. We can't let these people continue their attacks, damn it, where did these people come from, what are these strange weapons? How can they launch such a terrifying attack? Seeing the power of those strange balls, the great young generals could understand even if they were stupid. If they allowed the enemy to continue attacking like this, and if they had enough strange weapons in their hands, their siege this time would probably fail on the verge of success. How could they let such a thing happen? They immediately attacked, charging towards the top of the city walls. Inside Dingqing, the people of Great Chu were also stunned by the powerful attacks of Old Master Luo and the others. When the Luo clan people had been hiding on the side, these Great Chu soldiers were not without objections. They had risked their lives for the Luo clan people, but the other party was cowardly hiding on the side. If it weren't for Empress Dowager Xianxia's prestige, these Great Chu soldiers would have rebelled long ago. Only now did the soldiers of Great Chu realize that these cowardly people of Luo clan, whom they looked down upon, had launched an attack. These people of Luo clan had been hiding on one side, not because they were afraid of death, but because they were waiting for the best opportunity to launch an attack, so that they could unleash the greatest power of those strange weapons in their hands. Just look at the destroyed siege crossbows. The people of Great Chu were pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Great Yong's generals arrived. Capture Luo Tong first. The general who was in charge of the vanguard said coldly. He raised his hand and grabbed Old Man Luo. The other party was the person Her Majesty wanted, and he was also the leader of the Luo clan's people with strange weapons. Capture the leader first. With the other party in their hands, would they still need to be afraid of the Luo clan causing any more trouble? The Great Yong generals immediately obeyed the order and rushed toward Grandfather Luo and the others. Taya. Seeing the actions of the Great Yong generals, the people of Great Chu also exclaimed, and then rushed forward to protect Grandfather Luo and the others. The strange weapons in the hands of the latter were very powerful. Without the protection of the defensive barrier, Yan City could not lose the protection of the weapons in the hands of the Luo clan. Protect Taya and the people of the Luo clan. Do not let anyone be hurt. Empress Dowager Xianxia's voice also sounded at this time. She was just thrown to the side by Grandfather Luo when the siege crossbows were attacking, and only now did she recover. She did not have the time to ask Grandfather Luo and the others how they had such powerful and strange weapons, and only ordered sternly. No matter what, nothing must happen to Luo Tong, nothing must happen to the people of the Luo clan, otherwise, Yan City would really not be able to hold on. Grandfather Luo was now commanding the people of the Luo clan to attack the city below. The strange weapons in their hands were naturally the trump cards that Luo Qingtong had specially developed for the Luo clan and Grandfather Luo, spiritual energy bombs. They had a similar effect as bombs, but they were reforged by Luo Qingtong using inscriptions and refining techniques. The prototype of these spiritual energy bombs was all kinds of spiritual weapons. Luo Qingtong collected them and reforged them, adding inscriptions. After inputting a specific energy, they would explode. The higher the level of the spiritual weapon, the stronger the explosion. With Luo Qingtong's status in the black field, the spiritual energy bombs she prepared for Grandfather Luo and the others were naturally not ordinary spiritual weapons. The explosive power of these spirit weapons could easily blow the siege crossbows into pieces. Not only that, but the great young soldiers below, who thought that the city was defenseless and were rushing forward with all their might, were also blasted into pieces by the spiritual energy bombs. In the blink of an eye, the area of several hundred meters under the city was cleared. At this moment, he sensed the attacks of the Great Yong generals. Luo Tong, surrender! All of Great Yong's high-ranking officers displayed their full strength. In the blink of an eye, the aura of power that surpassed the Saint Realm erupted from the city walls. Layer after layer of extremely terrifying and cold aura exploded. In that instant, all of the soldiers with insufficient strength were sent flying while vomiting blood by the terrifying aura superimposed upon each other. There was simply no way for them to approach those Great Yong generals, let alone stop them. Even the Saint Realm experts of the Great Chu were unable to withstand the attacks of the three experts who had surpassed the Saint Realm. Boom! The faces of the Great Yong generals were cold and stern, their eyes sinister and ruthless. After shaking off the Great Yong generals blocking their way, they all pounced on Grandfather Luo like hawks and wolves pouncing on rabbits. Luo Tong. Seeing this scene, Empress Dowager Yin, she wanted to rush forward regardless of everything, Boom. At this moment, an attack that surpassed the Saint realm suddenly rushed out from the side and blasted in front of the great Yong generals, blocking their path to Old Master Luo. At the same time, boom. 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 One after another, the auras were vast and powerful, each not inferior to the attack of an ordinary peak Saint realm expert. Shockingly, after the first wave of attacks, the second wave of attacks landed in front of the great Yong generals, blocking their path to Grandfather Luo. Not only that, but all their attacks towards Old Master Luo were also eliminated. Haha. Along with these attacks, there was a burst of laughter. Empress Dowager, you and I have been together for 40 years. Now that you have the intention to die, why don't you call us old officials together? Are you afraid that we will disturb your time with Empress Dowager underground? As these voices sounded, a figure wearing a high hat and wide belt appeared in front of everyone. It was a group of old and important officials of Great Chu. These people were all wearing court uniforms, and each of them had a dignified and solemn aura. However, there was a smile on their faces as they stroked their beards and looked at Empress Dowager Xianxia not far away. Yes, Empress Dowager. This is not fair on your part. However, it's not so easy for you to get rid of us old officials. Yes. Look, haven't we caught up? The group of old ministers burst into laughter. Their expressions were extremely relaxed, as if they didn't come to Yan City to die for Empress Dowager Xianxia, but to come for a spring excursion. However, everyone knew that it would not be easy for them to return. This group of old and important officials had come with the determination to die. You, Empress Dowager Xianxia stared blankly at the old and important officials who appeared, and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Enough, Empress Dowager, you don't have to say anything more. An old official waved his hand. We have already arranged the affairs of the various families. This time, we came to advance and retreat together with Empress Dowager, and live and die together. You don't have to drive us away. That's right. The old official said in a deep voice, without Empress Dowager, there would be no Great Chu today. We're all descendants of our families, so there's nothing to worry about. In Great Chu, there will be other people who will guard for us. Empress Dowager, please allow us to go through life and death with you, and enter the netherworld together. Empress Dowager's permission. The old officials bowed deeply. They were all people who stabilized the court and managed the court together with Empress Dowager Xianxia. After more than 40 years of getting along well with each other, when they learned that Empress Dowager Xianxia had left behind an imperial edict, intending to live and die together with Master Luo, they desperately arranged the affairs of their respective clans and traveled day and night to this city. They were the Empress Dowager's pawns. Whether they were alive or dead, they had no regrets. Empress Dowager. Empress. Empress Empress, Empress Dowager, Empress, of the. Empress, Empress. Empress. The monarch and his minister had been together for 40 years, sharing life and death, sharing the underworld. Listen to my order. Empress Dowager Xianxia's voice was cold. Surround them, drive them out of Yan City, and protect Empress Dowager and the others. As long as these people couldn't attack Luo Tong again, with the strange and powerful weapons in the hands of the Luo family, the result of this battle might be reversed. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon receiving the order, the group of old officials instantly beamed with joy. It was as if they had returned to the time when the late emperor passed away and Great Chu was in a precarious situation. At that time, they had also fought side by side with the Empress Dowager. Haha. The group of old officials laughed and attacked the great Yong generals, whose expressions had changed because of their appearance. These old farts. The great Yong generals gritted their teeth. The appearance of the group of old officials of Great Chu had disrupted their plans. Originally, the strength of Empress Dowager Xianxia and the others in Ku City was not enough to match them. But at this moment, the appearance of these old officials blocked their attacks. The weakest of these old officials was at the peak of the Sage realm. There was also an expert who had surpassed the Sage realm. Although their individual strength was not as good as theirs, these old officials had a tacit understanding and telepathy with each other. When they joined forces, the strength they could exert was far above their actual cultivation. A group of great Yong generals were actually suppressed when they fought against them. Even if they had 3 experts who had surpassed the Sage realm, they were far from being a match for the other party. this involved the fact that their strength had only been forcibly increased before. In terms of the use of strength and combat experience, they were far inferior to the group of old officials. Damn it! The group of great young generals was suppressed and even showed signs of being driven out of Ku City's walls. After Old Master Luo and the rest of the Luo family resolved the crisis, they immediately intensified their attacks on the Great Yong army. Boom! 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 The spiritual energy bombs in their hands were thrown out as if they were free. In the hands of the loyal branch family members of the Luo family, Luo Qingtong had refined a spatial spiritual artifact for them. The spiritual energy bombs were all stored inside, and they could be used directly when needed. This also made it impossible for the Great Yong soldiers to guard against. They did not know when a spiritual energy bomb would suddenly fly over and blow them up. They could not even tell who threw it and where it came from. The people of the Luo family changed places one after another. Under the continuous attack of the spiritual energy bombs, the Great Yong soldiers besieging the city had no way to get close to Ku City, let alone besieging the city. Just as Great Yong's generals were enraged by this scene, blood rushing to their heads, an ice-cold voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Great Yong! A bunch of trash! You can't even take down a mere dingqing. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, an extremely violent gust of wind swept out like a hurricane from behind the Great Yong dynasty's army. It whistled through the air and blasted toward the people fighting on the city walls with earth-shattering momentum. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the group of Great Yong's generals and Great Chu's senior officials were all caught off guard and struck by the attack. They were all sent flying by the terrifying power contained within the attack. Pooh! The only person who managed to resist for a few more breaths of time was the old official of Great Chu who had surpassed the Saint Realm. He was also blasted back by this attack. Cough cough. Saint Realm. The old official of Great Chu who had surpassed the Saint Realm clutched his chest and wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. He looked in shock at the place where the attack had come from. No, that's not right. Didn't that saint from the Great Yong sacred dynasty die suddenly? If he hadn't died, he would never have allowed Feng Yuan to order Great Yong to do such a crazy thing and start a war against the two dynasties. After all, Feng Yuan could ignore Great Yong, but that saint from the Great Yong imperial family couldn't ignore it. Who could it be? Just as the Great Chu official was thinking this, he heard the three Great Yong transcending sage realm experts kneel down and cry out, "Marshal!" The three Great Yong transcending sage realm experts coughed up blood as they retreated. We are incompetent. Please forgive us, Marshal. As the three Great Yong generals knelt down, the other Great Yong generals also struggled to get up and knelt on one knee. We are incompetent. Please forgive us, Marshal. Humph. As the cold snort sounded, a figure in Great Yong's uniform appeared in the air. You all deserve to die. With such strength, the vanguard has resisted for so long and still hasn't taken down a single city. What use does Her Majesty have for you? As this figure appeared, the pupils of all the officials on the side of Great Chu shrank fiercely. Great Yong's marshal. You've become a saint? The old official of Great Chu who had surpassed the Saint Realm looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. How was this possible? How difficult was it to become a saint? If becoming a saint was 10 times more difficult, then becoming a saint was 100 times or even 200 times more difficult. Without enough resources and opportunities, even if one had extraordinary talent, one might not be able to break through to the Saint Realm in one's lifetime. The saints of the imperial family were all supported by the foundations of the 4 sacred dynasties. Even so, it was difficult for a saint to be born sometimes, and they had to use the imperial family's secret method to forcefully advance. Under such circumstances, how could this Great Yong marshal break through to the Saint Realm in such a short time? One had to know that he was also a Saint Realm cultivator like them. How could he suddenly break through? Humph. Are you surprised? This is naturally due to Her Majesty the Empress. The Great Yong marshal said proudly, his words full of admiration for Feng Yuan. Her Majesty the Empress's strength and ability are not something you can imagine. Thinking of the blood sacrifice method that Feng Yuan had taught him, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Her Majesty the Empress was definitely a peerless genius to be able to create such a method of strength improvement. Although this method was too sinister and vicious, as long as he was still alive, how many bloodlines would he not have? He could even use this method to continue his bloodline and improve his strength. In this way, his strength in the future would be unimaginable. It could be said that this method was to his heart's content. Empress Dowager Xianxia. His gaze was high and mighty. I'll give you one last choice. Hand over the people of the Luo clan and lead the Great Chu sacred dynasty to surrender and pledge allegiance to the Great Yong sacred dynasty. How about I let you go? What empress? The empresses EMT, to her empress emus, empress. Empress T empresses empress amat empresses 2 EMT empress, em. Do you think she's worthy? Her face was filled with disdain. All right. Hearing her words, the great young marshal was so angry that he laughed. Great Chu's Empress Dowager Yan, she is so unyielding. Let me see if you can still be so stubborn when you fall into my hands. Xianxia. Seeing this scene, old Master Luo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and he rushed over. The group of old officials of Great Chu also struggled to get up, and rushed over to this side. Empress Dowager. However, the difference in power between the Saint Realm and those who had surpassed it was too great. The great young marshal didn't even look at their attacks. Raising his hand, he deflected all of their attacks back at them. Humph. A bunch of ants. As soon as you enter the Saint Realm, you become extraordinary. In terms of strength, none of you are my match. Lie down obediently for me. The great young marshal sneered and raised his hand to grab Empress Dowager Xianxia. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and sent old Master Luo, who was about to rush over, and the people of the Luo family behind him, flying out. Those spiritual energy bullets were all useless against him. The Saint Realm was already another realm beyond the Saint Realm, and those who had surpassed it, even if it was the lowest level of the extraordinary realm, it had already entered another world. Those who had reached the Saint Realm and those who had surpassed it could do nothing to it. Bang! The figure of the great young marshal landed on the city wall, immediately grabbing Empress Dowager Xianxia's throat and lifting her up high. All of you, stop. He said coldly. The old officials and the soldiers of Great Chu no longer dared to move forward. Order the 3 armies to attack the city. The great young marshal ordered with a sneer. Then, he looked at old Master Luo, who was vomiting blood and crawling up from the ground with red eyes. You are Luo Tong? Humph. Great Chu's Empress Dowager Yan, she is so affectionate. I'd like to see how far she can go for you. The great young marshal sneered and said to old Master Luo, break your legs. Otherwise, I'll break her legs. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted Empress Dowager Xianxia up. No. Old Master Luo's eyes were bloodshot. With a bang, he broke his legs and knelt in front of the marshal. I'll break her legs. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain of broken bones. Very good. The great young marshal sneered, looking at Empress Dowager Xianxia, who was already holding back her tears, her eyes red. Empress Dowager Xianxia, are you still unwilling to surrender? Then let's wait and see. He sneered at old Master Luo. I'll shatter every single bone in your body. Start from the feet. No. Luo Tong, don't listen to him. No. Empress Dowager Yan, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at the man kneeling on the ground in front of her. Tears flowed down from her eyes. No. No. She shook her head desperately, trying to end her life. However, he was shrouded in the aura of a saint. He was unable to use any of his strength, nor was he able to do anything. Luo Tong. She looked at old Master Luo and burst into tears. The latter, however, gritted his teeth and refused to look at her. Starting from his feet, he broke his bones inch by inch. No. Hearing the sound of bones cracking, Empress Dowager Yan, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her lips trembled. At this moment, boom, boom, boom. What's going on? The great young marshal turned his head, his expression suddenly turning serious. This is... He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Behind the great young army, large amounts of smoke and dust were rising up. The enormous flying dust that covered the sky condensed into the shape of dark clouds in the sky. And within those dark clouds, what seemed to be riding the clouds and circling towards them were actually large groups of demonic beasts. Heavens! Everyone on the battlefield was attracted by the sound in the distance. Regardless of whether they were from Great Yong or Great Chu, they were all shocked, their mouths wide open as they looked at the scene in the distance. Suddenly, the Great Yong army reacted. This huge wave of beasts that came out of nowhere was actually coming from behind them. Didn't this mean that they would be the first to face this wave of demonic beasts' attack? In an instant, the Great Yong army panicked. Run! Quickly run! This was especially true for the Great Yong army in the rear, who had just arrived with the Great Yong marshal, who was panicking to the extreme. Being at the rear, they could feel the terror of this wave of demonic beasts more than anyone else. Especially the demonic beasts that were charging at the front. Heavens, they were all sacred beasts. Seeing this terrifying wave of demonic beasts that made them unable to resist, the first reaction of the Great Yong army was to run. However, they were all facing Great Yong's army, and behind them was a large wave of demonic beasts. Where could they run to? Boom! 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 The large wave of demonic beasts rushed over, instantly trampling them into meat paste. Many people didn't even have the time to scream before they were trampled to death by the demonic beasts. There were even people who were directly dismembered by the demonic beasts. In just an instant, they were torn into pieces of blood that were even finer than minced meat. Ah! A large number of Great Yong soldiers cried as they fled, screaming and trampling on each other. The entire elite and valiant Great Yong army was in chaos, no longer as domineering and arrogant as before. As for the Great Yong army that was besieging the city, they desperately fled in all directions, not caring about attacking at all. All of you, stop! The Great Yong marshal's face was filled with shock and anger. He didn't know where the beast tide had come from, nor did he know how it had appeared behind them. But if they didn't stop him as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Scatter the beast-repelling powder! He shouted harshly. It's useless. Marshal! A Great Yong general, who had luckily escaped from the rear, was covered in blood. His complexion crumbled as he cried out, "These demonic beasts seem to have gone mad. The beast-repelling powder is completely useless." What? The Great Yong marshal's face was filled with shock. He grabbed Empress Dowager Xianxia and was about to personally go over to resist. Right at this moment, boom, a dazzling sword light that seemed to have suddenly shot out from the river of time and space slashed at him violently. This sword slashed through the sky and headed straight for the heavens. It flew towards him like the Milky Way. Boom, the Great Yong marshal dodged to the side. But this sword light cut through the aura around him and the imprisonment on Empress Dowager Xianxia. With a swish, the latter broke free from his grasp and landed on the city wall. Who is it? The Great Yong marshal's face was filled with anger, and he looked viciously in the direction of the attack. The one who wants your life. With this voice, Luo Qingtong's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. That pair of blood-red eyes, filled with a cold and murderous aura, stared coldly in his direction just like that. Tong Tong? Empress Dowager Xianxia and Old Master Luo's voices sounded almost at the same time. The latter's face was pleasantly surprised, and his breath was weak. Old Master Luo had shattered the bones in his legs, but he didn't have time to shatter the rest. He looked at Luo Qingtong, who appeared in the air, and the light in his eyes was both gratified and happy. His granddaughter had returned. Great Chu was fine, and Xianxia would also be fine. As soon as Empress Dowager Xianxia regained her freedom, she immediately rushed to Old Master Luo's side. Looking at the man's legs that had almost turned into meat paste, she choked with sobs. At this moment, she heard Luo Qingtong's voice. She immediately raised her head in disbelief, and her face was filled with shock and surprise. The person who came was Tong Tong. It was actually Tong Tong? Her granddaughter, thinking of the sword that had just cut through the Great Yong marshal's attack that restrained her breath, Empress Dowager Xianxia was both surprised and happy. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Grandmother. Take grandfather to rest first. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Her blood-red eyes swept over Old Master Luo, and she instantly discovered the tragic shattering of his legs. Immediately, the cold light in her eyes became even more piercingly cold. Okay. Empress Dowager Xianxia quickly calmed down. She looked at Luo Qingtong, who was confronting the great young marshal, and didn't say anything. She directly and decisively retreated from the city wall with old Master Luo. Not for anything else, but for them to leave at this time and not become Luo Qingtong's worry and burden was the best help to her. Humph. You are Luo Qingtong? The great young marshal coldly sized up Luo Qingtong. Although the other party's attire and aura inexplicably gave him a strange and palpitating feeling, he did not take it to heart. Even Luo Qingtong's attack, which had cut through his aura, was nothing in his eyes. It's just that I don't know what kind of unorthodox attack it is. Furthermore, he was caught off guard. However, the first time was easy, but the second time was the same as courting death. The other party's talent and strength were indeed not bad, but in front of him, he could easily capture him with just a few moves. The great young marshal looked at Luo Qingtong's undulating sage aura, disdainfully thinking. Good, good, good. He sneered and said, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Luo Qingtong, Her Imperial Majesty the Empress wants you to pay with your life for our great young imperial family. Since you have come, then obediently return with me. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to cripple you and then take you away? He coldly looked at Luo Qingtong, his gaze indescribably aloof. It was as if his words were already a rare charity to Luo Qingtong. Heh. Seeing the arrogance on his face, Luo Qingtong suddenly chuckled. Her eyes slightly narrowed, the blood within them rippling like the blood-colored nectar of the boundless hell. It was extremely beautiful, but also extremely dangerous and terrifying. Two conditions, what preferential treatment? Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. It's a pity that I won't choose either of them. At this point, Luo Qingtong's eyes burst with blood. In an instant, it was as if the Queen of Purgatory had come to the world. Boom, Luo Qingtong's figure swept up in an instant, and the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood appeared in her hand. At the same time, the life and death sword in her hand erupted with a blazing white light. It was a light that could annihilate everything in the world. Heaven-conquering art. Annihilation. Following Luo Qingtong's shout, the great young marshal's expression changed abruptly. The sword light emitted by Luo Qingtong was too powerful. It was so powerful that his heart was frantically warning him to be careful of danger. What was going on? How could a mere Sage Realm expert launch such a terrifying attack? His expression changed in shock, and he retreated rapidly. However, it was too late. Just now, when he did not take Luo Qingtong seriously, his fate was sealed. Boom, Luo Qingtong's attack landed heavily on his body. The light of annihilation continued to erode his external defenses and strengthen the annihilation attack. Then, with a loud boom, he was sent flying. Ah! The great young marshal screamed miserably, and then fell heavily to the ground. He lay on the ground, twitching constantly. Until the moment he was sent flying, he still could not figure out how Luo Qingtong did it, launching such an attack as a Sage Realm expert. She sent him flying with one move. He did not have any power to fight back. Thud. Thud, Luo Qingtong walked to the front of the great young marshal with light steps. She raised her hand and stabbed her life and death sword in front of the great young marshal. The black and white sword vibrated softly. Luo Qingtong's gaze was ice-cold. She slowly watched great young's marshal below, who was convulsing and trying to get up. She lifted her foot and stomped heavily on his body, which had just risen halfway, back down. With a crack, the sage's bones, which should have been extremely tough, were instantly broken into two under Luo Qingtong's foot. Luo Qingtong's bloody eyes could find the most precise point of attack. While making the opponent suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, he would not die easily. Which hand did you use to choke my grandmother just now? She said with cold eyes. The great young marshal was about to faint from the pain. He stared at Luo Qingtong like a ghost. Good. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. You don't want to tell me? The bloody light in her eyes. Then I'll take it that you pinched both hands. As she spoke, she directly stomped her foot. A huge in Luo Qingtong's body. In an instant, from the bones to the flesh. The great young marshal's left hand was instantly stirred up by the power, like a lump of mud. Ah! He could not help trembling and screaming. Luo Qingtong's strength in breaking his bones and flesh was very skillful. Every inch of the broken bones made the great young marshal so painful that he wished he could die. You broke my grandfather's legs and broke his bones? Did you enjoy watching it just now? The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was cold and evil. The bloody light in her eyes flickered without a trace of warmth. This was the real side of the girl who was called the supreme ocular sorcerer in the 24th century. Powerful, cold, evil, and bloodthirsty. In the past, Luo Qingtong had an old beggar who picked her up. Now, Luo Qingtong had grandfather Luo who would protect her at all costs. She was willing to seal the beast in her heart for them and try her best to live peacefully in this world. However, if anyone touched her reverse scale, then even if she had to destroy the world, she would make them pay the price. Luo Qingtong hadn't lost control like this for a long time. When she saw grandfather Luo's legs shatter, the beast in her heart had already begun to unseal. Don't worry, let's play slowly. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Let me think, if I hadn't arrived in time, what else would you have done to my grandfather? Now, I'll slowly return everything to you. She looked at the struggling great young marshal with a sinister and bloodthirsty gaze. She lifted her foot and crushed the bones, flesh, and blood of his hands bit by bit. During this process, the great young marshal's screams never stopped. To be able to make a saint suffer so much that he couldn't control his screams, it must be very difficult. From this, it could be seen how terrible the pain was. The great young marshal kept crying and begging for mercy, the dignity and pride of a saint vanishing without a trace. However, Luo Qingtong's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. She crushed the great young marshal's bones, flesh, and blood into a ball from his hands to his feet, but kept the surface intact. Then, just when the great young marshal thought that the torture was about to end, she lifted her foot and kicked him off the city wall. Bang! The great young marshal's body fell heavily into the mud below the city wall. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold, the blood in her eyes chilling. I'll give you a chance to live now. Her gaze swept across the great young soldiers who were crying for their parents under the attack of the beast tide, and she coldly said, I'll guarantee that whoever cuts off a piece of his flesh won't die. Following Luo Qingtong's words, the great young soldiers who had already given up all hope were instantly stunned. Soon after, as if they had grasped at a life-saving straw, they leapt to their feet and madly charged towards the great young marshal. The demon beast tide brought by Luo Qingtong was too terrifying. It was not something an ordinary beast tide could compare to. Moreover, due to the attraction of the 9-story exquisite pagoda's aura, these demonic beasts went crazy and unleashed more than 200% of their battle strength. Everything that stood in their way would suffer their frenzied attacks. The soldiers of Great Yong were simply unable to withstand the barrage of attacks. They were about to be torn apart by the horde of demonic beasts. At this moment, Luo Qingtong suddenly gave them a ray of hope. Who cared who the other party was? Moreover, this marshal of Great Yong had been crippled by Luo Qingtong and had no ability to retaliate. These Great Yong soldiers all surged towards him. Everyone wanted to cut off a piece of his flesh. Countless people were choosing who to devour. Their appearance was so crazy that it made one shiver in fear. Don't come over, don't come over. Ah! The great young marshal screamed miserably. Finally, his voice was completely lost in the encirclement of the great young soldiers. Luo Qingtong coldly watched this scene, but the evil fire in her heart did not subside. Boom! Whoosh! The spirit ship instantly shot off into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 The demonic beasts that were madly attacking the great young soldiers sensed the departure of that extremely attractive aura. They immediately spread their hooves and spread their wings, whistling as they chased after Luo Qingtong. Following their departure, the great Chu soldiers in the city seemed to have awakened from a dream. They absent-mindedly went out to clean up the mess. Boom! Inside the spirit ship, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes flickered. She couldn't restrain the surging hostility. Her gaze was ice-cold as she led the demonic beasts into the territory of the Empire of Qin. Little Pig saw that something was wrong with her and hastily jumped in front of her. Using his two little hooves, he shook her with all his might and said, "Hey, master, calm down. Calm down. Control yourself. This is the Great Chu, not the Great Yong. Think of your grandfather. Think of Empress Dowager Xianxia. If you destroy this place, they will be heartbroken. Little Pig's words had a slight effect. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes met his for a moment before she turned her head away. Boom, the spirit arc abruptly changed its direction and flew toward the surrounding mountains and forests. Luo Qingtong led the demonic beasts and traversed through the uninhabited mountain range. Although the demonic beasts along the way were like candlelight being swept away by the wind, uprooting mountains and toppling trees. In the end, they bypassed a large number of towns and countries and didn't cause too much damage to the Great Chu. Little Pig felt a lot more at ease after seeing this. However, when he saw the blood-red color and emotionless coldness in Luo Qingtong's eyes that hadn't faded, his heart suddenly rose to his throat again. Luo Qingtong's appearance, damn it, it can't be that, right? Little Pig seemed to have thought of something, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His expression became extremely solemn. At the border of the Empire of Qin. A group of the Empire of Qin border officers and soldiers were defending against the attacks of Great Yong's army. No one had expected that Great Yong's strength would be so formidable. Just like the previous battle with Great Chu, Great Yong had also sent a saint. Just when the Empire of Qin thought that they were about to win, they suddenly attacked and killed all the generals at the border of the Empire of Qin. The soldiers of the Empire of Qin had no time to react. They didn't even have the chance to send out a message before they were completely surrounded in the border city. Massacre the city. The Great Yong official, who had relied on Feng Yuan's forbidden technique to reach the Saint Realm, spoke in a deep voice. He looked at the border city of the Empire of Qin with a cold and stern gaze. Right at this moment, boom boom boom. The demon beast tide led by Luo Qingtong had arrived. Because the distance between the Empire of Qin and Great Yong was relatively far, the war between the two sides started later than the war between Great Chu and Great Yong. After Luo Qingtong dealt with the situation at the border of Great Chu, she led the demon beast tide all the way to the border of the Empire of Qin. It just so happened that the city of the Empire of Qin had been breached and Great Yong's soldiers were about to massacre the city. Looking at the Great Yong soldiers who had begun to kill their way into the city, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. With a whoosh, she rushed out of the spirit ship. People of the Empire of Qin, retreat to the center of the city. As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, she held the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul guiding wood in her hand and used 2 annihilations to kill the Great Yong official. Then, Luo Qingtong rushed into the city and started a massacre. As more and more people were killed, Luo Qingtong's eyes became more and more bloodshot. The murderous intent and hostility in her eyes became more and more intense. Oh no! Little Pig's heart sank when he saw this scene. No, if this goes on, something will happen to this woman, that... I can't reveal it now, Master, didn't you say you were going to Great Yong's holy capital to seek justice for Grandfather Luo? Are we going there now? Little Pig asked cautiously. At the same time, he quickly used his aura to contact Xianxia, telling him to hurry over and find this woman. The only one who could stop this woman was Yi Qianming, grandfather. The bloodshot light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered for a moment. Then, she remembered that she was indeed going to bring these people's corpses to Great Yong's holy capital. She wanted to avenge her grandfather, she wanted to destroy Great Yong. Boom, Luo Qingtong's figure flew up. She tossed the corpse of the saint-level Great Yong official into the spirit vessel, leading the demonic beasts in a mad dash. After returning to the border of Great Chu, she took the corpse of the Great Yong marshal, who had been skinned to the bone by the crazy Great Yong soldiers. Then, she drove straight to Great Yong's holy capital, Great Yong's holy capital. Everyone looked at the figures floating in the air outside the city in shock. These people were naturally the experts from the Black Field who came to Great Yong's holy capital with Yi Qianxia. Time's up. Are you people from Great Yong unwilling to open the door and surrender? Yi Qianxia floated in the sky above Great Yong's holy capital with his hands behind his back. That pair of blood-red sword-like eyes stared coldly at the group of people standing on the city walls of Great Yong. Ming Zun, you are too arrogant. Quite a few of Great Yong's ministers, who had relied on Feng Yuan's forbidden technique to raise their strength to the Saint Realm, looked in Yi Qianren's direction with cold and arrogant expressions. Great Yong's strength was no longer the same as before. With their current strength, unifying the eastern region was only a matter of time. Did Ming Zun still think that it was the same as before when the 4 dynasties could only look at his face and were extremely afraid of him? several of Great Yang's officials had arrogant expressions on their faces, looking at Xianxia with ridicule in their eyes. Don't think that just because you guys from the Black Field are strong, you can do whatever you want. Wasn't it just some Saint Realm experts that had surpassed the Saint Realm and the Saint Realm? It wasn't as if Great Yang didn't have any. Moreover, everyone below the Saint stage was an ant. These people were nothing in their eyes. The corners of Bei Qing and Feng Yu's lips twitched as they looked at their arrogant and disdainful gazes. They cursed in their hearts. Master was just too lazy to use more strength, but they thought that Blackfield's strength was not enough. What kind of joke was that? If Blackfield really revealed all of his strength, they would be scared to death. The two of them were speechless, but Xianxia's gaze was cold. All right. He nodded coldly, then suddenly raised his hand. Boom. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the huge defensive barrier covering Great Yang's holy capital was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. At the same time, the Saint Realm officials of Great Yang who wore mocking expressions were instantly killed. Kill. Xianxia waved his sleeves. He had given Great Yang a chance. They did not cherish it. Boom. A group of Blackfield experts rushed into Great Yang's holy capital. What's going on? Xianxia hurried to Luo Qingtong's location. The latter was leading a horde of demonic beasts in the direction of Great Yang's holy capital. Along the way, all the cities and countries either fled or surrendered in panic. When Luo Qingtong had led the demonic beast horde to the border of Great Chu, news of her had already spread throughout Great Yang. They knew that someone was leading a horde of demonic beasts to wreak havoc in Great Yang. Thus, when they saw her, all the cities and countries in Great Yang either fled or surrendered. Following this commotion, Xianxia quickly found Luo Qingtong's location. He forced Luo Qingtong's spirit boat to stop and directly flew inside. He saw Luo Qingtong inside. The young girl's eyes were so red that they were like a blood-colored nectar. The color of her pupils and the whites of her eyes were almost indistinguishable. What entered his eyes was a shocking red. There wasn't a trace of emotion or warmth in her eyes. When she saw him, there wasn't even a trace of emotion. There was only a monstrous killing intent and hostility. Boom! Luo Qingtong's figure suddenly shot up, heading straight for Xianxia. Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. He raised his hand to block her attack and restrained her in his embrace. Then, he looked at Little Pig beside him. Aya, my mother. You're finally here. Little Pig's face was still filled with lingering fear as he hurriedly hopped over. Seeing Xianxia's cold and puzzled expression, Little Pig hurriedly said, Grandfather Luo's legs were crippled by someone. The bones in his legs were shattered. When Little Pig said this, Xianxia understood what was going on. So it was because something had happened to Grandfather Luo. No wonder this woman lost control. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the woman who was struggling in his embrace. There wasn't the slightest trace of him in those blood-red eyes. There was only endless killing intent and the stench of blood. At this moment, Luo Qingtong looked like a ruthless killing queen who had descended from the depths of purgatory to the mortal world. She didn't care about anything in this world. There wasn't anything or anyone that could enter her heart. Seeing this emotionless Luo Qingtong, the light in Xianxia's eyes immediately turned cold. He wouldn't allow this woman to ignore him, even when she was unconscious. Luo. He called out Luo Qingtong's name and pressed her against the inner wall of the spirit boat. He lowered his head and kissed set on her on the lips on's lips. The man's kiss was tyrannical and predatory. From top to bottom, from the inside and on the outside. And on Luo Qingtong, on Luo Qingtong's, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered violently. The man's aura was very familiar, so familiar that her entire soul trembled, as if it was about to rush out of her body. Buzz, the bloody light in her eyes exploded. In the next second, she grabbed the man's shirt and kissed him back with a domineering aura that was not inferior to his. Who are you? After the kiss, both of them were breathing heavily. At this moment, Xianxia heard Luo Qingtong ask. He raised his head abruptly and saw Luo Qingtong staring at him with a pair of enchanting, blood-red eyes. The killing intent and hostility in his eyes were still there, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I'm your man. He looked at the young girl in front of him. There was obviously something wrong with the latter. When Luo Qingtong opened her mouth, Yi Qianxian thought she had regained her senses. However, it was obvious that this wasn't the case. However, Yi Qianxian was certain that Luo Qingtong hadn't been possessed. After all, the kiss just now was indeed her aura and feelings. In all these years, Luo Qingtong was the only one who had truly gotten close to Yi Qianxian. It wasn't to the extent that he couldn't sense it. Moreover, with his strength, no one could silently possess Luo Qingtong's body in front of him. Therefore, there was no such thing as possession. Then, he would just wait and see. After he spoke, Luo Qingtong stared at him with her blood-red eyes for a while. Then, she laughed. "Man, you're this lord's boy toy?" She chuckled as she looked at Yi Qianxian. That smile was unbridled and bloodthirsty, but it also carried an incomparably domineering charm. "This lord quite likes you." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Yi Qianxian and breathed into his ear. "Come here." As she spoke, she walked to a table in front of them and hooked her finger at Yi Qianxian. Oh my god, little pig couldn't bear to watch anymore. Boy toy, when he saw Yi Qianxian's face turn dark, he instantly felt that he should run away as soon as possible, otherwise, if he stayed any longer, he would be silenced at any moment. With that thought, he immediately covered his eyes and inched to the side along the wall of the spirit ship. He inched to the side of the cabin door. Then, with a whoosh, he spread his 4 little hooves and ran out as fast as he could. That speed was even faster than a mouse being chased by a cat. On the other side, Yi Qianxian's face darkened when he heard Luo Qingtong say boy toy. When he saw the girl beckoning him with her finger, his face turned even darker. He's a man, not a boy toy. He gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Qingtong. This woman really wanted to anger him to death. Couldn't she be a little more obedient even when she was unconscious? This lord doesn't have a man, only a male pet. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows casually and looked at him. The blood-red ripples in her eyes were beautiful and enchanting, but also domineering beyond compare. That was a kind of domineering aura that seemed to hold the hegemony of the world in his hands. It was a kind of domineering aura of supremacy that made the world tremble. It was completely different from Luo Qingtong's usual appearance. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes at her and walked up to her. "Come here." Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. She raised her hand and patted her thigh. In an instant, the veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead throbbed. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a dark expression. He didn't know what this woman wanted to do. Why is she so troublesome even when she's unconscious? However, when he looked over, Luo Qingtong misunderstood. Shy? Luo Qingtong watched as he walked in front of her. He raised his eyebrows and stopped moving after a glance. She raised her hand and pulled him over. Yi Qianxian was afraid of hurting her, so he couldn't resist. He was pulled over and sat on her thigh. The veins on his forehead throbbed. This woman, fortunately, there was no one else here. The only one left was Little Pig, who ran away to save his life. Otherwise, Yi Qianxian didn't know what kind of expression he should use to meet people in the future. What the hell are you doing? The veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth and growled. Naturally, I'm going to dote on you. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. Her blood-red eyes were bloodthirsty, domineering and enchanting. She lowered her head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then, she suddenly pulled down the man's neck and passed the wine in her mouth into Yi Qianxian's mouth. The latter was gritting his teeth and was caught off guard by Luo Qingtong's kiss. The strong wine entered his mouth and burned his throat, but it was not as hot as the moment when the girl kissed him. Yi Qianxian's eyes became deep and serene. He looked at the gorgeous girl who was holding him in her arms and clasped her shoulders. He was about to deepen the kiss when Luo Qingtong unexpectedly retreated at this time. She raised her hand to wipe the wine on her lips and smiled lightly. She looked at Yi Qianxian with an incomparably wicked and enchanting gaze and said, "How is it? Does this lord dote on you?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and drank another mouthful of wine. However, this time, she did not pass it to Yi Qianren. Instead, she let out a long laugh and gulped it down herself. The girl's posture was wild and unrestrained. The way she smiled was like the most beautiful rainbow and sunset in the sky. It was also like the most enchanting scenery in the world. Domineering, unrestrained, enchanting, charming, all the scenery in the world belonged to her. Xianxia looked deeply at Luo Qingtong. At this time, Luo Qingtong attracted his attention more than usual. This woman was probably a poison. He was destined to fall for her for the rest of his life, and he would not rest until he died. Feed me. After drinking that mouthful of wine, Luo Qingtong filled the wine cup in her hand again. Then, she handed it to Xianxia and ordered domineeringly. The man took the glass and drank it in one gulp without saying anything. Then, he lowered his head and passed the wine in his mouth to Luo Qingtong. The way he held her was domineering and decisive. In this lifetime, he would never give this woman any chance to leave him. She was his. She was destined to be his. Haha. Luo Qingtong chuckled. She catered to Xianxia's plundering. Then, with a bang, the two of them fell from their chairs. Luo Qingtong was on top of Xianxia, and the two of them were lying on the ground together. Looking at the man beneath her, Luo Qingtong bent down with a smile and bit Xianxia's Adam's apple. Xianxia let out a muffled groan. That was the most vulnerable and fatal part of a person. With Luo Qingtong's bite, Xianxia used almost all of his strength to suppress the instinctive reaction in his body that wanted to fight back immediately. Luo Qingtong bit his throat and carefully ground it. At the same time, she chuckled and said, "Is this how you usually serve this lord?" The bloody light in her eyes was domineering and enchanting. Her posture was like that of an insufferably arrogant queen. Xianxia finally couldn't hold back. This seductress, he abruptly turned over and stood up. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed slightly. In an instant, the bloody color in her eyes faded. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's body softly fell on Xianxia's body. Luo Qi. Xianxia almost immediately hugged Luo Qingtong. His breath circled around her body. After confirming that she had just fainted from overexertion, he fiercely gritted his teeth. "You woman." Xianxia hugged her. He didn't know whether to be angry or not. His entire body was boiling hot as if it was on fire. Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong and clenched his teeth. Finally, he carried her up and placed her on the bed that Luo Qingtong usually rested on. The space within the spirit ship was huge, so it was naturally equipped with all the things that one usually needed. Xianxia placed Luo Qingtong on the bed with a cold face. He couldn't hold back the evil fire in his heart. He leaned over and bit the girl's lips a few times. "Just you wait. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later." He left with a cold face. Before he left, he caught Little Pig, who was running away, and ordered it to guard Luo Qingtong. When he forced her spirit ship to stop, the demonic beast horde led by the latter had been forced to retreat by his imposing aura. They should have returned to the western wilderness by now. He notified Beiqing and the others to drive them away, so as to prevent them from causing trouble in Great Yong. After all, he was going to give this sacred dynasty to Luo Qingtong. Naturally, he couldn't let those demonic beasts destroy it. Hiss. After Xianxia left for a long time, Luo Qingtong slowly woke up. When she woke up, she found that her lips were swollen. She didn't know what had bitten her. Luo Qingtong sat up while hissing softly. She looked up and saw Little Pig, who was guarding by the side. She immediately grabbed it and asked, "What's going on? Why am I here? And what happened to my mouth?" Luo Qingtong's voice was a little hoarse. Before she lost consciousness, she drank a lot with Xianxia. Now, all the after effects were showing. Luo Qingtong's tongue was a little numb. She had kissed Xianxia too much. In short, she felt that something was wrong. Especially her mouth. Luo Qingtong covered her head, feeling dizzy. She could only remember that when she was at the border of Great Chu, she seemed to have been blinded by anger. After that, it seemed to have gone out of control. Luo Qingtong frowned. She had the problem of losing control and losing consciousness when she got too angry. This problem had existed since her previous life. When she loses control, she becomes extremely cold and bloodthirsty. Before she recovers, she will only do one thing, and that is to kill. Moreover, it did not differentiate between friend and foe. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong was so cold and aloof in her previous life. She had almost become the public enemy of the world's forces and ability users. Once she went berserk, she simply could not control herself. But sometimes, Luo Qingtong was conscious. But those times were very, very few. Almost every time Luo Qingtong woke up, there were corpses everywhere. As time passed, no one dared to provoke her in her previous life. Even if he did, it would be an assassination. Luo Qingtong tried her best to control her temper. She did not expect that old Master Luo's accident would release the beast in her heart. Luo Qingtong's expression was grave. She looked at Little Pig and asked, "Are the people from Great Chu okay?" Luo Qingtong did not care how many people she killed. She only cared about whether old Master Luo and the others were okay. She lost control. Did they also lose control? No. Little Pig hurriedly shook his head. Oh. He hurriedly added, "It's just that old Master Luo's legs are crippled. Other than that, he's fine." But. They're fine, but you're in big trouble. Master, Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong with a bitter expression. He also did not expect that Luo Qingtong would become like that when Xianxia came. What boy toy, what incessant flirting. There were also some things I didn't even see when I ran away. I'll definitely be punished for all of these in the future. Whine. Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong as if he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The latter frowned and looked at him. "Why are you crying if there's nothing going on?" "I'm clearly crying because of you." Little Pig had been warned by Xianxia to keep his mouth shut. There was no way he could tell Luo Qingtong the truth. However, Luo Qingtong wasn't someone to be trifled with. She quickly connected the dots between Little Pig's unusual expression and the fact that nothing happened to her when she went berserk. "Xianxia is here?" Only that man could control her when she went berserk without hurting her. Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig. Little Pig hummed and nodded in affirmation. Ahem, Luo Qingtong coughed lightly. She raised her hand and touched the bite mark on her lips. She had a bad premonition. She asked, "Did I do something very bad to him?" Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig. Little Pig's eyes told her, "Very bad. Very bad, the kind that would be punished at any moment." "Oh my God," Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Humph. Although this guy wasn't very reliable, he wouldn't lie to her about this kind of thing. Oh no. What did I do to Xianxia when I lost control of my consciousness? Luo Qingtong felt conflicted. In the past, when she lost control of her consciousness, she would kill someone. Now that she transmigrated, she developed a new ability, and it was targeted at that man. Luo Qingtong felt like her balls were about to explode. Forget it, I'll just run away and lie low for a while. I'll wait until that man's anger subsides. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong prepared to leave on the spirit ship. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. She frowned and asked Little Pig, "How long have I lost control of my consciousness?" "Since I lost control?" 3 days? Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and jumped up. Oh no. The grand meeting of the 4 academies. When Great Yong dispatched troops to the Empire of Qin and Great Chu, the 4-courtyard grand banquet was about to begin. Perhaps it had already begun. Go. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand and patted the control hub of her spirit boat. Then, with a swoosh, the entire spirit ship flew toward the holy capital of the Great Qi dynasty like a bolt of lightning. While Luo Qingtong was rushing to the holy capital of Qi. In the holy capital of the Great Qi dynasty, the 4 academies tournament had already begun. Feng Yuan sneered as he led the members of the Great Yong Sacred Academy to sit below the stage, watching the battle on the stage. The people from the Empire of Qin and Great Chu were quite lucky. They had drawn each other, so Feng Yuan could only deal with one of them for the time being. Don't worry, once the grand meeting of the 4 academies came to an end, they could still kill all the people from Great Chu and Great Qin who came to participate in the grand meeting. Feng Yuan wouldn't let them go back alive, especially Ma Chenyi. Feng Yuan looked coldly at the refined youth sitting on the grandstand of the Empire of Qin. The Empire of Qin actually produced a true dragon this time. Moreover, it was a sage realm cultivator. Thinking that the other party's strength should have been his, Feng Yuan's heart was filled with resentment. It's a pity that Luo Qingtong didn't come. Otherwise, she would have died without a burial ground. But it doesn't matter. After we destroy the empire of Qin and Great Chu, she will still die. Does Luo Qingtong think that I can't do anything to her just because she hides like a coward? What a joke. The world is so big. As long as I want her to die, she won't escape. Without the protection of the Black Field, how long can she be free and unfettered with the protection of the empire of Qin and Great Chu? The empire of Qin and Great Chu don't know how much Great Yong's strength has increased. By the time the Four Academies tournament is over, Great Chu will probably be destroyed. At that time, with the might of destroying Great Chu and merging the two dynasties, even if the Great Qin realized that Great Yong's strength was extraordinary, what could they do? Sooner or later, Great Yong will be hers. Moreover, she doesn't plan to let Ma Chunyi and the others return alive from this Four Academies tournament. At that time, without this true dragon of the Empire of Qin, what hope does the Empire of Qin have? Either they will be destroyed by me, or they will have to surrender. From now on, I will be the sole ruler of the eastern region. Feng Wan's expression was arrogant. She sneered at the competition between Great Chu and the Empire of Qin. Without any suspense, the Empire of Qin won all the way. Su Xiaoxiao, Little Gangster Yuan, Ling Tianhan and the others, under Luo Qingtong's guidance and the resources of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy, their strength and potential soared. A group of people who were once judged as trash by Tianyu Academy, destined to stay in the trash class, entered the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy under Luo Qingtong's lead, and participated in the Four Academies tournament. They competed among the geniuses of the four great sacred dynasties, among them, Ling Tianhan and Sima Ju were already in the top 50 of the Rising Dragon roll. One of them was good at using both swords, and his swordsmanship was superb. The other was full of poison, and none of the young geniuses could ignore his attacks. Even the geniuses of the Rising Dragon roll who were stronger than him didn't dare to take his attacks lightly. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them didn't have enough time to cultivate, their strength was still shallow, and the power in their bodies was limited, they could have directly charged into the top 10 of the Rising Dragon roll. As for Little Gangster Yuan, Ling Yuer, Ling Tianchen and the others, they were also on the Rising Dragon roll. In the competition of non-combat professions, Su Xiaoxiao and Yu Qingyao were the most stunning. The Yu Yu's was the rising of the Rising Dragon roll. Yu's Great Yu, Yu's. Using half the time that other people used to refine medicine, he was able to refine a medicinal liquid that was twice as powerful as the other people's medicinal liquid. Yu Yuan is Yu. This was the first time that a pure alchemist had defeated a martial artist in battle with his own alchemy skills. In an instant, many of the pill halls of the sects in the hidden world turned their attention to Su Xiaoxiao. And just like Su Xiaoxiao, Yu Qingwei was also the center of attention. This young girl had used her own unique method to refine semi-finished pill elixirs at such a young age. After her battle with Luo Qingtong, she went into seclusion for several months and broke through the realm of medicine master in one fell swoop to refine genuine pill elixirs. He had successfully become an alchemist. Although she was still a distance away from becoming a true alchemist, she was the first person after the evil Dr. Ghost Eye to break through to the alchemist realm in her 20s. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Before Little Overlord Yuan and the others revealed their strength, no one would have thought that the strength of the geniuses of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin could reach such a level. Ma Chunye's appearance raised the shocking atmosphere to its peak. Saint Realm Expert. True Dragon Strength. It's the true dragon bloodline of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin. What a rich true dragon strength. His aura has turned into a dragon. No one in the past generations of the imperial family of the Empire of Qin could do this, right? When Ma Chunyi appeared as the main combatant of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, the aura he exuded shocked everyone present. Apart from a few people whose cultivation had surpassed the Saint realm and could tell that something was wrong with Ma Chunyi's aura, most people did not know that the Crown Prince of the Great Qin Empire had such strength. Wasn't it said that the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin had been silent all these years and hadn't made any progress in his strength? Wasn't the Empire of Qin starting to clamor for someone else to be the Crown Prince? How could his strength have increased so much and reach the Saint realm in such a short time? Wasn't this innate strength a little too strong? Was the true dragon bloodline really so extraordinary when it reached a certain level? Everyone in the venue of the Four Academies grand banquet was shocked. Feng Wan's expression became extremely cold and severe in an instant. She naturally knew how Ma Chunye's strength had increased in such a short time. It was because all the aura and strength she had plundered from his body had returned. Good preparation. Ma Qingyi had been silent for a long time, and now his breakthrough was so fierce. Damn it, how could Feng Yuan not be angry that she had single-handedly pushed him to glory at the cost of her own strength? She looked at Ma Qingyi and the others with a gaze so cold that it was about to be mixed with poison. Humph. The more complacent you are now, the more desperate you will be later. She would destroy all the strength Ma Qingyi had obtained from her in front of all the people in the venue of the Four Academies' grand banquet. If he wanted to protect Luo Qingtong, then he could go to hell to protect her. And the people around Luo Qingtong, Feng Yuan's gaze swept across Su Xiaoxiao, Little Overlord Yuan, Sima Zhu, and the others with resentment. The Chu versus the Empire of Qin. The Empire of Qin Saint Academy of Qin wins. With the voice of the judges, the Saint of the Empire of Qin Saint Academy of Qin's victory. The Emperor of the Empire of Qin Academy of Qin's Qin of Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin Academy of Qin. Why isn't boss here yet? Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry, and Little Overlord Yuan, Sima Zhu, and the others beside her also had a cold expression. Although they had won the victory against the Great Chu Saint Academy, they were not happy at all. Great Yong sent troops to the Empire of Qin and Great Chu to capture all the people related to boss. Do you think boss will? Little Overlord Yuan was only halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Sima Zhu and the others. Impossible. Nothing will happen to boss. Anger appeared on Sima Zhu's delicate face like that of an elf. Yuan Hu, if you curse boss like this again, I will kill you. He looked at Little Overlord Yuan coldly. I don't want to. Yuan Hu was depressed. The Black Field didn't do anything about Great Yong's army either. I don't want anything to happen to boss. But now, when he said this, his eyes turned red. Sima Zhu and the others were the same. Damn it. Ling Tianhan clenched his fist. I'm going to kill Great Yong. He looked coldly in the direction of the Great Yong sacred dynasty. At this moment, a shocking voice came from the referee's seat. Great Yong versus Great Qi. Great Yong wins. When that voice sounded, it was filled with disbelief. Not only him, but everyone in the Four Academies tournament couldn't believe what they had just heard. Great Yong won? Someone said in disbelief. How long has it been? Yes. The people from the Empire of Qin and Great Chu have only been in the arena for a short while. The people sitting in the Four Academies tournament were full of disbelief. Great Yong won in such a short time. Were the people from Great Qi so weak? They looked at the ring in disbelief, and then they were stunned. On every stage where Great Qi and Great Yong were competing, there was a bloody scene. All the geniuses from the Great Qi Sacred Academy who were fighting against Great Yong were lying on the arena in a miserable state. None of them survived. Everyone was killed by the people from the Great Yong Sacred Academy in one move. The only place where there were survivors was the place where the pharmacists were competing. But even so, those pharmacists were so scared that they fell to the ground. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, they trembled. It was too scary. Were the people from Great Yong crazy? The people from the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty looked in the direction of the people from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty in disbelief. Especially where Feng Yuan was. She didn't even go into the arena, and Great Yong won. The people from the Empire of Qin are here to die. Feng Yuan slowly stood up from the spectator's seat. She looked coldly in the direction of the people from the Empire of Qin. He turned a deaf ear to the gazes of everyone present, especially those of the Great Qi Sacred Academy. After today, the entire Eastern Territory would belong to her. Why should she care about the anger of De Qi's people? Once Great Chu and the Empire of Qin were destroyed, Great Qi would be her sooner or later. At this moment, Feng Yuan was indescribably complacent. She raised her head slightly and pointed at the place where Ma Qingyi and the others were. Then, in the next second, the aura around her exploded, surpassing the Saint Realm. Seeing the aura that enveloped her, the people at the Four Academies gathering were all moved. Even where the sects of the hidden world were sitting, many people were looking over. These sects of the hidden world were usually arrogant and didn't pay much attention to the Four Academies gathering in the Skyspill continent. Only when Ma Qingyi, who had the bloodline of a true dragon and whose aura was at the dragon realm, came out, they took a second look. As for the others, they only paid attention to Su Xiaoxiao and Yu Qingwei. At this moment, seeing Feng Yuan's aura surpassing the Saint Realm, they were a little surprised. In the hidden world, it was not rare to have a cultivation base that surpassed the Saint Realm. But what was rare was Feng Yuan's age and the Skyspill continent. If such a person were to enter the hidden world, the potential that would erupt from him would be immeasurable. Everyone sat up straight and looked at Feng Yuan. As for the people from Great Qi who had been killed by the Sacred Academy, they didn't even spare them a glance. Their skills were not as good as others, so they died. Would they blame Feng Yuan, such a monstrous genius, for what happened to these people? The Grand Supreme Dean suddenly stood up where the people of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin were. Beyond the Saint Realm? He looked at the place where Feng Yuan was. Feng Yuan was beyond the Saint Realm, then Ma Qingyi and the others, boom. The Great Qi Sacred Dynasty. Luo Qingtong drove her spiritual ship and flew toward the sacred capital of the Great Qi at lightning speed. Among the four dynasties, the Chu dynasty, the Yong dynasty, and the Empire of Qin were close to each other and bordered each other. Only the Great Qi Sacred Dynasty was close to the northern region. A huge mountain range running from east to west separated it from the Chu dynasty, the Yong dynasty, and the Empire of Qin. They didn't border each other. In that mountain range, there were many monsters and dangers, comparable to the wilderness of the far west wilderness. Therefore, when Feng Yuan was plotting against the Chu dynasty and the Empire of Qin, he didn't do anything to the Great Qi. It was because the distance was too far and it was difficult to control. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong had a headache. If the Yong dynasty didn't attack the two dynasties, she could leave the far west wilderness and go directly to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin with the Grand Supreme Dean and the others. She could leave for the sacred capital of the Great Qi in advance. Now she needed to cross the huge mountain range and go to the sacred capital of the Great Qi. She didn't know if she could make it in time for the grand meeting of the four academies. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong had a headache. Fortunately, when she came, she asked around and found that the grand meeting of the four academies had just begun. She still had time. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately released the demon-suppressing power of the nine-layered exquisite pagoda. Boom, a holy beast leaped out from the depths of the mountain range in front of her. It wanted to kill her, but it was instantly paralyzed by the aura of the nine-layered exquisite pagoda. It then fell straight to the ground where it was standing. When the surrounding demonic beasts saw this, they immediately swarmed over and ate it. They looked fearfully at the direction Luo Qingtong had left in the spirit ship, not daring to chase after her. The demonic beasts that were hiding in the dark didn't dare to come out after seeing the scene. In this way, Luo Qingtong flew across the dangerous mountain range without any hindrance and headed towards the direction of the holy capital of Great Qi. In the Great Qi dynasty's holy capital, Ma Qingyi and the others looked in the direction of Feng Yuan and the others. Great Yong is actually so powerful. Ma Qingyi's eyes were cold. It seems that they have long been prepared to make a stay here forever. His gaze swept across the group of people from Great Qi who had died miserably. If he guessed correctly, even if they immediately gave up the competition of the four academies and left, Feng Yuan wouldn't let them go. Humph. No matter how powerful they are, we won't be afraid. Little Overlord Yuan and the others looked in the direction of Feng Yuan and the others with resentment. Even though she knew that Luo Qingtong had the evil Dr. Ghost Eye behind her, she was still fearless. They would never believe that she had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong's accident. If something really happened to Luo Qingtong, they would make the other party pay the price even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Furthermore, the other party was so arrogant. No matter what, they would not lose face for Luo Qingtong. Let's go first. Your Highness, Grand Principal, please take care of yourselves. Ling Tianhan and the others bowed to Mo Chenai and the old principal, and then rushed to the various rings in front of them without hesitation. Even Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. She was a pharmacist. Logically speaking, she could not participate in the battle. However, she had to participate in this battle. Boss, you said that a pharmacist's ability might not only be reflected in treating illnesses and saving lives. I can also stand on my own. I will definitely do it. I will not lose face for you. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and looked towards the direction of the far west wilderness. Luo Qingtong went there, and then, she never came back. Boss, you watch carefully, we will definitely not lose face for you. Great Yong's trash. Come and fight. On his own arena, Ling Tianhan waved his hand. The two long swords in his hands instantly appeared and he pointed them towards the people from the Great Yong Sacred Academy. On the other arena, Sima Ju's face was frozen. The fairy-like young man's eyes were gloomy. His whole body's skin had turned black in an instant. The black color, which was as thick as ink, flowed on his body like liquid. It looked very strange. 10,000 Poisons body. Seeing the physique that Sima Ju revealed, the people from the 4 academies tournament were stunned. It was actually the 10,000 Poisons body. Sima Ju did not reveal all of his physique during the previous battle. Everyone only knew that he was good at using poison. However, they did not know that he actually had the 10,000 Poisons body. Seeing the poison flowing on the young man's body, everyone was shocked. They knew how powerful the 10,000 Poisons body was. However, it was extremely difficult for the 10,000 Poisons body to survive. How did this young man do it? While everyone was shocked, Sima Ju's eyes were cold. What do you want? I want you. The scene of him meeting the girl for the first time flashed in his mind. Sima Ju's eyes had a resolute and determined light. He raised his hand, activating all the toxins in his body to their limits. His gaze was ice cold as he looked at the people from the Great Yong Sacred Academy. Great's trash. Come and fight. On the other arenas, Little Overlord Yuan, Ling Yu'er, Ling Tianchen, Chu Wenhao, and the others all unleashed their full strength. Little Tyrant Yuan's skin turned as hard as stone and iron. The purple heavenly silk in Ling Yu'er's hand danced like waves. The sun, moon, and stars bracelet in Ling Tianchen's hand flashed in the air. He would never allow the other party to lose face. They had no regrets. Even if they died, they had no regrets. Great's trash. Come and fight. As their voices rang out in unison, the aura around the group of people rippled out. Shockingly, it was filled with an icy aura. Bang! Seeing the strength displayed by Yuan Hu and the rest, Feng Yuan instantly raised her hand and smashed the armrest under her. She clenched her teeth as she looked at the scene in front of her. She didn't expect Yuan Hu and the rest to be hiding their strength. The people following by Luo Qingtong's side were actually so strong. It must have been done by the evil Dr. Gui Tong. Damn it! Feng Yuan clenched her teeth in hatred. She originally thought that she could easily kill these people, but she didn't expect the result to be like this. Feng Yuan's heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for this, their people from Great Yong would definitely become the focus of this grand gathering of the 4 academies, but now, it was all ruined by these dogs by Luo Qingtong's side. Feng Yuan looked at the stage in front of her with an unsightly expression. The people from the Great Yong Sacred Academy that she had brought along were being defeated. She had used forbidden techniques to increase their strength, but Yuan Hu and the rest had also used various methods to increase their strength by Luo Qingtong. These people following by Luo Qingtong's side didn't slack off in the slightest after Luo Qingtong's departure. They were proficient in all the methods that the young lady had taught them. In addition, Luo Qingtong had specially refined those weapons for them. They could display more than 200% of their strength. On the other hand, because Feng Yuan and the rest had temporarily increased their strength, and in order to prevent suspicion, Feng Yuan didn't dare to let them increase their strength too much. Thus, they were immediately suppressed. After all, those old officials of the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty could still use the excuse that they had suddenly obtained a fortuitous encounter and broke through the barriers that had been blocking them for many years as an excuse. How could these students of the Great Yong Sacred Academy be explained? Looking at the scene in front of her, Feng Yuan was so angry that she trembled. Bang! Ling Tianhan kicked away the genius of the Great Yong Sacred Academy who was fighting with him. Then, with a bang, he stabbed the 2 swords in his hands into his opponent's chest. After that, Sima Ju, Yuan Hu, Ling Yu'er, Ling Tianchen, Chu Wenhao, and the others took care of their opponents one after another. They looked coldly in the direction of Feng Yuan and used a gesture that Luo Qingtong had taught them, clenching their fists and pointing their thumbs down at Feng Yuan. In an instant, Feng Yuan was so angry that he almost fainted. She didn't know what this gesture meant. However, when Yuan Hu and the others compared her to her, it was obviously not a good metaphor. Bang, she slammed her palms down heavily. Her figure suddenly flew up and appeared on the arena that she belonged to. the Empire of Qin, don't be so smug. Feng Yuan's eyes were sinister and vicious. She stared coldly in the direction of the people from the Empire of Qin. Although Yuan Hu and the others had already won, they were all injured. She could kill all of them with just one hand. She would settle the grudge of the humiliation with them at the end of the event. Now, the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin. Please. Let me have a taste of the skills of the Crown Prince. Let's see if the Empress of Great Yong or the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin is better. As she spoke, she sneered and flicked her sleeves. She looked at the elegant young man sitting on the spectator stand opposite her. The latter was the main fighter of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. He was also the biggest hope of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. Once she killed him, she would be able to suppress everyone. By then, she would make Luo Qingtong regret her life in the dark. Boom. Shua. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in the holy capital of the Deqi dynasty. She put away her spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Four Academies' grand meeting. In the holy capital of the Deqi dynasty, not far from the Four Academies' grand meeting, a group of people was walking around in boredom. There's nothing interesting in the holy capital of the Deqi dynasty. Song Yan, who was walking at the front, was impatient. Her eyes swept over the streets of the holy capital of the Deqi dynasty. She turned a deaf ear to the scene of people hawking their wares. What good things could there be in the secular world of the Truespill continent? The only chance to obtain some treasures was destroyed by an unappreciative woman, and senior brother Yan Yu was protecting her. Thinking of Yan Yuju's reprimand and protection of her, Song Yan's heart burned with anger. At this moment, she glanced over and saw Luo Qingtong rushing towards the Four Academies' grand meeting. It's her? Seeing Luo Qingtong's figure, Song Yan's eyes turned cold. Then, she laughed. What a coincidence. She thought that this woman wouldn't participate in the Four Academies' grand meeting. If that was the case, she wouldn't have bothered to waste energy on her. She didn't expect her to rush over here. What, did she want to catch up with the Four Academies' grand meeting and get the chance to enter the hidden world? Song Yan's eyes turned. She had just left the Four Academies' grand meeting and didn't know that the situation inside had changed greatly. Feng Yuan had revealed his absolute strength and suppressed everyone. She thought that the Empire of Qin had the upper hand. After all, the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy had a true dragon like Ma Chenyi from the Empire of Qin. And a Sage Realm powerhouse. Thinking that Luo Qingtong was also from the Empire of Qin, Song Yan's eyes turned. Then, she sneered and said to the people of the Breeze Pavilion, "Go and stop her. Don't let her enter the Four Academies' grand meeting." She pointed at Luo Qingtong, who was rushing towards the venue of the Four Academies. She would make it so that the other party wouldn't be able to make it in time for this grand meeting of the Four Academies. Let's see how the other party would snatch senior brother Falling Moon from her in the future. Alright. The group of people from the Breeze Pavilion glanced at Luo Qingtong, but they didn't care. She looked like a student from the Sacred Institute who had come to participate in the Four Academies' grand banquet. Yi Lingchen had no idea how she had offended Song Yan. However, since the latter had given the order, they would naturally do as he said. As for the girl, he was just a student of the Saint Institute. So what if he stopped him? A group of people rushed in front of Luo Qingtong. Before Luo Qingtong could enter the forecourtyard conference, they blocked her at the door. Shua. Luo Qingtong rushed to the front of the venue. She could already vaguely hear the sounds coming from inside. The words Great Yong and the Empire of Qin were mixed in, sounding extremely sonorous. It was obvious that people from Great Yong and the Empire of Qin were fighting inside. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. She was about to rush in through the main door. At this moment, a group of people blocked her way. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the student of the Saint Institute. A group of people from the Breeze Pavilion stood in front of her, blocking her way to the entrance of the venue. In fact, there was no such rule at all. These people from the Breeze Pavilion were just looking for a reason to stop Luo Qingtong. As for whether she could tell that they were deliberately making things difficult for her, so what if she could tell? If they didn't let her in, then she couldn't enter. Get out of the way. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She looked at these people blocking her way and naturally knew that they were deliberately making things difficult for her. Although she didn't know why they were doing this. At this time, Luo Qingtong didn't have the mood to find out the reason behind it. She took a step forward and was about to force these people from the Breeze Pavilion to retreat. Seeing this, the expressions of the people from the Breeze Pavilion changed. They looked at Luo Qingtong with cold and angry eyes. She actually dared to talk back to them? I said, "You can't go in. Otherwise, blame us for taking action." They looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said coldly. She really didn't know what was good for her. If they didn't let her in, then she should have just left. She actually wanted to force her way in. She really had a death wish. The group looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold expression. Not far away, Song Yan looked at all this and sneered with disdain. She really didn't know what was good for her. She was just a person from the secular world. Who did she think she was? She even dared to ask the people from the Breeze Pavilion to get out of the way. She really didn't know what was good for her. Song Yan was waiting to see how she would be taught a lesson. As for the 4 Academies Grand Tournament, she could forget about entering. Song Yan sneered. Luo Qingtong looked at these people blocking her way and her last bit of patience was exhausted. Attack? She looked at the people standing in front of her, and the curve of her lips suddenly curled up coldly. Fine. I'll do as you wish. Boom. In the 4 Academies Grand Tournament, Feng Yuan stood in the arena. The aura around her was violent and cold. She raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Ma Chenyi. She sneered and said, "What? The Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin doesn't dare? Since you don't dare, then admit defeat." The smile on Feng Yuan's lips was cold. In any case, even if the other party admitted defeat, he wouldn't be able to escape her attacks. She would not let any of these people from the Empire of Qin and Great Chu leave alive. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Ma Chenyi admitting defeat to her was exactly what she wanted. It would save her a lot of energy, and she would be able to see the humiliated expressions of the people of the Empire of Qin. Why not? As she thought about it, the smile on her lips became even colder. On the other side, Ma Chenyi had already stood up. Who said I was going to admit defeat? The young man's temperament was gentle and elegant, but his aura was steady and had a rare aura of a king. He looked coldly at Feng Yuan. If Great Yang wants to fight, then let's fight. Your Highness. The members of the royal family who had accompanied Ma Chenyi were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. Your Highness. Feng Yuan's strength has already surpassed the Saint Realm. You are only at the Saint Realm. Even if you have the aura of the true dragon bloodline, you have just come out of seclusion not long ago. Your aura and the strength of the Saint Realm have not completely merged. Your Highness. Please reconsider. Your Highness, please think for the sake of the Empire of Qin and the royal family. You can't be hurt. The crowd tried to dissuade him, but Ma Chenyi raised his hand and stopped them. Ma Chenyi's expression was firm and resolute. A cold and resolute expression appeared on his youthful and calm face. Feng Yuan has revealed his strength at this moment. Previously, he had recklessly dispatched troops to 2 dynasties. I'm afraid that great changes have already occurred in the Empire of Qin and Great Chu. This prince will hold her back. You all immediately return to the Empire of Qin. In addition, tell Imperial Father that no matter what, he cannot hand over the people related to Luo Qingtong. Feng Yuan's thoughts are sinister. Since he has already set his sights on Great Chu and the Empire of Qin, he will definitely not let this matter rest. There's no point in handing over the people. He will only be labeled as a coward. Ma Chenyi's voice was neither fast nor slow as he made arrangements for the people of the Empire of Qin. His status as the heir to the throne of the Empire of Qin was definitely not undeserved. Even if he hadn't seen through 80% of Feng Yuan's plan, he had already seen through 60%, therefore, he absolutely could not admit defeat. Otherwise, he was afraid that none of the people of the Empire of Qin would be able to return alive. Moreover, he looked coldly in the direction of Feng Yuan. Luo Qingtong still hadn't arrived. Although he didn't dare to believe it, Ma Chenyi had to admit that the possibility of Luo Qingtong's misfortune was too great. The young girl had saved him from danger and saved him from his predicament. His strength all depended on her. That was why he was able to recover and break through to the Shu realm. People said that the true dragon of the Empire of Qin had been dormant for many years. Once it rose, it would soar out of the abyss and roar to the 9 heavens, but who would have known that he was able to break out of his predicament completely because of Luo Qingtong's help? without Luo Qingtong's help, there wouldn't be today's true dragon of the Empire of Qin. Feng Yuan had harmed her. He definitely wouldn't let him off, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would make him pay the price. Leave. As he spoke, he swept his body and was about to leap onto the arena in front of him. Right at this moment. Boom, a loud noise suddenly came from the entrance of the venue. Then, with a muffled bang, a figure instantly flew out from the gate, coughing up blood as it brushed against the ground. It flew for nearly a kilometer before crashing heavily into the ground not far from the spectator stands. Soon after, a figure strode in from the main entrance. In a cold voice, he stated, "To deal with your great Yong, is there any need for His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, to take action?" "I'll do it." Following this voice, Ma Chenyi, Grand Principal, Yuan Hu, Sima Ju, and the others all looked towards the direction of the entrance in surprise. "Qingtong? Baby? Boss?" Everyone's voice was filled with joy. Little Overlord Yuan, Sima Ju, and the others were crying tears of joy. "Boss. It's Boss. She's fine. Boss is fine." Everyone hugged each other. From the initial apprehension to despair and grief, and then to the current surprise and joy, their emotions fluctuated wildly. There was simply no way to control their emotions. "Boss didn't die, she's fine, she made it." "Qingtong." Ma Chenyi looked at the figure who stepped through the gate and walked straight towards them. The emotions in his eyes fluctuated violently. There was a faint flicker of water inside. Even someone as calm as Ma Chenyi couldn't control himself in front of such a huge fluctuation of emotions. Luo Qingtong was fine. This was probably the best news he had heard in his life. "Fortunately, she's fine. You little doll." He looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong, crying and laughing at the same time. This stinky girl worried him to death. Damn it, the next time he approved her leave, he would be a pig. That's not right, this little doll will go to the hidden world in the future. She doesn't need him to approve her leave. Thinking of the Grand Principal, he felt depressed. Doesn't this mean that he is destined to lose face in the future? While everyone from the Great Qin Empire was so excited that they were unable to control themselves, on the arena, Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he looked at the young woman floating over. "Luo Qingtong. You're finally not a coward anymore? Are you here to die?" She sneered at Luo Qingtong. The latter narrowed her eyes at her and didn't reply. She just raised her hand and threw a black package over. "Feng Yuan, Empress of Great Yong." Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. "This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." "Humph." Deliberately mystifying. Feng Yuan sneered and looked at the black package that Luo Qingtong threw over. He raised his hand and caught it. With her strength, she wasn't afraid of Luo Qingtong playing tricks. She wanted to scare her. Dream on, however, just as her hand touched the package, in an instant, pong, the package exploded, and the two things inside rolled out. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. "This is?" Feng Yuan looked at the two things that rolled out of the package in shock. They were two human heads. They were the heads of the two saint-level ministers that she had sent to attack Great Chu and the Empire of Qin. "Luo Qingtong. You. Are you surprised?" Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She looked at Luo Qingtong's eyes, which were filled with blood-red light, but cold to the core. There was not the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. "There's an even bigger surprise waiting for you. You have to stay calm." "Right." Luo Qingtong looked at her indifferently and smiled. "The people you sent to Great Chu and Great Yong are all dead. Great Yong has already been destroyed." Luo Qingtong's red lips parted slightly. The distance between Deqi and the three dynasties was quite far, and there was also a huge mountain range separating them. Naturally, the news would not reach them so quickly. She didn't mind giving Feng Yuan a surprise first. Impossible. If the two kills that Luo Qingtong had just thrown out were shocking to Feng Yuan, then it would be shocking. Then what Luo Qingtong said next, to her, was unbelievable. "That's impossible." Within Great Yong, she had used forbidden techniques to increase her strength and vassals loyal to her. Among them, there were several saint-level experts. Even if the people of Great Chu and Great Qin realized her scheme and joined forces to attack Great Yong, It would be impossible for them to shake the foundation of her nation. How could it be destroyed by someone? Moreover, it was in such a short time. How long had it been since she left Great Yong? Feng Yuan was not willing to believe it at all. Luo Qingtong. Don't think that this can confuse my mind. I will never believe your words. In Feng Yuan's view, Luo Qingtong deliberately said these words to attack her. She would never believe it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a figure hurriedly walked in from outside. What she said is true. Your Majesty, this is a report from the border. Great Yong has been destroyed. It's the Black Field that sent out troops. Ming Zun personally took action and destroyed the holy capital in a day. In fact, Xianxia had only taken action for a few seconds. But this was something that outsiders didn't know. They only knew that the holy capital of Great Yong was destroyed in a day. The strength of the Black Field was simply terrifying. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. Feng Yuan was hysterical. She looked in the direction of De Qi's people, almost going crazy. You are all in cahoots with her. I don't believe it. Her eyes were cold. How could this be possible? She had just become the Empress of Great Yong and was so smug about becoming the ruler of the entire eastern region. How could Great Yong be destroyed overnight? The Black Field sent out troops and Ming Zun personally took action? How could this be possible? He was worried about the death of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and didn't even have enough time to grieve over her death. How could he possibly take action against Great Yong? If she hadn't calculated this, how could she have sent troops to the two dynasties and forced them to hand over Luo Qingtong and everyone related to her? She even wanted to slaughter all the geniuses and experts of the three dynasties at the Four Academies tournament. It was because she had calculated that Ming Zun wouldn't have the time and energy to care about Luo Qingtong and the three dynasties. How could she have failed under such circumstances? This is impossible. Feng Yuan's voice was hysterical. At the same time, the Great Qin and Great Chu also received reports from the various dynasties. After reading the news, everyone was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. This Feng Yuan is too sinister and vicious. We were so close. Our two dynasties would have been destroyed. Yes. Great Yong's hidden strength is so strong. We were all fooled by them before. Everyone rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. This was especially true for the people of Great Chu. They were the ones with the weakest national strength. Fortunately, they had Luo Qingtong, the holy conferred princess. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong with gratitude and awe. As for Feng Yuan, after the people of Great Chu and the Empire of Qin received the news one after another, they had no choice but to believe it. Destroyed? Has my Great Yong really been destroyed? She clenched her fists tightly. His nails, as sharp as iron, pierced into his palm. Because he used too much strength, with a caw sound, those nails were all broken. It's you. Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong with hatred and madness. His eyes were cold and vicious, as if they were about to concoct poison. You did it. The other party had not appeared for so long. She thought that she was a coward. From the looks of it, the other party must have gone to plot these things. All of his schemes and ambitions had gone down the drain. The other party deserved to die. Losing to the evil Dr. Ghost Eye was enough to make Feng Yuan collapse. Now, there was Luo Qingtong. If she had known that the other party would become like this, causing all of her efforts to go to waste, she would have killed her the first time she attacked her. She would not have just blinded her eyes with poison. Luo Qingtong, I want you dead. Her eyes were like a viper's as she looked at Luo Qingtong. Then, her entire body rushed towards the girl. Qingtong. When they saw Luo Qingtong coming, they were so happy that they forgot about Feng Yuan's strength. Even Ma Chenyu went up the stage with the determination to die. Luo Qingtong went to the far west wilderness this time. How much had her strength improved? Could she be a match for Feng Yuan? Everyone was nervous. Even if they were always by Luo Qingtong's side and witnessed the various miracles created by the girl, they couldn't completely relax. After all, Feng Yuan, she had surpassed the sage realm. When Luo Qingtong went to the far west wilderness, her strength was only at the martial emperor realm. Even if she had a great opportunity, it was impossible for her to reach the level of surpassing the sage realm in such a short time, right? Sure enough, the aura around Luo Qingtong's body spread out. It was the cultivation of the sage realm. when everyone saw this, their hearts sank instantly. This increment in strength was unparalleled and terrifying, but it was still not enough. Between the Sage Realm and surpassing the Sage Realm, even if there was only one step, it was an insurmountable gap. Not good. Ma Chingyi and the others stood up at once. On the other side, Feng Yuan sneered. Haha. Sage Realm? Luo Qingtong, it seems that you have obtained a great opportunity during this time. It's good to have clung to the Blackfield's thigh. Don't you think so? She looked at the aura around Luo Qingtong with a cynical expression. He didn't know how much the other party had paid in the dark domain to raise his strength to the Sage Realm, but that was the end of it. Using all kinds of medicine to forcibly raise her cultivation, she couldn't even display 1/10 of her true strength. The aura of the Sage Realm of the other party only looked intimidating. Luo Qingtong, I'm going to torture you to death in front of everyone. Humph. You destroyed my conspiracy and destroyed my great Yong, so what? I still have a chance to turn the tables in the 4 Academies tournament. As long as I win the 4 Academies tournament, with my cultivation surpassing the Sage Realm, I will be able to gain the favor of those top sects in the hidden world. At that time I will enter those top sections. What can you do to me? Even the Blackfield's Ming Zun may not be able to do anything to me. As Feng Yuan said this, her heart was filled with pride and resentment. She was proud that Luo Qingtong couldn't do anything to her, and she would still have the opportunity to make a comeback in the future. She hated the fact that such an outstanding and powerful man like Yi Qianmin couldn't be used by her, and she still had to be dealt with. As she thought this thought, a burst filled Anger's heart. Luo Qingtong, die. Hers is the Sage Emperor Qingtong. A Feng Luo Qingtong. The power that erupted was extremely violent, as if it could shatter mountains and shatter rocks. Seeing that attack and Feng Yuan's figure rushing over, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! Just as that palm was about to hit her, Luo Qingtong raised her hand. She stretched out her palm and caught Feng Yuan's palm. Then she suddenly clenched her 5 fingers, crack. Feng Yuan's 5 fingers were fiercely folded into her palm. When she wrapped them into a fist, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked. Bang! Feng Yuan's figure was like a bowed prawn in an instant, and he was sent flying by her kick. Boom! Feng Yuan's figure brushed against the ground of the arena. He moved horizontally for nearly 100 meters before he stopped. You? Barely managing to stand firm, Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong with eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? Is it hard to believe? Luo Qingtong looked at her indifferently. The bloody light in her eyes flickered coldly. Following Luo Qingtong's words, everyone was stunned. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. Luo Qingtong stomped her feet heavily on the floor. Then, like a red lightning bolt, she flew towards Feng Yuan. Bang! Luo Qingtong's right leg swept towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan didn't believe that Luo Qingtong's strength in the Sage Realm could resist her strength that surpassed the Sage Realm and even beat her back. Even if she didn't use all of her strength that surpassed the Sage Realm, after all, there was a huge gap between the Sage Realm and the Sage Realm. She didn't believe that a Sage Realm cultivator could resist her and beat her back. I don't believe it. Luo Qingtong, how can you be stronger than me? I don't believe it. Bang! At the same time, Feng Yuan lifted his leg to meet Luo Qingtong's. Their legs collided in midair. In an instant, there was a boom. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. Her toes suddenly pointed towards a certain part of Feng Yuan's leg. In an instant, the strength of Feng Yuan's leg suddenly decreased. At the same time, the aura of Luo Qingtong's leg was like a sharp knife, fiercely stabbing into the aura of Feng Yuan's leg. Breaking the surface with a single point, straight to the point. Boom! When Luo Qingtong's leg kicked away Feng Yuan's leg, it also fiercely brushed through the air and swept Feng Yuan's face, sending her flying. Bang! Feng Yuan's figure hit the nearby pillar. She covered her face. Her leg was in severe pain and numbness. She looked at Luo Qingtong in front of her in disbelief. You? How could this be? How was this possible? At this time, Feng Yuan had no choice but to believe that Luo Qingtong's Sage Realm strength did indeed have the qualifications to contend with him. The other party's aura was terrifyingly thick, And the nature of his power was dense and solid. This kind of aura and strength was not what she thought it was, an illusory strength that relied on drugs to increase. It was no exaggeration to say that she would have been defeated by Luo Qingtong in a single move if it wasn't for her strength surpassing the sage realm. How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Feng Yuan's heart was on the verge of going crazy. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Feng Yuan, I already said. Luo Qingtong flicked the dust off her feet and said casually, if you don't use your full strength, then you can just wait for death. After saying that, Luo Qingtong's figure flew out again and attacked Feng Yuan violently. Beyond the Saint Realm, unrivaled, she would let Feng Yuan know that his strength surpassing the Saint Realm was not worth mentioning at all in front of her. Even if she only used the strength of the Saint Realm, it was enough to kill him. Boom! As Luo Qingtong's figure attacked Feng Yuan, the people in the stands came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. Oh my God! The crowd looked at the scene on the stage in disbelief. They almost couldn't believe their own eyes. A Saint Realm expert forced a surpassing Saint Realm expert to retreat. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to attack and completely suppressed the opponent. If it weren't for the fact that they were certain that Feng Yuan's strength had indeed surpassed the Saint Realm and that Luo Qingtong's aura was completely that of the Saint Realm, they would have thought that they had seen wrongly. The one with the cultivation surpassing the Saint Realm should be Luo Qingtong. The one with the cultivation of the Saint Realm should be Feng Yuan. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Even those from the sects that had come to watch the match looked at Luo Qingtong with astonishment in their eyes. It wasn't because of anything else. In the hidden world, Luo Qingtong was a genius powerhouse that could easily deal with a powerhouse that surpassed the Saint Realm. But, without exception, they were all direct descendants of top sects and influences. Ordinary sects and influences would never be able to raise someone like that, but for someone like Luo Qingtong, who was born in the true Spill continent where the spiritual energy was inferior to the hidden world, to have such talent and strength, just how terrifying was this, in their eyes? Feng Yuan could cultivate to a level that surpassed the Saint Realm in the true Spill continent where the spiritual energy was so barren. That meant that his talent and strength were already at the peak. But Luo Qingtong, who could easily deal with her with the strength of a Saint Realm powerhouse, was the peak of the peak. With this talent and strength, once she entered the hidden world, she would be like a dragon swimming in the vast sea. She would be able to soar into the skies for thousands of miles. As everyone's eyes were filled with surprise, on the side of the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy, the highest dean had already slapped his thigh. Aya! Haha! I knew that you could do it. Haha! You really didn't disappoint me. The highest dean laughed. The group of people from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy glanced at him, thinking, don't think that we didn't see you nervously pinching your thigh a moment ago. Now you're saying that you've already anticipated this? However, no one dared to tear down his facade. The group of people from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy looked at the arena with excitement. Haha! Highest Dean, the best thing you did was to recklessly recruit Luo Qingtong into the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. That's right. The group of people from the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy smiled as they looked at the highest dean. If it weren't for the highest dean's persistence, the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy wouldn't have had the chance to return alive, let alone return in defeat. Where did this glory come from? They all looked at the scene in the arena with smiles on their faces. As for Su Xiaoxiao, Little Overlord Yuan, and the others, they were already so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Haha! I knew boss would be fine. Little Overlord Yuan said with a smug look. Before he could finish his sentence, Sima Ju knocked his head harshly. You already knew? Hee hee. He sneered as he looked at Yuan Hu. Who was the one who said something happened to boss? Haha. Little tyrant Yuan laughed dryly and denied it decisively. Is that me? This is impossible. That's definitely not me. You must have remembered wrongly. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Where's your shame? There was nothing left. Little Overlord Yuan decisively replied with an affirmative look. Ma Chengyi, on the other hand, had a complicated look in his eyes as he looked at the fiery figure of the young lady on the stage. Luo Qingtong was really getting stronger and stronger. He originally thought that after coming out of seclusion this time, he would have the chance to protect her after fusing with the bloodline power in his body and breaking through to the Saint Realm. But he didn't expect that she would once again walk ahead of him. She reached the Saint Realm as a martial emperor. Then, she used her Saint Realm body to resist Feng Yuan's transcending Saint Realm. Luo Qingtong, how much potential and surprises do you have that haven't been fully revealed? Boom. In the arena, Luo Qingtong's figure had already arrived in front of Feng Yuan. At this moment, boom. An extremely ferocious and domineering figure, like a slithering dragon or snake, rushed from the front in an instant and lashed towards Luo Qingtong. It was a long whip as thick as a python. The segments of bone on the whip flickered with a pale and cold light under the sun. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly pieced together by segments of human bones. This long bone whip was about 9 feet long. Under the infusion and dance of Feng Yuan's strength, it instantly grew to a length of tens of meters. Like a venomous snake, it swiftly attacked Luo Qingtong. The sharp sound of wind cutting through the air was like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts and the shrill howls of 10,000 demons in people's ears. It was obvious that this was an extremely evil and powerful weapon. In the hands of Feng Yuan, her strength had been greatly enhanced. Bang! Seeing the huge bone whip rumbling towards her, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and dodged to the side. In an instant, the tip of the long bone whip heavily bombarded the arena. In an instant, the ground of the arena, which had been reinforced by special steel and was capable of withstanding the attacks of those who had surpassed the Saint Realm, was blasted into a huge pit. Luo Qingtong. Feng Yuan's expression was gloomy and fierce. Holding the long bone whip in her hand, she floated in the air like a vengeful ghost. Her face was hideous and distorted to a terrifying extent. Luo Qingtong's kick just now had directly swept off the veil and human skin mask on her face. At this moment, the hideous and terrifying wound on her face, revealing the eerie white bones, flesh, and fat, was revealed. At this moment, Feng Yuan no longer had the complacency and beauty of the Empress of Great Yong. Even the evil spirits of hell were much prettier than her. Ah! So disgusting. So the Empress of Great Yong looks like this? A burst of exclamations faintly sounded in the surroundings. Many people felt extremely disgusted when they saw Feng Yuan's extremely ferocious and terrifying face. The previous Feng Yuan looked both beautiful and strong. Now that his mask was torn off by Luo Qingtong, he turned from extremely beautiful to extremely ugly. The impact he gave people was not ordinary. Luo Qingtong. I want you dead. Feng Yuan's expression was ferocious and cold. The expression on her face twitched fiercely. Then, with a boom, that white bone-long whip that had sunk who knew how many meters deep into the floor of the arena, suddenly swept out. Like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, it swept towards Luo Qingtong, who had just landed on the ground. The terrifying and violent power contained within the whip directly shattered the floor of the arena. In an instant, pieces of the refined iron floor were sent flying by the whip's wind. Together with the huge white bone whip, they blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Boom! Even an expert who had surpassed the Saint Realm might not be able to withstand the power of this attack. Buzz! Luo Qingtong looked at the whip's wind that carried countless fragments of refined iron flying towards her. Her eyes instantly focused. Life and death yin yang sword. She raised her hand. In an instant, a long sword with alternating black and white light appeared in her hand. Heaven-conquering art, first form, seizing heaven's fortune. Boom! Following Luo Qingtong's attack. In an instant, the sword radiated a heavenly light, eternal desolation. The sword radiance that seemed to stun time blasted out from the long sword in her hand. In an instant, it flew forward like a blade or a moon. In an instant, it collided with the huge white bone whip that Feng Yuan had thrown over. But in an instant, boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions sounded. The bone whip in Feng Yuan's hand, which was like a divine weapon capable of severing lives, broke into pieces. Bang bang bang. The sky was filled with white bone powder, mixed with sharp and mournful screams. Many vengeful spirits were revealed. It was obvious that Feng Yuan had killed many people in the process of refining this whip. Among them, there were even many members of Great Yong's imperial family. Heavens! Look! At this moment, everyone in the surroundings opened their eyes wide. They looked in shock at the figures of the vengeful spirits revealed by Feng Yuan's broken bone whip. Among them, there were even the shadows of Great Yong's imperial family. Heavens, didn't this mean that everyone in Great Yong's imperial family was killed by Feng Yuan? Oh my god, everyone's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Apart from Feng Yuan, almost all the members of Great Yong's imperial family were killed. They were wondering who did it. Right, didn't Feng Yuan say that it was Luo Qingtong who did it? He even sent troops to capture everyone related to Luo Qingtong, but it turned out that these people were killed by her. Feng Yuan was simply a thief crying out to catch a thief. The people from the Empire of Qin and Great Yong jumped up and almost cursed. Fuck, this Feng Yuan is too shameless. His heart is like a poisonous scorpion. He killed his own blood-related members of Great Yong's imperial family and even framed our princess. Exactly. Qingtong has really been wronged. F***ck. Fortunately, Empress Dowager Xianxia and His Highness the Crown Prince insisted on protecting the people related to her. Otherwise, wouldn't this venomous woman have succeeded? This is absolutely disgusting. The people from the Empire of Qin and Great Chu were furious. As for the people from Great Qi, Great Yong, and the sects from the various hidden worlds, they looked at Feng Yuan with disgust and loathing. Especially the people from the sects of the hidden world. Originally, they thought highly of Feng Yuan and wanted to help her at the last moment. When he saw this scene and heard the exclamations of the surrounding people, he immediately dispelled this idea. For such a vicious woman, no matter how talented she was just like a dormant poisonous snake. No one knew when she would suddenly bite back and bite them. After all, he had even harmed his own blood relatives. Moreover, he was so vicious and merciless that he had exterminated his entire family. Even if such a person was given to them, they wouldn't dare to accept it. It was too terrifying. Everyone shook their heads. As for the people from the Great Yong sacred dynasty, their faces were indescribably ugly. The people of Great Yong's imperial family were actually slaughtered by Feng Yuan. Many people who didn't know the inside story felt a wave of disillusionment in their hearts. They looked at Feng Yuan with unbearable disgust, deserted by all, despised by all. And this wasn't what she couldn't accept the most. What she couldn't accept the most was, evil Dr. Ghost Eye. You are evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Feng Yuan's voice screamed. She looked at the girl who was floating in the air. Luo Qingtong held the black and white long sword in front of her chest. The aura around her was surging and bursting. All of these coincided with the figure of evil Dr. Gui Tong who had almost killed her in the sage monarch's tomb. Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She was Yi Jiao in the far west wilderness. Ah! Feng Yuan almost instantly screamed hysterically. She couldn't believe the facts in front of her eyes. Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye whom she hated to death but couldn't get rid of. She had always been at a disadvantage under the other party's hands, the woman she hated the most and couldn't deal with the most, the woman who stole all the glory she should have gotten and ruined all her plans. She also stole the evil Dr. Ghost Eye from the most outstanding man she liked. How could this be? Who was Luo Qingtong? She could easily play with her in the palm of her hand. If it wasn't for her disdain to deal with her, she would have played her to death in the eastern fence country. She blinded the other party's eyes with poison. With just a few words, she made the people of the imperial family of the Tianyu Empire recklessly deal with her. And she just had to watch the show from the side. It was such a lowly person in her eyes who she didn't even want to deal with. But in the end, she stepped on her head, destroyed everything she had and stole the man she couldn't even get close to. She trampled everything she had into the mud. How could this be? Feng Yuan's heart collapsed. Luo Qingtong looked at her indifferently. She held the sword in one hand and floated in the air. She didn't move at all when Feng Yuan revealed her identity. Before she took action, Luo Qingtong knew that she couldn't hide her identity. But it didn't matter. She didn't need to hide her identity anymore. To be able to give Feng Yuan a strong blow, she was very happy. Luo Qingtong knew how much Feng Yuan despised the original host and how much he hated her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Now that the two identities were combined into one, Feng Yuan would most likely collapse. She liked to see the other party looking down on her but being ruthlessly stepped on. From the inside out, she would not let him off. While Feng Yuan's heart was crumbling, everyone around the stands was also shocked by her words. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Luo Qingtong is actually that evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Oh my god. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was the same for the people from the sects in the hidden world. Who was evil Dr. Gui Tong? Blackfield was an alchemist that was highly sought after in the entire Truespill continent. Even in the hidden world, there were some people who had heard of her name. The pills that Luo Qingtong refined were brought into the hidden world. The degree of perfection of the pills refined was not something that an average person could achieve. Even a pill saint who had comprehended the laws of alchemy and had first-rate talent in alchemy might not be able to refine pills to such a degree of perfection. The existence of evil Dr. Ghost Eye had already attracted the attention of the hidden world. However, because Luo Qingtong refined low-level pills, they thought that Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were shallow, so they didn't care too much. The people of Great Chu were even more dumbfounded. Their conferred princess was actually the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Heavens, no wonder Blackfield and the evil Dr. Ghost Eye had sent such a huge gift when Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager got married. At that time, they had thought that Luo Qingtong was lucky to be able to gain the favor of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, even they had benefited from it. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Right when everyone was shocked in their hearts, Feng Yuan's wild cries suddenly stopped abruptly. Her eyes were blood-red and cold as she looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. With a swoosh, she threw away the bone whip in her hand. Her entire body retreated rapidly. Luo Qingtong. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She gritted her teeth fiercely as she looked at Luo Qingtong with an extremely vicious gaze. Good. Very good. You're all gathered together. Haha. Her voice was filled with laughter, and then she suddenly waved her hand. Come out. Saint Corpse Puppet. As Feng Yuan's voice sounded, a figure that was almost like gold and iron appeared beside Feng Yuan in an instant. That figure was tall and sturdy, and he was still wearing the attire of the great Yong imperial family. That face was wooden and greenish-black, and there was no sign of life. It was that transcendent saint from the great Yong imperial family who had died. It was unknown what method Feng Yuan used to lock his strength in his body. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, and there was no movement as he stood beside Feng Yuan. However, his formidable aura at the saint realm was extremely surging and shocking to the extreme. The surrounding air was being cut apart bit by bit. There were traces of cracks all around. The aura of this transcendent saint from Great Yong was not the slightest bit weaker than when he was alive. Instead, it was even stronger. Luo Qingtong, you didn't expect it, right? I still have such a trump card. Feng Yuan sneered and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. So what if the other party was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? When she was in the Saint King's tomb, who knew what kind of opportunity she had to have such strength to be able to resist her blood demon vines? However, this was not the Saint King's tomb. She didn't have anything to borrow. On the other hand, the Saint Realm puppet he'd refined had retained all the strength he'd possessed when he was alive. Moreover, all of them had been raised to the peak, undying and indestructible, unable to hurt or feel pain. What could Luo Qingtong use to fight with her? There was no spirit of the Sage King's tomb here for her to deal with him. Haha. Luo Qingtong, just wait to be torn to shreds by the Saint Corpse. Feng Yuan also threw caution to the wind. Originally, she was prepared to keep this saint-level puppet as a trump card and didn't intend to take it out. But now, everything was ruined by Luo Qingtong, even the matter of the great Yong royal family being killed. Everyone knew that she was the one who did it. She was already the target of public criticism, so what was there to be afraid of? Boom. As Feng Yuan's voice sounded, in an instant, the purple and green light in her eyes suddenly soared. In the next second, the saint-level puppet moved in response and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. The strength of the energy rippling out from its body almost split the sky, leaving a wide crack in the sky. The powerful aura emitted from it caused the expressions of the people below the stage to change. Not good. It's a saint-level puppet corpse. Quick. Go and save her. A group of people from the Empire of Qin and Great Chu hurriedly responded by slapping the table and flying out to save her. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed, and she dodged the attack of the Saint Realm puppet. The blood-red light in her eyes flickered, and the scene inside and outside the Saint Realm puppet was completely revealed to her. She saw that there was a soul sealed inside the Saint Realm puppet. It was the appearance of that Saint Realm transcendent from the Great Yong Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. He was screaming in pain, and streaks of purple light bound around him, controlling him to attack Luo Qingtong. It turned out that this saint realm transcendent from the Great Yong sacred dynasty had been refined into a puppet by Feng Yuan while he was still alive. This method of refining living people into corpses was powerful, but it was extremely evil and sinister. Those who were refined into living corpses would never be able to reincarnate. Not only that, but they would also have to endure the inhumane pain of being refined into a living corpse at all times. The corpse refined in this way would be full of resentment, and its strength would be preserved completely. In the future, it might even be able to break through and continue to grow. Presumably, Feng Yuan also had the same idea, which was why he refined this saint realm transcendent from the Great Yong sacred dynasty's imperial family into a living corpse. However, this method of refining living people into corpses had the greatest drawback. That was, the living corpse absolutely could not escape the control of the person who refined it. Otherwise, it would immediately backfire, because it was refined to death. Living corpses would retain a strong resentment and killing intent towards the person who refined it to death. Once it was out of control, no matter what happened, it would immediately backfire on its master, and it would not rest until it was dead. It could be said that this was a double-edged sword. Obviously, Feng Yuan also knew this. Therefore, she was using eye techniques to control it. He didn't use any ordinary puppetry techniques. Luo Qingtong's eyes flitted past the purple light binding the Saint Realm Transcendent's soul, and her lips suddenly curled up. If it was anyone else, Feng Yuan's arrangement could be said to be foolproof. But she just had to meet me. Break! Luo Qingtong retracted the annihilation light that was about to blast out and shouted. In an instant, the blood-red light in her eyes soared and covered her entire eyeball. She activated the eye technique in her eyes. At the same time, pop pop pop. A soft sound that ordinary people could not hear rang out. In an instant, the purplish-green light entangling the soul of that transcendent saint of Great Yong's imperial family broke apart. Their light dimmed. The soul of the transcendent saint let out a roar and broke free from their restraints. In an instant, the saint-level puppet that was pouncing towards Luo Qingtong stopped in its tracks. He abruptly turned around and looked at Feng Yuan, who was not far behind him. Then, he let out a shrill cry that was even sharper than before and pounced towards her. At this time, Feng Yuan was looking at Luo Qingtong's direction with cold eyes. His eyes flashed with complacent and cold-killing intent. Luo Qingtong was definitely doomed this time. However, she'd just thought of this when she saw the Saint Realm puppet suddenly turn around and pounce towards her. What? Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. She retreated rapidly. At the same time, the purplish-green light in her eyes flashed rapidly, trying to control the saint-level puppet. How is this possible? Feng Yuan's heart was violently shaken. Her ocular technique had failed. How was this possible? How could her ocular technique have failed? Ever since Feng Yuan sacrificed the members of the Great Yong imperial family, her ocular technique had been completely stabilized. If not for this, she would not have been able to cooperate with Qing Yan to kill that transcendent saint of the Great Yong imperial family and refine him into a living corpse. Under such circumstances, how could her ocular technique have failed? This was absolutely impossible. What on earth had Luo Qingtong done? Feng Yuan looked at Luo Qingtong in horror. With one look, her pupils instantly shrank. Blood-red eyes? She looked at Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes in shock. The whites of the girl's eyes and eyeballs were almost suffused with the color of blood. These were definitely not ordinary eyes, nor were they the after-effects of Luo Qingtong's recovery as she had previously thought. She also had different colored pupils? After her pair of clear eyes were destroyed by her, her eyes had recovered, and they were actually different colored pupils? And it seemed that they were even stronger than the previous pair of different colored pupils, as well as her own? Feng Yuan's heart felt as if it had been struck hard. At this moment, her heart was filled with anger, regret, resentment, and all sorts of emotions. At this moment, the saint's corpse had already rushed in front of her. Ah! Feng Yuan screamed shrilly. The saint-level puppet pounced on her and bit her crazily. Being refined to death, and being of the same bloodline, the more pain this saint's corpse suffered while being refined by Feng Yuan, the more resentment it had towards her. It tore at Feng Yuan's body in a frenzy. In an instant, large chunks of flesh were torn off the latter's body, exposing her flesh and bones. Feng Yuan screamed miserably. She wanted to resist, but how powerful was the saint's corpse? It had already been a saint when it was alive, and after being refined by Feng Yuan, its strength had increased to the level of a saint master. How ruthless Feng Yuan's refinement had been back then was how miserable she was now. Ah! She struggled desperately and screamed. The group of people from the Great Chu and the Empire of Qin who had rushed over to rescue Luo Qingtong stopped the moment the saint's corpse turned around and pounced on Feng Yuan. At this moment, he was even more shocked as he watched Feng Yuan being bitten crazily. What was going on? The living corpse refined by Feng Yuan actually suffered a backlash? Haha. She deserves it. The Grand Supreme Dean laughed loudly, then spat fiercely in Feng Yuan's direction. Vicious thoughts and evil intentions. To be able to refine such a corpse using the technique of refining a living person's corpse, and using her own blood to refine it, Feng Yuan, your conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Everyone naturally recognized the saint from Great Yong. Seeing her biting Feng Yuan's body in a frenzy, as if she wanted to tear Feng Yuan apart and eat him alive, how could they not know that it was Feng Yuan who had caused her to become like this? Otherwise, she wouldn't have pounced on her immediately after losing control. A woman like her could not even be described with the word venomous. She was clearly a demon among humans. Thinking this, everyone looked at Feng Yuan with even more disdain. At this moment, the wisp of green smoke in Feng Yuan's body sensed her danger and woke up. It instantly became angry and anxious. It did not have time to ask Feng Yuan what was going on. It raised its hand and blasted an attack at the saint puppet. Boom! The saint puppet was blasted back and instantly released its suppression of Feng Yuan. At this time, the Feng kite had already been gnawed into a mess by that saint puppet, and it was practically unrecognizable. The green smoke hurriedly got up and was about to escape. However, Luo Qingtong had been observing Feng Yuan with her blood-red eyes. Previously in the Saint King's tomb, she had noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Feng Yuan's body. She had been in danger several times and suddenly erupted with an extremely strange power that did not belong to her. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. When Feng Yuan was knocked down, she did not close her blood-red eyes. Instead, she activated her pupil technique to the extreme. When the green smoke awakened and took control of Feng Yuan's body, she also discovered her traces. In an instant, the corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. Saw her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Looking at the faintly discernible green smoke in Feng Yuan's body, Luo Qingtong's expression was leisurely. The light in her blood-red eyes was unusually cold. How could she make the same mistake twice? Last time in the Saint King's tomb, Feng Yuan was lucky that the tomb collapsed and she escaped. This time, it would not be so easy. She would not let go of the green smoke in her body. Boom! As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, her right hand suddenly blasted out an attack that had been brewing for a long time. Annihilation. Luo Qingtong had already grasped the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree in her left hand, but it was hidden by her sleeve and was not visible. The attack in her right hand had been accumulating power for a long time, and now she blasted out with her sword. In an instant, the sword light that seemed to be able to annihilate everything spun like the Milky Way and blasted towards Feng Yuan in front of her like a waterfall. The latter's figure was about to disappear into the air under the control of the green smoke. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's attack arrived. Boom! 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 Luo Qingtong's improved annihilation instantly shattered the spatial fluctuations around Feng Yuan's body and pulled her body back. Not only that, it constantly eliminated the power around her so that she could no longer escape. At the same time, the power of the annihilation soared light. Annihilation. A miserable and sharp voice rang out. Feng Yuan's body was forcefully struck by the sword. In an instant, half of her body seemed to have melted into the air. The green smoke also let out an unusually shrill sound under Luo Qingtong's attack. But all of this could not compare to the shock and fear that appeared in his eyes the moment he saw Luo Qingtong's blood pupil. The sovereign blood pupil? It's actually the sovereign blood pupil? That person is back? He was shocked and frightened to the extreme. He almost could not believe his eyes. At this moment, boom, there was a sudden explosion outside the door of the venue. Then, an incomparably vigorous and angry voice suddenly shouted in a stern voice. Bang! As this voice rang out, in an instant, an incomparably violent shockwave spread all the way from the entrance of the venue, rushing into the venue in an instant. Luo Qingtong's attack was shaken by the sound wave and was deflected to one side. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She was about to follow up with another attack when Feng Luan's half-melted body suddenly disappeared in front of her. Luo Qingtong's face instantly turned cold. She turned her head with an icy gaze and looked at the figure who walked in from the entrance. To be precise, it was a group of figures. Luo Qingtong looked at the group of people behind that person. Those people were all injured and were supporting each other as they followed behind the person who strode into the venue. When they saw Luo Qingtong, they quickly pointed at her and said, "Martial Uncle Zhang, it's her. She injured us." "Yes. It's her. Senior Sister Yan is still unconscious," the group of people said. These people were none other than the people from the Breeze Pavilion. They had been instructed by Song Yan to stop Luo Qingtong and prevent her from entering the venue. However, they had been beaten up in the end. Now, they were here for revenge. So what if it's me? Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the group of people who had just interrupted her plan to kill Feng Luan. Although the latter was on his last breath, Luo Qingtong could not be at ease until she saw him die in front of her. Thinking of how old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Yin she had almost been killed by Feng Luan's conspiracy, Luo Qingtong felt stifled in her heart. She said coldly, "It's said that a good dog doesn't block the way. Don't you know how to be a dog? How dare you come in front of me and shout? Impudent." Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Uncle Master Zhang's face was instantly filled with rage. The other party had injured the people of the Breeze Pavilion. It was fine if she did not immediately kneel and kowtow to apologize and beg for forgiveness. But she still dared to insult the people of the Breeze Pavilion, who gave her the guts. She really did not know what was good for her. What an arrogant girl. You injured the people of the Breeze Pavilion. You don't repent and still dare to talk nonsense. I'll teach you a lesson today. I'll seek justice for the disciples of the Breeze Pavilion. Kneel down. As he spoke, he directly released his aura and pressed it toward Luo Qingtong. Holy General. Seeing the aura released by the other party, the people from Great Chu and Great Qin who had rushed to Luo Qingtong's side were all shocked. This was especially true for the Grand Supreme Dean and the others. Their expressions were even uglier. The other party's aura was thick and solid. He was clearly a top-notch Saint General and was not far from entering the Saint Lord realm. Why did such an expert come to the Breeze Pavilion? Normally, in the four academies' distinguished meeting, wouldn't the sects of the hidden worlds only send a single sacred expert, and that was already the limit? Most of the time, they would send a Saint Realm expert to deal with them. Why did a holy general appear here? In an instant, the Grand Supreme Dean's forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing that Martial Uncle Zhang's aura was about to press down on Luo Qingtong, he gritted his teeth and was about to speak. At this moment, a cold voice was heard coming from outside the door. Kneel? You think you're worthy of making her kneel? Swoosh. It was only a step away, but in a flash, the other party had already appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. Bang! Martial Uncle Zhang's suppressive aura towards Luo Qingtong was bounced back. In an instant, he took 2 steps back. You. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him with a shocked and angry expression. As for the Supreme Dean and the others, they immediately cried out in surprise. Ming Zun. They looked at the figure that appeared beside Luo Qingtong in surprise. If they didn't see wrongly, Ming Zun had just repelled the Saint General of the Breeze Pavilion. Everyone was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were shocked that Yi Qianming was so strong. He was much stronger than they had imagined. They were surprised that the other party was so strong. Luo Qingtong should be fine. Everyone was very happy. The people who rushed over to Luo Qingtong's side were all from the Empire of Qin and the Great Chu. They naturally didn't want anything to happen to Luo Qingtong. Especially the Grand Principal. When he saw Yi Qianming appear, he immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With Yi Qianming here, there was no need for him to stand up. Hearing their voices, Martial Uncle Zhang's expression suddenly froze. You are Ming Zun from the Black Field? He was surprised and bewildered. The other party was actually someone from the secular world and not from the hidden world. Was there such a strong person in the secular world? He was in disbelief. The moment Xianxia's voice sounded, Luo Qingtong dispersed the power in her hand and the eye technique that was about to control the saint-level puppet to rush over. Her eyes flashed slightly as she looked at the man in front of her. She didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably guilty. Although she didn't know what bad thing she had done to this man. Xianxia snorted softly and ignored Luo Qingtong. This woman still knew how to feel guilty. He left for a while, and when he came back, she ran away without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Yuan came to the holy capital of Great Qi to participate in the Four Academies conference and that Luo Qingtong would never let him go, he didn't know where to go to catch her. He would remember this debt and settle it with her bit by bit later. Xianxia's eyes swept past Luo Qingtong and finally landed coldly on Martial Uncle Zhang of the Breeze Pavilion. You want her to kneel? His voice was cold. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't bear to see her suffer any grievances. Xianxia's eyes was cold. As for Martial Uncle Zhang, the moment he saw the light in Xianxia's eyes, he was shocked. The man's eyes were icy cold. With just one look, he felt like he was about to be frozen. Perhaps Xianxia's strength was above his. As this Martial Uncle Zhang pondered, he immediately softened his tone. He looked at Xianxian and said, "She injured the people of our Breeze Pavilion and even spoke rudely to us. I just want to seek justice for the people of our Breeze Pavilion. Ming Zun, if you must protect her, that's fine too. Let her apologize to us, and I'll drop this matter immediately." As he spoke, the disciples of the Breeze Pavilion behind him immediately stood up with their heads held high and chests puffed out. That's right. She injured us, so she must apologize. They actually wanted Luo Qingtong to kneel down and kowtow to them as an apology. However, they had also seen how Xianxia had forced Uncle Master Zhang to retreat. Naturally, they could only accept this outcome. Even so, they were not prepared to let Luo Qingtong off so easily. After the other party had apologized, they would ruthlessly extort a sum of money from the other party. Wasn't this Luo Qingtong the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? The group of people had already figured out Luo Qingtong's identity from the discussions around them. Instantly, they became excited. After Luo Qingtong had apologized, they would make the other party take out a large sum of elixirs as an apology. In addition to treating their injuries, they would also need the other party's large sum of elixirs to increase their own strength. At that time, the other party would be so heartbroken that they would be unable to speak of their suffering. She had dared to attack them previously. It would be strange if they did not ruthlessly peel off a layer of her skin. The group of people were extremely pleased with themselves as they thought of this. They looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Apologize, Luo Qingtong." "Apologize?" Luo Qingtong looked at them with a light smile. There was no trace of a smile in her eyes. "Are you going to apologize to me?" "Sure." She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at them with a cold smile on her lips. "I'll wait." "You." The group of people from the Breeze Pavilion glared at her. Uncle Master Zhang's expression was also extremely angry and cold. "You're impudent," he said coldly to Xianxia. "Ming Zun, you've seen it too. She doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. It's not that I don't want to give you face. She injured our people from the Breeze Pavilion. This matter will not be settled just like this. Either she apologizes to us, or we fight back. There's no third option. I think that you, the dignified Ming Zun, won't protect her to the point where you can't differentiate right from wrong and be shameless and unreasonable?" Before he could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong's cold voice rang out. "Shameless and unreasonable? Are you talking about yourselves?" Luo Qingtong sneered, her eyes sweeping over Martial Uncle Zhang and the group of people from the Breeze Pavilion behind him. "Why did I hit you? Do you dare to tell me? The one who provokes first is despicable. You guys attacked me first and were beaten back by me. You still have the nerve to call me a thief? Where is your Breeze Pavilion's face? Did a dog eat it?" Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She was originally filled with anger because the people from the Cool Breeze Pavilion had interrupted her attempt to kill Feng Yuan. If Feng Yuan didn't die and caused any more trouble, she would definitely hold the Cool Breeze Pavilion responsible for this, not to mention that the other party was still relentlessly trying to deal with her. You want me to apologize? Good, she was going to properly compensate them. You. Nonsense. The people of the Breeze Pavilion felt guilty. They had tried to stop Luo Qingtong and were beaten up by her. They even caused Song Yan to be unconscious until now. They would never dare to tell the truth. What they said to Martial Uncle Zhang was also true. Luo Qingtong had previously been bullied by Song Yan and had always harbored a grudge. When she saw them, she immediately attacked them and beat them into this state. When they heard Luo Qingtong's words, they instantly felt guilty. However, they quickly calmed down. At that time, there was no one outside the venue. Other than a few passers-by, no one had seen them stop Luo Qingtong. So what if she told the truth? The crowd thought so and soon raised their heads proudly. They sneered at Luo Qingtong and said, "Luo Qingtong, don't think that you can reverse right and wrong with your words. You were the one who hit us first. Don't talk nonsense here." Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at them with a smile and suddenly raised her hand. Swoosh! A ray of light suddenly shot out from her finger and swept toward the disciple of the Breeze Pavilion who was shouting the loudest. You! Seeing Luo Qingtong's action, the disciples of the Breeze Pavilion didn't react at all. However, Martial Uncle Zhang's face was full of shock and anger. He raised his hand and was about to knock away the ray of light released by Luo Qingtong. However, just as he moved, Xianxia's aura suddenly shook and shattered his attack with a bang. At the same time, the ray of light swept into the mouth of that disciple of the Breeze Pavilion. Oh! That disciple of the Breeze Pavilion didn't react to what had happened and inexplicably swallowed something in his mouth. He was caught off guard and swallowed it. His heart was instantly filled with panic. You! What did you make me eat? Martial Uncle Zhang was also very shocked and angry. He almost immediately attacked Luo Qingtong. However, Xianxia's aura suddenly soared and enveloped Luo Qingtong. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to contain incomparable coldness coldly looked in his direction. The two of them were ready to attack. Luo Qingtong pulled Xianxia and laughed softly. Don't worry, I didn't make them eat anything. I just made them eat something that made them speak the truth. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw a pill to Martial Uncle Zhang. Truth pill. People who eat this pill can only speak the truth while the pill is in effect. You can check if there are any problems with this pill. Why should I believe your words? Martial Uncle Zhang's face was cold. He raised his hand and took the pill that Luo Qingtong threw to him. However, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Damn it, this girl can't be telling the truth, right? Could it be that these little bastards really lied to him? Martial Uncle Zhang's face was fierce. He fiercely turned around and glared at those disciples of the Breeze Pavilion, telling them to keep their mouths shut. He didn't care whether this matter was true or who started it first. But the Breeze Pavilion couldn't be in the wrong, he couldn't afford to lose face. As for this truth pill, he could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person in the hidden world, but he had never heard of such a medicinal pill. It seemed that the other party was just deceiving them. As long as these little bastards kept their mouths shut, the other party, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At that time, this stinky girl would have to suffer the consequences of her own actions. With that thought in mind, Martial Uncle Zhang retracted his aura. Alright, I'll believe you this time. As he spoke, he walked in front of that disciple of the Breeze Pavilion. The latter was desperately clawing at his throat, trying to spit out the truth pill. However, it was useless. That pill melted in his mouth. That disciple of the Breeze Pavilion was flustered. At this moment, Martial Uncle Zhang's voice rang out. Speak, who among you made the first move? He looked coldly at that disciple of the Breeze Pavilion. The warning in his eyes was very obvious. Although the latter was extremely flustered, he still pointed at Luo Qingtong and said, "It's her." Good. Martial Uncle Zhang sneered. He was very pleased with himself. Sure enough, the other party was just bluffing. Did you hear that? Luo Qingtong. He said it was you. What else do you have to say? He sneered at Luo Qingtong. The truth pill was provided by the other party, and she was the one who fed it into the mouth of the disciple. Now that the other party had said that she was the one who did it, let's see what other excuses she could have. the Breeze Pavilion's disciple was also pleasantly surprised. He was very nervous just now, afraid that the truth pill was real. If that was the case, he would be in trouble. He didn't expect that Luo Qingtong was bluffing. What truth pill? It could only tell the truth. What a joke. The Breeze Pavilion disciple was very pleased with himself. He was about to raise his head to look at Luo Qingtong. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't control his body. Slap. Just as he was about to raise his head, he suddenly raised his right hand high and slapped himself with all his strength. Ah! That disciple of the Breeze Pavilion let out a blood-curdling scream. One must know that his full strength was no less than a full-strength blow from him. In any case, he was an expert who had surpassed the Saint realm. With this slap, his entire face was tilted to one side, and half of his face was swollen. Not only that, when he opened his mouth, several teeth flew out in an instant. What made him break down even more was that the words he used when he screamed were changed. Ah! I may be *tch. I'm despicable. I'm shameless. I'm lying. As he screamed, he slapped his own mouth fiercely and shouted these words uncontrollably. In an instant, he burst into tears and almost fainted. It wasn't that he was weak, but that he used all his strength in every slap. He was about to be beaten to death. Okay, every time he opened his mouth, he would spit out several teeth. It was only a few slaps, but his teeth were almost knocked out. No one had expected his sudden change in attitude. In an instant, Martial Uncle Zhang's face darkened. What did you do to him? He glared at Luo Qingtong. The latter had a leisurely look on her face, as if she already knew that this would happen. I told you, the truth pill. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. You can only tell the truth. If you lie, you'll be severely punished. That's right, Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile and said, if he continues to refuse to tell the truth, he will be beaten to death. Before she could finish her sentence, the disciple of the Breeze Pavilion immediately cried out loudly. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. We started it. We started it. Stop. Stop it. That voice was exceptionally mournful and sharp. Strangely enough, after he said those words, he stopped slapping himself again and again. Martial Uncle Zhang's face was unsightly. I don't believe it. You must have used some sorcery. He shouted sternly at Luo Qingtong. What truth pill? It's just a smokescreen. Who knows what she did to my disciple in secret? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, you don't believe me? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Sure. As she spoke, she pointed at the Breeze Pavilion disciple and said, you can ask him any question and see how he responds. Before she could finish speaking, the Breeze Pavilion disciple wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. I can't. Martial Uncle, I really can't take it anymore. As he spoke, he fainted. Seeing this, Martial Uncle Zhang's face instantly turned ashen. Trash. He viciously kicked the Breeze Pavilion disciple away and was about to call another Breeze Pavilion disciple over. Then, he felt that it was not safe. Who knew what the other party had done? That disciple had already been tricked, which meant that the other disciples could be tricked as well. As he thought of this, he immediately raised his hand and put the truth pill into his mouth. He did not believe that the other party could still do anything to him. Seeing his actions, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly flashed, and then she laughed. Some people just liked to think that they were smart. She liked such people who thought that they were smart. She crossed her arms and looked at Martial Uncle Zhang. The latter had already called out another disciple of the Breeze Pavilion and had him ask him a question. The kind that only we know when you ask. He said coldly. That disciple quickly nodded and then asked, Martial Uncle, what is my name? This was indeed a question that only they knew. Martial Uncle Zhang nodded with a satisfied expression. Then, he purposely gave the wrong answer and said, Chen Tong. As soon as he finished speaking, he calmed himself down and waited for the abnormal movements in his body. No matter what the other party wanted to do to him, he would fiercely suppress it and then teach the other party a lesson. At that time, he would see what the other party had to say. As he thought of this, he suddenly looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong with a cold expression. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was out of control. It's coming, Martial Uncle Zhang thought of this and immediately tried to suppress this strange movement in his body. However, this strange movement seemed to be a part of his body. No matter how much willpower he exerted, he could not suppress this power. It was as if he was shouting, "Fight!" He wanted to beat the liar to death. Just like the disciple from the Breeze Pavilion, this Uncle Master Zhang raised his right hand and slapped himself hard. Before he could react, another slap landed on his face. In the blink of an eye, Martial Uncle Zhang's face was slapped to the left, then to the right. His entire face had been slapped out of shape. Because it was his own power, his body's defense was useless. The power of a peak Saint General instantly whipped him until he was hovering between life and death. As soon as he opened his mouth, he let out a blood-curdling scream. "I'm trash, I'm lowly, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have lied." He howled as he slapped himself in the face. Every slap was ruthless, and he couldn't control himself at all. At this moment, this Uncle Master Zhang finally understood why the Breeze Pavilion disciple fainted when he heard that he was going to be asked another question. This feeling was really worse than death, that truth pill was actually real. Chanpeng. It's Chanpeng. He tried his best to control himself, but to no avail. Instead, the more he slapped himself, the more vicious he became. This Martial Uncle Zhang couldn't take it anymore. He called out the disciple's name loudly and finally stopped before he knocked himself out. At this moment, his face was completely swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were all over the floor. Other than the one who had completely fainted, the other disciples of the Breeze Pavilion all looked at him in shock. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. "How is it? Is the truth out now? Was it your Breeze Pavilion who made the first move, or was it me who made the first move? Senior, you have to think carefully before you answer." Luo Qingtong's face was full of smiles. She was clearly as beautiful as a flower, but in the eyes of Martial Uncle Zhang, she was as scary as a ghost. He fiercely twitched his cheek. Every time he twitched, he felt an unforgettable pain, reminding him that everything just now was not a dream. He had almost slapped himself to death. "It's you." He gritted his teeth and wanted to make a final struggle. But before he could finish speaking, he felt his body becoming restless. His face instantly turned pale, and he no longer had any thoughts of bluffing his way out. "It's us. It's our Breeze Pavilion," he hurriedly said. Only after he said this did he feel the restlessness in his body disappear. He put down his hand that was about to raise again, and his expression instantly turned ugly. This Breeze Pavilion Saint General expert had never been so humiliated before. He fiercely glared at the trembling Breeze Pavilion disciples who didn't even dare to look at him. He stood up, panting heavily. "Let's go." He shook off the Breeze Pavilion disciples who came to help him and turned to leave. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice slowly sounded from behind him. "Senior, you're leaving just like that? I'm afraid that's not good." Luo Qingtong walked in front of him with her arms crossed. She smiled faintly and said, "Just now, your Breeze Pavilion people said that I hit you, so I have to apologize, right? Now that you've clearly wronged me, why are you leaving just like that?" Luo Qingtong sneered as she looked at these people from the Breeze Pavilion. These people probably didn't know what it meant by "it's easier to invite the devil and then to send it away." Why was it so easy for them to find trouble with him? "You want to leave? Sure, apologize and make amends before leaving." She would never stop him. Luo Qingtong generally didn't find trouble with others, but whoever found trouble with her had to be prepared to be skinned alive. She didn't know what it meant to be forgiving whenever possible. She only knew that if Xianxia hadn't arrived, who knew what these people from the Breeze Pavilion would have done? Since that was the case, why would she let them go? Wasn't it just taking advantage of power to bully others? She knew how to do it too. Those who bullied her would be returned 100-fold. "You don't go too far." Being stopped by Luo Qingtong, Martial Uncle Zhang instantly trembled with anger. This woman was simply outrageous. He and the disciples from the Breeze Pavilion had already become like this, and she actually wanted them to apologize. However, he had completely forgotten that they only had themselves to blame. This Martial Uncle Zhang coldly glared at Luo Qingtong, his heart filled with resentment. Before he came to find trouble with Luo Qingtong, he never thought that he would kick an iron plate. In his opinion, the other party was only a small student of the Holy Institute. Even if he later found out that the other party was evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he still didn't put him in his eyes. He was only slightly famous. It wasn't as if their hidden world didn't have alchemists. However, the appearance of Xianxia was completely beyond his expectations. He never thought that in this secular world, there would be such a powerhouse. With the other party's strength, he should have been able to enter the hidden world. How could he stay in this secular world, unknown to the public? If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been put in such a difficult situation. He also wouldn't have allowed this girl called Luo Qingtong to be so arrogant in front of him. This martial Uncle Zhang suppressed the anger in his heart again and again. He coldly looked at Xianxia and said, "Dark Revered, do you really want to connive with her to deal with our Breeze Pavilion? I'm afraid you don't know, but our Breeze Pavilion is a sixth-class sect in the hidden world. There's a saying, leave a way out for everything, and we'll meet again in the future. Dark Revered, I think that your black field doesn't want to provoke any serious trouble because of this, right?" His eyes were arrogant, and his words contained a hidden threat. Obviously, he was prepared to use the power of the Breeze Pavilion to suppress Xianxia. Hearing this, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others who had followed behind Xianxia felt their lips twitch. This other party was threatening their master, Breeze Pavilion, a sixth-class sect. They were really fierce. However, their master didn't even place the entire hidden world in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he found it troublesome and didn't want to be seen through by the people of the hidden world Star Dream Branch Hall and cause unnecessary trouble for himself, then master wouldn't have stayed in the secular world of True Spill Continent. Now, this was the reason for the other party to threaten their master. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. When Martial Uncle Zhang saw this, he thought that Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were stunned by his words. He immediately snorted proudly and waved his sleeves at the people of the Breeze Pavilion. "Let's go. Let's see who dares." Before the word block could leave his mouth, he instantly fell to his knees with a bang. His legs sank deeply into the ground. Because he had used too much strength, the bones in his legs were broken. In an instant, Martial Uncle Zhang let out a miserable shriek. Xianxia's cold voice rang out along with his voice. "Make them crawl out on their knees. You guys stay here and guard them." His words were naturally directed at Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others. The latter and the others hurriedly responded. Xianxia's eyes swept over the shocked and incredulous people of the Breeze Pavilion. He raised his hand and pulled Luo Qingtong into his arms. Then, with a flash, he disappeared with the young girl. He had allowed the other party to dawdle with Luo Qingtong for so long because he didn't want this woman to hold back too much anger and grievances. Now that the matter had been resolved, it was time for him to settle the accounts between them. Bang! Luo Qingtong and Xianxia's figures appeared in a room. Luo Qingtong was thrown onto the large bed in the room by Xianxia. Then, the man's slender figure pressed down on her. "Boy toy, huh?" Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qingtong was trapped between his chest and the bed. She was instantly shocked by his words. Oh my God, what did she do to this man when she lost control of her mind, boy toy? Oh my God, what's going on? Cough, cough, cough. Lord Qianming, there must be a misunderstanding. Listen to me. She hurriedly pressed against Xianxia's chest, but her voice was full of guilt. It was because she did have such an idea in the past. She wanted to keep Xianxia by her side to make love with him. But later, she found that this man was too strong. She couldn't afford to offend him, but she could hide from him. So she gave up the idea. Could it be that after she lost control of her consciousness, she accidentally revealed this idea? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She really couldn't imagine what she did to Xianxia at that time. She stole a glance at Xianxia's expression. The man looked at her coldly. No need to explain, I know you weren't conscious at that time. When he said this, Luo Qingtong instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew? That's good, that's good. However, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Xianxia continue, but even if you weren't conscious, it means that you did have such an idea. Pfft. Luo Qingtong almost choked on her own saliva. How could this man be like this? How could he speak like this? She hurriedly said, I swear, I really don't have it now. So, Yi Qianming narrowed his sharp eyes and looked at her. You really did have it before? Cough, cough, cough. Luo Qingtong choked and coughed even harder. Oh my god, this man was getting harder and harder to fool. He had learned to pick the words. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Seeing that Yi Qianxian was about to open his mouth to say something, she quickly raised her hand and hooked it around the man's neck. No, no, I can't let this man continue to ask. Otherwise, she didn't know how many secrets would be dug out. Luo Qingtong thought as she hooked her arms around Yi Qianming's neck and kissed him. Okay, I have feelings for you, okay? I've been plotting against you for a long time. As she spoke, her voice disappeared between her lips and Yi Qianming's. This man was evolving too quickly. She used to be the one who had him under her thumb, but now it was the other way around. He was also mentally exhausted, however, although Luo Qingtong thought so, her lips curled up slightly. The pair of eyes that were looking at the man were also sparkling. There was a faint smile in them, which was indescribably seductive. Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened the moment Luo Qingtong kissed him. He knew that this woman was cunning. She must have said that on purpose for him to hear. But he couldn't resist being bewitched. When he heard the girl say that she had been plotting against him for a long time, Yi Qianxian's lips slightly curled. Then he clasped the back of Luo Qingtong's head and kissed her deeply. This woman, I really want to swallow her into my stomach just like that. Feeling the man's aggressive plunder, Luo Qingtong chuckled and almost instantly returned the attack. She was never a woman who would be dominated by others. Even if this person was Yi Qianxian, she wouldn't allow it. Even if this was just a kiss, she wouldn't allow it. Feeling Luo Qingtong's strong response, Yi Qianxian's eyes darkened. Lord, evil doctor, news came from the Chu dynasty. Something happened in the holy capital. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian's eyes instantly changed. Especially Luo Qingtong, she almost instantly left Yi Qianxian and appeared outside the door of the room in a flash. She opened the door and looked at Beiqing and Fengyu outside, asking, "What's going on?" Her eyes were slightly bright and filled with tears. Her lips were slightly swollen. It was obvious at a glance that something had happened inside. Beiqing and Fengyu didn't dare to look at her. They quickly knelt down and reported, "We're not too sure. This news just came from the Chu dynasty's holy capital. After we got it, we immediately came to report. But evil doctor, you don't have to worry too much. Master has arranged experts around Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia. The two of them shouldn't be in danger." Luo Qingtong nodded, then looked at Yi Qianxian behind her and said, "Qianming, I have to go back." This time, she remembered to tell Yi Qianxian. Otherwise, if she ran away, this man would explode again. "I'll go back with you." Yi Qianming didn't say anything more. He directly raised his hand and called out the sky-raising flying boat. He took Luo Qingtong and rushed up. The group rushed to the Chu dynasty's holy capital. Swish, Luo Qingtong and the others appeared in the sky above the Chu dynasty's holy capital. At this time, the Chu dynasty's holy capital was already on guard. Luo Qingtong saw Empress Dowager Xianxia and Old Master Luo standing on the city wall with a group of Chu's officials and immediately rushed over. "Grandfather, grandmother." Luo Qingtong's figure appeared. Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia were pleasantly surprised. "Qingtong." They pulled Luo Qingtong over and carefully looked at her. After confirming that she was indeed fine, they let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that their granddaughter had won the 4 Academies event. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Old Master Luo let out a long laugh, his heart filled with indescribable joy. With a granddaughter like this, his life was worth it. "Grandpa." Luo Qingtong looked at Grandfather Luo's legs. Although the latter could now walk again, the bones inside were very fragile. After all, they were newly grown bones. No matter how strong they would not be as strong as those that had been tempered by cultivation before. As far as Old Master Luo was concerned, his legs were crippled. At most, it wouldn't hinder their movement. It would be impossible for them to fight. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Feng Luan, you better be dead, otherwise, in the future, I will definitely let you know what kind of price you have to pay to touch the people around me." Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. As for grandfather Luo's legs, she would definitely find a way to heal them. Grandpa, Grandma, what happened in the holy capital of the Chu dynasty? Luo Qingtong didn't forget her original intention of rushing back. She glanced around and didn't find anything amiss. There were no traces of battle in the holy capital of the Chu dynasty. What was going on? Didn't they say that something had happened in the holy capital? Luo Qingtong looked at grandfather Luo with a puzzled expression. The latter was about to speak when a courtier of the Chu dynasty suddenly stepped forward and said, Empress Dowager, it's time. Time? What time? Luo Qingtong was about to ask when she suddenly smelled a fishy smell. At this time, huge wooden barrels were moved to the city wall. Luo Qingtong looked inside and found that it was full of large pieces of meat. Grandpa, what are you doing? The meat seemed to be freshly slaughtered, and it was still dripping with blood. Luo Qingtong didn't know what old Master Luo wanted to do. Sigh, I can't explain it to you in a short time. You'll know when you keep watching. Old Master Luo waved his hand as he spoke. He didn't know how to explain it to Luo Qingtong, so he simply let her watch on her own. It was about time anyway. He waved his hand as he spoke. In an instant, the huge wooden barrels were lifted up by the soldiers and dumped outside the city walls. Because of the protection of the defensive barrier, the pieces of meat in the barrels all slid out along the light of the barrier. Just as Luo Qingtong was getting more and more confused, Yi Qianxian, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others seemed to have sensed something. They looked at the mountains and forests surrounding the holy capital of the Chu dynasty. Boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering noises rang out. These sounds came from the deep mountains and forests near the holy capital of the Chu dynasty. Then, a large group of demon beasts ran out from the mountains and forests surrounding the holy capital of the Chu dynasty. Roar! The demon beasts ran out one by one, racing to the pieces of meat dumped by the people of the holy capital of the Chu dynasty. They ate big chunks. Luo Qingtong looked at this scene and blinked. What was going on? Were grandfather and the others raising a group of demon beasts? When did the relationship between demon beasts and humans become so harmonious? But the strength of these demon beasts, it was a little strange. Luo Qingtong looked at these demon beasts that were obviously very strong. If she remembered correctly, a demonic beast like this could occupy a mountain in the Holy Dynasty's mountain range and become the king of a mountain, and there wouldn't be too many of them. Why were there so many of them here? Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at these demon beasts. At this moment, she heard old Master Luo's voice ring out again. Bring it up again. This time, buckets of meat soaked in spiritual herbs were brought up. The spiritual energy and medicinal efficacy contained in these pieces of meat were astonishing. Luo Qingtong looked at the pieces of meat being poured down. Suddenly, she had an idea. Could it be what she thought? Just as she was thinking, wave after wave of resounding voices suddenly came from the dense forest of the holy capital of Chu. These sounds were either clear or dull, sharp or rough. However, without exception, all of them contained the power to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Saint Beast? Luo Qingtong watched as a green flood dragon leaped out and grabbed the largest piece of meat. Soon after, another blue luan flew out with a sharp cry, holding another piece of meat in its mouth. Its pair of wings flashed with a green metallic luster, beautiful and moving as it flapped in the air. Against the sunlight, it was unusually beautiful. Behind them, there was a group of saint beasts, each of which had a piece of spiritual meat in their mouths. Luo Qingtong looked at the large group of saint beasts that had appeared, then looked at the demon beasts that had appeared before. She immediately raised her hand and pressed her forehead, the corners of her mouth twitching. She finally knew why old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxia had urgently sent a message to call her back. Oh my, weren't these demon beasts the ones she had brought back from the border of the far west wilderness? Although there were fewer demon beasts, Luo Qingtong really couldn't be more familiar with those few saint beasts. Grandpa, what's going on? She looked at Master Luo. The latter also had a bitter expression on his face. I don't know either. Master Luo said, a few days ago, these monsters suddenly appeared. What's strange is that they didn't hurt people and just sat around the sacred capital. You also know how tyrannical their strength is. In less than 2 days, almost all the monsters in the mountains and rivers around the sacred capital were eaten by them. The corners of Elder Luo's mouth twitched as he walked away. He still hadn't forgotten the scene of this large group of monsters suddenly running out and asking for food. At that time, they thought that these monsters were going to attack the city and were scared to death, hurriedly raising a protective shield. However, these monsters just surrounded them and kept shouting. Because they recognized that these monsters seemed to be the same ones that Luo Qingtong had brought to the border to help destroy the Yong army, and these monsters didn't attack them. Master Luo and the others naturally didn't attack these monsters. After figuring out that they were hungry, they began to feed them. Fortunately, the Chu sacred dynasty was vast and rich in resources. Feeding these monsters wasn't a big deal. However, these monsters surrounded the sacred capital and there was nothing they could do. Although these monsters didn't hurt people, their strength was really too tyrannical. If they suddenly went on a rampage, who could bear it? Master Luo thought about it and sent a letter to Blackfield, asking them to inform Luo Qingtong to come back. Because he didn't want to disturb Luo Qingtong and distract her, Master Luo sealed the news and only sent it to Luo Qingtong now. The people of the sacred capital were trembling with fear for a while. Luo Qingtong listened, frowning slightly as she looked at these monsters. After seeing these monsters, Xianxia also turned his gaze to Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others beside him. The latter and the others had a bitter look on their faces. Master, we swear that we really drove them back to where they came from. How could these demonic beasts appear here again and surround the sacred capital of the Great Chu? They really didn't know. While Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others were explaining to Xianxia, the holy beasts also noticed them. Screech! They immediately saw the girl standing on the city wall. That blue one let out a cry and was about to swoop down, but when it saw Yi Qianming on the side, it quickly retracted its wings and hurriedly retreated. It looked at Luo Qingtong and screeched again and again. Beside the blue one, the huge blue fled dragon also raised its head and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong, then roared at Luo Qingtong. Roar! As its roar sounded, the air around the entire Chu sacred capital faintly trembled. The other holy beasts and demonic beasts also cried out in unison. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong with burning eyes. At a glance, it was obvious that they were coming for her. Luo Qingtong frowned. Could it be that these monsters had deliberately come to seek revenge on her, deliberately besieging the sacred capital of the Great Chu and waiting for her to appear? She wasn't the only one who thought so. Xianxia and the others also thought so. Looking at the holy beast staring at Luo Qingtong covetously, Xianxia's eyes flashed with cold light. Screech! Seeing Xianxia's actions, the sacred beasts were a little anxious in an instant. At this moment, the Qing Yuan suddenly screeched, then turned around and rushed into the dense forest in the mountain range they had just rushed out of. Soon, it picked up a few people and threw them in front of the city gate of the holy capital of Chu. It screeched in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others. Luo Qingtong didn't know what it meant and immediately looked at those people. At this moment, a courtier of the Great Chu suddenly shouted. These are the people of the Great Yong Imperial Secret Service. They are the men of sacrifice and shadow guards they have trained. Look at the insignia of the imperial family on their bodies. As his voice sounded, everyone also saw the insignia on the torn clothes of those people. It was the symbol of the Great Yong imperial family. These people's strength had all surpassed the Saint realm. They were wearing black knight clothes. At this moment, they were lying outside the city gate of the holy capital of Great Yong with their last breath. Looking at their attire, it seemed that they wanted to sneak into the holy capital of Chu, but were caught by these sacred beasts. With that thought in mind, everyone gasped. If such a group of people who had surpassed the Saint realm really sneaked into the holy capital of Chu to cause trouble or attack the people of the Great Chu imperial family, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this way, these sacred beasts could be considered to have helped them. Everyone thought so and suddenly looked at these sacred beasts with some surprise. They didn't know why they did this. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong had vaguely guessed something. You're here for this? As she spoke, she released a little bit of the internal aura of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. In an instant, those sacred beasts and demon beasts all became restless. They looked at Luo Qingtong with fanatical and burning faces. They wanted to rush up, but they were afraid of Xianxia's strength. Screech! The Qing Yuan, which seemed to be the representative, screeched and nodded at Luo Qingtong. Roar. Ong. Behind it, the group of sacred beasts and demon beasts all opened their mouths and roared. Luo Qingtong had a headache when she heard these cries. Both parties spoke different languages, so there was no way to communicate. She frowned as she looked at these demonic beasts. Then, as if she had thought of something, she raised her hand and released Little Pig from the 9-story exquisite pagoda. Plop. Little Pig was sleeping in the 9-layered exquisite pagoda when he was released by Luo Qingtong and fell to the ground with a thud. It was stunned for a long time. When it got up and saw a circle of demonic beasts outside, it was instantly shocked. What's going on? Why are there so many demonic beasts? He widened his eyes, quickly discovering that these demonic beasts were the same ones that Luo Qingtong had lured over to destroy Great Yong's army. But hadn't Xianxia driven these demonic beasts away? Why are they here again? While it was thinking, it heard Luo Qingtong say, "Tell them that I can give them some of the aura inside the 9-layered exquisite pagoda, but they have to be loyal to me. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it." Luo Qingtong looked at these demonic beasts outside the city. Now that she knew the purpose of these demonic beasts, she had a way to deal with them. Seeing that these demonic beasts didn't cause any trouble, Luo Qingtong could give them some of the aura inside the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. But these demonic beasts had to be loyal to her. Luo Qingtong couldn't hope that they would continue like today and not cause trouble or harm Grandfather Luo and the others. She had to get rid of all the unstable factors. If these demonic beasts were willing to swear allegiance to her, then she could give them the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda to help them become stronger. If they were unwilling, then forget it. Seeing that they didn't harm the people of the holy capital, she could let them go. But if there was a next time, she wouldn't let them go. Roar. Hearing Little Pig's words, the sacred beasts were in an uproar. They looked in Luo Qingtong's direction and screamed sharply. What's going on? What did they say? Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig. They said they're willing to use the information of a treasure land in exchange for the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Little Pig said honestly. In other words, they're not willing to submit? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. If that's the case, then let them go. The aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda was extraordinary. If these demonic beasts weren't willing to submit to her, Luo Qingtong would definitely not give them the aura. This was to prevent them from getting greedy and doing something irreparable. Hearing this, the demonic beasts became even more restless. They looked fiercely in Luo Qingtong's direction. Their thirst for the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda made them lose their rationality. They even ignored the dangerous aura emitted from Xianxia's body. Roar. The azure flood dragon suddenly roared and flew toward Luo Qingtong. As for the blue yuan beside it, it led the saint beasts around it to attack Xianren at the same time. They didn't want to deal with Xianxian, but they didn't want him to help Luo Qingtong. These sacred beasts weren't weak, so they could naturally see that Xianxian valued Luo Qingtong. As long as they had this girl in their hands, the other party would definitely hesitate to attack. At that time, they would be able to get what they wanted. Roar. The sacred beasts were very fast. The group of people from the Great Chu didn't expect that the sacred beasts, who had been docile for so long, would suddenly go berserk. They didn't have time to react. Moreover, because of the sacred beasts' actions from the Great Yong Imperial Secret Service, they had removed the defensive barrier. After all, every second the barrier required a large amount of resources. With Luo Qingtong and Xianxian's sacred beasts, the people from the Great Chu naturally let their guard down. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Qingtong. Old Master Luo panicked and wanted to push Luo Qingtong away. However, Luo Qingtong's father. I'm fine, Grandpa. Qingtong said Luo Qingtong's to Luo Qingtong. Beasts are beasts. As expected, their wild nature is hard to tame. Since you don't want to submit, then I'll beat you until you're completely convinced. Get down. Following Luo Qingtong's clear shout. In her mind, a power that was extremely deterring to demonic beasts suddenly appeared. In an instant, the azure flood dragon, which was about to grab her with its claws, wailed and fell to the ground. With a bang. Boom. Boom. Boom, the mountain-like figures were instantly sent flying several hundred meters away. The demon beasts spat out blood as they wailed and rolled on the ground. They heavily smashed into the dense forest and the ground in front of them, breaking countless trees in their wake. In just an instant, not a single demon beast could be seen within several hundred meters of Xianxia. These pig heads are really courting death, Little Pig muttered as he watched from the side. Attacking Luo Qingtong in front of this man? Are they tired of living? Even I don't dare to provoke this man. Okay, where did these pig heads get their courage from? As Little Pig muttered, he completely forgot that he was also a pig right now. And a super cute one at that. Who are these pig heads scolding? Submit or die. Luo Qingtong's voice was ice cold. Xianxia stood beside her. He didn't say anything and only released his aura. In an instant, those demon beasts felt as if their hearts had been ruthlessly struck by a heavy blow. An extremely dangerous feeling enveloped them, causing them to repeatedly cry out and nod their heads. There was no need to choose between life and death. These demon beasts didn't know that Xianxia was so strong. They also didn't know that Luo Qingtong was not to be trifled with. They didn't feel that suppressive force before, and when Xianxia drove them away, he didn't use such a heavy hand. This caused them to misjudge and think that they had an opportunity to take advantage of. These demon beasts whined and submitted. The group of Great Chu people who stood on the city wall were dumbfounded. When those demon beasts pounced on them, they thought that they were in trouble. After all, they knew how powerful these demonic beasts were. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, all these demon beasts would be sent flying and submit? They looked at Xianxia with fear and reverence. At the same time, they were also very respectful towards Luo Qingtong. After all, they also saw how the azure flood dragon fell to the ground. The holy conferred princess was truly amazing. The people of Great Chu rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they knew how to repay the kindness and did not forcibly separate Grandine and Empress Dowager. Instead, they recognized Old Master Luo and let him marry Empress Dowager. Otherwise, how could the Great Chu be in its current state? Thinking of how Great Yong had been destroyed by the Black Field, everyone looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia with reverence. Grandpa. Luo Qingtong pulled Grandpa Luo over. The latter still had a lingering fear in his heart as he glared at the group of demonic beasts. Qingtong, let's just kill all these demonic beasts. Thinking of the violent counterattack of these monsters just now, Grandfather Luo is very opposed to Luo Qingtong accepting them. These demonic beasts were too unruly, and their strength was tyrannical. If something were to happen to Luo Qingtong one day, wouldn't she suffer a backlash? It was too dangerous. Grandfather Luo still didn't know that Luo Qingtong could help others contract demonic beasts. He immediately coaxed Luo Qingtong, "Good granddaughter, be obedient. These demonic beasts can't be kept. If they suddenly counterattack in the future, it will be bad for you," Grandfather Luo said with a frown. Luo Qingtong listened and laughed. She looked at Grandfather Luo with curved eyes, and her heart was indescribably warm. No matter what, he would always think of her first. "Grandpa, it's okay." As Luo Qingtong spoke, she smiled and leaned over to Old Master Luo's ear, whispering a few words. In an instant, Grandfather Luo's eyes widened. You. Qingtong, are you serious?" Old Master Luo looked at his granddaughter's smiling face and stuttered. Not for anything else, but because what Luo Qingtong said to him just now was really too shocking. His granddaughter could actually help others contract demonic beasts. What kind of ability was this? His granddaughter was also a beast tamer? And a high-level one? In an instant, Grandfather Luo was almost stunned. When Luo Qingtong told Grandfather Luo about this matter, she already knew that he would be like this. She smiled and whispered to him, "Grandpa, lower your voice. This will be our Luo family's secret in the future." Luo Qingtong didn't want her ability to be exposed so quickly. The threat of Beast Tamer King Valley had not been eliminated yet. And one more secret trump card was a good thing for her, Grandfather Luo, and everyone in the Luo family. Luo Qingtong liked to see those enemies come over proudly and arrogantly, only to be slapped in the face in the end. Okay. Grandfather Luo repeatedly agreed. He also knew the seriousness of this matter, so he wouldn't casually reveal it. For example, he hid the matter of the spiritual chi gun and spiritual chi bullets very well, and also his granddaughter's identity as evil Dr. Ghost Eye. However, with a bitter face, Grandfather Luo whispered to Luo Qingtong, "Tong Tong, you don't have to hide this from your grandmother, right?" Because of the spiritual chi gun and spiritual chi bullets, as well as Luo Qingtong's identity, he almost had his ear pulled off by Empress Dowager Yan Shi. If it wasn't for the fact that she felt pain when she saw him, he didn't know how she would fix him, if he still hid it from her. Grandfather Luo felt that his ear that was pulled before was faintly hurting again. No need. Luo Qingtong smiled and looked at the bitter face of Old Master Luo. "I'm going to let you and Grandma contract the Green Flood Dragon and Green Luan respectively." She believed that Empress Dowager Yan Shi would know what to do. As for the other demonic beasts, you can choose some of the talented and loyal disciples of the Luo clan to form contracts with. Luo Qingtong would bring half of these demon beasts to the far west wilderness to contract with Xianxia's people. The more trump cards she had, the better. That way, she would have the confidence to face danger in the future. In this world, the winner was king, and the strong were respected. She would never be a weakling, not in the past, not now. Luo Qingtong made these demon beasts swear an oath of allegiance with their hearts and souls, and then let them disperse into the jungle by themselves. Then Luo Qingtong took Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Yan Shi into the jungle, and helped them form contracts with the Green Flood Dragon and Green Luan respectively. The two most tyrannical holy beasts were very unwilling at first, but after Luo Qingtong helped them form contracts, they found that what Luo Qingtong helped them form contracts was actually a heaven and earth contract, and they instantly cried out excitedly. A heaven and earth contract was the highest level of contract. Their growth and advancement were not restricted in any way, and at the same time, they could complement each other with their master. The two sacred beasts instantly acted as if they had picked up a treasure, treating Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Yan Shi with great enthusiasm. Not for anything else, but these two people were Luo Qingtong's grandfather and grandmother. With the girl's ability, would their strength be weak in the future? That was absolutely impossible. The sudden change in the attitude of the two sacred beasts surprised Old Master Luo and Empress Dowager Yan Shi. However, they didn't know the difference between a heaven and earth contract and an ordinary contract, so they didn't think much about it. They only thought that this was a normal situation after contracting. The other demonic beasts that Old Master Luo had chosen to contract with also let out excited howls, and all of them became extremely obedient. The remaining demonic beasts that hadn't contracted with Luo Qingtong changed from their initial rejection to envy. They all surrounded Luo Qingtong and held, indicating that they also wanted a master. If it weren't for Xianxia emitting a cold intent from the side, these demonic beasts would probably be able to bury Luo Qingtong. And this excitement reached its peak when Luo Qingtong drew out the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda for them to devour. Roar. Beast roars sounded one after another, and in an instant, the injuries on the demonic beasts recovered. Not only that, several demonic beasts that were close to the bottleneck of their strength directly broke through with the help of the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. Pop pop pop. Sounds like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons sounded. These demonic beasts all broke through their current ranks, and they instantly looked at Luo Qingtong with indescribable excitement. Of course, this was also because it was their first time coming into contact with the aura of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda, so there was such an obvious nourishment and breakthrough effect. It wouldn't be so obvious if it happened again. However, it was still very beneficial for their strength advancement in the future. If they could eat from time to time, their strength breakthrough time would be much faster than before. His own potential would also increase. These demonic beasts all roared excitedly to the sky, causing the entire Great Chu sacred capital to not know what was going on. They didn't think that Luo Qingtong could actually help others contract demon beasts. Therefore, although it was very strange that Luo Qingtong could subdue these demon beasts, they didn't think too much about it. After helping Grandfather Luo and the others form a contract with these demonic beasts, Luo Qingtong also learned about the treasured land that they were talking about. Northern region. Bright Moon Island? Luo Qingtong raised her hand and rubbed her chin. According to those demon beasts, just a few days ago, there was a sudden burst of spirit chi that only they could sense in the Northern Territory. The reason why they knew the name Bright Moon Island was because they had heard about it from the demonic beasts that had flown over from other places. They wanted to use this information to exchange for the aura of the ninefold exquisite pagoda with Luo Qingtong, but they did not expect that the latter only wanted them to pledge their allegiance. If they had known that Luo Qingtong could help them form a contract with others, would they have gone through so much trouble? They would have pledged their allegiance long ago. Okay, just as Luo Qingtong was deep in thought, somewhere outside the sacred capital of the Empire of Qin, several figures with fierce auras appeared. I've asked around. Elder Xia and the others disappeared when they were chasing a girl named Luo Qingtong. Humph. The figure with the sharpest aura coldly snorted and said, "What grand meeting of the 4 academies? It's just those sects of the 6th grade and below." After finding it difficult to recruit disciples from the hidden worlds, they set their sights on the secular lands of the True Spill continent. They want to find some good seedlings. In these years, they've recruited many good disciples from the secular lands. But those people, compared to the ordinary disciples of our hidden worlds, are only mediocre. The man's voice was very dismissive. He looked down on this so-called grand meeting of the 4 academies. Only in the secular lands of the True Spill continent, where the spiritual energy was so barren, would the sects of the 6th grade and below that were forced to come to the secular lands to recruit disciples. In the eyes of the people of the secular lands, a 6th grade sect was already considered a top sect. They were really ignorant and foolish. He coldly snorted. He didn't care about Luo Qingtong's identity at all. This was also because the Great Qi Empire was far away from the other 3 dynasties. Although the people of the Empire of Qin knew that Luo Qingtong had won, they didn't know the specific details. Otherwise, if this person knew the strength that Luo Qingtong had revealed and the identity of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, he wouldn't have been so disdainful and careless. After all, to be able to cultivate to such a degree in the barren secular lands, and to have such an ability in alchemy, Luo Qingtong's future was absolutely limitless. Her talent and strength were simply formidable to a terrifying degree. Good. Since we know that the other party has been in contact with Elder Xia before, and that they have a grudge, we'll immediately go to the holy capital of the Great Chu dynasty and find the other party to clarify this matter. The matter in the land of the fallen immortals is related to the future development of our celestial palace. We can't make any mistakes. We have to find out who got the information in the end. Elder Xia, who killed him? We must eliminate all those who know of this information. The man's voice was sharp, and there was a hidden killing intent. Yes. The other 2 celestial palace people answered in unison. The 3 of them disappeared outside the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. In Great Chu's holy capital, Luo Qingtong made arrangements for all the demon beasts and returned to Great Chu's imperial palace with Xianxia and grandfather Luo. However, what Luo Qingtong didn't expect was that as soon as she returned, she was kicked out of her room by her grandfather. That was right, he was chased out. Luo Qingtong stared at the closed door in front of her. She didn't know what her grandfather wanted to do. He said that he wanted to talk to Xianxia about some men's topics and then chased her out. Grandpa, don't you know that you're being sexist? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. But in the end, he didn't go against his grandfather's wishes. Ever since she transmigrated to this strange world, she could feel grandfather Luo's love and care for her. Needless to say, this time, it must have something to do with her, so he deliberately sent her away. Luo Qingtong could roughly guess what grandfather Luo wanted to say to Xianxia. Her lips curved slightly, and she turned to walk out. It felt good to have family. Luo Qingtong quite liked this feeling, of grandfather Luo worrying for her. It was very novel. Luo Qingtong casually strolled around Great Chu's imperial palace. Seeing that it was her, the patrolling guards all saluted and let her pass. Luo Qingtong nodded at them. Luo Qingtong walked straight ahead. They walked all the way until they reached an extremely remote courtyard before they came to a stop. Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at the place where the rockery was located not far away. The bloody light in her eyes flickered faintly. Under her eye technique, 3 figures were clearly revealed. These people had just appeared near her and followed her all the way. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. Luo Qingtong? The 3 people didn't expect that they would be discovered by Luo Qingtong. They walked out of their hiding places and looked at Luo Qingtong with puzzled eyes. However, they didn't think too much about it. After all, this was the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Perhaps they didn't pay attention and exposed their tracks, and were discovered by the other party. The three people didn't pay too much attention to it. They stared at Luo Qingtong. Their figures flashed and surrounded Luo Qingtong. At the same time, the aura around them spread out and enveloped the courtyard to prevent the movement here from spreading out. "You are Luo Qingtong?" the man in the lead said. His gaze was arrogant, and the way he looked at Luo Qingtong was indescribably superior. His aura was blocked. It was the cultivation of the Sage Master realm. The aura of the two people beside him was also the strength of the Sage Master realm. One Sage Master realm, two Sage Masters. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked at the three people calmly and said, "I am, and you are, Humph. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to tell us that a few months ago, you and a Celestial Palace's Elder Xia had a conflict in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. That Elder Xia chased you and left. Where did he go after that?" The eyes of the Sage Master realm expert flickered with a fierce light. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was filled with cold killing intent. The other party couldn't be left alive. No matter what Luo Qingtong's reply was, they would eliminate the source of trouble. They didn't want to accidentally leak the information and alert the enemy. After all, who knew if the other party was related to the murderer of Elder Xia? Just in case, they wouldn't let Luo Qingtong go. "Oh, you are from the Celestial Palace." Luo Qingtong looked at the three people with her lips slightly curled. So that's it. She had even said that three experts had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and were tailing her. She was still thinking about how to capture them alive for interrogation. This saved her a lot of trouble. Luo Qingtong smiled and said to them, "You want to know who killed Elder Xia, right?" The moment her words left her mouth, the eyes of the three from the Celestial Palace lit up. "You know?" The eyes of the Sage Master realm expert flickered as he looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Okay, tell us. From now on, you will be a member of our Celestial Palace. I can make the decision to accept you into our Celestial Palace. You should know that our Celestial Palace is a third-class sect. And you can only enter a sixth-class sect when you participate in the 4 Academies gathering." The Sage Master realm expert said proudly, "As long as you can enter our Celestial Palace, your future will be limitless." Of course, she had to be alive to enjoy it, the Sage Master realm expert sneered inwardly. He was waiting for Luo Qingtong to say the other party's name, then he would immediately kill her. Luo Qingtong looked playfully at the killing intent flashing in the eyes of the Sage Master. The other party probably thought that she had concealed it very well. However, regardless of whether the other party wanted to kill her or not, she wasn't going to let these three people from Celestial Palace go back. She had to take precautions before it rained, and she had to remove the roots when cutting weeds. These people wanted to kill her, but how could they know that she didn't want to let them go? Luo Qingtong pretended to be flattered. Then, she seemed to think of something and said awkwardly, "But I swore to the heavens that I wouldn't reveal that person's name in order to survive. How about this, Senior, come over and I'll write it down for you," she said to the Sage Master. "Okay." The Sage Master wasn't afraid that Luo Qingtong would play any tricks. The other party was only in the Sage realm and wasn't worth mentioning in front of the three of them. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's words were logical. The murderer killed their people from Celestial Palace and was naturally afraid of revealing his identity. If Luo Qingtong didn't do anything and was released by the other party, they would still be suspicious. Now that they heard Luo Qingtong say that she swore to the heavens that she wouldn't reveal the other party's name, they immediately felt relieved. "Okay, write it down." As they spoke, they came to Luo Qingtong's side. "Okay." Luo Qingtong looked at the three Celestial Palace experts who were already very close to her and nodded with a smile. "Senior, look," as she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand and waved. In an instant, the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood appeared in her hand and the life and death yin-yang sword was also in her hand. Heaven seizing style. Luo Qingtong directly slashed her sword at the weakest saint amongst them, and she killed him on the spot. At such a short distance, the other party was caught off guard. Even that Saint Master and the other Saint Realm expert didn't react in time. They only recovered from their shock when that Saint Realm expert perished. "You." That Saint expert was shocked and furious. He never thought that Luo Qingtong would actually have this kind of strength. The other party was merely a Saint Realm expert. How could he suddenly unleash such a powerful attack that far exceeded his own strength? How did she do it? What was with the sudden burst of power in her body? His heart was filled with shock and anger. He almost immediately wanted to attack Luo Qingtong. However, before he could do anything, in an instant, a figure rushed out from behind him and pounced on him, hugging him tightly. This black figure was none other than the Saint Realm puppet that had devoured Feng Yuan earlier. The latter had been refined into a corpse by a living person, so he was filled with resentment. If there was no one to restrain it, after devouring the corpse refiner, it would start a massacre and bring disaster to the world. Luo Qingtong took control of him after he devoured Feng Yuan. Right now, he suddenly rushed out, immediately restricting this sacred expert's movements. Bang! When this sacred expert was hugged by the sage master puppet, Luo Qingtong's other attack slashed down. In the blink of an eye, he killed another saint who was retreating in panic. In an instant, that sacred expert went mad. Ah! Bitch, I'll kill you. He stared at the corpses of the two Saint Realm experts with bloodshot eyes, and then his aura suddenly erupted and instantly blasted away the Saint Realm puppet he was holding tightly to. Bang! Just as he leaped towards Luo Qingtong, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. With a wave of his sleeve, he was sent flying. Qianren! Seeing the man's figure in the air, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. She retracted the attack she had been preparing. When the sage sovereign came into contact with Xianxia's aura, he couldn't help but tremble. Strong, too strong, he looked in Xianxia's direction in horror. He could feel that the other party didn't use any strength to send him flying. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be easy for the other party to kill him? He didn't dare to stay any longer. He didn't even dare to look at Xianxia. He got up and ran out. However, as soon as he turned around, the sage sovereign puppet he had sent flying suddenly pounced on him and bit him. Ah! That Saint Sovereign Realm expert of the Celestial Peak Palace let out a blood-curdling scream as he was pushed down. Then, the whole place was filled with mournful screams. Soon, he didn't make any sound. You don't want to keep him alive? Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong. He was just about to capture the other party. No need. Luo Qingtong shook her head. She already knew the other party's intentions. There was no need to keep him alive to force a confession. As for making the other party submit, she had no intention of doing so. The other party was from Celestial Palace. If they pretended to submit and then fled back to Celestial Palace, they would risk being punished to death by the Heavenly Tao to tell the other people in Celestial Palace about her whereabouts. Things would become troublesome. Luo Qingtong didn't want to take this risk. Therefore, she didn't plan to let the three Celestial Palace people live. Who are they? Xianxia looked at the corpses of the three Celestial Palace people. The other party's strength was not ordinary. Was he from the hidden world? He was talking to Grandfather Luo just now, and did not deliberately spread out his aura to sense the aura of the entire Great Chu Imperial Palace. Otherwise, these three people would definitely not be able to enter, let alone attack Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded. They are from the Celestial Palace. She frowned as she spoke. People from the Celestial Palace were looking for her. She was afraid that she would not be able to hide the fact that she had killed Eldest. But it was no wonder. Too many people knew about the conflict between her and Eldest. If the Celestial Palace wanted to investigate the cause of Eldest's death, they would definitely start with him. Now that she was here, these people from Celestial Palace came directly for her. If she wasn't around, would these people go after Old Master Luo and the others? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. No, she had to think of a way to temporarily divert the attention of the Celestial Palace people. At least, she could not trouble Old Master Luo and the others while she was at Bright Moon Island in the northern region. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and tapped the back of her hand with her fingers. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. In an instant, her lips curled up and she said to Xianxia, Qianren, let's go to the sacred capital of the Great Qi dynasty. To give a gift to someone, Luo Qingtong smiled wickedly. She was a very vengeful person, those people from the Breeze Pavilion came to make trouble for her before, but they let Feng Yuan escape. Then, they wanted to seek revenge, and they even distorted the truth and slandered her. This time, they would take the blame for the Celestial Palace for her. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Qianren lucked at the evil aura at the corner of her lips and instantly snorted. He did not know what she was up to this time. However, he did not interrupt Luo Qingtong's excitement. Let this woman do whatever she wanted. Even if the sky fell, he would be there to support it. Yi Qianxian brought Luo Qingtong and disappeared from the Great Chu Imperial Palace. Dark night, Great Qi Dynasty's holy capital. Song Yan was throwing a tantrum where the people from the Breeze Pavilion were. I don't care. I will make that woman suffer. Song Yan covered her bruised and swollen face. She could not get rid of her resentment. That woman called Luo Qingtong was too audacious. She thought about how she had ordered the people from the Breeze Pavilion to stop Luo Qingtong. Not only had she failed, but she had also been beaten up. The bruises on her face had yet to fade. Why? She was just a woman from the secular world. She was just a little genius. How dare she treat her like this? No matter how powerful that Ming Zun from the Black Field was, could he be more powerful than the entire Breeze Pavilion? He was just bullying the strong cultivators from the hidden world. Song Yan was infuriated. Senior Uncle Zhang's face was also very gloomy. The injuries on his legs had been healed. However, he had been forced to crawl out of the Four Academies grand banquet. It was too humiliating. He still remembered the extreme humiliation that made him want to kill himself. He had arrogantly gone to find trouble with others. In the end, he had been humiliated. He gritted his teeth as he thought of this. We can't find trouble with that Luo Qingtong for now. That Ming Zun from the Black Field was too powerful. He could not defeat him. However, before Song Yan could voice her displeasure, he had already laughed coldly. I can revoke that Luo Qingtong and everyone related to her from entering the hidden world. He then instructed the people around him, go and tell the people from the other sects that I suspect there is something wrong with the Four Academies grand banquet. The result of the competition is invalid. Those who won and can enter the hidden world will all be disqualified. Martial Uncle Zhang's face was very cold. Luo Qingtong's strength had already reached the Sage Realm. It was reasonable to say that she could rely on this Sage Realm strength to directly enter the hidden world. However, she had injured someone from the Breeze Pavilion. As long as he reported this matter, he would be able to prevent her from entering. After all, the strength of a Sage Realm expert was not particularly powerful. As for Luo Qingtong's potential and ability, he was currently the strongest in this secular world. As long as he forced the people from the other sects who knew about this, they would not be able to reveal this matter. The people of the hidden world didn't know her potential and strength, so who would stand up for her? Martial Uncle Zhang thought with a cold smile. He wanted Lin Ming to be trapped in the mortal world of True Spill Continent until he died. So what if he had great potential and strength? If she couldn't enter the hidden world, how much could her strength increase in this secular world? Unless she could obtain a great lucky chance, she would be crippled for the rest of her life. This was the price she and that Ming Zun had to pay for daring to deal with them. As Uncle Zhang thought of this, the sneer on his face became even more obvious. Although Song Yan was still very dissatisfied and felt that this was not enough to vent the anger in her heart, this was all she could do now. She did not continue to say anything. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly darted into the courtyard where they were. Who is it? Uncle Zhang was the first to react. He immediately slammed the table and flew out to chase after the shadow. Bang! He chased the shadow out of the courtyard and directly slammed his palm at the shadow. Surprisingly, the black shadow didn't dodge at all. Instead, it raised its hand and threw a huge object at him. Bang! Uncle Zhang's palm slammed hard on the object thrown by the shadow. In an instant, he felt his palm hit the flesh. Before he could react, he heard an extremely sharp voice coming from the side not far away. Ah! Murder! Then, another extremely angry voice was heard. People from the Breeze Pavilion, you killed people from the Celestial Palace. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. What? Upon hearing that voice, Martial Uncle Zhang was instantly stunned. Even the people from the Breeze Pavilion who had chased after him from the courtyard were stunned. What? People from the Celestial Palace? They looked in the direction of Uncle Xiang in shock and realized that there was a corpse lying in front of him, not far away from where the voice came from. There were also 2 corpses lying on the ground. In an instant, the people from the Breeze Pavilion were stunned. Uncle Zhang, you kill people from the Celestial Palace? The disciples of the Breeze Pavilion stuttered. Celestial Palace, 3rd-class sect, any elder or above would be enough to raise the entire Breeze Pavilion to the ground. Uncle Zhang actually killed people from their sect. Even if Uncle Zhang found out that someone was eavesdropping, he did not have to do this, right? No. It was not me. Uncle Zhang was indescribably flustered and exasperated as the disciples stared at him in horror. How could he explain? This person was not killed by him at all. The person was already dead when he was thrown in front of him. Martial Uncle Zhang only reacted after the palm strike, but it was already too late. Furthermore, he did not expect the other party to be from Celestial Palace. Damn it, who was it that killed these people from the Celestial Palace and framed him? Martial Uncle Zhang was infuriated. However, no one believed him. This was especially true for those who had followed behind the people of the Breeze Pavilion. They had been attracted by the commotion and the shouts. When they saw the corpses of the 3 people from the Celestial Palace lying on the ground and Martial Uncle Zhang, who was standing not far from the corpses and had obviously fought, they instantly scattered like birds and beasts. They did not want to be silenced by the other party. However, the people from the Breeze Pavilion were too arrogant and bold. He even dared to kill someone from Celestial Palace. Did he think that he was the strongest here, so he got carried away by his own arrogance? With that thought in mind, the crowd dispersed. That Martial Uncle Zhang did not even know who had seen this scene, let alone threaten these people not to say anything. Just like that, he took the blame. In an instant, he was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. Who the hell set me up? Ah! He roared madly, but no one paid any attention to him. Not far from the corner of the wall, Luo Qingtong nestled in Xianxia's arms, watching this scene with a sweet smile. The curve of her lips became more and more evil. Qianming, let's go. Let the people of the Breeze Pavilion have a headache on how to explain to the people of the Celestial Palace. With them as a shield, the attention of the people of the Celestial Palace would definitely be diverted. For the time being, they would not notice her side. With this period of time as a buffer, it was enough for her to return from the Bright Moon Island in the northern region. She did not know what was going on there. She hoped that it would give her a surprise. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. As for Yi Qianren, his expression was indifferent as he looked at the crafty and evil woman in his arms. Without saying a word, he leaped and disappeared into the boundless night sky. On the way to the northern region, in the Atlas flying ship, Luo Qingtong lay in Yi Qianming's arms and looked at the man in front of her curiously. She asked, Qianming, what did you say to grandfather? Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. After coming out of the Great Chu Palace, Yi Qianming had been a little strange. She did not pay much attention to it before, but now that she was alone with him, she immediately felt it. As for what was strange, Luo Qingtong raised her hand to touch the man's chest. However, before she could touch Yi Qianming, her hand was caught. Nothing. Yi Qianming's expression was indifferent. His eyes were like swords, staring at Luo Qingtong. The dark fire in his eyes surged and surged, but he did not move at all. He only held Luo Qingtong's hand and did not move. Really? Luo Qingtong looked at him and her eyes flickered. Yes. Yi Qianming's eyes darkened. The scene of his conversation with Old Master Luo flashed in his mind. Lord, I don't know if you are serious about Bian, or if it is just a temporary interest? In the room, Old Master Luo looked at Yi Qianming with a solemn expression and asked. Of course I am serious. Yi Qianming's eyes were cold. If the person who asked this question was not Old Master Luo, he would have been sent flying out. His feelings for Luo Qingtong could not be blasphemed. Good. Old Master Luo nodded and looked at him. Then, the Great Lord will marry Hua Wu in the future, right? Of course. Good. Old Master Luo stood up. In that case, Lord, let's not beat around the bush. If anyone dares to hurt her, then I'll fight with my life on the line. Calm but. Otherwise, please don't touch her. My Bien deserves the best in the world. Lord, I think you should understand what I mean, right? Old Master Luo met Yi Qianming's gaze without fear. He knew that if Yi Qianming did not like Luo Qingtong enough and could not tolerate her, he would immediately attack him. But he still had to say it, his Bien had a hard life and his parents were not by his side. He was the one who brought her up. If Yi Qianming really loved Bien, then he would break all difficulties and marry her. If he couldn't even do this, then the so-called love was just empty words. How could he be with Luo Qingtong? His grandson-in-law didn't need to have a prominent identity or tyrannical strength, but he must love Luo Qingtong. He must be good to her. I understand. Yi Qianming looked deeply into old Master Luo's eyes and finally withdrew his gaze. I won't let her suffer the slightest grievance. The other party was also a treasure in his hands. Before I marry her, I won't touch her. Yi Qianxian's thoughts pulled away from his memories. He looked at Luo Qingtong and his gaze deepened. He would deal with the matters over there as soon as possible. At that time, he would propose marriage to the Luo family. He would not let this woman suffer the slightest grievance. Luo Qingtong thought of several methods but couldn't get any information from Yi Qianxian. She could only give up. Soon, the Atlas flying ship swept into the territory of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court in the northern region. The Sea Emperor Dragon Court was the only force in the northern region. In the far north region, the 800 million mile sea was the place where people of the true Spill continent set foot the least. In addition to the Endless Sea, there was only the Endless Sea. The only place where people could live was the islands in the sea. The Sea Emperor Dragon Court was the ruler of the far north region. They called themselves the Sea Emperor and ruled over all the people in the 800 million mile sea. It was said that the direct descendants of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court had the ability to control water and sea monsters. They could even live underwater for a long time. In the far north region, they were very worshipped and revered. This kind of reverence had even reached a fanatical level. They were regarded as gods. And the central city of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court was Sea Emperor Island. That was the capital of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. As for Bright Moon Island, Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianxian, and the others traveled all the way, but they didn't hear anything about it. If not for the fact that those demonic beasts were already loyal to her and coveted the aura inside the 9-story exquisite pagoda, they would never tell her fake news. Luo Qingtong would have thought that she had been deceived. She thought for a moment and decided to go to Sea Emperor Island to take a look. This was the central royal city of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Perhaps they would be able to find some clues related to Bright Moon Island there. Yi Qianxian naturally had no objections. He had originally come here to accompany Luo Qingtong. Wherever the girl went, he would go. The two of them rarely went out together. In addition, Luo Qingtong had already blamed the Celestial Palace incident on the people of the Breeze Pavilion. For the time being, there was no need to worry that the other party would cause trouble for Grandfather Luo. Yi Qianxian also arranged for the experts of the Black Field to stay by Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Xianxi's side. Luo Qingtong didn't have any burdens in her heart, so she naturally wasn't very anxious. The two of them traveled all the way to Sea Emperor Island. In the Great Qi Dynasty's holy capital, Martial Uncle Zhang was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage after being framed by Luo Qingtong. He returned to the place where he and the others were staying. When he thought of the people of the Celestial Palace who could come to deal with him at any time, he instantly trembled with anger and fear. Bastard! Don't let me find out who framed me. Otherwise, I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. I won't let this go, I won't let this go. He roared crazily. Hearing his words, Song Yan's heart suddenly jumped. Martial uncle, I think that this was most likely done by that Luo Qingtong. Her eyes were filled with malice as she instigated, Martial uncle, you see, in the mortal world of True Spill continent, we don't have any enemies. There is only that Luo Qingtong who tried to deal with us before. I think that these 3 Celestial Palace people were killed by that Black Field underworld revered. She deliberately framed us. You see, we are from the Cool Breeze Pavilion. She doesn't dare to deal with us openly, so she can only use such shady methods. She wants to borrow a knife to kill us and have those people from Celestial Palace deal with us. Martial uncle, this woman's heart is too dark. She wants you to die. Song Yan spared no effort to incite. In truth, most of what she said was nonsense. In this four-courtyard meeting, there were many people from the other sects of Truespill continent. They were extremely arrogant and wanton. Who knew who they had offended and who they had been framed by, but no matter who it was, she had to say that it was Luo Qingtong, who told her to offend her before. With such a good opportunity, she had to have martial Uncle Zhang ruthlessly teach her a lesson. Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Uncle Master Zhang's face instantly darkened when he heard her words. Slut. He fiercely clenched his teeth. That stinking girl. He was afraid of Underworld revered strength and let her go. He didn't want to cause trouble for her, but she actually came to deal with him? This martial Uncle Zhang was in a rage at this moment. He was like a mad dog that was eager to bite someone. As soon as he heard Song Yan's words, he immediately believed her, or rather, whether he believed her or not, he needed a place to vent his anger. Investigate for me. Where is that stinking girl? I don't believe that Ming Zun can stay by her side all the time. Don't give him a chance, otherwise, he would make her suffer a fate worse than death. Yes. Martial uncle. As Song Yan saw that she had succeeded, she was secretly overjoyed. She quickly replied, we will definitely investigate carefully. Luo Qingtong, just you wait, she was extremely pleased with herself. In the northern region, Luo Qingtong was still unaware of this. She was strolling around Sea Emperor Island with Xianxia. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others followed them from a distance. The Sea Emperor Island occupied an extremely large area. It was almost like a giant beast crawling in this vast sea. It was surrounded by 4 islands that looked like guards. It was said that when the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court was first established, the first Sea Emperor controlled countless sea monsters, controlling seawater and sand at the same time, piling up and expanding the island. At that time, this was regarded as a miracle. The Sea Emperor's Dragon Court had also established itself as the ruler of the far north. For so many years, the people of the northern divine region had relied on the sea for their livelihood. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, their reverence and respect for the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court had never disappeared. Luo Qingtong held Xianxia's hand. While listening to everyone's praise for the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court, she secretly inquired about Bright Moon Island. Xianxia, who was beside her, wore a golden mask on his face. His handsome face was completely hidden behind the mask. But even so, it couldn't hide his innate elegance. Everyone who passed by, regardless of whether they were men or women, all gathered their gazes on him. Yi Chanren turned a blind eye to these gazes. Luo Qingtong suddenly heard a series of earth-shattering cheers coming from the front. It was extremely loud. Auntie, what's going on? Why is it so lively in front? Luo Qingtong and Xianxia had just landed on the island and didn't know what was going on. Luo Qingtong was chatting with an old auntie and asked immediately. Oh, this is the Sea Emperor ritual. The auntie smiled at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia and said, you two are from the outside, right? The Sea Emperor ritual is a big event in the northern region. Everyone knows about it. Today is the birthday of our Sea Emperor Island. It's also the day that the Sea Emperor will come to the northern region and seek for the well-being of the northern region. On this day, all the islands will hold a grand Sea Emperor ritual. Among them, our Sea Emperor Island will hold the grandest one. All the important figures in the Sea Emperor's royal court will attend, including the princes, princesses, and concubines. It's rare for outsiders like you to see it. You can go and have a look. The auntie smiled and said, the Sea Emperor ritual hasn't officially started yet. There's still time. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Luo Qingtong and whispered, Miss, is this your husband beside you? Sigh, I know he must be very handsome with one look. Hurry up and bring him to the Sea Emperor ritual. May the Sea Emperor bless the two of you for a long time. I'm afraid that a little vixen will kidnap your husband. Pfft. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Before she could reply, she felt her hand being pulled by someone. Xianxia pulled her towards the direction of the cheers. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Qingtong tried to hold back her laughter as she followed him. I'll give you a chance to beg others to not let a vixen kidnap me. Xianxia's expression was indifferent, but his gaze towards Luo Qingtong was abnormally deep. The two words husband from the auntie just now made him feel very comfortable in his heart. Especially when she urged Luo Qingtong to hurry up and go to the Sea Emperor ritual so that he wouldn't be kidnapped by others, he felt even more comfortable. Luo Qingtong couldn't hold it in anymore. Haha, you also believe in this? She looked at Yi Qianren teasingly and then realized that the man's face had darkened. Alright, let's go. I'm also curious about the sea. I'm curious about the Sea Emperor ritual. At the same time, they wanted to go there to inquire about the Moon Island. On Luo Qingtong's, Luo Ming'an's was on the island. As Luo Qingtong said this, she tiptoed and kissed the man's chin with a smile. Only then did Yi Qianxian's expression turn for the better. He snorted coldly and pulled Luo Qingtong into his arms. Then, he rushed towards the direction of the Sea Emperor ritual. However, Yi Qianxian probably didn't expect that such a thing would happen at the Sea Emperor ritual. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have gone with Luo Qingtong. The two of them rushed towards the direction of the Sea Emperor ritual. The closer they got, the louder the cheers became. When the two of them arrived at the venue of the Sea Emperor ritual, they saw a sea of people. Countless people surrounded a square in front of them. There was a statue there. It was said that it was left behind by the first Sea Emperor. From the excited voices of the people around her, Luo Qingtong could tell that there would be a miracle when the Sea King ritual began. Miracle? Is it that interesting? Luo Qingtong looked at the scene in the square. On the square, the young men and women of the Sea Emperor's dragon court were lined up. Among these people, the oldest was about 12 or 13 years old, while the youngest was 5 or 6 years old. They were all direct descendants of the Sea Emperor's dragon court. It was said that during the Sea Emperor ceremony, these people would be able to obtain the power bestowed by the Sea Emperor by praying in front of the statue. This was also the most important source of strength for the people of the Sea Emperor's dragon court. It was the difference between them and the other martial artists of the North region, and the ability to rule the North region. Every year during the Sea Emperor ceremony, there would be direct descendants of the Sea Emperor's dragon court who would awaken. Therefore, the Sea Emperor ceremony on Sea Emperor Island was watched by the most people, and it was also the most famous. The Sea Emperor ceremonies on other islands were just a formality. Only the Sea Emperor ceremony on Sea Emperor Island had real symbolic meaning and practicality. Buzz. As Luo Qingtong looked over, the prayers and cheers in the Sea Emperor ceremony had reached a climax. Then, a person who looked like a sorcerer held a wooden scepter in his hand and suddenly pointed it forward. In an instant, the entire statue of the Sea Emperor suddenly emitted a dazzling light. An incomparably huge light shield instantly enveloped everyone in the square. Following the appearance of this huge light shield, the young men and women standing in front of the Sea Emperor's statue in rows suddenly burst forth with rays of light. In an instant, an incredible change happened to their bodies. A certain part of their bodies had turned into a beast form, at the same time. Swoosh! One of the youths suddenly raised his hand, and an extremely cold gust of wind shot out from his fin-like hand. In midair, an invisible stream of water gushed out. Haha! I succeeded in awakening. The young man's voice was filled with ecstasy. Seeing this scene, the earth-shattering cheers all around became louder. Sea Emperor! Sea Emperor! Cheers could be heard one after another. The crowd in the square was almost fanatical, roaring hysterically. They kept surging forward, dancing in all kinds of ways. The entire crowd surrounding the square began to fluctuate wildly and violently. As for Yi Qianren, the expression on his face changed the moment the light barrier descended. Not because of anything else, but because the power of the demon fox's curse that had been suppressed in his body suddenly started to boil again. One had to know that Yi Qianxian had a special constitution. After he dissolved and fused with the demon fox blood essence and successfully extended his life, the blood curse of the demon fox was suppressed. However, the suppression did not disappear. The power of the demonic fox blood curse was still there, but Yi Qianxian was enough to prevent it from affecting him. However, the demonic fox blood curse power in Yi Qianxian's body burst forth again as the statue of the Sea Emperor shone brightly during the Sea Emperor ritual. Almost instantly, Yi Qianxian turned into a mini fox, his clothes and robes were scattered all over the ground, and the dark golden mask on his face fell to the ground with a clang. Paji. Yi Qianxian fell into the pile of clothes and was instantly stunned. Whoosh! The frenzied crowd that was constantly roaring and rushing forward was driven back by the guards of the Sea Emperor royal court. In an instant, they covered Yi Qianxian's small silver fox body. Qianren. Luo Qingtong didn't even react when Yi Qianxian transformed. She only felt the man beside her disappear in an instant. She subconsciously turned her head and saw the little silver fox that fell on the pile of clothes. She was stunned for a moment, and then the crowd rushed over and covered Yi Qianxian's figure. Luo Qingtong saw this scene and hurriedly rushed over, trying to pull Yi Qianxian out of the sea of people. However, there were simply too many people being chased back. Everyone was involuntarily retreating. Luo Qingtong went against the flow and encountered too much resistance. Yi Qianxian's small body didn't have the advantage in this crazily surging crowd. In an instant, he was pushed far away. Fortunately, Yi Qianxian's body was strong and agile. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't have time to be annoyed. He directly jumped up and ran in the direction of Luo Qingtong's voice. Bang! On the important viewing platform of the Sea Emperor royal court, a bright and beautiful girl dressed in luxurious princess clothes stood up with a whoosh. She didn't care about the wide chair behind her. Quick! Quickly capture that little silver fox for this princess. She stretched out her hand and pointed at Yi Qianxian, who was constantly shuttling through the crowd and sweeping toward Luo Qingtong. Her proud and bright face was filled with pleasant surprise. The third princess of the Sea Emperor only glanced down the stage and didn't expect to see a person transform into a fox. Thinking of the moment when that person transformed, and the handsome face that was revealed when the dark gold mask fell off, her heart thumped. What surprised her even more was that the other party had transformed into a complete beast form. Oh my god, could this be? The third princess' heartbeat quickened as she thought of a possibility. She shouted sternly, quick! Catch it for me! No one is allowed to hurt it. Otherwise, this princess will not let you off easily. The group of guards from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court didn't dare to be careless when they heard this. They hurriedly led their troops towards Yi Qianxian. The guards in charge of guarding the square also received the order and immediately rushed into the crowd, driving away all the people around Yi Qianxian. The latter quickly realized that something was wrong. When a guard from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court pounced on him, he instantly dodged to the side. At the same time, he used his sharp claws to viciously scratch the guard. Roar! Yi Qianren's face instantly darkened when she subconsciously did this. Not because of anything else, but because this action was really very childish, and it had no lethality at all. He looked coldly at the guard from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court who wiped the trace of blood on his face and then pounced on him again. At the same time, the guards around it pounced on him. Yi Qianxian's figure was trapped in the middle of them. At this moment, a figure flashed in and caught the fox in his arms before the guards could pounce on him. Sorry, this is my little silver fox. Sorry to disturb everyone. When the latter sensed her presence, it retracted its sharp front claws and huddled in her arms with a cold snort. Its little head was buried in Luo Qingtong's elbow, and it didn't even want to raise its head. Its heart was filled with indescribable depression. It wasn't for anything else, but the fact that he didn't want Luo Qingtong to discover his secret of transforming into the silver fox. Everything was exposed now. Damn it, if he had known earlier, he would never have participated in this Sea Emperor's ceremony. Yi Qianxian's heart was filled with a burst of anger, and the nature of a young fox emerged. In an instant, its four little claws scratched Luo Qingtong's chest. It scratched Luo Qingtong's robe until it was pulled up. Feeling the little guy fidgeting in her arms, and seeing that Yi Qianxian didn't even want to raise his head, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She nodded to the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court and turned to leave. At this moment, a charming and stern voice rang out. Stop! The third princess of the Sea Emperor arrived at this moment. She looked at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face with jealousy, and then her gaze fell on Yi Qianxian in Luo Qingtong's arms. Seeing the latter lying in Luo Qingtong's arms so obediently, she knew that the two must be together. No, she couldn't let them take this man away. He was the one who took a fancy to her. What's more, this man was able to transform into his beast form under the light of the Sea Emperor's heart, and in such a complete form. She couldn't let him go. Thinking of this, she suddenly said coldly, "Who said that this little fox is yours? It clearly sneaked out of this princess's residence. I was looking everywhere for it. How did it become your little fox?" As she spoke, she raised her head and said to the guards beside her, "Go, take it for me." Yes. When the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court heard this, they immediately surrounded Luo Qingtong. The latter stopped in his tracks and turned around with a frown on his face. He looked at the arrogant and overbearing third princess and said coldly, "Third princess, this little fox is in my arms. It's obvious who she is at a glance. What do you people from the Sea Emperor's royal court mean? As long as one wasn't blind, one could see that Xianxia was hers. The third princess of the sea wanted to snatch it by force." Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold as she thought of this. "This princess said, 'This little fox is mine.'" The third princess of the sea looked to Luo Qingtong. She said slowly, "As for why it's lying in your arms so obediently, I'll know what you did to it after I capture you." Of course, she had the final say. If she said that Luo Qingtong did it, then she did it. The third princess looked at Luo Qingtong coldly. "Fight with me? Humph," she sneered. This man turned into a fox, she must have it. If she knew what was good for her, she would immediately put down the silver fox and leave. She could still save her life, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to leave Sea Emperor Island. On Sea Emperor Island, the Sea Emperor's royal court was God, heaven, and everything. "Men, capture her. Bring that little fox to me." Following the third princess's voice, the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court were about to make a move on Luo Qingtong. The latter's eyes sharpened and she was about to make a move. "Big sister?" Following this voice, a skinny figure dashed towards Luo Qingtong. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" A group of people followed behind that figure and hurriedly chased after him. "Your Highness!" The group of people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court who were about to attack Luo Qingtong saw the figure rushing towards them and immediately knelt down. They didn't dare to attack anymore. "What are you all doing?" When the figure got closer, he realized that Luo Qingtong and the others were at daggers drawn. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the people who were about to attack Luo Qingtong. Yes, the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court looked at the third princess and didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't dare to say that it was the third princess who ordered them to attack the girl and steal her little fox. "Third royal sister, what's going on?" That figure looked solemnly at the third princess of the Sea Emperor, and the latter looked at him with an ugly expression. "Royal brother, do you know her?" She pointed at Luo Qingtong. At this moment, the latter also recognized the figure that was rushing over. "Your little she?" Luo Qingtong looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. The latter's jade-white face looked like it was carved from jade. Because he had started to grow taller, the lines on his face had become more slender. He looked a little more handsome, but he was still very cute. Who else could he be if he wasn't the little boy from the Laniyue aristocratic family whom she had saved on the Nine Magi Mountain? He was actually from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court in the northern region. The people from the Laniyue aristocratic family said that he had been taken away. Was he taken away by the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court? Luo Qingtong's expression was one of shock, but little Lucky's expression was one of joy. "Yes. Big sister, you still remember me?" He looked at Luo Qingtong with admiration. That pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be sparkling. To Huang Fushi, Luo Qingtong was the light that appeared in his life. She had saved everything, including his life and destiny. He would never forget the moment he saw Luo Qingtong when he was chased by the demonic pythons in the Nine Magi Mountain. The girl's face was covered in blood and tatters, but she had saved him from the demonic pythons easily. Not only that, but she had also cured the poison in his body and saved his life. It was all because of Luo Qingtong that he was able to return to the Sea Emperor Dragon Court in the northern region and be called Little Highness. Huang Fushi looked at Luo Qingtong with eyes full of admiration for Luo Qingtong. He didn't even pay attention to the third princess beside him. The latter was completely ignored and instantly clenched his teeth in anger. "Royal brother, I'm asking you. Also, who are you calling big sister?" She looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain and said coldly, "Don't forget that you are the little prince of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Not just anyone can be your big sister." Her heart was filled with uneasiness. This woman knew Huang Fushi. How troublesome. If that was the case, she couldn't do anything to her. The third princess gritted her teeth at this thought. That's my problem. You don't have to worry about it, big sister Wang. Huang Fushi came to his senses and recalled the scene he had just seen. He immediately put on a stern face and said, "Why did big sister Wang attack my big sister?" He stared at the third princess with a solemn expression. He knew his royal sister's personality very well. In the past, when he was judged to be a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate or awaken the Neptune's bloodline, she was as harsh as she wanted to be. The other party was arrogant and willful, and the whole world had to flatter her. If she said that she was the one who took the initiative to provoke Luo Qingtong, he would definitely not doubt it. Royal brother, what do you mean by this? I am your royal sister. You're siding with an outsider? The third princess looked at Huang Fushi coldly. Pointing at Luo Qingtong, she said, "She's the one who stole the silver fox I bought and raised in my residence. What about it? Can't I get my own thing back?" The third princess sneered, "Royal brother, are you planning to bully this princess with an outsider?" She had already made up her mind. No matter what the other party said later, she would insist on this point. No matter what, she must get her hands on the silver fox that man turned into. She stared at Xianxia in Luo Qingtong's arms with a burning gaze. The latter glanced at her coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to her. After discovering that Luo Qingtong was no longer in danger, Yi Qianxian curled up again and nestled in Luo Qingtong's arms. He was still depressed about his identity being exposed. He didn't know how that woman would laugh at him later. As for the third princess, in Yi Qianxian's eyes, she wasn't even a speck of dust. Seeing Yi Qianxian's contempt and disregard for her, the third princess felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't hide her jealousy and hatred as she glared at Luo Qingtong. Then, she coldly said to Huang Fushi, "Royal brother, since you know her, I can overlook her crime of stealing the silver fox. Ask her to return my silver fox and I'll drop the matter, how about it?" "No." Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She looked at the proud and complacent third princess and said coldly, "This little fox is mine. I'm afraid the Sea Emperor's dragon court doesn't teach you to be thick-skinned and shameless." "Where did you learn all this from, third princess? Truly, shameless to the extreme. You." The third princess was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She looked at Huang Fushi angrily and said, "Brother, you heard it too. She insulted our Sea Emperor Dragon Court. You stole the fox and slandered the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. You're still a descendant of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Don't let her do as she pleases." What he meant was that he wanted Huang Fushi to deal with Luo Qingtong. However, the young man's words almost angered her half to death. "If what elder sister said is wrong, I will apologize to elder sister Wang on her behalf and accept my punishment. But if what elder sister said is true, then elder sister Wang has tarnished the reputation of our Sea Emperor Dragon Court. What's wrong with elder sister Wang saying that? Elder sister Wang, you should be the one to reflect on your actions and accept your punishment. Otherwise, the tens of millions of people on Sea Emperor Island will be bitterly disappointed in our Sea Emperor Island. Father has always taught us to lead by example. Have you forgotten, elder sister Wang?" The third princess was so angry that she almost fell to the ground when she heard Huang Fushi's words. "This traitorous bastard, he's actually helping an outsider deal with me." She was so angry that she wanted to say something. "Sister, can you prove that this little fox is yours?" Hearing this, the third princess instantly sneered and retracted the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Her little brother was so naive. This silver fox couldn't possibly speak. How could she prove that the silver fox was hers? No matter how intimate their actions were, all he had to do was insist on what they had done to the silver fox. She would see how they would deal with it. Her little brother had dug a big hole for her, and that woman, the third princess sneered. She didn't know that this was all because Luo Qingtong had sent a voice transmission to Huang Fushi. How could the third princess let go of such a big hole that Huang Fushi had dug for her? Almost immediately, she followed Huang Fushi's words and said, "Fine. Brother, as long as she can prove that this silver fox is hers, I will immediately apologize to her and admit that I have insulted the reputation of the Sea Emperor's royal court. At that time, I am willing to accept any punishment from the royal court. But if she can't prove it, then this little silver fox belongs to me." you and her will both be punished. Especially her, for insulting the Sea Emperor's royal court. At that time, you and the Sea Empress must not deliberately cover for her. The third princess of the Sea Empress smiled proudly. She would only win this bet. After all, if the other party couldn't prove it, then the silver fox would belong to her. She didn't need to do anything to get everything she wanted, and she could even teach Xianxia a lesson. In this way, this woman could be considered to have done her a big favor. After all, during this time, Xianxia's family had been the dominant force. She and her brother couldn't do anything to them, although the other party wouldn't be arrogant for much longer. But before that, being able to teach them a good lesson was also very refreshing. The third princess thought so, and the smile on her face became even colder and more arrogant. Fine. I promise you. Your Highness. The guards on Xianxia's side hurriedly called out. The young boy waved his hand nonchalantly. Sister, you can prove it, right? He was full of confidence in Luo Qingtong. He didn't believe that Luo Qingtong would harm him. Of course. Luo Qingtong chuckled when she saw the smug and cold expression on the third princess' face. Then, she reached out to touch the useless ring on her finger. Although Xianxia didn't pay any attention to the third princess, his ears were perked up as he listened to the commotion outside. At this moment, he sensed Luo Qingtong's movements and thought of what she had just said. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What was this woman going to use to prove her identity? He was in his beast form and couldn't speak. Even if he could interact with her intimately and point out her name, the third princess of the sea wouldn't acknowledge him. This woman agreed to such a condition and was so confident. Could it be? Xianxia suddenly thought of a possibility and jumped up in an instant. The hair on his body seemed to be about to explode, and he ran out with a swish. However, just as he moved, Luo Qingtong hugged him. Good boy. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and kissed him on the nose. That won't do, Xianxia was about to explode. But before it could struggle, Luo Qingtong had already put it on. That's right, the things that Luo Qingtong took out were the things that she had shown Xianxia before, the things that she had sewn for little silver. Little cloaks, little scarves, little hats, and so on. The patterns on it were extremely gaudy and adorable. They were as exaggerated as they could be. They were as cute as they could be. Xianxia's face darkened when he saw these things. Roar. It let out a childish roar. If it could speak now, the content of its words would definitely be, Luo Qi. When everyone saw the things that Luo Qingtong took out and the things that belonged to the silver fox, they instantly knew that the silver fox belonged to Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, there was no way that she would have so many things that belonged to the silver fox. It was impossible to say that Luo Qingtong had planned this all along. Because there were a few old toys inside, there were bite marks and claw marks left by the silver fox on them. It was easy to tell what they were after looking at them. So, this silver fox really did belong to Luo Qingtong. It was the third princess who had framed her. I didn't think that the third princess would actually lie. Yeah. How could she be such a person? She's a disgrace to the reputation of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Yeah. It's just a silver fox. She's a princess, but she wants to steal it from someone else. Is there anything more shameful than this? All eyes gathered on the third princess and the others. Everyone on the third princess's side lowered their heads in shame. This was the Sea Emperor ceremony, and who knew how many people had gathered here? Not only were there people from Sea Emperor Island, but there were also important figures and powerful beings from other islands. The third princess had disgraced the entire northern territory, and it couldn't be washed away. Doing something like this during the sea god sacrificial ceremony was going to be a disgrace to the sea god dragon court for the rest of her life. Not only that, but she had also insulted the reputation of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court in front of so many people. She didn't know what kind of punishment she would receive when she returned. At that time, punishment, flogging, and confinement would be unavoidable. Those who followed him would also be punished. Their future prospects would be uncertain. Everyone's faces turned green and white as they thought about it. Their hearts were filled with indescribable regret. If they had known earlier, they would have told the truth earlier. Offending the third princess was far better than offending the entire Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Everyone's hearts were like dead ashes. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's expression was unsightly. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong to use such a method to prove Yi Qianxian's identity. Damn it, wasn't this silver fox transformed from that man? Why did that woman have so many things that were obviously used by the silver fox? The evidence was so conclusive that she couldn't even refute it. The third princess of the Sea Emperor was in disbelief. Could it be that she was raising that handsome man as a pet? Her eyes were filled with incredulity. Right at this moment, Huang Fuxi's voice sounded. Sister Wang. He spoke with a solemn expression. Do you have anything to say now? Then hurry up and apologize to Sister Wang. Otherwise, the reputation of our Sea Emperor Dragon Court will be completely tarnished. Who does he think did this to her? It's all because of this traitor. If he hadn't helped her deal with me, this woman would have died a long time ago, and that little silver fox would have been mine. How would I have ended up in this situation where I and the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court have lost all face? The third princess of the Sea Emperor was furious. Her chest heaved up and down, and blood rushed to her head. But in front of so many people, she couldn't just give in. If this wasn't the Sea Emperor's ceremony, she would have turned around and left. Could it be that Huang Fuxi dared to stop her, Sister Wang, from apologizing to an outsider? But this was the Sea Emperor's ceremony, and there were so many people here. The third princess gritted her teeth and had no choice but to lower her head. She looked at Luo Qingtong and said hatefully, I'm sorry. I've slandered you. The third princess gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke her teeth. She quickly left after saying that, but before she left, she looked at Luo Qingtong with unspeakable hatred and viciousness. Just you wait. Looking at her eyes, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. At this moment, Huang Fuxi walked up to her and asked with anticipation and apprehension, Big sister, can you stay at my place? He looked at Luo Qingtong with a longing expression and quickly said, I can show you around the Northern Territory. Big sister, the Northern Territory is very fun. Can you stay for a while before leaving? As for Big Sister Wang and the others, I won't let them disturb you. He made a solemn promise. He was overjoyed to be able to see Luo Qingtong again. Because of some reasons, he couldn't return to the Eastern Territory for the time being. He thought that he wouldn't be able to see Luo Qingtong for a long time. He didn't expect the girl to appear here. It was a pleasant surprise. Okay. Luo Qingtong hugged Yi Qianxian and gestured to Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others in the crowd. The latter had already rushed over after receiving the news when she was confronting the third princess of the sea. However, because Huang Fuxi appeared at that time, Luo Qingtong told them to hold back for the time being. At this time, the young man invited her to live in his residence. Luo Qingtong thought about it and agreed. Firstly, she could avoid a lot of trouble if she stayed at his place. Secondly, she wanted to inquire about Bright Moon Island, and Huang Fuxi might be able to help her. Luo Qingtong nodded. Huang Fuxi was so happy that he jumped up and hurriedly took Luo Qingtong back to his mansion. He arranged for Luo Qingtong to stay in his courtyard, which was only separated from him by a wall. In this way, if Luo Qingtong had an accident, he would also have an accident. He wouldn't be afraid that someone would dare to secretly find trouble with Luo Qingtong. After all, assassinating the little prince of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court was not a small crime. If the third princess of the sea wasn't stupid, they wouldn't dare to do so. The young man's heart was pure and he really put her safety first. Luo Qingtong remembered this in her heart. After dinner, she said goodbye to Huang Fuxi and returned to her room. Pfft, haha. After Luo Qingtong closed the door, she couldn't help but laugh. She put Yi Qianxian, who had transformed into a little silver fox, on the bed, then leaned over to him and laughed until she fell down. Qian? Yinbao? My little darling? With a look of disgust, it raised its paw and slapped Luo Qingtong's face, pushing her away forcefully. This woman, he knew she would definitely laugh at him. He didn't want to talk to her anymore, okay? Looking at its ugly rejection, Luo Qingtong laughed even harder. She was almost out of breath. She couldn't help it. She really couldn't help it. Whenever she thought of the cold and dignified Yi Qianxian becoming this cute and uncontrollable, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Especially when she thought of Yi Qianxian turning into a fox cub and playing with toys. Ouch, I can't, my stomach hurts. She lay on the bed and clutched her stomach from laughing. You might as well die from the pain, Yi Qianxian glared at her from the side. He really didn't want to talk to this woman, only this woman had a way to make him gnash his teeth in anger, but at the same time, he couldn't bear to punish her. Xianxia turned its head away, not wanting to look at her at all. However, Luo Qingtong pulled it back. The latter looked at it and laughed for a while. Then, she took out the little cloth mouse that Yin Bao used to love playing with the most from her trash ring. Xianxia looked at the little cloth mouse and his face darkened. What was this woman trying to do? If she dared to let him play with the cloth mouse like before, he would definitely be angry. Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. In the past, it was fine that Luo Qingtong didn't know his identity. Now that she knew that the little silver fox was him, he would rather die than do such a childish and ridiculous thing. Xianxia raised its paw and slapped at the cloth mouse. That appearance was indescribably angry. However, even if he looked like a fox cub with its fur puffed up, it still looked very cute. Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia's angry appearance and couldn't hold back. She raised her hand and grabbed the little paw that it stretched out. With a smack, she kissed its little paw. Then, he laughed heartily and hugged it as he rolled around on the bed. As for the little cloth mouse, Luo Qingtong had deliberately taken it out to tease Xianxia. She had no intention of releasing it. Luo Qingtong knew that Xianxia was having a hard time controlling the bestial nature in his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many cute and childish actions when he turned into Yin Bao. In the past, she didn't know that silver baby was Xianxia, so she naturally liked to play with it. But now that she already knew, for the sake of this man's self-esteem, Luo Qingtong felt that it was better for her to keep some things to herself. Sigh, what a waste of the toys, clothes, and gadgets she had made for little silver. From the looks of it, Xianxia would never wear it again. Luo Qingtong felt a burst of regret in her heart. She was looking forward to seeing silver baby in those toys. Especially that little dress. Xianxia looked at Luo Qingtong's pitiful little eyes. How could he not know what she was thinking? He was so angry that he raised his paw to slap her again. Its little paw was soft. When its nails weren't out, slapping Luo Qingtong was like scratching an itch. Not only was it not painful, but it was also very comfortable. Luo Qingtong didn't even dodge. She let the little silver fox's soft paw slap her face. In the end, she hugged Xianxia and gave him a big kiss. Xianxia really couldn't do anything to her. He coldly snorted and ignored Luo Qingtong. He closed his eyes and felt the power in his body. He wanted to suppress the power of the demon fox blood curse. His expression abruptly changed. Bang! He suddenly stood up from Luo Qingtong's arms. No? Xianxia was shocked. He carefully sensed the power in his body and found that there was no demonic fox blood curse power. How was that possible? He had indeed become like this because of the demonic fox blood curse power. During the sea god ceremony, when the light from the statue of the sea god shone down, he did feel the demonic fox blood curse boiling. There was no mistake about it. Could it be because of the light? Xianxia's cute fox face became serious. Qianren, what's going on? Luo Qingtong also realized that something was wrong. When Qianren just closed his eyes to rest, she didn't disturb him anymore. The man obviously wanted to change back to his human form. But now, did he fail? Luo Qingtong looked at him with a serious expression. Awoo. Xianxia wanted to answer her question, but when he opened his mouth, he let out a young fox's cry. In an instant, his face darkened. Luo Qingtong didn't laugh at him anymore. She furrowed her brows and looked at Qianren. Then, she lifted her hand and hugged her, bringing her to the study room. Qianren, write it down. Luo Qingtong said as she put Xianxia on the study table. Then, she ground the ink and pushed the inkstone in front of Xianxia, indicating that he should write it down. Xianxia looked at the inkstone in front of him and nodded. He dipped his claws in the ink and began to write on the paper in front of him. After he finished writing, Luo Qingtong understood the whole story. So, you can't find the power of the fox blood and can't change back? She looked at the silver fox in front of her. Okay, Xianxia wanted to respond, but then he remembered that he couldn't speak, so he nodded. Alright, I got it. Luo Qingtong nodded. This matter was definitely related to the light emitted by the statue of the sea god during the sea god ceremony. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she thought about the direct descendants of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court who had awakened after coming into contact with the light. Now that he knew the reason, things would be easier. Let's go, Qianren. Let's go ask little Lucky what the light from the Sea Emperor's statue is. She picked up Xianxia's silver fox and wiped the ink off its paws. Then, she walked out of the room. In the courtyard next door, when Huang Fushi heard that Luo Qingtong was looking for him, he quickly came out to greet her. Sister? He looked at Luo Qingtong, who had returned with a face full of shock. Didn't the girl go back to rest? Could it be that someone had turned a deaf ear to his words and neglected her? As Huang Fushi thought of this, he looked sharply at the people behind Luo Qingtong. Sister, did someone bully you? As he spoke, his jade-white face was full of anger. It's fine. It has nothing to do with them. Luo Qingtong waved her hand and looked at him. Little Lucky, I have something to ask you in private. Is it convenient? As she spoke, she looked at the people behind him. Of course it's convenient. Huang Fushi waved his hand and dismissed all the people behind him. Sister, what do you want to ask? I want to ask about the Sea God ceremony and the Sea God statue. Luo Qingtong naturally had her reasons for asking Huang Fushi to send him away. The Sea God ceremony was the most important ceremony of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. It was related to the awakening of the direct descendants of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Sure enough, Huang Fushi was shocked when he heard her question. Sister, wait. He walked to the door vigilantly and activated a mechanism. Then, he walked back to Luo Qingtong and sat down in front of her. Sister, why did you suddenly ask such a question? He said, Sister, did you come to the Northern Territory for this? He frowned as he spoke, looking like he was in a difficult position. Sister, I'm afraid I can't help you. The Sea God's heart is the most precious sacred object of our Sea Emperor Dragon Court. With it, our Sea God clan can pass down generations. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Qingtong. The latter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't want your sacred object. I just want to ask. Luo Qingtong looked at the young man in front of her who was frowning so hard that his eyebrows were almost knotted. She found it funny. What did she do to make him think that she wanted that thing? However, the young man was subconsciously protecting her when he mistakenly thought that she wanted the Sea God's heart. Luo Qingtong's heart warmed. Ah? You're not? Huang Fushi was pleasantly surprised. He thought that Luo Qingtong suddenly asked this because she wanted the Sea God's heart. If that was the case, he really couldn't help Luo Qingtong. Firstly, it was the sacred object of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Secondly, he didn't have the corresponding authority. The sacred object was in the forbidden area. Unless his father gave permission, ordinary people couldn't enter. Now that he heard that Luo Qingtong just wanted to know more, he was relieved. Then, he told Luo Qingtong. It turned out that the so-called miracle of the Sea God ceremony was the effect of the Sea God's heart. The Sea Emperor's heart is a holy artifact of our Sea Emperor Dragon Court. It is said that it was left behind by our ancestors a long time ago and is very important to us. Big sister, you also saw the awakening of our Sea Emperor Dragon Court's direct descendants during the Sea Emperor ceremony, right? If those who are illuminated by the Sea Emperor's heart are lucky enough, they will be able to awaken the mysterious power hidden within their bodies. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said this. Big sister, you don't know this, but none of us from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court can be considered as real people. The members of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court possess the bloodline of the monster tribe. We are half monsters. As he spoke, he began to transform in front of Luo Qingtong. Scales grew on the young man's jade-white face, and fins grew behind his ears. His entire person looked very delicate and evil. Charming and gorgeous. Something like webbing suddenly grew out of his 10 fingers and connected them together. Merman? Luo Qingtong looked at Huang Fushi's transformation in surprise. The latter's transformation looked like the legendary merman. Merman? What's that? After Huang Fushi transformed, even his voice became gorgeous. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a puzzled expression, then laughed happily. Big sister, aren't you afraid of me? He thought that after he transformed, Luo Qingtong would think that he was a monster. Other people would usually change in a certain part of their body. They wouldn't be like him, whose entire body had changed and didn't look like a human at all. Huang Fushi thought that Luo Qingtong would be afraid of him. Afraid? Of course not. Luo Qingtong looked at the little boy in front of her. Legend has it that the mermaids were extremely charming and beautiful. How could he be afraid when he was so beautiful? Huang Fushi hadn't grown up yet. When he was older in the future, he would probably be even more beautiful. Such a person was pleasing to the eye just by looking at him. What was there to be afraid of? Luo Qingtong's expression was calm. Seeing that Luo Qingtong's expression didn't seem to be fake, Huang Fushi jumped up happily. Sister, I knew you were the best. He smiled and squinted his eyes, feeling very happy in his heart. He was really afraid that Luo Qingtong would dislike him. But she asked about the Sea Emperor's heart, and he didn't want to lie to her, so he could only tell her the truth. Luo Qingtong smiled and didn't say anything. She saw all of the little boy's worries. But in the 24th century on Earth, she hadn't seen anything. So what if he was a half-demon? So what if he wasn't human? Sometimes, the human heart was more terrifying than a demon, but, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. The people of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court actually had the bloodline of the demon race, and were half-demons, then the Sea Emperor's heart was probably related to the demon race. If that was the case, it was no wonder that Xianxia was affected. What he was under before was the demon fox blood curse. She was afraid that after combining with the light of the Sea Emperor's heart, some unpredictable change had occurred. If she wanted him to change back to human form, she was afraid that she would have to rely on the Sea Emperor's heart. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately asked, Xiaoxi, does the light of the Sea Emperor's heart appear at other times except during the Sea Emperor's ceremony? No. Huang Fushi shook his head. The Sea Emperor's heart is in the forbidden area. Except during the annual Sea Emperor's ceremony, it will emerge from the forbidden area and emit light through the ancestor's statue. The rest of the time, it stays in the forbidden area. Even my father and the others can't control it. That's why the annual Sea God ceremony is so grand and important to the northern region. To the people outside, this was naturally just a grand ceremony. However, to the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court, this was a major event. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she immediately frowned. Will it only appear during the annual Sea God ceremony? How could that be? Xianxia could not wait that long. Luo Qingtong's face was very solemn. Xianxia was too weak in his beast form. 1 year was too long, and there were too many variables. No one knew what would happen. If this was a matter within the Truespill continent, then that would be fine. But, if something were to happen on Xianxia's other side, Luo Qingtong's heart trembled as she thought about it. No, she had to find a way to enter the forbidden area of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court and remove Xianxia's cub form. She had to let him return to his human form. Luo Qingtong prepared to bid farewell to Huang Fushi. She didn't want to make things difficult for him. Although she said that she didn't covet the Sea Emperor's heart, the people of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court might not believe her. It was better not to ask Xiaoxi for help. She didn't want to implicate him. Moreover, if Luo Qingtong didn't guess wrong, the Sea Emperor's third princess and the others were watching him. Rather than asking Xiaoxi for help, she might as well secretly investigate. Luo Qingtong was about to leave. Your Highness, the Empress of the Sea is here. The person outside reported respectfully. Mother? Huang Fushi was surprised. He was about to send Luo Qingtong out when he heard this and immediately opened the door. He looked outside and saw a group of people walking over from the opposite corridor. The woman in the lead had a phoenix hairpin and red hair. Her entire body was luxurious, and her face was graceful and gentle but firm. The aura around her was extraordinary. Mother! Huang Fushi called out when he saw the woman, then guarded Luo Qingtong behind him with a vigilant expression. Mother, what happened today has nothing to do with elder sister. If you're angry, just take it out on me. Mother suddenly came to his residence in the middle of the night. Huang Fushi's first reaction was that the Empress of the Sea was here to make trouble for Luo Qingtong. He immediately protected Luo Qingtong without hesitation. Today's matter was Third Royal Sister's fault. He didn't regret dealing with her at all. Mother shouldn't think of making trouble for Luo Qingtong because of this. When did I say I was going to make trouble for her? The Empress of the Sea looked helplessly at Huang Fushi, who was standing in front of her. Her son had returned to the Sea Emperor Dragon Court for so long, but he was still so pure and kind. She didn't know whether this was good or bad. However, if his personality wasn't so pure and kind, he wouldn't have been saved by the girl back then, right? After all, the other party was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was known as the most evil person in the world. All of you, leave. She waved her hand at the people around her. The latter and the others all left. When there was no one around, the Empress of the Sea looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Miss Tong, can I call you that?" She removed the title of this empress and looked at the girl in front of her with a gentle expression. It was the other party who saved her son and cured him of the poison in his body. The Empress of the Sea had learned everything from her father, Old Master Lanyue. But for some reason, she couldn't thank Luo Qingtong. This had always been a regret in her heart. She didn't expect the girl to come to the Northern Territory. When the Sea Empress heard from her attendant that Huangfu she had called the other party big sister, she immediately rushed over. After all, the only person who could make his son, who was pure in nature but didn't like to get close to others, so close was the young girl who saved his life. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded towards the Ocean Empress. She could tell that he was trying to help her hide her identity. Although she didn't have to hide her identity anymore, she still appreciated the other party's kind intentions. Sea Empress. You don't have to be so polite. The Sea Empress looked at her and said, "Miss Tong, shall we go in and talk?" She said to Luo Qingtong. Okay. Luo Qingtong walked into the room. The appearance of the Sea Empress also gave her some new ideas. Perhaps she could enter the forbidden ground through him. Luo Qingtong didn't want to implicate Xiaoxi because the young man was too naive. If he wasn't careful enough, it would be troublesome if he was caught red-handed. But after passing through the sea, it might be different. To be able to protect Huangfu Shi in the Sea Emperor's royal court for so many years and still be able to let the latter maintain such a naive and kind nature, the Sea Empress's schemes and methods were probably extraordinary. If she could make the other party help her, then this matter could be considered half done. The three of them came to the round table in the middle of the room and sat down. Of course, it's to thank Miss Tong. The Sea Empress looked at Luo Qingtong and smiled. Miss Tong, thank you for saving Shi-Er in the Eastern Divine Region and curing him of the poison. The Sea Emperor and I will remember this favor in our hearts. But because of some reasons, we can't thank you, so we can only ask my father, Elder Lanyue, to do it for us. We didn't deliberately hide Shi-Er's identity, but the situation was a bit special. I hope Miss Tong doesn't mind. It's fine. Luo Qingtong shook her head. Huangfu Shi's situation was indeed special. She didn't want to be involved in the dispute between the forces behind him. The Sea Empress' actions were exactly what she wanted, so she didn't mind. In fact, if it weren't for Huangfu Shi's pure and kind nature, Luo Qingtong might not have helped him. So the Sea Empress didn't need to apologize at all. Okay. The Sea Empress smiled and nodded at her. Then she said, I've heard about what happened at the Sea Emperor's ceremony from the attendants. Don't worry, Miss Tong. She said lightly, I've already ordered the punishment of the third princess. She disgraced the reputation of the Sea Emperor's royal court, tarnished the glory of the ancestors of the Sea Emperor, and shamed the ancestors of the Sea Emperor. She won't be able to go out during this period, so she shouldn't be able to cause trouble for you. After the Sea Empress learned about what happened at the Sea Emperor's ceremony, she immediately used the heaviest punishment in the Sea Emperor's royal court on the third princess. Because the evidence was conclusive, no one could plead for mercy for the third princess. The Sea Empress easily knocked the third princess unconscious. After such a lesson, the third princess probably wouldn't be able to cause trouble for Luo Qingtong for the time being. Thank you, Sea Empress. Luo Qingtong was surprised. She could hear the meaning behind the Sea Empress' words. The punishment the third princess received was probably not light, but, wasn't she the Sea Empress' daughter? Why was she so heavy-handed? The Sea Empress saw the confusion on Luo Qingtong's face and chuckled. She's indeed not my daughter. Other than Shi-Er, the other princes and princesses are all the descendants of the previous Sea Emperor and Sea Empress. It's a long story. In short, the Sea Monarch and I only have one child, Shi-Er. Therefore, Miss Tong, you should be able to guess why Shi-Er was so severely poisoned when you met him, right? The Sea Empress chuckled bitterly as she said, His Majesty and I tried our best to guard against them, but in the end, we were unable to prevent them from making a move on Xier. If we hadn't met Miss Tong, I'm afraid that Xier would have already bid farewell to us forever. At this point, she suddenly hesitated. Then, she looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Miss Tong, your medical skills are extraordinary. I wonder if you can help us take a look at the poison in His Majesty's body? What? Huang Fuxi, who was comforting the Sea Empress, almost jumped up when he heard this. Mother, is father poisoned? He asked in disbelief. Why didn't I know? He had never heard of such a thing. Your father and I deliberately hid it from you. The Sea Empress looked at him and sighed. Your personality is too pure and kind. We can't let anyone know that your father was poisoned. That's why we kept it from you. If someone were to find out about this, the entire Sea Emperor's dragon court would be turned upside down. That was why they tried their best to hide it from Huang Fuxi. It was the same reason why they hurriedly brought him back from the eastern region. At that time, the Sea Emperor had already discovered that something was wrong with his body. He and the Sea Empress immediately brought Huang Fuxi back to see if he could awaken during the Sea Emperor's ritual. If he could, they would do their best to pave the way for him. If he couldn't, they would send him far away and arrange everything for him so that he wouldn't be overthrown and killed by the Sea Emperor's royal court of the North region. After all, if Huang Fuxi couldn't awaken, as the son of the Sea Emperor, he would definitely die if someone else took his place. The Sea Empress and the Sea Emperor had put a lot of thought into this. Because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they couldn't even find Luo Qingtong to thank her and ask her to help treat him. Because those people in the dark were already watching their every move, waiting for the Sea Emperor's poison to take effect, he couldn't let them know that he was poisoned. He couldn't even let them know that he had discovered that he was poisoned. Mother! Huang Fuxi's eyes turned red when he suddenly learned of such a big matter. Only now did he know why the Sea Empress and the Sea Emperor didn't let him return to the eastern region after he returned to the northern region. They couldn't even contact Luo Qingtong. He also constantly gave him all kinds of things to do to temper him. So it was because there was something wrong with father's body, poisoned? Is it eldest brother and the others? He looked at the Sea Empress with red eyes and asked, is it? Mother? Yes. The Sea Empress couldn't help but sigh when she saw him like this. She knew that this child wouldn't be able to control himself after knowing this. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong was here. With her identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, she should be able to cure His Majesty. The Sea Empress thought and immediately looked at Luo Qingtong with a hopeful expression. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at her and nodded. I can help treat the Sea Emperor, but I have a request. She said in a deep voice, I want to enter the forbidden area and see the Sea Emperor's heart. If you agree, I'll do it. Luo Qingtong was still thinking about how to persuade the Sea Empress to help her enter the forbidden area. Now, there was no need to think about it. All he had to do was state his request directly. As long as the Ocean Emperor and Ocean Empress agree, this matter will not be a problem. Going in openly was better than sneaking in, and it would also save him the trouble of causing more problems. All right. The Sea Empress agreed without hesitation. To her, her son and husband were the most important. Luo Qingtong first saved Huang Fuxi's life, then helped him get rid of the poison in his body, allowing him to cultivate, and then awakened the talent of the Sea Emperor clan. Even if Luo Qingtong couldn't cure the poison in the Sea Emperor's body, she would still help Luo Qingtong. Furthermore, the Sea Emperor's heart was only useful to those from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court who possessed the bloodline of the demonic beast tribe. Only those who had enmity with the Sea Emperor Dragon Court would covet the Sea Emperor's heart. The Sea Empress believed that Luo Qingtong wouldn't do such a thing. I'll go back and tell His Majesty immediately. The Sea Empress stood up and said, Miss Tong, have a good rest. I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded and left with her. Luo Qingtong carried Xianxia back to the courtyard where she lived. She was very happy to have solved the problem of entering the forbidden area. She hugged the cute little fox and kissed it fiercely. That's great, Qianren. You'll be able to recover soon. Luo Qingtong said with a smile. Xianxia snorted softly and didn't say anything. However, he was very happy that Luo Qingtong was so worried about him. Xianxia wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to recover his human form. However, the way this woman worried about him made him feel warm in his heart. Humph, he thought that this woman was eager to see him become a cute fox. Look at how she laughed at him before. Xianxia snorted softly and didn't say anything. Luo Qingtong thought that he was worried. She immediately lifted him up high, put him in front of her, and kissed him. Don't worry. When we go to the forbidden area, we'll definitely find a way to change back. Besides, even if we can't find a way, you'll always be like this. I won't dislike you. Luo Qingtong said with a smile. Xianxia's appearance was very novel. Luo Qingtong never thought that one day, the strong, proud, cold, and domineering Xianxia would become such a soft and cute little thing. It was really, She couldn't help but laugh. Life's encounters were really magical. She couldn't help kissing Xianxia as she said this. She might never see Xianxia like this again. She still had a chance to kiss him a few more times. Otherwise, it would be a loss. Sigh. Once Xianxia recovered his human form, with his proud and cold temperament, he would never become like this for her to see or hug. Luo Qingtong thought. She hugged Xianxia's two little paws and nibbled on them. In an instant, Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. It raised its paw and slapped Luo Qingtong's face. This woman couldn't take any compliments at all. Who asked her not to dislike it? How could he always be like this? Even if she didn't mind, he wouldn't. Pooh. Seeing Xianxia explode, Luo Qingtong laughed. Alright, I was just joking. Who told you to keep quiet? I thought you were worried. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she smiled and grabbed its two little paws. She squeezed it and then hugged it in her arms again. By the way, Beiqing and Fengyu still don't know about your current situation. Let's send them a message later so that they won't worry. Xianxia couldn't change back. If Beiqing and Fengyu became anxious, they would be in trouble if they attacked the Sea Emperor royal court. Luo Qingtong had already found a solution. She didn't want to cause any more trouble. Ow! Xianxia cried softly. Then its face darkened. It patted Luo Qingtong with its paw. When Luo Qingtong lowered her head, it pulled out one of Luo Qingtong's palms and wrote something on her palm. Tomorrow, let Beiqing and Fengyu go to the Dragon Court Palace with you. Xianxia wrote on her palm. Luo Qingtong carefully felt the strokes on her palm. After recognizing this sentence, she smiled. Okay. She was going to treat the Sea Emperor tomorrow. She didn't know what would happen in the Dragon Court Palace. Xianxia was too weak now. Luo Qingtong would definitely take Beiqing and Fengyu with her. This man really didn't forget to worry about her all the time. Why didn't he think about himself? Luo Qingtong looked at the little fox in her arms who was deep in thought. She couldn't help but want to laugh. However, thinking about Xianxia's temper, she immediately suppressed it. Let's go back and sleep. We'll go to the Dragon Court Palace tomorrow. Just as Luo Qingtong carried Xianxia back to their room, in the residence of the third princess of the Sea Empire, a loud commotion instantly rang out. Get out of here! The third princess of the Sea Empire was half lying on her jade bed. Her entire back to her buttocks was a bloody mess. She was in so much pain that she was gasping for air as she swept all the things on her bed out of the room. That bitch Sea Empress was definitely using this as a pretext to make a fuss. She deliberately beat her up like this. Didn't she just attack an outsider from an unknown region? So what if she slandered her? She actually used the most severe punishment in the clan to beat her to death, and that bitch from an alien region, bastard, if she didn't let the Sea Empress have something on her, how would she be beaten up like this? She, Huanfu Shi, and the Sea Empress all deserved to die. The third princess of the Sea Empire was angry and in pain. Her body trembled. At this moment, a figure suddenly stepped in from outside the door. He was almost hit by the things she swept away. He immediately shouted coldly, "What's wrong with you? Are you done? Brother?" Hearing this voice, the third princess of the Sea Empire raised her head and saw the luxurious man standing outside the door. She immediately shouted angrily, "What are you shouting for? I was beaten up like this, and you still scold me. I'm your biological sister. Why don't you shout at that bitch Sea Empress? Shut up." The eldest prince of the Sea Empire looked at her and frowned. I just came back and heard that you were punished for causing trouble at the Sea Emperor ceremony. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to behave during this period of time? Wait until he's dead. What can't you do? Do you have to go against the Sea Empress and Huang Fuxi now? Do you have a brain? He said coldly. Yes. I'm brainless. The third princess looked at Huang Xiaolong with a sullen expression. How long have you been poisoning me? Do you see any reaction from him? Every day, you tell me to bear with it. I've been trampled on by them. If we continue to endure, when Huang Fuxi becomes powerful, both you and I will die. The third princess was infuriated. Big Brother said that he had succeeded in poisoning the Ocean Emperor. And the result? They had waited for a long time, but the other party did not show any signs of being poisoned. She was starting to doubt whether her elder brother was telling the truth. Shut up. The first prince of the sea looked at her coldly. He raised his hand and closed the door with a gust of wind. At the same time, he laid down a layer of his own aura barrier. Then, he looked at the third princess and said, the poison has succeeded. That old bastard has been enduring all this time. I've already received confirmation. Otherwise, why do you think I suddenly rushed back from outside? But you. The first prince of the sea looked at her coldly and said, you fought with an outlander in the Sea Emperor ceremony over a silver fox. You're really making me proud. He looked at the third princess with a cold expression. If she wasn't his biological sister and still had some use, he would have killed her long ago. She couldn't do anything right, but she was good at ruining things. No. It was transformed from a human. As soon as she said this, the Sea Emperor Crown Prince's face turned cold. He walked in front of the Sea Emperor's third princess and restrained himself from slapping her in the face. He kept telling himself that she was still injured. If he got angry, he would most likely kill her on the spot, but the Sea Emperor Crown Prince still couldn't hold back his anger. He gloomily said, third sister, do you think your big brother is a fool? Their Sea Emperor clan had the bloodline of the monster race, but they couldn't completely transform into beast form. Not to mention others, she actually told him that the silver fox was transformed from a human. Did she think he was stupid? If a monster race person appeared, how could they not sense it? Not to mention, the true monster race was recorded in the ancient records of their clan. It was impossible for them to appear in the true Spill continent. Big brother, it's true. The Sea Emperor's third princess hurriedly said. She looked at her big brother's cold eyes and quickly said, I saw it transform in the Sea Emperor ritual with my own eyes. That's why I desperately tried to steal it. Big brother, you have to believe me. That is a very handsome man. I think he either obtained some lucky chance that allowed him to transform into a beast form. Or, he has the bloodline of the monster race, the purest kind. Big brother, you also know that the purer the monster race, the harder it is to awaken the power in their body. But no matter what, big brother, this is a lucky chance for both of us. Think about it, if we can obtain him and obtain the secret techniques and inheritances of the monster race from his mouth, what do we need to be afraid of? And, the third princess of the Sea Empire licked her lips. She recalled the glimpse she had of Yi Qianren's handsome face, which was so beautiful that it didn't seem like a mortal's. If she could be together with such a man, big brother, think about it, if we can control him and obtain the continuation of his bloodline, the Sea Emperor's royal court, in our hands, will be completely carried forward. At that time, we will no longer be limited to the northern domain, but will rule the entire True Spill continent, and even higher places. Big brother, don't you want to? The third princess of the Sea God Empire's eyes lit up as she spoke. The first prince narrowed his eyes at her. Are you sure everything you said is true? If that was the case, then he would have to get his hands on the silver fox no matter the cost. In that case, he had wronged his sister. Who else knows about the silver fox? No. The third princess quickly shook her head. I'm probably the only one who saw it. However, that woman from another realm that Huang Fuxi is protecting definitely knows about it. She's with a man. Judging from the way the man had protected the silver fox without any hesitation and was willing to pay any price for it, he must have known that the silver fox was the man she was looking for. When the third princess of the sea thought that the man she fancied had been snatched by someone else, a sinister look flashed in her eyes. That bitch didn't know what was good for her. She snatched the man she fancied and even caused her to be beaten up like this. She instigated with a vicious look in her eyes. The first prince of the sea looked at her. How could he not know what his sister was thinking? However, this was indeed a hidden danger. That foreign woman knew Huang Fushi. He couldn't let them have a chance to surpass him. That little silver fox was his, and so was the throne of the Sea Emperor royal court. Don't worry, that woman and Huang Fushi won't be able to escape. The first prince's eyes were cold. Before he came back, he already had an idea and arrangement. Now that the silver fox was involved, it was better to move forward with the plan. It would also prevent undue delay. As he thought about it, he turned and walked out. I'll contact the others now. You stay here and recuperate. Don't cause any more trouble for me. We'll take action tomorrow. Yes. Brother, I got it. The third princess was pleasantly surprised. Take action tomorrow. She rolled her eyes for a while, then laughed out loud proudly. Haha. A bunch of B** cheese, you'll be in trouble tomorrow. Especially that bitch from the outer realm. Do you think we can't touch you just because you're related to Huang Fushi? Haha. She laughed out loud. Then, she suddenly raised her voice and coldly said to the people outside, Men, bring me the best bottle of medicine that you've obtained in the past. No matter what, she couldn't be absent tomorrow. She wanted to see that woman's expression of despair. Then, as the victor, he would snatch away the little fox that the man had transformed into. She would let the other party know that fighting with her would not end well. After tomorrow, she would make sure that woman couldn't even crawl out of Sea Emperor Island, while the third princess of the sea was having countless vicious thoughts. Luo Qingtong carried Xianxia back to their room and had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, the carriage from the Dragon Court Palace stopped at the gate of the prince's mansion. Huang Fushi, who hadn't returned all night, jumped out of the carriage. He looked at Luo Qingtong who was walking over and called out, Sister. Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at him. The little boy's eyes were obviously still red and swollen. She didn't know how long he had cried last night. She was still a child after all. Luo Qingtong patted his head and whispered, Don't worry, your father will be fine. She would do her best to save the Ocean Emperor. Yes. Huang Fushi looked at her and nodded heavily. He believed Luo Qingtong's words. The girl was the only light he had seen in his life when he was at his most desperate. She will definitely be able to save Imperial Father, just like how he had saved her. Sister, let's go. Huang Fushi jumped onto the carriage and extended his hand towards Luo Qingtong. It was supposed to be someone else who came to pick up Luo Qingtong, but he was worried and anxious about Luo Qingtong's arrival, so he came in person. Luo Qingtong put her hand in his and let him pull her up. By the way, I also brought some people with me. They should be able to enter the Dragon Court Palace together, right? Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked. After Bei Qing and Feng Yu received her letter, they waited at the gate of the prince's mansion early in the morning. He was following right behind her. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. The carriage sped towards the Dragon Court Palace. While Luo Qingtong and the others were heading towards the Dragon Court Palace, the first prince and the third princess of the Sea Emperor also appeared in the Dragon Court Palace. Why are the first prince and the third princess so free to come to the Dragon Court Palace? In the main hall of the Dragon Court Palace, the Sea Empress, dressed in luxurious clothes, received the first prince and the third princess of the Sea Emperor. She looked puzzled and vigilant. The third princess of the Sea Emperor had just been beaten by her yesterday and was badly mutilated when she was carried back. Logically speaking, she had to be bedridden for a few days. How could she appear in the Dragon Court Palace today? And the first prince, the Sea Empress, looked at the luxurious young man in front of her. He had been transferred to the most remote sea area to patrol. According to her and the Sea Emperor's estimation, he would not be able to return for at least a month or two. How could he suddenly appear here? Could it be that he had sensed something? The Sea Empress' heart tightened as she thought of this. However, she was also someone who had experienced many battles and appeared very calm. From her words and actions, there was nothing wrong with her at all. I'm worried about the Sea Emperor. I heard that His Majesty was not feeling well recently, so I specially came back to see him. The first prince's expression was indifferent when he heard the Sea Empress words. His eyes were cold, and he did not hide it. His return this time was very strange. If he deliberately concealed it, the other party would think too much. It was better to let them know that he came back on purpose and that he had other motives. Anyway, after today, they would not be able to jump around. Looking at the coldness in his eyes, the Sea Empress' heart sank instantly. As expected, the other party had sensed something and purposely came to test him. She clenched her teeth slightly. Fortunately, they had already invited Luo Qingtong to help. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. These people had been spying on him, just as His Majesty had said. They were waiting for him to show signs of being poisoned, and they would immediately attack him. The Sea Empress was furious, but she did not show it on her face. I'm afraid the first prince has misheard. His Majesty's health is very good. There is no problem. Her expression was indifferent. Is that so? Then, I would like to invite His Majesty to come out and meet us. The first prince's expression was cynical. After all, with such words spreading, and, you're not one of us, Sea Empress. It's normal for us to be worried. Do you think so? The meaning behind his words was very obvious. He was afraid that the Sea Empress would murder the Sea Emperor. You. Angered by his words, the Sea Empress was about to stand up. At this moment, an incomparably deep voice rang out. What did you say? Is this your attitude towards the Sea Empress? I don't want your concern. After us, get lost. Empress M and the Emin's Eam. That figure was tall and sturdy, and his face was cold and gloomy. He looked at the first prince and the others with anger in his eyes. Have you seen enough now? The Sea Emperor's voice was ice cold. He walked straight to Hai Ho, held her hand, and comforted her. Uncle, why are you doing this? Big brother and I are just worried about you. Moreover, the Sea Empress is not from our tribe, nor is she from the North region. Who knows what she will do in the future? She snorted at the Sea King and Empress. She wasn't afraid of what they would do to her. Back then, in order to marry the Empress, the Sea King swore in front of the Sea King's statue that he would treat them well for the rest of his life. He wouldn't attack them for no reason, let alone harm them. Before they were caught, no matter how angry the Sea King and Empress were, they couldn't do anything to them. The first prince of the sea looked at the Sea King with a cold expression. His sleeves fluttered slightly, and then a sly smile appeared on his lips. I was too anxious and worried just now and said the wrong thing. Please forgive me, Your Majesty and Empress. As he spoke, he casually bowed to the Sea King and Empress. Then, he said, since Your Majesty is fine, my sister and I will take our leave first. As he spoke, he pulled the third princess and prepared to leave. At this moment, Luo Qingtong and Huang Fushi walked in from outside. Eldest brother, third sister? Huang Fushi was instantly alarmed when he saw the two of them. He subconsciously shielded Luo Qingtong behind him. Then, he remembered that they poisoned the Sea King and couldn't help but ask sternly, what are you doing here? The Dragon Court Palace doesn't welcome you. Humph, the third princess of the Sea Emperor looked at him and laughed coldly. Then, she glanced at Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianren who was in her arms. Instantly, a trace of uncontrollable jealousy appeared in her eyes. The wound on her back was still throbbing, and she could barely walk. But the other party was living so well under Huang Fushi's protection, how could she not hate them? And that little fox, it should have been hers, but it didn't matter. After today, she would make them extremely miserable. The third princess sneered at Luo Qingtong and said, you can come, and you can even bring an outsider. Why, as the direct bloodline of the Sea Emperor royal court, can't we come? Huang Fushi, have you been disloyal for a long time? You want to turn our Sea Emperor Dragon Court into an outsider's territory? Her words instantly made Huang Fushi glare angrily at her. Nonsense. Humph, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know in the future. The third princess' words had a double meaning. Her gaze swept across Luo Qingtong's body like a venomous snake. She then said coldly, you better be careful. The path to the Dragon Court Palace isn't easy. Be careful that you come, but you can't leave, she sneered and left. The first prince of the sea stared deeply at Xianxia, who was in Luo Qingtong's arms. Complete beast form? Demon transformation? Interesting. After I get my hands on him, I'll have to study the secrets on his body. As long as he didn't kill the other party, there was no limit to his methods. He stared deeply at Xianxia before leaving with the third princess of the sea. After they left, Luo Qingtong finally raised her head that had been lowered. The third princess and her brother. They're really looking for trouble. She chuckled and whispered to Xianxia. The little fox in her arms was already so angry that its fur was about to fly off. If not for Luo Qingtong holding it, it would have already rushed out. In an instant, that pair of originally round and extremely cute little fox eyes exuded incomparable hostility. It pulled out Luo Qingtong's hand and drew strokes on her palm. Tonight, let Bei Qing and Feng Yu go. As for what they were going to do, naturally, it was to destroy them. Xianxia did not want to see these two people in front of him and Luo Qingtong again, especially the way the eldest prince of the Sea Emperor looked at him. If Xianxia's guess was right, the third princess of the Sea Emperor must have seen him when he had transformed. That was why she could not forget him and wanted him for herself. Even if she had to clash with Huangfu Shi and the Empress of the Sea, she would not hesitate. And the eldest prince of the Sea Emperor must have found out about him from the other party. These two people must not be left alive. Don't worry, we don't have to wait until tonight. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She had also noticed what Xianxia had noticed. Thinking that Xianxia had been discovered to have transformed into a silver fox and that the other party had obviously coveted him, Luo Qingtong's eyes were stained with murderous intent and coldness. Fortunately, the man's identity had not been exposed. This matter could still be remedied. Luo Qingtong looked up at the Sea Emperor and the Empress of the Sea in front of the hall. The two of them were very apologetic. They looked at the backs of the eldest prince of the sea and the third princess as they left, their faces full of anger. If it were not for the oath they had made, they would never have let the other party and the others be so presumptuous. Sorry, Miss Tong, you have been wronged. The Sea Emperor and the Empress of the Sea looked at Luo Qingtong with apologetic faces. It's okay. Luo Qingtong shook her head indifferently. I'm fine, but the Sea Emperor is in trouble. As she spoke, she looked at the Sea Emperor, the bloody light in her eyes rising layer by layer. Through her eye technique, she could clearly see that the poison in the sea monarch's body was constantly being stimulated violently. If one had to use an example, it would be the scene of a chemical experiment. The poison in the Sea Emperor's body seemed to have been stimulated by something, and now it was taking effect. If this continued, the poison that was supposed to take effect in a month or even later would immediately erupt in a short period of time. If she guessed correctly, it should be the work of the first prince and the third princess who had just visited. What? Hearing her words, the Sea Monarch, the Sea Empress and Huangfu Shi were all shocked. Miss Tong, what do you mean? High Empress' heart was burning with anxiety, and Huangfu Shi almost burst into tears. Elder sister, what's going on? Can't my father's poison be cured? His eyes immediately turned red. No, his poison was triggered by someone else. If nothing unexpected happens, it will erupt in 2 hours at most. At that time, there will be no cure. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, the Sea Empress felt dizzy. If not for the Sea Emperor supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Then, Miss Tong, can it be cured? She looked at Luo Qingtong with reddened eyes. She used all her strength to restrain herself from crying on the spot. She and the Sea Emperor had known each other for half of their lives. For her, the Sea Emperor went against the power of the entire Sea Emperor's royal court and insisted on marrying her. He even swore an oath to keep the first prince and the third princess alive because of her. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at her and nodded. But I need these things. Luo Qingtong said, listing all the things she needed. You'd better hurry, or he won't be able to hold on. Luo Qingtong looked at the Sea Emperor, whose face was already pale. The other party's strength was very strong. She didn't know if it was because of the demon clan's blood in his body, but he was forcibly suppressing the poison from erupting. But that was all. The poison was now being stimulated more and more. At most, in a quarter of an hour, he would not be able to suppress it. At that time, the poison would erupt even more violently, and the damage to the Sea Emperor's body would be greater. the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Sea Emperor. Even if he was saved, his body would be greatly damaged. Okay. The Sea Empress wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said in a deep voice, I'll go prepare. She also thought of what Luo Qingtong thought of. The poison in the Sea Emperor's body had been suppressed all this time, and it was impossible for it to suddenly erupt. The only possibility was that the eldest prince and the third princess had just arrived. She thought that they had just come to probe, but she didn't expect that they had already confirmed that the Sea Emperor was poisoned. This time, they came to take his life. Once the poison was stimulated, it would erupt in at most 2 hours. Had the eldest prince and the third princess already made the corresponding arrangements in the Dragon Court Palace, and were just waiting to take action, she must not let them notice the movements here and prevent Luo Qingtong from saving the Sea Emperor. At this moment, the Sea Empress was particularly determined. She would definitely prepare these things silently, and would not let the eldest prince and the third princess have the slightest chance to take advantage of it, she said and left directly. Luo Qingtong asked Huang Fuxi to help the Sea Emperor sit down, and then let him release the strength that was suppressing the poison. Boom! With Luo Qingtong's voice, the Sea Emperor released the strength that was suppressing the poison in his body. In an instant, the poison in his body erupted. A black mist escaped from the Sea Emperor's body, forming a strange poison pattern around his body. These toxins had spread all over the Sea Emperor's body and were increasing at an extremely fast rate. As soon as the poison appeared, the Sea Emperor's face turned green and black. There was a red dot between his eyebrows and on his temples. At this moment, the light from these 3 red dots was faintly discernible under the invasion of the black gas in his body. Once these 3 red dots disappeared, it meant that the poison in the Sea Emperor's body had entered his heart, and he was beyond saving. Luo Qingtong looked at the 3 flashing red dots. She raised her hand and sent several streams of energy into Neptune's body. With her eye technique, she was able to see the spread of the poison in the other party's body. She could even see which part of the poison was the most intense and severe. If it wasn't for the fact that the poison in Poseidon's body had been stimulated to its current level in a short period of time, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to treat him. He would use his qi to force out all the poison in his body. Furthermore, it would not harm him in the slightest. But now, it was hard to say. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to suppress the poison that was spreading in his body, and at the same time, to relieve the part of his body that was stimulated the most intensely. Step by step, she relieved the poison in his body. Not far from the Dragon Court Palace, the third princess looked at the main hall and said to the eldest prince, Big brother, are you sure there's no problem this time? Of course. The eldest prince sneered. The information I received can't be wrong. Our good uncle, the Sea Emperor, is indeed poisoned. I've already filled the entire main hall with the smell of the medicinal liquid. As long as he's here, he can't hide. When the smell meets the poison in his body, it will automatically drill into his body. With such a large amount of smell, plus the fact that he has been suppressing the poison all this time, his strength has been greatly depleted. Once it's activated, he'll definitely die. The eldest prince sneered. The Sea Empress thought that he was here to test the waters. In fact, he didn't want to act so quickly. After confirming that the Sea Emperor was poisoned, he just needed to slowly exhaust the opponent. After all, no matter how strong the opponent was, how long could he suppress the poison in his body? Why should he do something that would give him a chance to use against him? Once the Sea Emperor was dead, with Huang Fuxi's stupidity that bordered on kindness, wouldn't it be easy for him to play him to death? However, the matter of the little fox made him change his mind. He couldn't let Huang Fuxi and the others know any secrets about the monster clan. Otherwise, no matter how stupid the other party's personality was, under absolute martial strength, his little scheme would not be able to work. It was with this in mind that the first prince of the sea chose this moment to make his move. All right. The third princess laughed proudly when she heard this. Haha. That bitch thinks that she'll be fine with Huang Fuxi's protection. Big brother, after we're done with the Sea Empress and Huang Fuxi, you have to leave that woman to me. She said to the crown prince of the Sea Emperor with a vicious expression on her face. Do as you wish. The first prince frowned slightly, but he still agreed in the end. That woman was actually very beautiful. If it were any other time, he would never agree to let the third princess deal with her so easily. He would definitely keep her in his palace and enjoy her. When he was tired of her, he would take her out and let the third princess deal with her. But for some reason, he felt a faint sense of threat from Luo Qingtong. Even the first prince didn't know where this sense of threat came from. However, he knew that he could not let the other party live so easily. So, this delicious delicacy, forget about it. Good. Thank you, big brother. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's heart was filled with pride after getting the first prince's approval. Haha. That bitch, see how I'll deal with her later. She smiled viciously, as if she had already seen Luo Qingtong's miserable and desperate appearance after being taught a lesson by her. Daring to go against him, the other party probably didn't know how to spell the word death. In the main hall, the Sea Empress had already calmly gathered all the things that Luo Qingtong needed without anyone noticing. Miss Tong, everything is ready. She rushed into the inner hall and said to Luo Qingtong. Alright, you guys wait outside. I'll get rid of the poison immediately. Luo Qingtong said to them. At the same time, she asked Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others to guard the door of the main hall. No one was allowed to enter. The first prince looked at the sky, estimated the time, and suddenly waved his hand. Let's go. Let's pay our respects to our good uncle. The smile in the depths of his eyes was sinister and treacherous. The third princess of the Sea Emperor laughed out loud. Haha, let's go. The group rushed towards the main hall of the Dragon Court Palace. Along the way, all the guards who rushed out of the Dragon Court Palace were killed. The first prince of the sea had been plotting for so long, and his sudden attack was not something the guards of the Dragon Court Palace could handle. In the main hall of the Dragon Court Palace, Luo Qingtong was focused on forcing the poison out of the Sea Emperor's body. Once the things she needed were here, she immediately forced out all the poison that she had sealed in the Sea Emperor's body. Swoosh! Little by little, the poison was forced out from various parts of the Sea Emperor's body, and finally gathered together to form a drop of extremely dense, ink-black liquid. Luo Qingtong wrapped it in a colorless, transparent liquid, and then put it into a jade bottle she had prepared. Even through the jade bottle, she could still feel the violent surge of the poison's aura as it continued to catalyze. The Empress and Huangfu Shi looked at the jade bottle with pale faces. They rejoiced in their hearts, but also felt a lingering fear. If not for Luo Qingtong, the Sea Emperor would not have been able to escape the fate of death from the poison today. He had been painstakingly suppressing such a violent poison. Once it erupted, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sir Evil Doctor, thank you. There were no outsiders here, so the Sea Emperor did not call Luo Qingtong Miss Tong. He apologized to Luo Qingtong in a weak voice. He could feel the strength in his body slowly recovering. The feeling of being on the brink of death was gone. This was the most refreshing and comfortable he had felt since he was poisoned. He could feel that all the poison in his body was gone. Under such intense poison, Luo Qingtong not only saved his life, but also removed all the poison in his body, not leaving a trace behind. Such medical skills were truly frightening. The name of Evil Dr. Ghost Eye was indeed worthy of its name. The Sea Emperor struggled to get up and thank Luo Qingtong. Right at this moment, a figure rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, the Empress of the Sea, the first prince and his men are charging in. That person was covered in blood and knife wounds. It was obvious that he had escaped from the battle with the first prince and the others and had come to report. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others didn't stop him because Luo Qingtong had finished treating Poseidon's injuries. They allowed him to rush in. As soon as this person spoke, the faces of the Ocean Emperor, the Ocean Empress, and the others turned cold. Good, you came at the right time. The Sea Emperor sneered. He had tolerated the first prince and the others for a long time. After the death of the previous Emperor of the Sea, the first prince of the sea and the others were his descendants. Not only were they unable to ascend to the throne, but they were also able to enjoy the honor of being a prince and princess. This was already unprecedented. Because of the vow he had made to marry Empress Hai, he had always tolerated them and could not do anything to them. Since they were courting death, he would fulfill their wishes. Let them in. Back then, the Sea Emperor had sworn that unless the first prince and the others committed an unforgivable crime, he would not act against them. Therefore, he had no choice but to tolerate them all this time. It wasn't that he didn't know that the first prince of the sea god and the others had attacked him and his wife, but because he couldn't get a hold of the other party's weakness, he couldn't do anything to them. At this moment, he was going to catch all of them in one fell swoop and uproot them. He had to let the first prince of the sea emperor and the others play their part. The evidence was irrefutable, so that they couldn't make a comeback, and there was no room for them to refute. He wanted to completely eliminate the source of trouble. "Alright, your majesty doesn't need to worry about me." Luo Qingtong naturally knew what the sea emperor meant. She didn't know about the internal conflicts within the sea emperor's dragon court. However, looking at the sea emperor and sea empress reaction, it was clear that they had no choice but to tolerate the first prince and the others. At this moment, he wanted to grab hold of the other party's weakness so that they would never be able to make a comeback. Luo Qingtong was naturally willing to cooperate with them. In fact, she purposely brought up the matter of the poison in the sea emperor's body because she wanted the sea emperor and the others to make plans to eliminate the first prince and the others. The other party and the others were jumping around too happily. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to pay much attention to them, but who told them to have designs on Xianxia? The man's identity hadn't been discovered yet. What if it was discovered? The dignified underworld venerable had turned into a silver fox without any attack power. Once this news spread out, it would immediately attract the attention of countless people. Luo Qingtong would never let such a thing happen. "Alright." Neptune looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded. Then, with a bang, he punched himself in the chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty!" "Father!" When the Sea Empress and Huangfu saw this scene, they immediately rushed over. Their faces were filled with anxiety and worry. "It's fine." The Sea Emperor waved his hand. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood that had accumulated in his chest. It did not cause any harm to his body. Instead, it helped him recover his strength. If he didn't fake it, how would the first prince of the sea and the others believe that his plan had succeeded and that he was in imminent danger? The Sea Emperor sneered. He was going to make all of these ingrates in the Sea Emperor's dragon court reveal their true colors and consign them to eternal damnation. "Shi'er, take my message talisman and mobilize the dragon court guards immediately. Summon all of the dragon court guards and elders to me." As the Sea Emperor spoke, he tossed the talisman he carried on him to Huangfu. The talisman could only be used when he was present. The Sea Emperor's first prince and the others were certain that he would die, so they weren't afraid of Huangfu and the Sea Empress. To put it bluntly, they were bullying the Sea Empress, Huangfu, and the others. They weren't from the Northern Territory. When he died, the Sea Emperor's first prince, who had the bloodline of the previous generation of the Sea Emperor, could easily take over the throne. Therefore, every generation of the Sea Emperor would degrade or kill the bloodline of the previous generation of the Sea Emperor so that they wouldn't have any chance to come into contact with the core of the Sea Emperor's dragon court. They were afraid that the other party would retaliate one day. However, in order to marry the Sea Empress, who wasn't from the Northern Territory, the Sea Emperor was forced to swear an oath, leaving behind the Sea Emperor's first prince and the others. Bam! After the Sea Emperor was done with his arrangements, the door to the main hall's courtyard was kicked open by someone not long after. The first prince and the third princess led a group of important figures from the Sea Emperor's royal court and strode towards the main hall. Beiqing, Fengyu, and the rest had already received Luo Qingtong's orders. They immediately retreated far away to prevent the first prince of the Ocean Empire from noticing them. This was to prevent a fight from breaking out and ruining the evil physician's plan. Bam! The first prince and the others kicked open the main hall's door and saw the pale-faced Sea Emperor vomiting blood in the main hall. They immediately laughed out loud proudly. "Your Majesty, my good uncle, didn't you say that your body is very good?" The Sea Emperor's crown prince walked into the hall with an arrogant look on his face. He no longer needed to pretend to be humble and respectful. All his pretense was torn apart at this moment. The people from the Sea Emperor's royal court who followed behind him all smiled sarcastically and proudly when they heard the first prince's words. To them, the Sea Emperor's body was naturally very good. "Did you do it?" The Sea Emperor clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain as he looked at the first prince and the others who were walking towards him proudly. He glanced at the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court behind them and memorized their faces. These people were very respectful in front of him, and they had never shown any disloyal thoughts. There were also people who had reprimanded the first prince and the others for their disrespectful actions and had won his trust. Good. Very good, these people really know how to put on an act. If not for today's show, he would still be in the dark about many things. While the Sea Emperor's face was filled with hatred, the first prince of the sea and the other princes were laughing arrogantly. That's right, uncle. Your Majesty, didn't you already guess this? Otherwise, you wouldn't have purposely hidden the fact that you were poisoned for so long. Unfortunately, you still can't hide it from me. The first prince was very proud. He walked in front of the Sea Emperor, leaned over with an arrogant expression, and whispered into his ear. I know you asked Huang Fushi to mobilize the dragon court guards. But what's the use? The Sea Emperor was poisoned, and the Sea Empress and Huang Fushi were present. I suspect that they are plotting to murder His Majesty. He straightened up and sneered in front of the Sea Emperor. Tell me, after you die, will the dragon court guards listen to me, or will they listen to Huang Fushi, that bastard you had with a foreign woman? The first prince's words caused the Sea Emperor to tremble in anger. He almost lost control of his impulse to attack. Luo Qingtong watched from the side with a slight smile. This Sea Emperor's crown prince's skill at courting death was top-notch. From the looks of it, she didn't need to do anything else. She just needed to watch how the other party dug his own grave. See, didn't I tell you? There's no need to wait until tonight. Luo Qingtong smiled and pinched the silver fox's paw. Today, she would let the first prince and the others reap what they sowed. Xianxia snorted coldly and didn't say anything. At this moment, a sharp and proud laugh suddenly rang in Luo Qingtong's ears. Haha. Slut, what do you think? Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. The third princess of the Sea Emperor looked at Luo Qingtong with a smug and cold expression. When her gaze swept past Xianxia in her arms, she became even more smug and arrogant. This man was going to be hers very soon. Snatch that little fox for me. Also, scratch her face and throw her into the camp of the sea beasts outside. She casually flicked her fingernails and looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold smile. This is the breeding season of those sea beasts. They should be very happy to welcome a fresh product like you. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Qingtong's beautiful face viciously and said, after all, it's not easy to find such a high-quality product among humans. Don't you agree? As she spoke, she proudly waited for Luo Qingtong's expression of despair and panic. This woman, she thought that she could do nothing to her just because she had Huang Fushi. Now, didn't she still fall into her hands? Didn't she refuse to give her the silver fox that man had turned into? Then I'll let her have a taste of being ridden by thousands of beasts. The demonic beasts in the sea were not like other demonic beasts. Just the size of that thing was enough to stab her to death. She wanted the other party to die in incomparable pain and despair. How dare she snatch her man? The third princess of the Sea Emperor sneered, but she did not notice that the blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was already rising layer by layer. Riding by thousands of beasts, she should leave this taste for herself to enjoy. Luo Qingtong's smile was bloodthirsty and cold. She looked at the smug third princess of the Sea Emperor and pressed down on Xianxia in her arms, who could no longer control himself and whose eyes were spitting fire. In a flash, she appeared in front of the third princess of the Sea Emperor. Bang! Before the other party could react, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pressed her to the ground. She grabbed her throat and raised her hand to feed her a pill. Cough cough. How dare you? You, what did you feed me? The third princess couldn't react in time. By the time she regained her senses, the pill had already melted into her mouth. In an instant, she covered her throat and glared at Luo Qingtong angrily. Men, arrest her. She looked flustered and exasperated. Make her tell me what she fed me. After that, we will skin them alive and pull out their tendons before sending them to the marine beast barracks. However, as soon as she spoke, a voice even more furious than her had already resounded deafeningly through the hall. Shut up. You should be the ones to be arrested. The Sea Emperor's face was filled with anger. When the first prince of the Sea Emperor confessed to his crimes, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Calling his wife a slut and calling his son a bastard, they even want to usurp the throne. These people are very good, now that he had enough evidence, how could the Sea Emperor let them continue to be so arrogant? Not to mention, the third princess of the Sea Emperor was going to attack Luo Qingtong. Bah, where did she get the guts to do that? If not for the demonic physician, he would have been at their mercy. How could the Sea Emperor allow them to touch Luo Qingtong? Men, arrest them all. Bang bang bang. As the Sea Emperor's voice rang out, numerous figures appeared around the hall in an instant. These people were none other than the dragon court guards that Huang Fushi had deployed. They had already received the message talisman and rushed to the main palace through the secret passage. When they heard the order from the Sea King, they immediately rushed out from the inner palace. Behind them were a group of respected elders from the Sea King tribe that Huang Fushi had invited. At this moment, they were all filled with righteous indignation as they looked at the first prince and the rest. These elders might not necessarily support Huang Fushi. However, the actions of the first prince and the third princess had violated the taboo of the tribe. They had plotted against the Sea King and usurped his power. This was a taboo that would lead to the decline of the tribe. They could not tolerate it. You. The first prince wanted to laugh out loud as he thought that the Sea King was making a futile last-ditch effort. However, when he saw the group of dragon court guards rushing out, followed by the elders from the Sea King royal court, his expression changed instantly. At this moment, the Sea King straightened his body. Bam! With a slap, he sent the first prince of the sea flying into the air. He spun a dozen times in the air before landing heavily on the ground. The surging energy that surged out of his body did not look like a dying person at all. There was not even a trace of being poisoned. In an instant, the crown prince was struck dumb. He lay on the ground, unable to regain his senses. How could this be? He stared at the Sea King, who was surrounded by surging energy. He could not believe his eyes. The Sea King was indeed poisoned. There was no doubt about it. All of the catalysts that he had set up earlier had been absorbed by the other party. How could he be fine? The crown prince couldn't believe what he was seeing. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's shrill voice calling for people to capture Luo Qingtong also stopped abruptly, stuck in her throat. She watched in horror as her royal brother was sent flying. The Sea King was fine? How could this be? If the Sea King was fine, then they. The third princess of the Sea Monarch's body trembled violently at the thought of this. At this moment, an incomparably hot and spicy aura suddenly rose from all over her body, burning her as if she was being burned by a raging fire. Ah! The third princess of the Sea Emperor's body trembled violently. She desperately wanted to get something to extinguish the fire in her body. However, when she tore off her clothes and pounced on a guard of the Sea Emperor's dragon court, who was already trembling in fear at the turn of events, she discovered that the man was unable to extinguish the fire burning in her body. Instead, he was only making it more and more intense. When the other party entered her, she felt a burning pain in her lower body, as if it was being burned. Ah! She screamed in agony, then turned around and rushed out naked. She wanted something cold, ah, she was going to be burned to death. The third princess rushed out of the Sea King royal court like a madwoman. Not only that, but he had also forced himself to put on a live show in the main hall. Instantly, the elders of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court were so angry that they were trembling. ****. Immoral. Immoral. Strip her of her princess title and demote her to a commoner. They knew that something was amiss with the third princess situation. However, the other party had already done the deed. Furthermore, the murder of the Sea Emperor was a serious matter. No matter how much punishment they received, it was only right. They wouldn't risk angering the Sea Emperor, much less protect the third princess. In fact, they couldn't wait to kick the third princess out of the Sea Emperor's dragon court so that she wouldn't do any more humiliating things to the Sea Emperor's dragon court. The elders of the Sea Emperor's dragon court shouted angrily. As for the eldest prince of the Sea Empire, after seeing the actions of the third princess of the Sea Empire and recalling the scene of Luo Qingtong feeding her medicine, he immediately understood. It's you? He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock and anger. He finally knew why the Ocean Emperor was fine even though he was poisoned by him and had used a large amount of medicinal liquid to activate it. She did it, this girl did it, she came to the palace and ruined his plans. That's right, it's me. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently, the bloody light in her eyes icy cold. Does it feel good to have ideas about my man? Her words were sent directly into the first prince's mind. However, I don't like it. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. The curve of her lips was bloodthirsty, cold, evil, and wanton. Looking at the young girl's alluring charm, the Sea Emperor's first prince instantly recalled a piece of news from the eastern divine region. It was said that the genius alchemist of the Black Field, evil physician Ghost Eye, was a girl. Her name was Luo Qingtong, and she was the holy conferred princess of the Great Chu. Miss Tong, I'm sorry to have startled you. I will teach this vile creature a lesson. From now on, there is no more first prince in the Sea Emperor's dragon court. Everyone who participated in today's incident will be massacred. As the Sea Emperor's voice rang out, the first prince's eyes widened. Miss Tong? Evil physician Ghost Eye, then the man in her arms who had turned into a silver fox, wasn't he, Lord of the Black Field? The first prince of the sea was about to shout at the top of his lungs. The man who had turned into a silver fox was the Lord of the Black Field, that man who looked down upon the entire Truespill continent with disdain, a man that no one could match. He had turned into a fox. He wanted to spread the news so that everyone would come to find trouble with them. The other party had ruined his plans and turned everything he had into nothingness. He wanted the other party to pay the price, however, no matter how hard he wanted to shout, his voice was stuck in his throat. It was as if the words Lord of the Black Field had become a taboo. Not only that, he couldn't even utter the words evil Dr. Ghost Eye. What was going on? The first prince's face of the sea, he shouted at Luo Qingtong, *tch, what did you do to me? However, before he could finish, Yue, the first of the Sea Emperors, you bastard. Yue Tai. Massacre everyone. The Sea Emperor's palm strike sent the first prince flying with a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Then, he was dragged out like a dead dog. In the end, he couldn't reveal the identity of Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Luo Qingtong watched coldly as he was dragged out. Then she leaned over and kissed Yi Qianming, who couldn't restrain his anger and cub nature. She smiled and said, "All right, don't be angry. He won't live past today." "Why are you angry with a dead person?" Luo Qingtong was amused as she watched Yi Qianren tossing and turning in her arms. Yi Qianxian was really cute after he turned into the silver fox. She didn't notice it when he had a cold face before, but now that he was emotional, he couldn't control his fox nature and started to toss and turn in her arms. That kind of angry and disdainful look was really lovable, Luo Qingtong thought, and leaned over to kiss him again. Yi Qianxian coldly snorted, but the anger in his heart was appeased a lot. He shook his two little ears and raised his paws to slap Luo Qingtong's face, telling her to stay away from him. Then, he hid his head in the girl's arms. When he was in human form, why didn't she come over and kiss him? Losing to her own fox form, Yi Qianren felt a wave of displeasure in her heart. He snorted coldly and didn't even want to raise his head. He didn't want to talk to Luo Qingtong at all. Luo Qingtong found it funny when she saw it throwing a tantrum. However, she didn't tease Yi Qianxian anymore. If she did, this man would explode. She didn't know how long she would have to coax him. And the most important thing was, when he returned to human form, he would come and settle the score with her. Luo Qingtong thought so, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Luo Qingtong didn't stay in the Dragon Court Palace for long. Because of the Sea Emperor's eldest prince's attempt to usurp the throne, the entire Sea Emperor's Dragon Court was in chaos. There were many people who followed the eldest prince's lead. The Sea Emperor had to deal with the matters of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court first. Moreover, to open the forbidden area, he had to work with a few elders. Originally, this matter was more troublesome. The Sea Emperor had to find a way to persuade a few elders. But now, using the matter of the eldest prince, the Sea Emperor directly suppressed a few elders and forced them to agree to this matter. After dealing with the eldest prince and others, they would break the barrier of the forbidden area and send Luo Qingtong in. After getting a definite answer, Luo Qingtong took Yi Qianxian back to Huang Fuxi's palace. After this incident, Huang Fuxi had completely grown up. The youth looked at Luo Qingtong with admiration, worship, warmth, and dependence. However, when he looked at the others, his gaze became much colder. He began to learn to examine people's hearts. At the same time, he began to learn how to take over the forces and connections that the Sea Emperor had given him. He quickly learned and improved himself. He would be the king of the Sea Emperor's dragon court in the future. If he couldn't hold it up, there would be more eldest princes eyeing the throne in the future. He couldn't let his father and mother be in danger again. This time, the Sea Emperor almost had an accident. This made Huang Fushi determined to change himself overnight. Seeing the change in the youth, Luo Qingtong felt very gratified. Huang Fushi's kindness was his strength, but it was also his weakness. If he couldn't handle the kindness in his character well, then his kindness would be used by others and become a sharp knife to stab his loved ones. Therefore, Luo Qingtong would rather he hide his kindness and not be easily discovered by others. I have a kind heart, but I also have sharp edges. Those who treat me well, I will treat them well. Those who treat me evil, I will treat them badly. This was the true way to live in the world. While Luo Qingtong was waiting in Huang Fushi's mansion to enter the forbidden area, a group of people stepped onto the land of Sea Emperor Island. This is Sea Emperor Island? The group of people stood next to the northern port of Sea Emperor Island and looked around. Then, the person standing at the front said in a deep voice, "Are you sure that Luo Qingtong is here?" "I'm sure. Uncle, don't worry. There's no mistake about it." "That's right." The people around him all talked at once. "We've already found out that Luo Qingtong came to the north region after leaving the Great Chu sacred dynasty. She had a conflict with someone on the Sea Monarch Island. That person is the third princess of the Sea Emperor. We've already found out that Xianxia is not by her side. Obviously, Ming Zun of the Black Field has something to do and left. She's alone on Sea Monarch Island right now. Uncle, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us." The group of people talked at once. The person at the front raised his head. It was none other than Uncle Zhang of the Breeze Pavilion. At this moment, he was looking coldly in the direction of the inner island of Sea Emperor Island. He laughed coldly and said, "Good. This is really a godsend opportunity. I've already said that Ming Zun of the Black Field can't be by her side all the time. Now we've seized the opportunity. Let's go. Let's go and teach that little B*tch a lesson." Yes. The people of the Breeze Pavilion were excited. Especially Song Yen. Her eyes were so vicious that they were almost dripping water. "Luo Qingtong, just you wait, we'll teach you a lesson later." However, as soon as the group of people walked towards the island, they heard from the discussions of the people in the surroundings that a great change had occurred on Sea Emperor Island. Or rather, a massive change had taken place in the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Has the first prince and the third princess of the Sea Emperor been brought to justice for murdering him? Everyone in the Breeze Pavilion frowned when they heard the news. They had received news that Luo Qingtong knew someone on the Sea Monarch Island, and that person was none other than the little prince of the Sea Monarch Dragon Court, Huang Fushi. It was thanks to him that Luo Qingtong was able to escape unscathed from the conflict with the third princess of the sea. Now that the first prince and the third princess had fallen, wouldn't Huang Fushi's position and identity be as stable as Mount Tai? How were they going to deal with Luo Qingtong? Uncle Master Zhang was very confident that he could kill everyone from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. However, the Sea Emperor was poisoned but was saved by someone. It was obvious that it was Luo Qingtong's doing. Not only was she acquainted with Huang Fushi, but she also saved the Sea Emperor's life. If the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court were to risk their lives to protect Luo Qingtong, then wouldn't the fact that they were going to kill Luo Qingtong be exposed? If the Blackfield Dark Venerate took revenge, no, they had to think of a way to ensure that Luo Qingtong's death was guaranteed. The people of the Breeze Pavilion all wore solemn expressions. Soon, Uncle Master Zhang seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand. "Let's go." The people of the Breeze Pavilion immediately followed him and left. Ah! A series of sharp and mournful cries could be heard coming from the Oceanic Beast Battalion. The third princess of the Sea Emperor lay under the bodies of the marine beasts with an indescribable expression on her face. Even so, she refused to let go of the marine beasts. Not for anything else, but the scorching aura in her body was incessantly burning her from her body to her soul. After the third princess of the Sea Emperor rushed out of the Dragon Court Palace, she pounced on countless men, but none of them could relieve the pain in her body. In the end, she lost her rationality and rushed into the Oceanic Beast Battalion. Only then was she able to alleviate the pain. However, while the burning pain in her body had been alleviated, the terrifying pain caused by the sea beasts had only just begun. However, the third princess of the Sea Emperor could not leave them. Once she left them, her body and soul would be in excruciating pain. She could only scream as she enjoyed the extreme pain and despair. These were all her plans for Luo Qingtong. She did not expect that she would have to use them all in the end. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong was not hurt at all. She heard that her brother had been sentenced to death by the family. The dragon court of the Sea Emperor was completely under the control of Huang Fushi's family. As for her, she would most likely die in this filthy marine beast battalion. Ah! She could not accept it, she could not accept it. Just as the third princess of the Sea Emperor was screaming in pain and despair, a group of figures appeared in the marine beast battalion. Bring her back. Martial Uncle Zhang threw the marine beasts on the third princess of the Sea Emperor away. He looked at the disheveled and bloody third princess of the Sea Emperor in disgust and said to the people of the Breeze Pavilion. The group of people brought the third princess of the Sea Emperor back to the place they rented. Martial Uncle Zhang fed the third princess of the Sea Emperor an antidote pill, then looked at her condescendingly and said, "We have a grudge against the foreign woman who harmed you. Do you have a way for us to kill her silently?" Martial Uncle Zhang thought for a long time. On the Sea Emperor Island, only the first prince and the third princess would be able to help them kill Luo Qingtong without alerting the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Now that the first prince was dead, they could only rely on the third princess. Of course, if it didn't work, then they would have no choice but to attack by force. However, Martial Uncle Zhang believed that the third princess of the Sea Emperor's hatred for Luo Qingtong was so strong that she would create this opportunity for them at all costs. Not to mention, this was her last chance to turn things around. Sure enough, the moment Huang Xiaolong said those words, a look of extreme hatred appeared on the third princess' face. "I can help you," she said with incomparable hatred and resentment. "But you have to help me too. I want the entire Sea Emperor Dragon Court." She wanted Huang Fushi and the others to suffer a fate worse than death. If he hadn't helped that woman, she wouldn't have lost so badly. Since these people in front of her wanted to deal with that woman, she wouldn't interfere. However, she wanted to deal with Huang Fushi and the others personally. She wanted them to know what it felt like to lose everything. She would crush everything that they cared about, one by one. She wanted everyone who tried to deal with her to pay a terrible price. She wanted them dead. All right. Uncle Zhang didn't take this seriously at all. Their strength was enough to sweep away the entire Sea Emperor Dragon Court. In front of his strength, the influences of the True Spill Continent's mortal world simply weren't enough. If it weren't for Ming Zun in the Black Field, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just dealt with Luo Qingtong directly. Thinking of this, he coldly said to the third princess, "I can help you obtain the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. But you must provide me with a surefire way to kill that woman. I can't allow any side issues to crop up, and I can't allow anyone to stop me." He couldn't allow any accidents to happen. If he wanted to kill, he must kill. He couldn't give Luo Qingtong any chance to escape alive. All right. The third princess clenched her teeth. "I will create an opportunity for you." Good. Seeing that the other party wanted Luo Qingtong dead at all costs just as he expected, Martial Uncle Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. I only have one request, and that is for that stinky girl to die." "I have the same wish as you." The third princess' voice was cold and bitter. "It's best if she dies as miserably as possible." But, her voice suddenly changed as she coldly said, "I want that little silver fox in her arms. You must bring it to me in perfect condition." The third princess didn't tell Master Zhang and the others that the silver fox was actually a human in disguise. She wanted that man, his bloodline continuation and the monster race's cultivation method. She wouldn't tell anyone this secret. Otherwise, who knew what these people would think? That man could only be hers. Uncle Zhang and the others didn't know that the third princess was hiding such a secret. Otherwise, they would have immediately guessed that the little silver fox was Ming Zun in disguise. After all, the other party's characteristics were very obvious. Only the third princess of the Sea Emperor, who was in the northern region and had never seen Ming Zun before, didn't know who he was. He had no idea that the third princess was hiding something so important from him. He had heard that she only wanted the silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms. Although Uncle Zhang didn't know when Luo Qingtong had a silver fox, he still agreed. It was just a pet. By the time he killed Luo Qingtong, wouldn't that pet be easy to get? Both sides swore oaths to the heavens and earth and reached an agreement. After that, the third princess of the Sea Emperor rested for a while. With the help of the people of the Breeze Pavilion, she began to move in secret. Meanwhile, on Sea Emperor Island, inside Huang Fuxi's prince mansion, a young boy suddenly rushed in excitedly. Sister! Sister! He hurriedly shouted and rushed into Luo Qingtong's courtyard. After returning from the Dragon Court Palace, Luo Qingtong asked Bei Qing and Fengyu to stay in Huang Fuxi's mansion to protect them. After all, the cleansing of the Dragon Court was too chaotic. Even Huang Fuxi's mansion wasn't absolutely safe. Some of the first prince's accomplices had tried to sneak into the prince's residence and attack her and Huang Fuxi. However, before they could even get close, they were discovered and killed by Bei Qing and Fengyu. The entire prince's residence could be said to be impregnable. The Sea King and Sea Empress knew that Luo Qingtong was in Huang Fuxi's residence and assumed that nothing would happen to Huang Fuxi, so they went all out to clean up the place. They swept through the entire Sea Emperor's Dragon Court with lightning speed. At this rate, they would be free to send Luo Qingtong into the Forbidden Area in less than 2 days. This was also what Luo Qingtong wanted to see. At this moment, Luo Qingtong and Xianxia were sunbathing in the courtyard. The little fox squatted on the marble table and looked at the crispy chicken on the table, its claws itching for a bite. Xianxia felt extremely stifled. He looked at the plate of crispy chicken and tried his best to avert his gaze. However, the adorable fox in his body was completely unmoved by his will. On the contrary, the more he tried to avert his gaze, the more his eyes seemed to be glued to the plate of crispy chicken. And that pair of small claws was even more restlessly reaching for that plate of fragrant crispy chicken. Xianxia's will forcibly pulled it back and it sneaked over again. Luo Qingtong sat on the other side of the stone table and looked straight ahead as if she didn't see anything. But in reality, the crimson light in her eyes flickered. She had already used her eye technique to take in everything around her. She was about to die from laughter when she saw Xianxia's uncontrollable expression. Finally, just as Xianxia's claws were about to touch the plate of crispy chicken, she picked it up and kissed it fiercely on the cheek. Soon after, a burst of laughter that was like a silver bell and clear spring water resounded throughout the entire courtyard. In an instant, Xianxia's face darkened. It slapped its paw on Luo Qingtong's face and struggled to jump out of her hands. Okay, I really didn't mean to tease you. Luo Qingtong quickly coaxed it. Yi Qianming, in her silver fox form, was simply too cute. She couldn't help it. Cough. Luo Qingtong coughed lightly, then quickly peeled the crispy chicken for Yi Qianxian. Little by little, she tore the crispy chicken into small pieces and peeled off the crispy skin, leaving only the fragrant and soft meat for Yi Qianxian to eat. Okay, don't be angry. Come, I'll feed you. Luo Qingtong fed the chicken into Yi Qianxian's mouth little by little. Looking at her attentive and gentle appearance, Yi Qianren's anger dissipated no matter how big it was. Although he knew that this woman was only gentle for a moment, he didn't know when she would anger him to death. But there was no way he could resist her temptation. And the young fox in his body couldn't resist the temptation of the chicken. Therefore, Yi Qianxian's face was cold as he allowed Luo Qingtong to feed him. One person and one fox, in this courtyard, bathed in the sunlight. You tore a little, I ate a little. It was an indescribable warmth. When Huang Fuxi rushed into the courtyard, he saw such a warm scene. Sister. He walked to Luo Qingtong's side. This little fox is so cute. No wonder sister would rather have a conflict with Sister Wang than give this little fox to them. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She lowered her head to look at Yi Qianming in her arms. As expected, she saw that its fox face had turned black again. Haha, the dignified Ming Zun of the Black Field had never thought that he would be described as cute one day. Pfft. Luo Qingtong tried her best to hold back her laughter. She didn't want to provoke this man anymore. Otherwise, he would explode again. She would have to coax him for a long time. Luo Qingtong thought so and suddenly coughed lightly. She changed the topic. Xiaoxi, you look so happy. Did something good happen? Luo Qingtong had heard Huang Fuxi's excited cry when he rushed in. Oh. Huang Fuxi was currently sizing up Yi Qianren with a curious expression. Luo Qingtong's little fox gave him a very different feeling. It seemed to be very intelligent and human. Moreover, it was very cute. He wanted to ask Luo Qingtong where she got it. He also wanted to raise such a little fox. This way, he could raise the same little fox as his sister. In the future, he might be able to make them into a pair. At that time, he would have a bunch of fox cubs. How great would that be? However, before he could ask, he heard Luo Qingtong's question. He suddenly remembered the purpose of his excitement. I almost forgot. He slapped his forehead and hurriedly said, it's like this. Sister, didn't you tell me last time that you were looking for a place called Bright Moon Island? I went to find father to look for a sea patrol map. All the big and small islands in the northern region, regardless of whether they were famous or not, were all drawn on it. I found the Bright Moon Island you mentioned. As Huang Fuxi spoke, he immediately took out the sea area patrol map. This map couldn't be shown to anyone. It was the most important map of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. The islands in the map were so small that only one person could stand on them. It was very important. However, Luo Qingtong was different. The young woman had saved the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court and the Sea Monarch's life. When Huang Fuxi took out this piece of paper, he had already received the approval of the Sea Emperor and his ministers. He spread out the map in front of Luo Qingtong. Because this map was a secret. When Huang Fuxi came in, the people in the courtyard had already ordered them to leave. Sister, look, Bright Moon Island is here. Huang Fuxi pointed at a corner of the map. This map was about 10 meters long, but Huang Fuxi didn't unfold it completely. He only showed the corner of the Bright Moon Island to Luo Qingtong. Before bringing this map, he had already helped Luo Qingtong find Bright Moon Island. He didn't know how much time and effort he had spent. Especially now that he was learning how to manage the forces and connections in the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Luo Qingtong looked at the young man in front of her who was so happy that his eyes narrowed. She smiled gently and said to him, "Thank you, little Shi. It's okay, it's okay. I'm very happy to be able to help sister." Huang Fuxi quickly shook his head. For him, helping Luo Qingtong with this was nothing at all. And he also liked the feeling of helping Luo Qingtong. This made him feel that he was very useful to his sister. Huang Fuxi liked this feeling very, very much. He also wanted to be an existence that his sister could rely on, just like how his sister protected him in the past, protecting her and helping her. Luo Qingtong nodded lightly, then carefully looked at the sea map. The bloody light in her eyes spun rapidly, and soon, she memorized the corner of the sea map with Bright Moon Island and engraved it in the depths of her pupils. When Luo Qingtong needed it, she could engrave it at any time. By the way, sister, there seems to be something strange near Bright Moon Island. If you want to go there, wait for my father to send troops to escort you, Huang Fuxi said at this time. Strange? Luo Qingtong looked at Huang Fuxi. Huang Fuxi nodded. After learning that Luo Qingtong was looking for Bright Moon Island, he immediately understood a lot of things in the vicinity. Many sea beasts near Bright Moon Island have mutated. Previously, my imperial father had used this as an excuse to send eldest brother to patrol that place. The sea beasts there are not under our control now, and they are very restless. It's very strange, Huang Fuxi said. These were all things that he had learned before, and he hoped that they would be of help to Luo Qingtong. Sister, our Sea Emperor Dragon Court has already classified that place as a dangerous area. We will definitely send troops to clear it later. You can go with our troops when the time comes. Huang Fuxi said to her. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly, but didn't say anything. She had long known about the changes in Bright Moon Island. It seemed that there really was a secret there. She must go up and take a look, but before that, he had to get rid of Yi Qianren's cute fox state. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the more variables there would be. After Luo Qingtong memorized the map, she asked Huang Fuxi to take it back. This item was extremely important to the Sea Emperor Dragon Court, so Luo Qingtong naturally didn't want anything to happen to it. What's more, the fact that the Sea Emperor and the others were willing to show her this map showed their trust in her. If someone accidentally spied on them and leaked the information, it would be a blow to the prestige of the Sea Emperor and Huang Fuxi. Therefore, Luo Qingtong asked Huang Fuxi to take it back after reading it, in case anything happened. When Huang Fuxi saw that she had already memorized the drawing, he didn't insist anymore and went back with the drawing. 3 days later, the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court was completely wiped out. Although there were still some remnants hidden in the dark that hadn't been completely eliminated, it didn't prevent Poseidon from freeing up the time to open the forbidden area for Luo Qingtong. At the same time, his strength had recovered a lot, and he had enough strength to open the forbidden area. The only pity was that much of his body had been corroded by the poison. Especially when the poison was stimulated, his body was even more damaged. If there were no accidents, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to continue to break through in this lifetime. Miss Tong, please. In the Dragon Court Palace, Luo Qingtong was invited to the forbidden area of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. The Sea Emperor and a group of great clan elders were already waiting there. The scene of the third princess coming to look for him appeared in his mind. Grand Elder Qian, how have you been? No one would have thought that the third princess who rushed into the Ocean Beast Battalion like a madwoman was still alive. Not only that, she was able to appear in his residence without a sound. The Grand Elder stared at the third princess, and he was so shocked that he was speechless. Heh. Looking at the expression on his face, the third princess sneered. Everyone probably thought she was dead, right? That's right, if she didn't meet those people from the Breeze Pavilion, she would have been dead. She had planned for Luo Qingtong to die in an incomparably painful and tragic scene. But since she wasn't dead, then the one who died should be someone else. The third princess of the Sea God Empire stared at the shocked Grand Elder with a frosty expression. There was an indescribable coldness and malice in her eyes. Grand Elder Qian, are you very surprised to see me? What, I'm not dead, so you're scared, right? She sneered at the Grand Elder. The Sea Emperor is currently eliminating my brother's people for Huang Fuxi's future power. Say, if he knows that you accepted my brother's things and provided us with information about Huang Fuxi and the Empress of the Sea, what will he do? Even the news of the Sea Emperor being poisoned was told by you. She looked at the Grand Elder with an indescribably cold expression. Nonsense. The Grand Elder finally couldn't hold it in any longer. With a shocked and angry expression, he scolded, I did accept some toys from your elder brother, but I didn't tell you anything about His Majesty and the little prince. Bastard. This third princess actually dared to slander him. So what if I slandered you? The third princess looked at him and sneered. You accepted my brother's things, this is the evidence of your crime. As long as I tell you that my big brother got the news, do you think you, the Grand Elder, and the family behind you, will still be able to hold steady? What happened to my brother today will happen to you in the future. You. That great elder roared. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's voice sounded even colder. Right, don't forget how much you hated Huang Fuxi in the past. If I expose you, how much do you think the Ocean Emperor and the Ocean Empress will believe you? Maybe the poison that turned Huang Fuxi into a cripple will also be blamed on you. The third princess sneered. Her head was held high, and her face was full of ridicule. He had already calculated that the other party would not be able to escape. After benefiting from their bloodline, they still wanted to cast aside all relations. Dream on. You. Finally, the Grand Elder was a little scared. At this time, the third princess of the Sea God's voice slowed down. Great Elder, I don't want to fight to the death with you. There's no benefit for me. The third princess of the Sea Emperor flicked her fingernails and said with a sinister look on her face, my elder brother is dead and his forces have completely collapsed. Even if I threaten you and force you to attack the Sea Emperor, it won't change anything. Our lineage is already doomed. I know that. I want to deal with the foreign girl by Huang Fuxi's side. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? The third princess of the Sea Emperor looked at him with a cold smile. It's not a big deal for you to kill a girl from another region. Of course, since that bitch saved the Sea Emperor and is highly valued by Huang Fuxi, I won't let you kill her yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain it to the Sea Emperor and the others. I just need you to follow my instructions and cooperate with me. When the time comes, even if something happens, you can just say it was an accident. How about it? The Grand Elder's eyes flickered slightly. At this time, Luo Qingtong was already standing on a white platform that looked like a shell under the guidance of the Sea Emperor. The platform was engraved with lines and lines. Luo Qingtong took a closer look and found that it was a natural teleportation array. Interesting. The lines on the surface of the shell had been polished into a natural teleportation array. It looked like it was made by nature. It was really interesting. Was this done by Huang Fuxi's ancestors? She didn't know what kind of demon bloodline they had, but they seemed to have the innate ability to control space. This array pattern was integrated and could only be activated by the people of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes flashed and quickly analyzed the shell-like platform. She was immediately relieved. Fortunately, she still wanted to cooperate with the Sea Empress and directly asked for her help to enter the forbidden area. If she insisted on relying on herself, she didn't know how troublesome it would be. After all, this platform could only be activated by the aura of the direct descendants of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. While Luo Qingtong was thinking, the Sea Emperor and the others on the other side were already in position. They said to her, "Miss Tong, please pay attention. We are going to cast a seal to send you in." Okay, Luo Qingtong nodded at them and then hugged Xianxia tightly in her arms. Although it was a little strange that she wanted to bring a little silver fox into the forbidden area, it wasn't a big deal. But this wasn't a big deal. It was just a pet. The Sea Emperor and the others didn't take it to heart. After receiving Luo Qingtong's response, they immediately injected their auras into the shell-like platform. In an instant, the shell-like platform, driven by their auras, began to rotate quickly. The veins on the shell lit up one by one. Rays of light lingered around Luo Qingtong and rotated around her. Then, it quickly enveloped her entire body. Open! As the Sea Emperor and the others hands his hands, the light on the platform. In front of him, the light in the forbidden area suddenly brightened. He pretended to be attacked by something and staggered a step forward. The two rays of light didn't connect. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared from the platform. Sister! Miss Tong! Seeing this scene, Huang Fuxi, the Sea Emperor, and the others were all shocked. Haha! An extremely loud and arrogant laughter resounded in the palace of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Sea Emperor! My good uncle! You didn't expect this, did you? The third princess, Song Yan, and the others appeared. A group of people appeared in the depths of the Dragon Court Palace. Inside the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court, there was already a massacre, and blood flowed like a river. The third princess stepped over the corpses on the ground and looked at the Sea Emperor and the others with a cold and fierce expression. Today, none of you will leave alive. Her eyes were cold. When the Sea Emperor and the others saw her, their hearts sank. Third princess, it's you? The people from the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court couldn't believe their eyes. They looked at the people from the Breeze Pavilion who followed the third princess. These people were so strong. What was going on? How could such a powerful group of people suddenly appear in the Truespill continent? The people from the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court looked at the people from the Breeze Pavilion in shock. On the other hand, the third princess of the sea felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Humph. You didn't expect this, did you? Do you think that I'm already dead? Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. The one who should die is that bitch. And the rest of you, don't even think about leaving alive. The third princess of the Sea Monarch's expression was cold. With a wave of her hand, the members of the Breeze Pavilion charged towards the members of the Sea Monarch's Dragon Court. The Grand Elder who listened to the third princess and attacked Luo Qingtong felt a chill run down his spine. His face was indescribably pale. You. He didn't expect that the third princess would ask him to attack Luo Qingtong, but in the end, she didn't let him off. However, before he could finish his sentence, the third princess sneered and ordered the Breeze Pavilion's people to behead him. He didn't even know that she was using him, idiot. However, it was also thanks to him that he helped her deal with Luo Qingtong. Now that she had fulfilled her promise to the Breeze Pavilion, the people from the Breeze Pavilion had fulfilled their end of the bargain and controlled the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court for her. Soon, she would be the Sea Emperor of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. The entire northern region was going to be her world. As for that bastard from the outer realm, he could only wait to die, the third princess sneered. When Luo Qingtong disappeared from the Dragon Court Palace, in Huangfushi's mansion, Bei Qing, Fengyu, and the others were shocked. They couldn't follow Luo Qingtong to the forbidden area. Not good. Master and the evil doctor are in trouble. They could sense that Xianxia's figure and aura had completely disappeared from Sea Emperor Island. Master. They didn't have time to investigate what had happened in the Dragon Court Palace. In an instant, they rushed out of the Sea Emperor Island. Damn it, Master is in the form of a cute fox. Her strength is all confined in her body and she can't use it. What if he really ran into danger with the evil doctor? Everyone was burning with anxiety. They rushed out of Sea Emperor Island and scattered in all directions. Split up and search. We can't let anything happen to Master and the evil doctor. Yes. Everyone responded. Bei Qing and Fengyu each led a team and rushed in opposite directions. As they rushed, they tried to sense Xianxia's aura. However, Xianxia was in the form of a little fox, so it wasn't very easy for them to sense him. Just as they were anxiously searching for Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in the sea. Boom! An extremely violent and terrifying attack suddenly came from beside her. The power and aura emitted by that attack were extremely terrifying. Almost at the moment this attack was launched, the surrounding air mixed with the aura of spiritual energy became abnormally scorching hot. Boom! That attack almost grazed the surface of the sea as it blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Wherever it passed, the seawater boiled and evaporated in an instant. Bang! Luo Qingtong's long hair fluttered in the wind. Almost at the moment this attack blasted out, a frantic warning of danger sounded in her heart. Luo Qingtong had been hunted down and killed in her previous life, so she valued her feelings the most. Almost at the moment this warning arose in her heart, she put the little silver fox that Xianxia had transformed into her lapel. Then, she unsheathed the 1,000-year soul guiding wood in her left hand and the life and death yin-yang sword in her right hand. Clang! An unusually loud and sonorous sound resounded in the sky above the sea area. The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand emitted countless rays of piercing cold light. The power in the 1,000-year soul guiding wood poured into her hand and then into the life and death yin-yang sword. Bang! The life blade absorbed, and the death blade killed. In an instant, the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand lit up with black and white light. The two lights intersected in midair, and then a black sword light that was dozens of feet long instantly swept out from Luo Qingtong's long sword. Annihilation. This was the first time Luo Qingtong attacked with all her strength. The 1,000-year soul guiding wood's heart and the life and death blade of the life and death blade of the life and death blade were all used. This attack from Luo Qingtong's hand was enough to kill a sage master. However, bang! Her attack collided with the attack coming from the air. In an instant, countless forces of energy surged in the surroundings, and spiritual energy exploded wildly. Energy stacked up layer by layer. In an instant, the seawater and air around Luo Qingtong evaporated. A huge vacuum crater nearly 1,000 meters deep suddenly appeared below her. Countless amounts of seawater gushed in from the edge of the deep pit. Pooh! Luo Qingtong's figure was violently pushed back by the violent spirit chi fluctuations. This aura, Saint General Realm, Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. The blood-red light in her eyes flickered. In an instant, she saw the figure behind the spiritual energy storm. It was Martial Uncle Zhang from the Breeze Pavilion. What? Seeing Luo Qingtong block his attack, Martial Uncle Zhang was shocked. He was a Saint General. He had purposely waited here for Luo Qingtong to be teleported here so that he could kill her in one move and eliminate her once and for all. He didn't expect the girl to be able to block his attack. What was going on? He shifted his gaze and instantly noticed the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand. It's this sword? His face was filled with excitement and agitation. Haha. Stinky girl, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. She blocked the attack of a Saint General with her Saint Realm body. This long sword was definitely a rare treasure. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. I just wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of you, stinky girl, but I actually found such a rare treasure. He did not know that Luo Qingtong's strength did not completely originate from the life and death sword. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unspeakable greed and passion as he stared at the long sword. Bang! He took a step forward in an instant and crossed the huge spiritual energy storm created by the collision with Luo Qingtong's sword light. He then violently attacked Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong had already thought of a way to deal with him the moment she discovered him. Bang! Her body abruptly sank down. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's body fell rapidly into the sea below like a kite. Boom! The moment Luo Qingtong fell into the sea, she drew out the internal aura of the Yao-suppressing pagoda in her mind. It was very dangerous to draw out this aura in the sea. This was because with Luo Qingtong's speed and in the sea, once the sea beasts surrounded her, Luo Qingtong would not be able to escape unscathed like she did at the edge of the far western wilderness. However, who asked her to have a shield? Bang! The moment Luo Qingtong fell into the sea, Uncle Master Zhang also rushed in. Humph! Stupid girl, you want to run? Dream on. His expression was cold. The moment he fell into the sea, he attacked Luo Qingtong. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, roar! A sea beast rushed towards Luo Qingtong with a sharp and resounding cry. It sensed the internal aura of the Yao-suppressing pagoda released by Luo Qingtong and could not wait to rush over and enjoy it. However, it had just rushed to Luo Qingtong's side and could not wait to swallow this delicious prey in one gulp. In an instant, an extremely violent and terrifying attack blasted out, completely tearing it into pieces. Roar! The sea beast let out a shrill cry as it fell to the ground. This immediately angered the sea beasts that were also attracted by the internal aura of the Yao-suppressing pagoda released by Luo Qingtong. They treated Uncle Zhang as an enemy who wanted to use force to snatch the aura of the Yao-suppressing pagoda from them and instantly turned to attack him. What? Uncle Zhang's heart trembled violently when he saw this scene. His heart was filled with disbelief. What's going on? The fact that the sea beast had appeared out of nowhere and blocked his attack was already enough to make him depressed. Who would have thought that so many sea beasts would appear all of a sudden, and all of them would attack him? Could it be that this stupid girl can control sea beasts? But how is this possible? She is not from the dragon court of the sea beasts. Uncle Zhang's mind's heart, he could not understand how this was possible. As for Luo Qingtong, she had already swam forward quickly when he attracted the attention of the sea beasts. She had deliberately calculated the angle and distance and was waiting for him to attack her. Now, he could just focus on dealing with those sea beasts. Luo Qingtong did not know why she was suddenly teleported here and why Uncle Zhang just so happened to be waiting for her. However, when she thought about what the Grand Elder of the Sea Emperor and the others did when she was teleported away, Luo Qingtong's eyes instantly narrowed. If she guessed correctly, the people of the Breeze Pavilion should have teamed up with someone from the Dragon Court of the Sea Emperor and were waiting for her to enter the forbidden area. The Sea Emperor's royal court had already been purged. As long as the other party wasn't stupid, they wouldn't go against the Sea Emperor and purposely target her. Furthermore, why would the other party help the people from the Breeze Pavilion? The only explanation was that there was someone else in the Sea Emperor's royal court who wanted her dead, the third princess of the Sea Emperor. Luo Qingtong instantly thought of the third princess of the Sea Emperor. The other party was poisoned by the aphrodisiac she had improvised and ran out. So, she didn't die and was saved by the people from the Breeze Pavilion. Luo Qingtong was still thinking when suddenly, boom! Sounds of explosions came from the distance behind her. Then, a series of long and mournful howls of the sea beast sounded. Countless waves of blood surged over. The blood-colored waves rippled and spread to the surrounding seawater area. The strong smell of blood spread everywhere. Bang! A figure instantly shot towards Luo Qingtong like an arrow leaving the bow. Humph! Stupid girl, let's see where you can run to. The blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. She didn't need to turn around to see the figure rushing towards her at high speed. Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. Her body didn't stop moving forward at all. But at the same time, she released the aura from the demon-subduing pagoda that she had previously retracted. Bang! Just like before, that Uncle Master Zhang's figure was surrounded by sea beasts before he could get close to Luo Qingtong. Because of the bloody aura on his body, those sea beasts were instantly attracted. Before Uncle Master Zhang could make a move, they had already sensed the danger and attacked him. Bastard! Once again, he was stopped by sea beasts. Uncle Master Zhang watched as Luo Qingtong ran away. He instantly flew into a rage. At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. Luo Qingtong definitely had something on her that attracted these sea beasts. This stupid girl really had a lot of things on her. She was most likely a treasure. Humph. Let's see where else you can run to. Uncle Master Zhang sneered. With a boom, he released his aura. Ignoring the sea beasts that were charging towards him, he directly rushed towards them. Once these sea beasts came into contact with his aura, they instantly screamed and were sent flying, exploding into blood foam. The strength of a Saint General was too powerful. These sea beasts couldn't stop Uncle Master Zhang for long. Humph. Stinky girl, stop right there. Uncle Master Zhang's voice was cold and sharp as he chased after Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong Uncle Master Zhang was the moment Uncle Master Zhang's Uncle Master. Her pupil's eye technique. Luo s Luos tt is ts Luo s Luo ttss Luodis. If anyone else saw this scene, they would be incomparably shocked. How could a sage expert display such a speed? Uncle Master Zhang's expression was also incomparably shocked and furious. He originally thought that he would be able to easily capture Luo Qingtong after breaking through the encirclement of sea beasts. On the other hand, after entering the water, because he wasn't used to the water, coupled with the resistance of the various currents, his speed was more than twice as slow as when he was in the air. With this difference in speed, the distance between him and Luo Qingtong didn't decrease at all. Seeing the girl's nimble figure swimming in front of him, unable to catch up no matter how hard he tried, Martial Uncle Zhang was furious. Damn it, this damned girl clearly wasn't from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court, so how was she able to swim in the water like a fish in water? He didn't expect this to happen, and could only curse continuously as he chased after her. As for Luo Qingtong, as she swam forward, she was also calmly thinking about how to escape this time. The strength of a holy general was simply too strong. Luo Qingtong's mind flashed with one thought after another, but she rejected all of them in the end. Without absolute certainty, she definitely wouldn't approach him and give him a chance to catch her. A single mistake would be compensated with her life, and there was absolutely no chance of a second chance. Luo Qingtong had been hunted down and was clearer than anyone on this point. Her eyes were incomparably cold. As her body continued to swim forward, the thoughts in her mind were also constantly spinning. At this moment, she suddenly felt that something was wrong with Xianxia in her arms. Qianren, no. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and saw that the silver fox's body was enveloped in a layer of silver light. And within Xianxia's body, an extremely terrifying power was like a primordial beast or a dormant volcano, ready to forcefully awaken. Seeing that the light enveloping his body was increasing, Luo Qingtong hurriedly pressed down on his claws. No. Xianxia wanted to forcefully awaken the power within his body, and reveal the power to break through the demon fox's blood curse. How could this be? If Xianxia's power could be revealed, it would have been revealed long ago. If he forcefully broke through the restrictions of the demon fox's blood curse, it would only worsen the curse. This way, by the time they entered the forbidden area, they didn't know if he would be able to recover successfully, and they didn't know if there would be any side effects. More importantly, Xianxia's young body couldn't withstand such a terrifying amount of power. It would be seriously injured by this power. Hurting others hurts oneself. Luo Qingtong would never allow him to do that. Xianxia, you have to believe me. Stop. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold and carried a trace of anger. She was not against Xianxia's protection. But that was under the condition that this man was in perfect condition, under the condition that this man had enough ability. In his current situation, who would want him to risk his life to protect himself? Was she, Luo Qingtong, that useless? Without him, she would have to wait for death? No, she was never a woman who could only stay under a man's wing. The love that she wanted was never a one-sided protection and dependence. What she wanted was the respect and trust of both sides. If Xianxia couldn't do it and could only treat her like a daughter flower that relied on the strong, then they were definitely not suitable. Yi. Qian. Xian. Luo Qingtong's voice, word by word, finally awakened the man's anger and reason. He raised his head to look at Luo Qingtong. The girl's voice was cold and powerful. Do you believe me? Of course he believed. Xianxia furrowed his brows and nodded. Good. Then withdraw your power. Luo Qingtong said in a deep voice. If you believe her, then give your life to her. Believe that she can not only protect herself, but also protect him. Xianxia, you have to know that the person standing in front of you is not someone else. She wants to stand side by side with you, the woman who will stand at the peak of this world. If you believe in her, then she can become stronger together with you. If you don't believe in her, then she can only live under your wings forever. Xianxia, do you believe in me, or are you willing to believe in me? Luo Qingtong stared at Xianxia. Finally, the light on the silver fox's body gradually dissipated. The terrifying power in Xianxia's body, which was like a giant beast and a dormant volcano, also calmed down at this time. Phew, sensing the changes in his body, Luo Qingtong instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man listened to her advice. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Really, Luo Qingtong felt warm, touched, and angry at this man's action of protecting her. She hugged the little fox that the man had transformed into and kissed him heavily. Then, her sharp eyes looked straight ahead. Let's go. Qianren, let's go to Bright Moon Island. This place was the only place that Luo Qingtong had a chance to get rid of martial Uncle Zhang. After countless thoughts in her mind, there was a change on Bright Moon Island. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated. No matter what strange things there was something out of the ordinary that could easily trap martial Uncle Zhang of the Breeze Pavilion. As long as they could get rid of the other party, Luo Qingtong would immediately take Xianxia back to Sea Emperor Island. At that time, when the man returned to his human form, the other party would be courting death. Luo Qingtong thought of this and immediately moved. The map leading to Bright Moon Island appeared in her pupil technique. After carefully comparing the map, Luo Qingtong determined her position on the sea map. Then, she quickly planned the nearest route to Bright Moon Island. In an instant, she swept toward Bright Moon Island like a fish. Boom, boom, boom. Martial Uncle Zhang desperately chased after her. From time to time, he blasted out a series of attacks, trying to block Luo Qingtong's path so that he could catch up to her. However, Luo Qingtong and Xianxia were together. Although the power in the man's body could not be used, it could continuously flow into Luo Qingtong's body, allowing her to instantly explode with a terrifying power that far exceeded her own strength. Coupled with the life and death duality sword, blood eye, and annihilation, it could be said that this martial Uncle Zhang should be glad that Luo Qingtong's strength was only in the sage realm. Otherwise, if she was one realm higher, surpassing the sage realm, then Luo Qingtong wouldn't have to be afraid of him. Even if she couldn't kill him, she could still fight him to a draw. Bang! The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand constantly waved. The life blade absorbed the power of martial Uncle Zhang's attacks, and at the same time, it turned into a death blade to cut and kill. The attacks blasted out by martial Uncle Zhang were all shattered by her sword light. However, the huge spiritual energy fluctuations caused by the collision of these forces shook her, causing her blood and qi to surge. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong was in the water, and the surging water helped her reduce a lot of the attack's aftermath. Bang! Wiping off the blood on her lips, Luo Qingtong waved her hand and shattered another attack from martial Uncle Zhang. Finally, she vaguely saw an island in front of her. That island stood at the end of Luo Qingtong's line of sight. Looking at it, there was a lush forest on the island, which was very dense and flourishing. If she wasn't sure that this was the sea, Luo Qingtong would have thought that she had returned to the east region, and that in front of her was the secluded mountain range in the east region. Swish! When she saw the island appear, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. After comparing it with the sea map in her mind, she was very sure that this was the Bright Moon Island she was looking for. Very good, Luo Qingtong's figure shot forward like a water arrow in an instant. Just when Luo Qingtong's figure moved forward for a distance, a huge figure, like a small mountain, suddenly drilled out from her surroundings and rushed towards her. That dense and sharp mouth was wide open, and the mouth was full of teeth. It fiercely bit towards Luo Qingtong. What's this? Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed fiercely. Her bloody eyes had just swept across the front, but she didn't see the figure of the other party. While Luo Qingtong was thinking, that hill-like figure had already rushed in front of her. In an instant, she saw the other party's appearance clearly. That was a huge conch. Luo Qingtong looked at the hill-like conch opening its mouth full of sawtooth and biting towards her, and she was a little surprised. This conch seemed to have its own consciousness. This was too unusual. Conches were not a kind of sea beast. How could it become like this? While Luo Qingtong was surprised, Martial Uncle Zhang, who had been chasing her closely, saw this scene and instantly laughed out loud. Haha. Stinky girl, this time you can't run away, right? With this conch blocking Luo Qingtong's path, even if it was just a short delay, it was enough for him to catch up with her. This stinky girl, let's see where she can run to now. Martial Uncle Zhang had been running all the way, and he was full of anger. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. He immediately sped up and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Seeing his figure rushing over, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed fiercely. In an instant, the suppression power of the 9-layered exquisite pagoda in her mind swept out. In an instant, without any hesitation, Luo Qingtong's figure, the hill-like conch. The bright Luo Qingtong, Luo Qinggof Luo, and Luo Qingtong, but it was unable to take even a step forward. Boom! When Luo Qingtong passed by the conch, Martial Uncle Zhang also arrived. At this moment, the conch also regained its movement. It bit towards Martial Uncle Zhang, who was right in front of it. What? Seeing that Luo Qingtong had swept past the conch unscathed, Martial Uncle Zhang didn't have time to stop and was sent into the conch's mouth. Bang! The conch was sent flying by Martial Uncle Zhang's palm. At the same time, his body shook violently. The shell of this conch was actually so hard? Uncle Zhang's face was filled with shock. Among them, there were sea beasts, conches, and seaweeds. They all seemed to have gained consciousness at the same time, and those sea beasts became even more powerful than before. The same sea beasts that Luo Qingtong had seen along the way were on a completely different level from the ones lurking around Bright Moon Island. The sea beasts around Bright Moon Island were at least 3 to 4 times stronger than those in the sea outside. Moreover, the size of these sea beasts had become extremely huge without exception. What was going on? Luo Qingtong thought of what Huangfu she had told her before. All the sea beasts around Bright Moon Island had mutated. It seemed that the information obtained by the Sea Emperor Dragon Court was not accurate enough. It was not just the sea beasts that had mutated. Everything that had life had all mutated. Luo Qingtong looked at these sea beasts and seaweeds surrounding Bright Moon Island, as if they were guarding something. At the same time, they were not as afraid of the suppression of the 9-story exquisite pagoda as compared to those demonic beasts she had encountered before. Luo Qingtong looked and her eyes suddenly flashed. Interesting. There was indeed something hidden in Bright Moon Island, but what was it? Something that could cause these sea beasts to mutate. Was it related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or was it something else? As Luo Qingtong thought, she immediately activated the suppression of the 9-story exquisite pagoda and rushed forward. Although these sea beasts were not afraid of her suppression, they were unable to resist it. All the sea beasts that rushed forward were suppressed in place. And this moment was enough for Luo Qingtong to sweep past them and rush straight to Bright Moon Island. As Luo Qingtong's figure rapidly swept past these mutated sea beasts and rushed to Bright Moon Island, Martial Uncle Zhang, who was chasing after her, met with great misfortune. Those mutated sea beasts could not catch Luo Qingtong and immediately vented their anger on Martial Uncle Zhang. They roared angrily. After regaining their mobility, they waved their limbs and attacked Masters Junior Zhang in a frenzy. Each and every one of them looked as if they were going to tear him into pieces and dismember him into pieces. Martial Uncle Zhang saw that Luo Qingtong had rushed past them so easily and thought that these mutated sea beasts would not pay attention to them. However, who would have thought that these sea beasts were just ignoring Luo Qingtong? To him, it was like he was trying to kill him to the very end. Martial Uncle Zhang's face twitched when he saw those sea beasts roaring and attacking him. Luo Qingtong. Bitch! He roared and was instantly surrounded by a group of mutated creatures. In an instant, his figure disappeared in the middle of these mutated creatures. Shwa! Luo Qingtong's figure appeared at the edge of Bright Moon Island, and she instantly went ashore. She looked back and saw Martial Uncle Zhang was completely surrounded by sea beasts. Sounds of violent attacks could be heard from the sea beasts' encirclement. Her lips suddenly curled up. Let's go, Qianren. Let's go to this island and take a look. Luo Qingtong carried the little fox in her arms and rushed towards the island. Xianxia was held in her arms and he felt an indescribable feeling. This was the first time he was so weak and powerless to enjoy someone's protection. The person protecting him was his woman. Swish! Luo Qingtong's figure swept towards the interior of the island. The deeper she went, the more astonished she felt. Not for anything else, but the inside of this island was really too strange. The surrounding vegetation was dense, much thicker and more luxuriant than when Luo Qingtong had seen it from afar before. The trees here towered into the sky with luxuriant foliage. They were much taller than the towering trees that Luo Qingtong had seen in the deep mountains of the eastern region before. Not only that, many of the vegetation here were much larger than what Luo Qingtong had seen outside. Such a change made Luo Qingtong's heart full of vigilance. She thought of the changes in the creatures in the sea. It was very likely that the things on this bright moon island had also undergone such a change. Xianxia, who was in her arms, also perceived this point. He immediately frowned slightly, looking at the scene in front of him. Luo Qingtong didn't allow him to forcibly activate the power in his body, and he had no choice. Although he didn't care if his internal injuries would worsen, he was used to it anyway. But Luo Qingtong cared. Xianxia could see from Luo Qingtong's eyes that if he forcibly ignored Luo Qingtong's thoughts and activated the power in his body, this woman would probably ignore him in the future, let alone be with him. Xianxia would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, for the first time in his life, he went against his own inner thoughts and suppressed the power in his body. Only because this woman, she loved him dearly. Xianxia's heart was complicated. As the heavenly vein body, he had an extremely powerful and terrifying power since birth, and as he grew older, it continued to strengthen. If it weren't for the drawbacks of the heavenly vein body, no one in this world would be able to match him, but even so, in front of Luo Qingtong, he was always just an ordinary man. The young girl had never treated him as an unreachable expert that she could only rely on. She only regarded him as her man, a man she could spend the rest of her life with. She accepted his protection because he was her man. Similarly, she didn't accept his protection because he was her man. In this world, only this woman would treat him like this, right? Xianxia raised his head slightly and looked at Luo Qingtong, who was flying rapidly. The girl's face was beautiful, but her expression was solemn. Her gaze was focused and vigilant as she scanned her surroundings. Feeling Xianxia's gaze, Luo Qingtong thought he was worried about her. She quickly lowered her head and kissed his little nose. "It's okay," Luo Qingtong said, "don't worry." She comforted the man in her arms, afraid that he would be worried about her and couldn't help but forcefully activate the power in his body. Luo Qingtong finally managed to persuade him. She didn't want him to do that again. Roar! Xianxia responded softly. Then, as if it had thought of something, it lifted its paw and wrote a few words on Luo Qingtong's palm. "Release that pig." Xianxia was naturally referring to Little Pig. Although Little Pig couldn't display much of its strength, it might be able to help Luo Qingtong in this strange place. "Okay." Luo Qingtong felt the words Xianxia wrote on her palm. She immediately nodded and released Little Pig. Luo Qingtong's moving figure did not stop. She tossed Little Pig onto her shoulder. After Little Pig settled down, his face was still filled with lingering fear. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. Where is this place? Did you return to the eastern domain?" Little Pig looked at the lush forest around him. "No." Luo Qingtong gave a concise reply. "I'm on Bright Moon Island. Something is obviously wrong here. Can you feel anything?" Luo Qingtong scanned her surroundings. As she went deeper into the forest, the changes in the vegetation became more serious. The trees and weeds were incomparably huge. Luo Qingtong had just passed by a grass that was almost as tall as her. Not only that, but these weeds and trees also contained extremely rich spiritual energy. Not to mention other things, these weeds and trees were all extremely ordinary species. They couldn't possibly contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like those spiritual trees and herbs. However, these trees and weeds that Luo Qingtong saw were all like spiritual flowers and herbs. Their bodies were filled with rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, just as Luo Qingtong's voice faded away. Roar! A beast-like roar resounded. A plant that was originally standing motionlessly beside Luo Qingtong, with an extremely gorgeous flower blooming on top of its head, suddenly pounced on her. The branches and leaves of that plant were like human hands, grabbing at Luo Qingtong. At the same time, the gorgeous pink flower on top of its head suddenly opened its petals. Under the tightly closed petals, what was wrapped wasn't the incomparably beautiful stamen, but countless sharp teeth, a demonic plant. Luo Qingtong reacted quickly. She had kept her blood-red eyes open all along the way, but she didn't find anything alive. Her heart was already filled with all kinds of vigilance. The plant was fine when it was still. Because of the surrounding trees, Luo Qingtong didn't notice anything different about it. But this time it suddenly moved, and immediately distinguished itself from the surrounding forest. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes showed the scene of it pouncing on her. At the same time, all the data of this plant appeared in front of her. Mutated demonic plant, Saint Realm. Bang! Luo Qingtong instantly slashed out with the life and death duality sword in her hand. Annihilation. Without using the thousand-year soul-guiding wood's tree heart or Yi Qianren's power, Luo Qingtong slashed with her sword and cut this demonic flower in half. However, after being cut in half, this demonic plant was still very tenacious. Its branches and leaves were still encircle Luo Qingtong. Plants were different from animals. Animals would die if they were beheaded. But plants, especially demonic plants, they had to have their cores, after they awakening their spiritual energy, their cores, after they awaken usually, they wouldn't show themselves. When they encountered danger, they would quickly move away. However, this demonic plant was destined to not have this opportunity when it met Luo Qingtong. The blood-red light in the girl's eyes flashed slightly. In an instant, she saw through the core of the demonic plant. Swoosh, the black death blade instantly slashed open the demonic flower's body and smashed its core into pieces. The demonic flower didn't even have the time to scream before it collapsed under Luo Qingtong's sword. Bam! Luo Qingtong kicked the demonic flower away. At this moment, Yi Qianxian and Little Pig's voices rang out at the same time. Be careful! Roar! Amidst their screams, countless leaves and branches surrounded Luo Qingtong from all directions and attacked her. Demonic trees that could awaken spirits were hidden everywhere in the depths of Bright Moon Island. One must know that it was extremely difficult for a plant to awaken its spirit. Just look at the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and you'll know how many people would scramble for it. However, at this moment, there were more than 100 branches flying around Luo Qingtong. Moreover, none of them were below the Saint Realm. The leaves and branches that filled the sky were truly terrifying. There was no way to escape from such a dense encirclement. Killing intent was everywhere. There was no chance of survival at all. Luo Qingtong finally understood why there were no life forms on this island, and why were the sea creatures densely surrounding the entire island but never coming ashore. After she passed by them and landed on the island, they targeted Marshal Uncle Zhang from the Breeze Pavilion, so it was because of these demonic plants. Roar! Qingtong. Seeing these demonic plants attacking Luo Qingtong at the same time, Yi Qianxian's eyes turned cold. Almost instantly, his claws grabbed the front of Luo Qingtong's clothes and he was about to jump out. It didn't matter even if this woman was angry, he absolutely couldn't let her be in danger in front of him. The attacks from these plants were too strong and dense. Even if Luo Qingtong could see through their attacks, without sufficient strength, she couldn't break through them, let alone escape from this encirclement. However, just as he was about to make his move, Little Pig's voice abruptly rang out at this moment. Aya! Oh my god! So many demonic trees? Quick, quick, quick! Quickly take out the thousand-year soul-guiding wood's core. Little Pig's voice was urgent. At this moment, he still didn't know that Yi Qianxian was that little fox in Luo Qingtong's arms. Seeing so many demonic plants rushing toward Luo Qingtong, Little Pig was so anxious that he stomped his little hooves. If something happened to Luo Qingtong, he would also be finished. Thousand-year soul-guiding wood's core? The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed violently. She tried her best to find the gaps and escape routes among the leaves and branches. However, there were too many fluttering leaves and branches. It could be said that all her escape routes were blocked. Just as Luo Qingtong was frowning, she heard Little Pig's voice. Yi Qianxian also stopped circulating the energy in his body. That's right. It's the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood's core. That's a 1,000-year demonic tree. I don't know how many souls and auras it refined. It cultivated for 1,000 years and evolved for 1,000 years before it could open its spirit. These demonic trees are all afraid of its aura. The demonic trees also had the concept of rank and class. These demonic trees were obviously catalyzed by external forces. They were simply not on the same level as the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood. Luo Qingtong had the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree, which was the most important essence of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. As long as Luo Qingtong took it out, the spirit-awakening demon trees would immediately disperse and retreat when they sensed the aura emitted from it. Luo Qingtong vaguely understood the situation. Previously, she had put away the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree because its power had been exhausted. Along the way, she had relied on Xianxia's power to fight against martial Uncle Zhang. She hadn't thought of this at that time. Now that she thought about it, if she had the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree in her hand from the beginning, the spirit-awakening demon trees wouldn't have dared to attack her. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong suddenly flipped her hand and took out the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. In an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The branches, leaves, and branches that were originally ferociously dancing toward Luo Qingtong from all directions sensed the aura of the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree in Luo Qingtong's hand. They instantly retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Luo Qingtong could even feel the aura of incomparable panic and fear emitted from their bodies. Obviously, as Little Pig said, these spirit-awakening demon trees were very afraid of the aura of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. Luo Qingtong didn't expect that the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree she had accidentally obtained would be of such great use at this time. However, it was fortunate that she had the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. Otherwise, Xianxia would have definitely used its power. Luo Qingtong felt the aura of the little silver fox in her arms rapidly increasing. Fortunately, Xianxia suppressed it in the end. Little Pig also noticed the unusual aura of power in Luo Qingtong's arms. He looked toward Luo Qingtong's arms and saw Xianxia. "Oh, it's you, little one." Looking at the silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms, Little Pig had a smug look on his face. Anyway, Luo Qingtong had the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding wood in her hand. Unless she encountered a monster wood of the same level and strength, there was basically no problem. Suddenly, it was in the mood to play tricks. It jumped onto Luo Qingtong's arm and poked the silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms. "I can't tell. You're pretty good too. Yi Qianren, that fellow, really has good taste. Alright, from now on, just follow that little white ball and that little golden mouse and call me boss." Little Pig shook its little hoof with a smug look on its face. It's great to have another little brother. Although this little brother of his was very displeasing to the eye, he was unexpectedly spoiled by Luo Qingtong. But this woman's love wasn't something an ordinary person could enjoy. This little one was given preferential treatment by that man, Xianxia. Otherwise, who knew how that man would deal with him? Thinking of this, Little Pig's heart instantly felt better. Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig's smug face and really didn't know what to say. Every time she thought this pig was a little reliable, it would always use various methods to tell her that it was just her misperception. It wanted Xianxia to call it boss and call it little one. Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia's dark face and couldn't help but laugh. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Xianxia gnashed his teeth in anger when he saw her like this. He raised his paw and slapped her face. Then, he coldly glared at Little Pig. "What are you looking at? Are you still not convinced that I let you call me boss?" Little Pig was baffled by Luo Qingtong's smile, but he didn't think too much about it. When he saw Xianxia glaring at him, he immediately stuck out his round belly and glared back. In the end, he even snorted, "Don't think that you're so great just because you were given to me by that man. That man is narrow-minded and easily jealous. He's also unreasonable. If you continue to be so arrogant now, who knows when you'll be made into a fur coat? Who told you to be so smug?" Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtong was already trying her best to hold back her laughter when she was slapped by Xianxia. When she heard Little Pig's words, she instantly collapsed on the ground laughing. "I can't take it anymore. Even if this man wants to settle accounts with me in the future, I won't be able to hold back anymore. Awoo." Luo Qi, Yi Qianren couldn't control the temperament of a young fox in her body and instantly pounced towards Luo Qingtong. Haha. Luo Qingtong hugged the silver fox that pounced on her and scratched and bit her. She laughed until she was out of breath. Okay, I promise I won't laugh anymore. Really? Luo Qingtong said and couldn't help but laugh again. She comforted the angry silver fox in her arms and then looked at the confused little pig. She held back her laughter and said, "Humph, you're really something. From now on, let Yi Qianxian call you boss. Remember to tell him when he returns to his human form." As Luo Qingtong said this, in an instant. Thump. Little pig's body fell from Luo Qingtong's shoulder. It's Yi Qianxian? Little pig raised his paw in disbelief and pointed at the cute, furry silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms. This little dumpling was that terrifying man? After receiving Luo Qingtong's confirmation, Little Pig instantly fell backward with a thump. It's over, it's over. Little Pig thought about the things he said about Yi Qianxian just now. Tears streamed down his face. Sob, this woman is not kind, she didn't even warn me, no matter what, it was still her contracted beast, could he still act tough properly? How can she trick me like this? While Luo Qingtong and the rest were out of danger, on the other side, Uncle Master Zhang dragged his injured body onto the island. You. Master Zhang trembled with anger when he saw the injuries on his body. He raised his hand and swallowed the best healing pill he had obtained. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to recover his strength and injuries. Luo Qingtong, that bitch. Wait until I'm done healing, I'll teach her a lesson. Master Zhang had already figured out a way to deal with those mutated creatures when he was besieged by them. If Luo Qingtong wanted to use this method to deal with him again, it would be absolutely impossible. If this woman has the ability, then don't leave this island. If she leaves, then I'll immediately catch up to her and kill her, Master Zhang swore in his heart as he recovered from his injuries. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtong had already stopped laughing. She could feel a faintly discernible attractive force attracting the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood in her hand. Luo Qingtong sensed the strong desire from the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood. She immediately dashed in the direction of the attractive force. If she guessed correctly, this should be the cause of the strange changes on the island. Swoosh, Luo Qingtong dashed through the lush trees on the island at lightning speed. The closer she got to the attractive force, the more excited the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood in her hand became. The desire it transmitted to her became stronger and stronger. Luo Qingtong followed its instructions and dashed out. Soon, she arrived at a place that looked like a valley. It was said to be a valley because this place was completely surrounded by trees. One after another, gigantic trees towered into the sky, each tree was as thick as dozens of people hugging it. As for the tree in the middle, it was even thicker and sturdier. All of these trees were not even half as thick as this one. This gigantic tree towered in the middle of this forest valley. The surrounding trees gave Luo Qingtong a strange feeling. Myriad Spirit Nurturing Array? Oh my god! Who set this up? Little Pig couldn't help but blurt out when he saw the mountain valley filled with trees. Myriad Spirit Nurturing Array? Luo Qingtong squinted her eyes. She looked at the forest valley in front of her. The bloody light in her eyes intensified. She immediately saw the layout of this valley. It was a gigantic forest array, the gigantic tree in the center was the core of this array. Yes. Myriad Spirit Nurturing Array. Myriad Spirit Nurturing Array. These trees have all become wood spirits. The heart of wood spirit is condensed in their bodies. This is the purest essence of energy. Do you still remember the Holy Realm flower condensed by Feng Yuan? This one has the same effect as that one. Every heart of wood spirit is enough to create a Holy Realm expert. Oh my god, there are so many here. Furthermore, these wood spirits are only there to serve as a foil. I'm afraid that the spiritual tree in the center has already condensed the heart of all trees. This is a heaven and earth spirit treasure that is one level higher than the wood spirit heart. If you're able to obtain it, then your current strength is entirely capable of directly advancing into the Saint Realm. Not only that, the heart of Myriad wood contains an attribute that allows you to communicate with the world spirit chi without any hindrance. It's enough for you to cultivate to the Exalt realm in the future without having to worry about bottlenecks. In this world, what was the power closest to the heavenly Tao? Naturally, it was the power of life. As for the wood element, it represented the power of life. The power of the heart of myriad trees allowed Luo Qingtong to easily comprehend the power and essence of the power of heaven and earth. Of course, the grade of this heart of myriad trees wasn't very high. After all, it was catalyzed by ordinary trees. But even then, it was sufficient for Luo Qingtong to attain the exalt realm, and she didn't have to worry about being stuck in her cultivation and being unable to advance. What a treasure! This was a good treasure. Little Pig was so excited that he kept jumping on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. He never expected that Luo Qingtong would encounter such a good thing on Bright Moon Island. But because they weren't in the array formation, they couldn't obtain protection. Once they killed the creatures on the island, they would turn into monster trees. That was why Luo Qingtong hadn't seen any living creatures along the way. Of course not. They were all killed by the spirit-opening monster trees. However, this myriad spirit breeding array wasn't an array formation that just anyone could know about, and it wasn't something that an average person could lay down, not to mention such a large array formation that also stimulated the heart of myriad trees. This was strange. It was reasonable to say that in the true Spill continent and even the hidden world, no one should be able to do this. Who left this array formation behind? Looking at the situation, it must have been left behind for a long time, if it weren't for the heart of myriad trees condensing and forming, causing a change in the world's spiritual energy, which was sensed by the monster beasts and discovered by Luo Qingtong. Perhaps no one would have known that there would be such a change here, while Little Pig was lost in thought. On the other side, Luo Qingtong also figured out what was going on. So that's how it is. The heart of myriad trees could directly enter the Saint Realm. Luo Qingtong's lips slightly curled up. Very good, she thought of Martial Uncle Zhang of the Breeze Pavilion who had been chasing her all this time, and the smile on her lips became increasingly bloodthirsty and enchanting. Originally, she only wanted to take advantage of the strangeness of Bright Moon Island to get rid of him. But now, Luo Qingtong had changed her mind. She was never willing to suffer a loss. She wasn't willing to let go of any opportunity to become stronger and take revenge. As long as there was a slight chance, she would immediately seize it. Then, she would teach those who dared to go against her a lesson. She couldn't change her personality even now. Since she couldn't change it, then she wouldn't change it. That Martial Uncle Zhang had been chasing her all this time. He must be feeling very good, right? Later, she would make him feel even more good. Come, let's go and get the heart of myriad trees, Luo Qingtong said in a deep voice. Hey, wait. This myriad spirit breeding array is a whole. If you break this array, all the wood spirits will awaken and attack us. These wood spirits were only dormant because of the myriad spirit nurturing array. Once it was broken, they would immediately attack Luo Qingtong, the person who broke the formation. At that time, not to mention obtaining the heart of myriad trees, it would already be good if they could come out alive, especially since this man had turned into a cute little silver fox. Little Pig glanced at Xianxia in Luo Qingtong's arms. Then what do you suggest we do? Luo Qingtong, who was about to rush forward, suddenly stopped. Breaking the array was not a difficult task for her. But dealing with these wood spirits would be troublesome. No, it wasn't just troublesome. Once these wood spirits woke up, unless Xianxia made a move, they would be lucky if they didn't die inside, and Luo Qingtong would never risk Xianxia's body. If Xianxia was the only one who could obtain the heart of myriad trees, she would rather give up and leave, but if that was the case, that Martial Uncle Zhang might be able to benefit from it. Luo Qingtong wasn't sure if he recognized the myriad spirit nurturing array and the wood spirits. If he did, he would definitely send a message to the people of the Breeze Pavilion in the hidden world if he saw this scene after following her into this island. Not only that, he would also make a move and risk his life to obtain the heart of myriad trees. At that time, not only would his strength increase greatly, she would also lose this opportunity. Luo Qingtong thought and immediately frowned. Of course I have a way. But, it looked at Luo Qingtong with a despicable expression and transmitted its voice to her. If I tell you, you have to put in a good word for me in front of this man. You can't let him find trouble with me again. Little Pig's voice sounded directly in Luo Qingtong's mind. It was using the unique communication method between it and Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong had a faint smile on her face. This pig still dares to negotiate with me. However, if it's only this matter, then it's fine. Okay, I promise you, Luo Qingtong said in her mind. Okay. Little Pig felt relieved after Luo Qingtong agreed. It couldn't be helped. It had made such a big mistake before, so it felt like its pig life was going to be over. Luo Qingtong, its master, had never cared about it. Little Pig could only try its best to save itself. After getting Luo Qingtong's agreement, it immediately moved closer to Luo Qingtong and whispered to her. You can do this. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows after hearing its words. Are you sure this method will work? If it didn't work, then she would be completely trapped in the center of the myriad spirit nurturing formation. At that time, with so many wood spirits and that huge tree attacking her, it will definitely work. Don't worry. Little Pig made a solemn vow. Our lives are connected. I won't joke about this. Okay. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. I'll listen to you this time. Let's go. Luo Qingtong's figure dashed toward the forest valley. This spirit-nurturing array did not pose any hindrance to her. Swoosh, when Luo Qingtong dashed into the forest valley, Martial Uncle Zhang on Bright Moon Island had finished healing his injuries and continued to dash toward the depths of the island. Luo Qingtong's body had the aura left behind by his previous attack. He could feel that she was on this island. Humph. That bitch is smart. If she had immediately left in another direction after coming ashore, he would have immediately chased after her. He wouldn't have been entangled with those mutated creatures, let alone be injured. But this island seems a bit strange. Martial Uncle Zhang said as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. He wasn't stupid. There were so many mutated creatures in the sea. Their strength was not something the creatures in the sea could compare with. Moreover, there were lush green forests on this island. If he didn't know that there was something strange about this island, then there was something wrong with his brain. Martial Uncle Zhang suspected that Luo Qingtong wanted to use this strange island to get rid of him. Humph. Even if there's something strange on this island, it's nothing. Martial Uncle Zhang. As a Saint General, within the mortal lands of Truespill continent, there was simply no place that could pose a threat to him. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, just wait for her death. Martial Uncle Zhang's face was filled with a cold and stern expression. However, at this moment, an extremely thick branch suddenly whipped towards him. Martial Uncle Zhang's heart was filled with vigilance. He quickly dodged to the side. However, just as he dodged the incomparably thick branch, on the other side, countless branches and leaves sliced towards him like flying knives. Demonwood Siege, the scene that Luo Qingtong encountered before was also played out on this master's junior Zhang. But he did not have the luck of Luo Qingtong, who could have the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree to intimidate these spirit-opening demon wood. Bang bang bang. One attack after another fell on Master's Junior Zhang's body. In an instant, even if he was a holy general, he was blasted away by the joint violent attack of this group of spirit-opening demon wood. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his heart was horrified. What's going on? He looked at the spirit-opening demon wood around him in shock, not knowing how so many spirit-opening demon wood appeared here. Not only that, but their strength was also so powerful. If not for the fact that he was a Saint General, he would have been killed by these berserk spirit-opening demon trees in that round of attack just now. What's going on? How could there be so many spirit-opening demon wood here, and how did Luo Qingtong pass through here? Seeing those spirit-opening demon wood coming towards him again, Master's Junior Zhang did not dare to be negligent in his heart. He quickly used all the strength in his body and desperately rushed in the direction of the inner island. In any case, he could not let Luo Qingtong go. Moreover, the other party could pass through here, indicating that she had a treasure that could restrain these spirit-opening demon wood. The other party had so many treasures. Master's Junior Zhang felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He thought that all the things on Luo Qingtong were given by Xianxia, and suddenly sneered. That Blackfield Ming Zun was generous to his woman. However, these things were all going to benefit him now. Not only that, the changes on this island were so strange. These spirit-opening demon wood were definitely not formed by chance. There must be a great opportunity in it, haha. He was rich. When he killed Luo Qingtong, all the things here would belong to him. At that time, when he returned to the sect, he might be able to jump to the top. Haha. Luo Qingtong, bitch. Thank you for bringing me to this place. In return, I'll make sure you don't die so miserably. Uncle Zhang laughed out loud, then rushed toward the inner island with a ferocious look on his face. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of berserk attacks came from the point of contact between him and the spirit-unlocking demonic tree. At this moment, Luo Qingtong had already brought Xianxia and Little Pig into the forest valley, which was also the myriad spirit-nurturing formation. Every step the girl took was within the safe zone of the spirit-nurturing array. As the spirit-nurturing array operated, she constantly changed her figure and position. Every landing point was extremely precise. This formation was extremely huge and profound. The aura inside was majestic and vast, and the spiritual energy inside was extremely abundant. It was no wonder that the trees here could grow so quickly and form wood spirits. One had to know that it was almost impossible for ordinary trees to grow into wood spirits. Only after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, among countless trees, could one tree possibly have such an opportunity and good fortune. However, in this myriad spirit-nurturing array, there were more than tens of thousands of wood spirits. As soon as Luo Qingtong entered, she immediately felt the difference in this myriad spirit-nurturing array. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong could have continued to cultivate here until she could no longer advance. She would then consume the heart of myriad trees, and the effects would definitely be better. When that time came, she wouldn't have to fear the Breeze Pavilion or the beast-taming King Valley when she went to the hidden world. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed, and her heart was filled with regret. However, when she thought about how good things couldn't happen to her in this world, the heart of myriad trees was already good enough. She immediately felt relieved. She adjusted her mood, and after a few flashes, she finally followed the operation of the myriad trees nurturing array and arrived in front of the centermost giant tree without alerting anyone. Looking at this giant tree that was so large that even 200 or 300 people wouldn't be able to encircle it, Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed. She raised her hand and blasted at a certain spot at the foot of this giant tree. Break the array core. Following Luo Qingtong's action, that giant tree, along with the wood spirits in the entire mountain forest valley, all trembled violently. The array beneath their feet was activated, and they immediately attacked Luo Qingtong. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the entire mountain forest valley was like an incomparably terrifying killing machine that had been activated. Countless leaves and branches all rushed at Luo Qingtong in an instant. The net of branches and leaves that filled the sky condensed into an incomparably huge and terrifying cage that overflowed with murderous intent, completely enveloping Luo Qingtong within. At this moment, the giant tree beside Luo Qingtong also stretched out its branches, and then blasted at Luo Qingtong with incomparable murderous intent. The thin and thick branches all around its body carried an incomparably biting cold and terrifying aura, and they were like flying daggers that blasted at Luo Qingtong, killing intent from both inside and outside. There was no way to escape. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered violently. In an instant, she fully activated her ocular technique. Boom, her figure leaped up in an instant, passing through the terrifying waterfall-like attack formed by the giant tree's branches. Then, the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree in her hand accurately sank into the array core that she had just broken open. At this time, because the formation core had been broken, this huge tree had completely uprooted itself from the ground where it had taken root. Like a living creature, it moved its roots and brandished its branches that filled the sky, blasting towards Luo Qingtong. At this moment, the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree entered the heart of the formation and replaced the position of the giant tree. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from Luo Qingtong's hand. In an instant, the array core was repaired. That's right, the method Little Pig told Luo Qingtong was to first break the core of the array, then lure out the giant tree and replace it with the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree's core to become the array's core. In this way, the myriad spirit-nurturing array was not broken, and Luo Qingtong naturally did not have to face the siege of the entire valley. An ordinary tree would definitely not be able to do this. After all, in order to become the array core, suppress the other wood spirits in the myriad spirit-nurturing array, and bear the burden of the entire array's operation, the tree in the center must be stronger than the other wood spirits. Otherwise, even if it was planted, the entire array core would not be stable. At that time, the myriad spirit-nurturing array would also collapse. The other wood spirits would also lose control. In terms of the power and level of the wood spirit, it was not inferior to the giant tree in the center of the array. With Luo Qingtong's help, the entire myriad spirit nurturing array was completely stabilized in an instant. The terrifying attacks that were about to besiege Luo Qingtong disappeared in an instant. With the myriad spirit nurturing array stabilized, the wood spirits naturally quieted down again. In this forest valley, there was only the giant tree that Luo Qingtong lured out of the array's core position. Boom boom boom. The giant tree had already developed spiritual intelligence. After sensing the changes in the entire myriad spirit nurturing array, it immediately changed its attack and blasted towards the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree that occupied the array's core position. However, how could Luo Qingtong let it touch the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree? The other party replaced the giant tree to stabilize the entire myriad spirit nurturing array. Only then could she deal with the giant tree and take the heart of myriad trees from its body. Qianren! Luo Qingtong shouted in a low voice. Xianxia understood and poured the power in his body into Luo Qingtong's body in an instant. Boom! The life and death dual polarity sword in Luo Qingtong's hand turned into a death blade in an instant, the black aura of death diffused, and the sword light burst out for dozens of feet in an instant. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and waved. Heaven-conquering art, heaven-seizing move and annihilation. The life and death dual polarity sword in Luo Qingtong's hand slashed twice in an instant. After the heaven-seizing move swept out, the tail of her sword fiercely lifted, and annihilation attacked again in an instant. Like the Milky Way hanging upside down, a ray of light suspended in the air caught up with the heaven-seizing move in an instant. The power of the latter's sword light was constantly being eliminated, and then it rapidly strengthened the power of annihilation. Luo Qingtong was using this method to strengthen her own attack. 2 heaven-conquering arts attacks were launched, and the 2 sword lights overlapped, coupled with Xianxian's strength. The strength that Luo Qingtong could display at this moment was amazing. Boom boom boom. When the waterfall of branches from the giant tree reached the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree, they were all chopped into pieces by Luo Qingtong's sword light. Now is the time. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, and the bloody light in her eyes was fixed on a point in the huge tree. Bang! Her figure flashed out in an instant, and before the branches around the huge tree grew out again, she suddenly appeared somewhere on its trunk. And then, suddenly, he stabbed the life and death yin-yang sword into the giant tree. The bark of this giant tree had been cultivated to the point where it was as hard as metal. Coupled with the restoration of the power of wood, ordinary swords and attacks could do nothing to it. However, the sword in Luo Qingtong's hand was the death blade of the life and death yin-yang sword. Life and death depend on each other. Life and death duality, the deathly aura within it kept eliminating the power of wood on the huge tree. Then, with a loud boom, it broke through the bark of the huge tree. Rip! The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand slashed forward, approaching the core of the huge tree in an instant. The heart of all trees, the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand changed into the life blade form. When the heart of all trees saw that Luo Qingtong had broken through the bark, it immediately wanted to move. However, at this moment, it felt the rich vitality emitted by the life blade in Luo Qingtong's hand. Instantly, it was stunned. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong flicked the long sword in her hand. That heart of 10,000 trees was flicked out in an instant, flying into the air. It broke away from that huge tree. Screech! That huge tree suddenly let out an incomparably mournful cry. Those newly grown branches that were as sharp as swords and sabers instantly withered as they surrounded Luo Qingtong. Countless branches drooped down from the sky. Some of these branches were incomparably sharp, and they were already approaching Luo Qingtong. The wind that swiftly shot out cut Luo Qingtong's skin and robe in an instant. If Luo Qingtong's movements were slightly slower, or if there was any mistake in her movements, that heart of 10,000 trees would escape. Then, what awaited her was a situation of instant death. Xianxia in her arms was extremely tense. He was ready to mobilize the power in his body at any time, and forcibly break through the restrictions of the demon fox blood curse, and Luo Qingtong also knew Xianxia's plan, so, in order to not let this man take risks for her, every step of her calculations was calculated to the extreme. The bloody light in her eyes was urged to an extremely dazzling and resplendent state. Her entire pair of eyes looked like a bloody wave rippling within. It was also like an extremely beautiful red agate, exquisite and translucent to the extreme. This pair of bloody eyes seemed to carry an extremely bloody and violent beauty. and also had an extreme fairy-like and illusory charm. Like a demon and like a god, at this moment, Luo Qingtong looked soul-stirringly beautiful, standing proudly in the blue dome of heaven. Bang! Luo Qingtong raised her hand and grabbed the heart of 10,000 trees that she had flicked up in the air. Her figure instantly swept over that huge tree. Boom boom boom. That huge spiritual tree about 100 feet tall crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces of wood behind Luo Qingtong. Without the heart of myriad trees, the giant tree lost its life force and turned into a rotten tree in an instant. Luo Qingtong landed lightly on the ground like a butterfly. When her feet touched the ground, she suddenly staggered and almost fell forward. I'm fine. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was extinguished. She gently patted the little fox Xianxia, who had grabbed her by the collar and was eager to check on her. She lowered her head and kissed it to comfort it. The scene just now was too thrilling. Luo Qingtong's mind was tense to the extreme, and her blood pupils were also pushed to the extreme. Her entire body's strength was completely drained in an instant. It could be said that he had been hollowed out. Due to overexertion, it was natural for him to be unsteady on his feet. But in the end, he had obtained the heart of myriad trees. As Luo Qingtong thought to herself, she lowered her head and looked at the heart of myriad trees in her hand. The latter struggled with all its might in her hand, as if it wanted to return to that huge tree. However, Luo Qingtong's aura tightly imprisoned it, making it unable to escape. Once it left its body, the heart of myriad trees had no protection at all. This is the heart of myriad trees? Luo Qingtong looked at the heart of myriad trees. It was a ball of lustrous green light, pulsing as if it had life force. She looked at Little Pig and asked, "Is this heart of myriad trees useful for Qianren?" Luo Qingtong had wanted to ask this before. If this heart of myriad trees was useful for Yi Qianxian, then she wouldn't use it. She would leave it for Yi Qianxian to heal his meridians. Nope. Little Pig looked at the silver fox in Luo Qingtong's arms, who had calmed down after seeing that she was fine, and curled his lips. This man is so strong. A heart of myriad trees of this level is useless to him. The heavenly demon fox's blood essence core was only enough to extend his life for 3 years. What else could he say? The heavenly demon fox was a 9-life demon fox. A single drop of its blood was enough to extend an ordinary person's lifespan to 100 years old. Cultivators wanted to obtain its blood essence to refine life-prolonging pills. In the end, this man killed a heavenly demon fox and forced it to use the demon fox blood curse to deal with him. In the end, all the blood essence and core he obtained was only enough to extend his life for 3 years. Little Pig didn't want to say anything more. If this heart of myriad trees was given to him, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Yi Qianxian also softly grunted. He raised his paw and patted Luo Qingtong's hand, indicating that he didn't need it and that she should use it herself. He naturally had Bei Qing and Fengyu to help him keep an eye on the situation outside the realm. If there was something suitable for him to extend his life, they would immediately inform him. Luo Qingtong didn't need to worry about him. As for repairing his meridians, this heart of myriad trees was useless to him. Things like the 10,000-year divine wood might be useful to him. However, it was too difficult to find, and its effects were too short for him. There was no need for him to use it. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded, understanding his meaning. Since this man couldn't use it, she would use it herself. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and put the heart of myriad trees into her mouth. This heart of myriad trees contained rich life energy. Not only could it help Luo Qingtong increase her strength, it was also a holy healing medicine. In just an instant, the bloody wounds on Luo Qingtong's body that were caused by the giant tree's branches all disappeared. The girl's skin was as lustrous as jade. In this lush forest, it seemed to be emitting a white light. Little Pig excitedly looked at Luo Qingtong, who was enveloped in a layer of green light. He was looking forward to seeing Luo Qingtong's strength increase again. Aya. If this continued, the time would not be far away, ha ha ha, just as it was feeling happy, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. Strange, as if something was staring at it. As it thought of this, it raised its head and met Yi Qianxian's cold and sinister eyes. Those eyes were filled with incomparable fury. Hey hey hey! Wait! Little Pig looked at the fury in Xianxia's eyes in horror. Then, he looked at Luo Qingtong's tattered clothes, which were torn by the branches. Suddenly, countless crows flew across his heart. Wait. That's not it. I wasn't peeking at her. I swear in the name of the sovereign of all beasts. Ah. Little Pig's cry was unusually miserable. While Luo Qingtong was eating the heart of myriad trees, Martial Uncle Zhang had also rushed out of the encirclement of the spirit-opening demon trees. He was in a sorry state from head to toe, even more sorry than when he was in the sea. He didn't expect there to be so many spirit-opening demon trees on this island. It was really impossible to defend against the attacks on his way here. Fortunately, he had already rushed out of the area where the spirit-opening demon trees were located. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, prepare to die. Bitch! He roared and rushed over. However, just as he rushed into the forest valley, in an instant, all the wood spirits in the surroundings were awakened. The strength of these wood spirits was much stronger than those spirit-opening demon trees outside. At this moment, because this martial Uncle Zhang had barged into the myriad spirit-nurturing array, all the wood spirits in the surroundings surrounded him. One had to know that this martial Uncle Zhang did not have the ability to see through the array like Luo Qingtong. Naturally, he also did not know how to avoid being surrounded by these wood spirits. As for Luo Qingtong, because she was near the heart of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and at the same time, she was in the safe zone of the array, she was not affected at all. Those wood spirits did not pay attention to her at all and were wholeheartedly focused on killing that martial Uncle Zhang. What? That martial Uncle Zhang saw Luo Qingtong here and rushed over in a fit of anger. He did not know that there was an array here. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong was sitting here and was fine, but he was surrounded and killed the moment he came in. That martial Uncle Zhang was indescribably flustered and exasperated. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was trying her best to absorb and comprehend the power of the heart of myriad trees in her body. She could feel that martial Uncle Zhang had already barged in. However, with this myriad spirit-nurturing array blocking, Luo Qingtong did not have to worry about him rushing in front of her for the time being. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of waves washing away sand sounded in her body. Like rolling thunder, the power of the heart of myriad trees in her body was constantly spreading and filling. Luo Qingtong's body was filled with this kind of power. This was a combination of the essence of life, the beauty of creation, the brilliance of the sun and the moon. In an instant, this pure and rich power soaked into every part of Luo Qingtong's body. Blood, muscles, bones, meridians, every inch of Luo Qingtong's body was filled with the essence of the heart of myriad trees. At the same time, in her mind, a surge of life essence rushed into her body, and she constantly comprehended the mysteries of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around her. The power of the heart of myriad trees allowed her to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without any hindrance. Luo Qingtong's soul was incomparably compatible with this piece of earth, heaven, and earth, as well as the laws of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. She blended into the spirit qi and felt its evolution between heaven and earth. All things in the world, Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All living things had transformed into spirits. Boom, the power within Luo Qingtong's body, along with her soul power, began to boil in an instant. Bang! Luo Qingtong's body suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Her aura surged from the inside out, and she instantly broke through to the Saint Realm. What? Martial Uncle Zhang, who was entangled with the wood spirit, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. This woman, she had broken through. In this secular world where spiritual qi was scarce, it was extremely difficult to break through to the Saint Realm. She actually made a breakthrough? Martial Uncle Zhang's eyes widened into round circles. In the next second, he couldn't care about anything else. With a furious roar, he forcefully endured the attacks of the wood spirit and charged toward Luo Qingtong. Bitch! Die! He absolutely couldn't let her live, otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. This time, it wasn't because he was afraid of Xianxia, but because of the talent and strength that Luo Qingtong had displayed. Boom! Uncle Master Zhang's attack was immensely powerful. He ignored the attacks of the wood spirits and directly sent a palm strike towards Luo Qingtong. Bang! The aura from that palm strike was so powerful that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. That vast and boundless power directly smashed the few wood spirits that rushed out in front of him into pieces. At the same time, Uncle Master Zhang was also hit by the attacks of the other wood spirits. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but looked at where Luo Qingtong was with a big smile on his face. Haha, B*TCH, you're dead. He looked coldly at the attack heading towards Luo Qingtong and was extremely pleased with himself. Once this woman was dead, he would take all the treasures on her body and take away all the heart of wood spirits. When that time came, he would return to the Breeze Pavilion and be incomparably glorious. This woman would rest eternally on this island. Uncle Master Zhang laughed loudly at the thought of this. However, at this moment, boom. At this moment, an attack flew over from the front and blasted the palm wind he blasted out. Bang! The two attacks collided in midair. In an instant, the force that shot out blasted the surrounding wood spirits and sent them flying backwards. Old dog, are you done laughing? Luo Qingtong's figure appeared behind the energy storm caused by the collision of the two attacks. She held the long sword in her hand horizontally, and her aura was boundless. She was already in the Saint Realm. Once one comprehended the power of the Heart of Wood, they could directly enter the Saint Realm. Luo Qingtong's strength had already broken through to the Saint Realm the moment Uncle Master Zhang attacked. In fact, even if she did not break through to the Saint Realm, just the power of Luo Qingtong and Xianxia alone was enough to deal with Uncle Master Zhang. However, Luo Qingtong did not want to waste the medicinal effect of the Heart of Wood. At the same time, she did not want to give Uncle Master Zhang any chance to escape. Therefore, when Uncle Master Zhang rushed over to attack, she did not move. Instead, she chose to continue breaking through. Now, he'd finally attained the Saint Realm. Surnamed Zhang, did you have fun chasing me just now? Luo Qingtong licked her lips. The corners of his lips curled up in a devilish smile. Don't worry, I'll make you feel even better later. When Luo Qingtong said this, Xianxia suddenly frowned. He looked at Luo Qingtong. What did this woman say to make others feel better? Luo Qingtong didn't notice his gaze. At this moment, she was staring coldly in the direction of Senior Uncle Zhang. Then, she raised her hand abruptly. Spirit Nurturing Array of All Creation, activate. Boom boom boom. Following Luo Qingtong's movement, the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood in the center of the array shook violently. In an instant, the wood spirits in the array were controlled by the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. They spread out and surrounded Uncle Master Zhang in an instant. Luo Qingtong did not want to use these wood spirits to kill Uncle Master Zhang. She wanted to use them to stop him from escaping. It was time to settle the score with him for chasing her all the way here. You guys stay here. Take care of Qianren. Luo Qingtong placed Little Pig and Xianxia in the center of the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. She ordered it to control a group of wood spirits to guard them. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged towards Senior Uncle Zhang. How arrogant. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've broken through to the Saint Realm. Martial Uncle Zhang was indeed shocked when Luo Qingtong broke his attack. However, he saw that Luo Qingtong's power was only at the Saint Realm. Moreover, the majestic and vast aura that he felt from her body that didn't belong to her at all had disappeared. He immediately sneered. He didn't know that Luo Qingtong's power had all come from Xianxia. He thought that Luo Qingtong had used too much power from that longsword and was restricted. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a longsword was, Luo Qingtong couldn't fully display its strength with her current strength. Even if she could use it, there must be a limit to the number of times she could use it. She probably thought that he didn't know. Martial Uncle Zhang thought so and immediately attacked Luo Qingtong with a sneer. He wanted to see what Luo Qingtong could do to him without the support of that mysterious power. It was simply a fantasy for a Saint Realm expert to fight a Saint Realm expert. However, just as he thought so, he suddenly saw Luo Qingtong smile at him. That smile was indescribably enchanting and evil. In the next second, Luo Qingtong raised the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand. Heaven-seizing style. The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand instantly turned into the form of a death blade. The pitch-black longsword in Luo Qingtong's hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, it drew an extremely powerful and biting cold light and sent Martial Uncle Zhang flying. What? The moment Junior Uncle Zhang was sent flying, he was completely dumbfounded. He could feel the terrifying light and aura emitted by the longsword in Luo Qingtong's hand. What was going on? He was shocked. The power of the other party's attack clearly didn't feel as vast and terrifying as before. How could she still release such a terrifying attack? This sword strike was enough to kill a Saint Realm expert. However, Luo Qingtong was clearly using her own power. What was going on? He didn't know that when the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand transformed, the life blade had already absorbed the abundant spiritual energy in the spirit breeding array and then transformed it into the power of the death blade. The power that Luo Qingtong could unleash in this myriad spirit nurturing array was several times that of outside, not to mention that she was using Xianxia's unique move. When Luo Qingtong was still in the Saint Realm, with the power of the Saint King's soul in the heart of the thousand-year soul tree, she could use heaven-seizing style to kill. Not to mention that she was now. This strike was enough to send Martial Uncle Zhang, a Saint General, flying. The reason why he didn't use annihilation was because he didn't want his opponent to die so quickly. Was it necessary to kill her after chasing her all the way here? Today, she would let him know what it meant to doubt life. Heaven-seizing style. The life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand once again changed into the form of the life and death blade. Once again, it broke through the air and blasted towards Martial Uncle Zhang. Bang! Martial Uncle Zhang's figure was sent flying again. The defensive aura of a Saint Realm expert enveloping his body was shattered by Luo Qingtong's sword attack. The light of the death blade ruthlessly cut a bloody wound on his body. The death blade's corrosive effect of weakening the opponent's strength worked. Sensing the changes in his body, Martial Uncle Zhang's heart tightened fiercely. The strength displayed by Luo Qingtong was enough to shock him. The girl's attack was actually able to weaken his strength. If this continued, he would definitely die at her hands. Thinking of this, Martial Uncle Zhang's expression turned extremely ugly. He'd originally thought that Luo Qingtong was already his, and he'd been extremely complacent and belittling Luo Qingtong just now. He felt that her strength at the Saint Realm couldn't be compared with his at all. Only now did he realize how arrogant and ignorant he was. No, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really die here. Thinking of this, Martial Uncle Zhang did not dare to delay and hurriedly wanted to escape. However, he was full of confidence just now and did not take Luo Qingtong seriously. Now that he wanted to leave, it was already too late. The myriad spirit nurturing array was activated and the wood spirits had surrounded him. Under the control of the thousand-year soul guiding wood, the wood spirits continued to encircle him, blocking his path of escape. At the same time, Luo Qingtong raised the life and death sword in her hand again. Boom! Beam after beam of sword light constantly blasted out from the life and death sword in her hand. The beams of light slammed into Martial Uncle Zhang, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. At the same time, they also left bloody wounds on his body so deep that his bones could be seen. As Luo Qingtong left more and more wounds on his body, the power of the death blade also eroded and weakened Martial Uncle Zhang's strength more and more. This Martial Uncle Zhang had also tried to struggle. He desperately took pills to counteract the weakening effect of Luo Qingtong's death blade and heal the wounds on his body. However, the wounds and corrosion caused by the death blade could only be healed by the life force on the life blade. No matter how many pills he took, it was completely useless to him. As for Luo Qingtong, as long as she could break through the opponent's external defense and leave a wound on his body, then she could use the power of the death blade to completely grind the opponent to death. Bang! Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. After weakening the strength of Masters Junior Zhang to a certain extent, she put away the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand. Then, with a flash, she appeared in front of Masters Junior Zhang. Crack! Luo Qingtong raised her hand and grabbed Martial Uncle Zhang's arm. After neutralizing the force of his attack, she pressed her palm down. In the blink of an eye, Martial Uncle Zhang's arm was bent at an extremely strange and terrifying angle. Eerie white bones mixed with flesh and blood protruded out. Martial Uncle Zhang's screams shook the heavens, but Luo Qingtong's eyes didn't change in the slightest. She had lived 2 lives. What she hated the most was being hunted down and coveted. But this Martial Uncle Zhang had both. Did they want her life and her treasures? Fine, as long as he had the life to take it, she offered it with both hands. Bang! After breaking all the bones of Martial Uncle Zhang's limbs, Luo Qingtong raised her foot and kicked Martial Uncle Zhang away with a boom. The blood-red light in her eyes surged uncontrollably. It was an extremely gorgeous and bloodthirsty light. She walked in front of martial Uncle Zhang, and the blood in her eyes flickered intensely. Then, she stepped on him with an indifferent expression. Martial Uncle Zhang fell to the ground, and his 4 limbs were broken. He wriggled on the ground and screamed miserably. Luo Qingtong's foot landed on his back. In an instant, with a crack, his spine was broken. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She moved her foot down and up, crushing all the bones in martial Uncle Zhang's body. Martial Uncle Zhang's screams became even more mournful. Oh no! Seeing Luo Qingtong's abnormal state, Little Pig immediately realized that Luo Qingtong had lost control again. This martial Uncle Zhang was so powerful. If Luo Qingtong hadn't thought of Bright Moon Island and obtained an opportunity there, who knew how long she would have been chased by him. Moreover, she might have aggravated Xianxia's injuries. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong's anger towards Uncle Master Zhang was not small. Now that she had released it, she couldn't control herself. Hey! Quick, bad news! Master, she's out of control. Quickly go and stop her. Seeing that Luo Qingtong's aura was becoming more and more bloodthirsty and cold, and her attacks were becoming more and more ruthless, Little Pig hurriedly raised his little hoof and poked Yi Qianren, who was beside him. There was no other way. At this moment, only this man could bring Luo Qingtong back to her senses. He had to take advantage of the fact that Luo Qingtong hadn't completely lost control and quickly stop her, otherwise, it would be too late. Xianxia had also realized that Luo Qingtong's aura was abnormal. He didn't need Little Pig to say anything. Little Pig had already jumped out and ran toward Luo Qingtong. Kill! Luo Qingtong had already dealt with martial Uncle Zhang. The blood in her eyes became more and more intense. At this moment, Xianxia jumped in front of her. Aoo! He opened his mouth and wanted to call her name, but what came out was the sound of a little fox. In an instant, Yi Qianming's face turned black. At this moment, Luo Qingtong also felt that there was another intruder around her. She subconsciously swung the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand. Almost instantly, she slashed at Yi Qianxian, who was charging toward her. Oh my god! When Little Pig saw this scene, he immediately raised his voice and barked. Master! He's Yi Qianxian's face. Yi Qianxian! It had forgotten that Yi Qianren was in her silver fox form, so she couldn't speak. Yi! Yi! When Little Pig's words entered her ears, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. Her hand that was about to attack abruptly stopped. At this moment, Yi Qianxian threw himself at her. Unable to speak, he raised his head and kissed the girl. At the same time, the power in his body poured into Luo Qingtong's body. Luo Qingtong, wake up! Qian? When Yi Qianxian's power entered her body, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. In the next second, the blood in her eyes extinguished. She hugged the cute little fox in her arms tightly. At the same time, the attack that she had slashed towards Yi Qianren was completely retracted the moment it reached her opponent. Did I lose control? Luo Qingtong's voice was slightly hoarse. Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. That's right. Little Pig dashed over at this moment, his face filled with lingering fear. You almost went on a killing spree just now. No one knew better than Little Pig how frightening Luo Qingtong was when she lost control. Most importantly, it wasn't time for her to appear in front of others yet. Fortunately, this woman lost control twice and had Yi Qianren by her side, suppressing her. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Okay. Even if Little Pig didn't say it, Luo Qingtong knew what would happen if she lost control. Fortunately, Yi Qianxian woke her up. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and kissed the little fox in her arms. Then, she raised her head and looked around. Martial Uncle Zhang was completely dead. His body was lying not far from Luo Qingtong, and it didn't even look human anymore. Luo Qingtong glanced at him and walked past him. She looked at the fallen wood spirits on the ground. Many wood spirits had their bodies smashed in the battle with martial Uncle Zhang, revealing the wood spirit hearts inside. The wood spirit hearts floated in the air, emitting a rich aura of vitality. One of these wood spirit hearts was enough to create a future Saint Realm expert. Of course, that person's strength had to be above the martial ancestor realm. Otherwise, if their strength was too low, they wouldn't be able to advance so much and directly reach the Saint Realm even if they consumed the wood spirit hearts. But even so, it was already good enough. After all, with the wood spirit hearts, the person who consumed them wouldn't have to worry about the bottleneck of reaching the Saint Realm. As long as they had enough strength, they would definitely be able to reach the Saint Realm in the future. It was only a matter of time. It could be said that if Luo Qingtong had all these wood spirit hearts in her hands, she would have an extremely powerful Saint Realm army under her command in the future. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. Very good. With these wood spirit hearts, Suyu, Xianxia, and the others wouldn't have to worry about their strength. Let's go. Let's take all these wood spirit hearts. Luo Qingtong said as she leaped up. Bang bang bang. She swung the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand. Because these wood spirits were suppressed by the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree, they were immediately bound and unable to move within the array. They were also unable to resist Luo Qingtong's attacks. In an instant, one by one, the wood spirits fell under Luo Qingtong's sword. Behind her, Little Pig had a trash ring on each of its hooves. It was constantly collecting the wood spirit hearts that were revealed from the wood spirits that Luo Qingtong had slashed apart. It was extremely busy, its eyes glowed, and its 4 little hooves waved continuously. As it collected, it cried out, "Aya, Aya. I'm rich." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she saw his money-grubber smug look. Sometimes, she would wonder if this pig was really an ancient mythical beast. It didn't have the slightest bit of a divine beast's aloofness and dignity. If it wasn't for the fact that it had once revealed its true form and was quite reliable at critical moments, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be willing to believe that it was an ancient mythical beast. While Luo Qingtong and the others were collecting the wood spirit hearts from the myriad spirit breeding array, Bei Qing, Fengyu, and the others had already found this bright moon island by following the weak connection between them and Xianxia. In fact, they had thought of the existence of this bright moon island. If Luo Qingtong was really in danger, she would probably rush here. Therefore, they decided to try their luck here. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to find Luo Qingtong and the others in this vast sea. Evil Doctor. The group rushed to the Bright Moon Island. The mutant creatures in the sea and the spirit-opening demon wood on the island were no obstacles to them at all. They went straight in and appeared directly in front of Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Your subordinates have arrived late. Please forgive us, Master and the Evil Doctor. They broke into the array of all living things. At this moment, all the wood spirits in the array had been killed by Luo Qingtong. The wood spirit hearts were all taken by Little Pig. The array of all living things was broken by itself. Bei Qing and Fengyu did not encounter any attacks. The group of people knelt down in front of Luo Qingtong. Their eyes swept across the surroundings and they were shocked. Especially when he saw Marshal Uncle Zhang's corpse, he was indescribably shocked. A Saint General was actually killed by the evil physician just like that. Their faces were shocked, but Luo Qingtong's heart was calm. She hummed softly and did not say anything. In the vast sea, it was good enough that Bei Qing and Fengyu could find them. After all, she and Yi Qianming did not know where they were sent. How could they find them? They were not to blame for this. Luo Qingtong walked to the center of the array of all living things. There, the bud of the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood was waving at Luo Qingtong intimately. When Luo Qingtong stretched out her hand, it rubbed against Luo Qingtong's palm enthusiastically. It looked very cute. Yes, the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood's heart had broken through the soil and sprouted under the stimulation of the array of all living things. At this moment, the 2 tender green leaves looked especially fresh and green. Luo Qingtong looked at the small bud and raised her hand to dig it up. This myriad spirit-nurturing array had been broken, and the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree was useless here. Luo Qingtong naturally wanted to take it away. It could still be of use in the future. When Luo Qingtong dug up the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood sprout, Little Pig suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That's not right. Why doesn't it look like the Millennium soul-guiding wood? Little Pig muttered as he looked at the tiny sprout. Inexplicably, this sprout gave it a very strange feeling. This aura didn't seem like the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood, but more like the aura of the ancient heavenly spirit wood. Little Pig's eyes widened as he stared at the little sprout. His heart was filled with curiosity. That's impossible. Luo Qingtong had clearly taken the Millennium Soul Guiding Wood before. Why did its aura change after it sprouted? After all, the 1,000-year Soul Guiding Wood and the ancient Heavenly Spirit Wood weren't on the same level, although they were both related to the power of the soul. The ancient Heavenly Spirit Wood was a divine wood. Even if the 1,000-year Soul Guiding Wood grew to 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years old, it was still an ordinary wood. At best, it could reach the level of a spirit wood. It couldn't go any higher, but now, it had completely transformed. What's going on? This can't be the effect of this myriad spirit-nurturing array. Little Pig's heart was filled with disbelief. However, Luo Qingtong didn't pay much attention to it. This little sprout was indeed born from the 1,000-year Soul Guiding Wood's heart. It would be a good thing if it had transformed. She put it away and prepared to study it in the future. How's the situation on Xianxia Island? She looked at Fengyu and the others. Has everyone been eliminated? Are Little Lucky and the others okay? Upon hearing this, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others' expressions changed slightly. When they discovered that Luo Qingtong and Xianxia's aura had disappeared, they immediately chased after them. They had no idea what had happened on Xianxia Island. Evil Doctor, the group looked at each other. As for Luo Qingtong, she seemed to have realized something from their conversation, and her eyes narrowed. Didn't you come to find me and Qianren after settling the matter on Xianxia Island? Luo Qingtong thought that Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others only found out that something had happened to her and Xianxia after discovering that something had happened on Xianxia Island. Was that not the case? No. Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others answered honestly. After you and Master's aura disappeared, we sensed that something was wrong, and immediately chased after you. Before they could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong's figure had already rushed out. She had to rush back to Xianxia Island immediately. Swoosh. When Luo Qingtong's figure rushed out of Bright Moon Island, the third princess of the Sea Emperor looked in the direction of the forbidden area in front of her with a sullen expression. Damn it! They actually managed to escape. She had led the people of the Breeze Pavilion and thought that they could catch the Sea Emperor and the others in one fell swoop. In fact, the elders had all died in their hands. Only a few people, the Sea Emperor, Huangfu, and the others were left. Under such circumstances, the Sea Emperor and the others were like turtles in a jar. Who would have thought that the Sea Emperor would actually use all of his strength and life force as a sacrifice, borrowing the energy fluctuations of the great clan elder and the others who had successfully opened the forbidden area to forcefully break open the protection of the forbidden area. At this moment, the group of people was hiding in the forbidden area. They couldn't do anything to them at all. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's expression was ugly. But soon, she sneered again. I'll let you hide here and see how long the Sea Emperor's life force and strength can hold on. When he dies, you will still be expelled from the forbidden area. Such a one-sided sacrifice to forcefully open the forbidden area was simply not a long-term solution. She was waiting to see when Huangfu and the others would be thrown out of the forbidden grounds to die. The third princess sneered as she turned around and left. Huangfu and the others were dead for sure. However, before that, she had to take control of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Once she became the Sea Empress of the entire Sea Emperor Dragon Court and took control of all the defensive spell formations on the Sea Emperor Island, Huangfu and the others would have no chance of turning the tables. As long as they came out of the Forbidden Land, the third princess of the Sea God Emperor would be able to control the entire Sea God Island's defenses and kill them without the need for the Breeze Pavilion's people to do anything. As long as they were on Ocean Emperor Island, it would be impossible for them to escape death. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the Sea Emperor and the others had gathered in the forbidden area for the sake of Luo Qingtong, the third princess of the Sea Emperor wouldn't have been able to find a good opportunity to attack them. After all, as long as the Ocean Emperor was given enough time, he would be able to control the defenses of the entire Ocean Emperor Island to attack. At that time, it was inevitable that they would escape. But now, they had no chance at all. The third princess of the Sea Emperor left a few people to guard the area and then went out to suppress the people of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Everyone who obeyed her would live, and those who disobeyed her would die. Under the suppression of the Breeze Pavilion's people, the people of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court couldn't resist at all and could only submit. At night, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Sea Emperor Island. Demonic Doctor. When that figure appeared, many other figures also tore through the sky and arrived. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others appeared beside Luo Qingtong with guilty expressions. They had just heard about what happened on Sea Emperor Island. The third princess of the Sea Emperor had regained her position with the help of the Breeze Pavilion. However, the Sea Emperor, Sea Empress, Huang Fuxi, and the others were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they had been killed. Everyone felt very guilty. If only they had left a group of people on Sea Emperor Island. That way, nothing would have happened to the Sea Emperor and the others. However, they had been too anxious about their master's safety and had not thought of this. If something had happened to the Sea Emperor, Sea Empress, and Huang Fuxi, the demonic doctor would feel very bad. They looked at Luo Qingtong and saw that her expression was very cold. Ow! Yi Qianxian let out a soft cry. He hated the way he looked like a little fox. If it wasn't necessary, he definitely wouldn't open his mouth. But now, he spoke to make Luo Qingtong happy. The Sea Emperor and the others might not be in danger. He raised his paw and patted the back of Luo Qingtong's hand to comfort her. Yes, I know. Luo Qingtong lowered her head and rubbed against him. She felt Yi Qianxian's comfort and the coldness in her heart dissipated. Demonic doctor, we have already found out that the third princess of the Sea Emperor will hold the coronation ceremony in front of the Sea Emperor's statue tomorrow morning. Then, she will completely control the entire Sea Emperor's royal court and Sea Emperor Island. Should we immediately attack and kill her and the people of the Breeze Pavilion? Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were full of murderous intent. They naturally had to make up for the mistakes they had made. The third princess of the Sea Emperor and the people of the Breeze Pavilion could not escape. No need. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She raised her head and looked sharply in the direction of the Sea Emperor's royal court palace. Just let them live a little longer. Let's go to the Sea Emperor's forbidden area. Luo Qingtong could sense that little Lucky and the others should be fine. Given the temperament of the third princess of the Sea Emperor, if the Sea Emperor and the others really died in her hands, she would definitely hang the corpse up for public display. Firstly, he wanted to vent his anger. Secondly, he wanted to intimidate. Since she had not done so, it meant that little Lucky and the others were still alive. Moreover, the third princess of the sea was helpless against them for the time being. Luo Qingtong immediately thought of the Sea Emperor's forbidden area. If her guess was correct, little Lucky and the others should be in the forbidden area. Since that was the case, he would wait for little Lucky and the others to come out before taking his revenge. At that time, the expressions of the third princess of the Sea Emperor and the others would definitely be very interesting. Go! Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, and she took the lead to rush in the direction of Sea Emperor's forbidden area. Bei Qing and Feng Yu didn't ask any questions and just followed behind Luo Qingtong. It was up to the evil doctors to decide what to do. They only needed to carry it out. The group rushed in the direction of Sea Emperor's forbidden area. In Sea Emperor's forbidden area, Huang Fuxi looked at the Sea Emperor, who was getting thinner and thinner. His aura was incomparably weak, and he was still getting weaker. His heart was filled with indescribable grief. Father! He choked with sobs. Don't do this again. Let's go out together. Even if I die, I want to die with you and Mother. He threw himself into the Sea Emperor's arms and choked with sobs. That's right. Even if the Sea Emperor consumed his life force and energy, there was a limit to how long he could last. At that time, once he died, they would be expelled from the Sea Emperor's forbidden land. They would not be able to escape death. They might as well go out now and die together, otherwise, the Sea Emperor's strength and life force would be wasted. The Sea Empress' eyes were also red. Tears fell like water droplets, but she did not say anything. They had been husband and wife for decades. She knew what the Sea Emperor was persevering for. Cough cough. Silly child. The Sea Emperor raised his hand and patted Huang Fuxi's head. Father, you have to do this. He looked at Huang Fuxi and asked, do you believe that something will happen to Miss Tong? No. Huang Fuxi shook his head with red eyes. That's right. Cough cough. Father doesn't want to believe it either. So he was taking a gamble. He was betting that Luo Qingtong might be able to rush back. He was betting that something would not happen to her so easily. If he made the wrong bet, he would admit defeat. But if he made the right bet, his wife and son would have a better chance of survival if he could hold on for even a moment longer. Why didn't he do that? Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would gladly do it. Father. Huang Fuxi's voice choked up even more. At this moment, bam, outside the forbidden area, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded. Who is it? The guards of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court who were guarding the forbidden area were all shocked. They looked in the direction of the sound. In the next second, an extremely dazzling and terrifying sword aura swept out in front of them. In an instant, the entire space was lit up. Everyone who stood in front of this sword light was annihilated by this sword light. Bam. Bam. Bam, their bodies exploded in an instant. They did not even have time to scream. When this sword aura swept out, a figure also swept into the space. Kill them all. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She floated in the air with a long sword in her hand. Her red robe was as bright as the sun and as red as a fiery lotus. Her beautiful face was filled with an icy coldness. Yes. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others had already released their auras, completely enveloping the space. No matter what kind of movement it was impossible for it to spread out at this time. Under Luo Qingtong's command, they rushed out and killed the remaining Sea Emperor's Dragon Court members in an instant. The latter and the others were terrified to the extreme. When Luo Qingtong appeared, they had already recognized her. She was the girl who had a grudge against the third princess of the Sea Emperor. Not only that, but the strength of the group of people following them was simply terrifying. The group had witnessed the strength of the Breeze Pavilion. In their eyes, that was already extremely powerful. But at this moment, in front of the people brought by Luo Qingtong, the strength of those people from the Breeze Pavilion was not worth mentioning at all. Oh no, what kind of enemy did they provoke? The people of the Breeze Pavilion were already rare experts from the sects in the hidden world. Could it be that this foreign girl's background was even more powerful than theirs? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. They wanted to warn the others, but before they could do anything, they were all killed by Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others. Bam, bam, bam. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As if realizing something, the Sea Emperor's heart was filled with excitement. His face, which was like a lamp that had run out of oil and looked extremely defeated, instantly became rosy. Whoosh, he used all his strength to release a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the scene of the forbidden area outside was revealed to them. Huang Fuxi immediately cried out. Big sister. He looked at the beautiful and domineering girl standing outside with a sword in her hand, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Big sister is here, this is great. Nothing will happen to him, his parents, and the others. Big sister. The Sea Emperor cancelled his sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, the group of people appeared outside the forbidden area. Huang Fuxi immediately threw himself at Luo Qingtong and hugged her tightly, choking with sobs. Big sister saved him again. Not only that, but she also saved his parents. Big sister, it's great that you're here. I thought I would never see you again. His voice was choked with sobs. It's okay now. Luo Qingtong patted him lightly when she felt the young man's body trembling slightly. After going through so many unforeseen events at once, the little fellow had done quite well. She looked at the pale and defeated Sea Emperor, whose aura was incomparably weak. She roughly knew what had happened. The forbidden area couldn't be opened casually. When the Sea Emperor wanted to send her and Xianxia into the forbidden area, he needed the cooperation of several elders. He must have paid an extremely heavy price to open the forbidden area on his own. Huang Fuxi witnessed all this with his own eyes, and he must have been greatly shocked and frightened. After all, this kind of separation was not something anyone could bear. Sea Emperor, Sea Empress, elders. Luo Qingtong nodded at them. This incident happened because of me. I will do my best to eliminate everything in the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. I will kill the third princess and the people from the Breeze Pavilion. When the time comes, please bear witness to everything. Also, I am willing to form an alliance with the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. In the future, anyone who dares to go against the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court will be my enemy. Heaven and earth bear witness to this oath. Luo Qingtong made a solemn promise. She was the main reason behind the massive upheaval in the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. The entire Sea Emperor Dragon Court had been severely wounded, and it was inevitable that there would be people who would try to take advantage of the situation in the future. Luo Qingtong would never sit idly by. "Thank you, evil doctor." The Sea Emperor's face was pale and weak. After persevering for so many days, his life force and strength were almost exhausted. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong came in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for another day. Our Sea Emperor's Dragon Court deserves this calamity. The third princess of the Sea Emperor is such a vile creature, and the heretic physician was almost put in danger. I feel extremely guilty. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cough twice. His complexion turned even paler. "Father." Huang Fushi couldn't help but rush to his side as tears streamed down his face again. Cough cough. "Shi'er, the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court will be under your control from now on. You can't cry so easily, understand?" The Sea Emperor looked at Huang Fushi. His life force and strength had been severely depleted, and there was no way he could lead the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. "I understand, father." Huang Fushi looked at the weak voice of the Sea Emperor and forced back the tears in his eyes. "Imperial father, I will never cry again. Nothing will happen to you. Father, you will be fine." The Sea Emperor coughed softly, then looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "Evil doctor, I want to pass on my lifetime of strength and understanding to Shi'er through the secret inheritance technique of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Please protect me." This was a secret inheritance technique that only the Sea Emperors of each generation knew. As long as it was a normal succession, the Sea Emperor would receive the inheritance of the previous Sea Emperor. The person who received the inheritance would have their strength greatly increased. At the same time, they would also receive the cultivation experience and understanding of the previous Sea Emperor. In the future, they would be able to take fewer detours and have almost no bottlenecks. The Sea Emperor was going to pass on this inheritance to Huang Fushi. When he was in the Forbidden Grounds, he had already heard from the people of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court that the third princess of the Sea Emperor would ascend the throne tomorrow. He could not let her steal the Sea Emperor's position. The Sea Emperor's Dragon Court's matters should be settled by the people of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Huang Fushi must obtain the Sea Emperor's position himself. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of being the king of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. She roughly understood the Sea Emperor's thoughts and did not say much. She only asked Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others to protect them and not let anyone disturb their inheritance. Seeing this, the Sea Emperor was relieved and began to pass on the inheritance to Huang Fushi. In the palace of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court, the third princess, Song Yan, and the others were proud. "Miss Song, don't worry. After I inherit the Sea Emperor's position tomorrow, I will erase all information about that foreign slut from the northern region. No one will know how she died. No one will link it to you." The third princess of the Sea Emperor sat on the Sea Emperor's chair with a proud expression. After tomorrow, she would be the true ruler of the northern region. The cause of Luo Qingtong's death would be completely erased from the northern region. No one would know how she died. And no one would be able to avenge her. That woman, just wait to die with everlasting regret. Also, the little fox that the man in her hands had turned into would also fall into his hands. When she thought of Xianxia's handsome face and the demon clan's secret techniques, the smug look on the third princess' face became even more pronounced. Not only did that B*TCH die miserably, her man would also become her man. He wondered how much despair and unwillingness she must be feeling down there. It was a pity that he couldn't see such a scene. When the third princess of the sea spoke, Song Yan felt extremely pleased with herself. Luo Qingtong had offended her several times before, and then she had beaten her up in Deqi's holy capital. Now, she had finally gotten her revenge. By the time the third princess of the Sea Emperor erased all information about her in the northern region, even if that Ming Zun of the Black Field was extremely powerful, he wouldn't be able to find out how she died, let alone avenge her. The more Song Yan thought about it, the more pleased she felt. A little girl from the True Spill Continent's mortal world actually wanted to compete with her for senior apprentice brother Falling Moon? She really didn't know how she died. It was just a few casual provocations, but Uncle Master Zhang was already enraged by her. At this moment, she probably didn't know how Martial Uncle Zhang was torturing her. Otherwise, why would Uncle Master Zhang not return until now? Song Yan felt even more smug at the thought of this. Alright, then I'll thank the third princess first. If nothing goes wrong, Uncle Master Zhang should be back with that woman's body tomorrow. Then, take it as a congratulatory gift for your ascension to the throne, third princess. What do you think? She smiled at the third princess of the Sea Emperor. Of course, that would be great. The third princess of the Sea Emperor smiled coldly. I'll send people to prepare a large number of sea beasts. Then, we'll chop up that bitch's body and feed it to them. It's a pity, the smile on her lips became even colder and more venomous. The people of the Breeze Pavilion must kill her. Otherwise, bring her back alive and torture her in every possible way. That's a good idea. Don't worry. Even if we don't bring her back, I'm afraid the torture she'll suffer will not be light. Song Yan looked very pleased. How angry was Uncle Master Zhang? How could Luo Qingtong be well after falling into his hands? The body that he brought back tomorrow would probably be unrecognizable and completely deformed. As the two of them spoke, they looked at each other and smiled. There was an indescribable viciousness in the depths of their eyes. The next day, tens of thousands of people gathered at the square where the statue of the Sea Emperor was. Everyone on the Sea Emperor Island was gathered at the square that was usually used for ceremonies. They watched as the third princess of the Sea Emperor dressed in splendid attire and prepared to accept the recognition of the statue of the Sea Emperor to inherit the throne. Once the Sea Emperor succession ceremony was started, the statue of the Sea Emperor would select the one with the purest bloodline and the best talent to inherit the throne of the Sea Emperor in this generation. After inheriting the throne of the Sea Emperor would be able to take control of all islands in the northern region that had statues of the Sea Emperor. From then on, the power of the Sea Emperor would shift. The person who gained control of the Sea Emperor's dragon court would be the real Sea Emperor. He would be able to command the entire Sea Emperor's dragon court and the northern region. The previous Sea Emperor would automatically abdicate. Because of this unique method of succession, every generation of the Sea Emperor's position was filled with bloodshed. Every direct descendant wanted to ascend the throne. Not every direct descendant of the Sea Emperor could successfully become the Sea Emperor. The loser would never be able to make a comeback. The only exceptions were the third princess and the first prince, and now, they had successfully made use of this exception to turn things around. The third princess of the Sea Emperor proudly walked on the path leading to the statue of the Sea Emperor. At this time, in the Forbidden Area, the Sea Emperor and Huangfu had also completed their inheritance. Cough cough, the Sea Emperor's face turned even paler. He had lost all his strength and was reduced to an ordinary person. All of his strength and comprehension were passed on to Huangfu. The latter's aura surged, and the power around his body was majestic. He had already reached the Saint Realm. This was the Sea Emperor's reward for Huangfu, at the cost of not being able to cultivate or possess power in the future. Shi-er. He held Huangfu hand tightly. Clean up the Sea Emperor Dragon Court for my father and inherit the throne of the Sea Emperor. He was no longer the young boy who would only hug Luo Qingtong and cry when he was in danger. During this period of time, he had grown a lot in the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court. And this life and death crisis made him mature even more. He looked at Luo Qingtong, his jade-white face full of determination. Sister. His voice was hoarse from crying. Let's go. He wanted the third princess of the Sea Emperor to pay the price for everything she had done. Okay. Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded. The young boy had matured thoroughly in this unforeseen event. His innocence and kindness were all hidden in the corners, and they were all aimed at the enemy. This was good. When it was time to be kind, he was kind, and when it was time to be ruthless, he was ruthless. My sharp claws can kill when I open them, but when I retract them, they are soft. This was the best way to live. It was also the posture of a true ruler. Let's go, sister will take you to revenge. Luo Qingtong's eyes were sharp, and she looked in the direction of the Sea Emperor Island Square. That was the place where the third princess of the Sea Emperor's coronation ceremony was held. You two stay here and guard. The rest of you, come with me to the Sea Emperor statue square. Luo Qingtong's voice was slightly low. Previously, when the Sea Emperor withdrew his sacrifice and was expelled from the Forbidden Grounds, she took the opportunity to send Yi Qianren in. Now, Luo Qingtong was relieved to leave Bei Qing and Feng Yu, two people who had a special connection with Yi Qianxian, here. The others all went with her to the Sea Emperor statue square. She wanted the third princess of the Sea Emperor and the people of the Breeze Pavilion. None of them could escape. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, and she took the lead to rush out with Huang Fuxi. The others from the Black Field followed behind her, bringing along the Sea Emperor, the Sea Empress, and the others. In an instant, the group of people left the forbidden area of the Sea Emperor and headed towards the square where the statue of the Sea Emperor was. On the plaza of the Sea Emperor's statue, the surrounding adepts danced and danced, using the unique ritual dance of the Sea Emperor's royal court to awaken the remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor within the statue. The entire Sea Emperor's dragon court and even the Sea Emperor Island would only be under the control of the successor. And that person was the new Ocean Emperor. Buzz, as the wizards danced, unique energy fluctuations continuously entered the statue of the Sea Emperor. Soon, the statue of the Sea Emperor began to tremble faintly. In the next second, its eyes lit up. A faintly discernible consciousness power awoke from its body. At this moment, the entire statue of the Emperor of the Sea seemed to have come alive. Sea Emperor. Seeing the movement of the statue of the Sea Emperor, many people in the square cheered loudly in an instant. That voice was filled with indescribable fanaticism. The third princess of the Sea Emperor also looked at the statue of the Sea Emperor with a scorching and proud gaze. Sea Emperor, please choose the successor of the Sea Emperor. The surrounding adepts had already stopped dancing. At this moment, the great wizard in the lead waved his hand. In the next second, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the statue of the Sea Emperor, sweeping across the crowd of direct descendants of the Sea Emperor's royal court in the square. The third princess of the Sea Emperor's face was filled with pride. Among this generation of direct descendants of the Sea Emperor's royal court, her bloodline was the purest, and the talent she had awakened was not bad. She would be the only candidate for the Sea Emperor. After the ray of light swept through all the people who were suitable to inherit the throne, it stopped on the third princess of the Sea Emperor. Buzz, the ray of light that shot out from the statue of the Sea Emperor was faintly trembling. Seeing this scene, the third princess of the sea revealed a proud and complacent smile. From now on, I'm the new Sea Emperor. Who said so? As her voice rang out, another voice that was incomparably cold rang out at this moment. I'm the real Sea Emperor. Swoosh, when this voice sounded, the light that was originally fixed on the third princess of the Sea Emperor's body suddenly moved in the direction of the voice. Buzz, after the ray of light was fixed there, it suddenly trembled. The frequency was much stronger than when it was fixed on the third princess of the Sea Emperor. The trembling voice sounded like it was cheering. Indeed, there was no harm without comparison. Compared to the frequency of the trembling that was close to cheering, the third princess of the Sea Emperor's trembling voice sounded like she was going to heaven. She looked like a clown, and her words of "she will be the Emperor of the Seas from now on" sounded like a joke to her. It's you? Huang Fuxi? When the voice sounded, the third princess of the Sea Emperor suddenly turned around and saw the young man who walked out of the crowd. Beside Huang Fuxi, there was also a beautiful young girl who was walking slowly towards them. The pupils of the third princess of the Sea Emperor instantly shrank. This foreign slut didn't die. Did she help Huang Fuxi? Huang Fuxi was supposed to be in the forbidden area. Even if he came out, he would be dead. He was destined to be surrounded and killed by the people she left there. When she saw Luo Qingtong next to him, how could the third princess of the Sea Emperor not understand what happened? She couldn't understand how Luo Qingtong escaped from senior Uncle Zhang's hands. Damn it, that person from the Breeze Pavilion said he was a holy general. How could he not be able to deal with this slut? Or could it be that the little fox beside the slut had helped her? The third princess of the Sea Emperor glanced at Luo Qingtong, but didn't see Yi Qianxian. She immediately confirmed her guess. In an instant, she gritted her teeth and her eyes turned red with jealousy. In her opinion, Yi Qianxian must have used some extremely powerful secret technique of the demon race to help Luo Qingtong, even at the cost of his own life. That was how the latter managed to escape the pursuit of that martial Uncle Zhang. How could this woman be so lucky? That man was so handsome and valiant, and he also had the pure bloodline of the demon clan, yet he was willing to do anything for her. The third princess gritted her teeth as she glared at Luo Qingtong. Then, she sneered. It was a pity that this woman was so stupid that she actually dared to come back and throw away her life. She probably thought that after saving Huangfushi and helping him become the Sea Emperor, she would be able to deal with her. Unfortunately, she didn't know that even if Huangfushi was recognized by the statue of the Sea Emperor, it would still take him at least 15 minutes to integrate the control of all the islands of the Sea Emperor's dragon court that the statue of the Sea Emperor had transferred to him. This period of time was enough for her to kill them all. She raised her finger and pointed at Luo Qingtong and Huangfushi. Huangfushi was completely enveloped by the light of the sea god statue and was beginning to accept the control of the statue. Rays of light were transmitted from the statue to his body. Seeing this scene, those who had taken the initiative to seek refuge with the third princess of the Sea Emperor immediately rushed over. As for those who were forced to submit to the third princess of the Sea Emperor, although they wanted to help Luo Qingtong and Huangfushi, they didn't dare to act rashly when they saw the people from the Breeze Pavilion on the high platform not far away. The people from the Breeze Pavilion are too strong. Sigh, the little prince can't defeat them. Everyone looked at Huangfushi, who was enveloped by the light of the sea god statue, and felt despair. It would be fine if the people from the Breeze Pavilion were not on the Sea Emperor Island. With their strength, they could fight against the third princess and protect Huangfushi so that he could succeed in becoming the Sea Emperor. But they could feel the layers of power surrounding them, and they couldn't move at all. On the high platform not far away, Song Yan and the people from the Breeze Pavilion gritted their teeth when they saw Luo Qingtong and Huangfushi appear. What's going on? She looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. How is this woman not dead? What is Uncle Master Zhang doing? Song Yan gritted her teeth, but her expression soon relaxed. It's good that she's not dead. Although I don't know how she escaped from Uncle Master Zhang, she was stupid enough to come to the Sea Emperor Island and walk right into our trap, Song Yan sneered. She probably thought that Uncle Master Zhang was the only one from the Breeze Pavilion who came to kill her. She thought that she could come back and save the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court after she got rid of Uncle Master Zhang? What a joke. I'll see how you die later. Song Yan ordered the people from the Breeze Pavilion to intimidate the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court. Luo Qingtong did not want to take the road to heaven, but instead chose to barge into hell. She was waiting to see how the third princess of the Sea Emperor would torture her to death. He thought of the group of sea beasts prepared by the third princess of the sea god. She sneered in her heart. Later, Luo Qingtong would be able to enjoy the taste specially prepared for her. She sat on a large wooden chair with a content expression as she watched the members of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court rush toward Luo Qingtong. She was prepared to watch a good show. However, kill them all. Seeing the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court rushing over, Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't even look at them as she spoke coldly. Her voice sounded, and in the next second, bang bang bang. In an instant, the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court who were charging towards Luo Qingtong and Huangfushi all exploded in midair. The figures of the Black Field members were revealed. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's figure flew up. Protect little Lucky. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared in front of the third princess. The latter was stunned and had no idea what was going on. How did this foreign slut have so many powerful cultivators by her side? The third princess of the Sea Emperor had never fought against Luo Qingtong before, so she naturally didn't know that there were so many people protecting her. Moreover, they were so strong. Just as the third princess of the Sea Empire was thinking about this, Luo Qingtong had already sent her flying with a slap. Luo Qingtong's strength had already risen to the Saint Realm. This slap instantly sent the third princess of the Sea Empire tumbling over a dozen times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The third princess of the Sea Empire lay on the ground, constantly vomiting blood. Her mouth was filled with blood and teeth. If Luo Qingtong had not promised Huangfujin that she would leave her for him to deal with, the third princess of the Sea Empire would have been slapped to death by Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's gaze was cold. Her gaze swept past the third princess of the Sea Empire who was lying on the ground vomiting blood before finally fainting completely. She then raised her eyes to look at Song Yan and the others in the spectator stands. What? The smug look on Song Yan's face completely disappeared at this moment. She looked at Luo Qingtong, who was dressed in fiery red, standing in the square. Then, she looked at the group of people from the black field surrounding Huang Fujin. Her heart was filled with disbelief. How could this be? This woman's strength had already reached the Saint realm. Not only that, but the people around her were not any weaker than the people from the Breeze Pavilion. How could this be? How could this woman have such a strong force by her side? She could not believe it. Song Yan's face was distorted. The people from the Breeze Pavilion beside her were also in disbelief. No, junior sister, we have to leave this place immediately. As they spoke, they hurriedly tried to take Song Yan away. However, it was too late. Bloody cross/. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she watched the people from the Breeze Pavilion dash out. She threw away the handkerchief she used to wipe her hands with and raised her hand to launch a wild attack. Hundreds of meters away, the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand instantly transformed into the shape of a death blade. In the next second, streaks of bloody light mixed with the black aura of the death blade swept out in an instant and blasted towards the people from the Breeze Pavilion in front of her. None of them had expected Luo Qingtong to be able to unleash such an attack. The bloody cross/ was originally a martial technique of the Saint realm. With Luo Qingtong's current strength, she was able to fully display its might. In addition to the effect of the death blade in her hand, she was like the Grim Reaper reaping the lives of the Breeze Pavilion members in front of her. These people from the Breeze Pavilion thought that Luo Qingtong was the only one who could stop them. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong's attack to be so sharp. In an instant, the bodies of the people from the Breeze Pavilion, who were carrying Song Yan forward, suddenly fell to the ground under the light of Luo Qingtong's blood-colored cross. Not only that, but some of the weaker ones had their bodies chopped into several pieces in midair. Not for anything else, Luo Qingtong's current strength, coupled with the effects of the Saint realm's martial arts and death blade, was completely invincible against those of the same realm. Bang bang bang. The bodies of the people from the Breeze Pavilion fell heavily to the ground. They wailed in pain and the pieces of their bodies mixed with the rain of blood all fell on their bodies. The ground was filled with the smell of blood. The other people from the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court were all stunned. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong in shock. The strength displayed by the young girl had really shocked them. This is impossible. How is this possible? Song Yan had never thought that she would fall into the hands of Luo Qingtong. Even when she saw that Luo Qingtong's strength had risen to the sage stage and that the people around her were also so powerful, she did not feel much fear other than hatred and jealousy. After all, she felt that Luo Qingtong would not dare to kill her. Even the people from the Black Field would not. At most, she would teach them a lesson like she did in the holy capital of the Great Qi dynasty. After all, they were from the Breeze Pavilion, a 6th-grade sect in the hidden world. However, Luo Qingtong had killed almost half of them with a raise of her hand. Not to mention how terrifying the power was, she did not dare to imagine that the other party would dare to kill so many of them. Luo Qingtong, you bitch. She lay on the ground and looked at Luo Qingtong, who was covered in blood and flesh. The stench almost made her vomit. Song Yan's face was filled with disbelief and hysteria. How could Luo Qingtong dare to kill them? How dare she? Her screams shocked the people from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court, as well as the remaining people from the Breeze Pavilion who were lying on the ground and howling in pain. They looked in Song Yan's direction in shock. Looking at her twisted expression, they could not believe what they had just heard. Was junior sister crazy? She still wanted to scold Luo Qingtong at a time like this. Did she think that they were not dying fast enough? The people from the Breeze Pavilion were in disbelief. They could not understand Song Yan's thoughts and brain circuits. Everyone from the Sea Emperor Dragon Court felt like she was a lunatic. Luo Qingtong did not dare to kill her. Why wouldn't he dare to kill her? Just because she was from the Breeze Pavilion, she was going to kill someone. Was she not allowed to kill her and let her go so that she could gather more power to take revenge? However, the name Luo Qingtong seemed a little familiar. Everyone complained in their hearts as they thought about it. Then, someone suddenly widened his eyes. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Luo Qingtong is that evil Dr. Gui Tong's real name. The grand meeting of the 4 academies had already ended a long time ago. The news that Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost pupil had already spread throughout the entire Truespill continent. The members of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court in the northern region had naturally heard about this as well. They looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong in shock. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. This young girl who was on good terms with their little prince was actually the evil Dr. Ghost pupil whose name shook the entire Truespill continent. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Qingtong slowly walked towards Song Yan, who was half sprawled on the ground. The aura around her expanded. Enveloped by her aura, Song Yan tried to get up a few times, but was suppressed by her. Luo Qingtong, my father is the Grand Elder of the Breeze Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, our Breeze Pavilion won't let you off. When the time comes, I'll definitely kill your entire family. Song Yan roared hysterically. She did not believe that Luo Qingtong would really dare to kill her. This bitch, she must be deliberately trying to scare her. Luo Qingtong stopped in her tracks. The Grand Elder of the Breeze Pavilion? Luo Qingtong lowered her eyes and looked at Song Yan, who was lying at her feet. That's right. Song Yan thought that Luo Qingtong was scared by her and revealed a proud and cold smile. Is that so? That's quite impressive. However, Luo Qingtong looked at her and smiled. That smile was filled with icy coldness and murderous intent. I even dared to kill people from Celestial Palace and Beast-Taming King's Valley. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was evil. She whispered these words into Song Yan's ears and sealed her mouth at the same time. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded like the whisper of a demon in her ears. Song Yan's face instantly turned pale. She stared at Luo Qingtong with wide eyes. She tried her best to open her mouth, but nothing came out. It was her? It was this woman who had made them the scapegoat of the previous Celestial Palace. There was also the matter of the Beast-Taming King Valley's elite disciples being killed in the hidden world. She was also the one who did it? This woman even dared to kill people from Celestial Palace and Beast-Taming King's Valley? That was a third-class sect and a first-class sect? Song Yan stared at Luo Qingtong in disbelief. Her face was filled with despair and shock. It was only now that she realized how laughable it was for her to go against Luo Qingtong. That would be equivalent to sending himself to his death. It was laughable that she had thought that Luo Qingtong wouldn't dare to kill her. Song Yan finally felt fear and regret, but it was too late. Luo Qingtong kicked her to the side. Drag her down. Deal with the third princess the way she wanted to deal with us. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. Hearing this, Song Yan screamed in agony. She recalled the methods that the third princess of the Sea Emperor had used to deal with Luo Qingtong. It could be said to be extremely cruel and terrifying. Previously, when she was listening from the side, she only felt that it was very satisfying. Now that she was about to experience it herself, she knew what it meant to be in the abyss. In an instant, she lost control of her bladder. Before she could cry out and beg for mercy, the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court who had been suppressed by them swarmed forward, gagged her, and dragged her down. These people had lost many of their clansmen when the Breeze Pavilion helped the third princess clean up the Sea Emperor's royal court. They hated Song Yan and the others to the core. As long as the people from the Breeze Pavilion were still alive, they were dragged down by them. They were well aware of the methods that the third princess of the sea had instructed them to use to deal with Luo Qingtong's corpse. They were sure that the people of the Breeze Pavilion would enjoy it very comfortably. As for Luo Qingtong, when she kicked Song Yan away, she had already destroyed all of her abilities and meridians. She also left a ball of power in her body. Under the control of Luo Qingtong's mind, this ball of energy could destroy her body with just a thought. Luo Qingtong would not give Song Yan and the rest a chance to escape. Of course, in order to implant this power, the other party had to be completely defenseless. After Luo Qingtong was done, she turned to look at Huang Fuxi, who was receiving the transfer of power from the Sea Emperor's statue. The Sea Emperor and the others had also arrived at the plaza. With the Sea Emperor's support, he walked up to Luo Qingtong and thanked her. Thank you, evil doctor. It's nothing. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She was just about to say something when a bright light suddenly flashed in the depths of her eyes, and when she looked at Huang Fuxi again, her expression had already changed. Oh no. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. At this moment, she suddenly charged towards Huang Fuxi. Demonic doctor? Seeing this, the Sea Emperor and the others were inexplicably surprised. Then, they hurriedly cried out. No. Demonic doctor, you can't. When inheriting the Sea Emperor's throne, you can't be disturbed, or you'll lose your qualifications. Demonic doctor. The Sea Emperor's voice was urgent, and he hurriedly ordered the people around him to stop Luo Qingtong. Now that the third princess of the Sea Emperor's rebellion had been purged, the entire Sea Emperor's dragon court naturally obeyed the Sea Emperor's orders again. Before Huangfu Shi fully inherited the throne, everyone's commander was still the Sea Emperor. At this moment, seeing Luo Qingtong rushing towards Huangfu Shi, the group of people from the Sea Emperor's dragon court didn't know what was going on, but they obeyed the order and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Demonic doctor, we're sorry. The group of people from the Sea Emperor's dragon court wanted to stop Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong didn't care about them at all. All of you, get out of my way. Her expression was stern, and she only focused on Huangfu Shi, who was enveloped in the light of the Sea Emperor's statue. The latter's eyes were tightly shut, and his face was indescribably serene. However, the image in Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes wasn't like this. In her eyes, in the depths of Huangfu Shi's mind, a ball of light was constantly attacking his brain, trying to devour his soul. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. If she hadn't suddenly thought of wanting to see how the Sea Emperor's statue's authority was transferred, she probably wouldn't have known that such an unforeseen event was happening in Huangfu Shi's body. Damn it, the ball of light that invaded Huangfu Shi's mind was the light shining from the Sea Emperor's statue. The remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor was trying to possess Huangfu Shi's body. Luo Qingtong's heart trembled when she thought of how Huangfu Shi had transformed into a mermaid in front of her. And then she thought of how she only saw part of the people from the Sea Emperor's dragon court during the Sea Emperor's sacrificial ceremony. If she guessed correctly, the half-demon bloodline in Huangfu Shi's body was very strong, very close to that of the first Sea Emperor. Therefore, after the first Sea Emperor's consciousness of the Sea Emperor's statue came into contact with Huangfu Shi's body, it wanted to possess him. It was the first Sea Emperor, the first Sea Emperor's body's remnant consciousness of the sea, the first Sea Emperor's his body. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she immediately ordered the people from the dark region, stop them. Nothing must happen to little Lucky. She's as she Sea Emperors the Dragon Sea Emperor Xuanyu She's Emperor Sea She S. Emperor S Emperors SS Re S. The consciousness of the Sea Emperor's statue actually wanted to possess She's body. It was simply courting death. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold, and the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand had already been unsheathed, wanting to cut off the connection between the Sea Emperor's statue and Huangfu Shi. The people from the Sea Emperor's dragon court were all stopped by the people from the Black Field. When they saw Luo Qingtong's action, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Demonic doctor. Everyone was anxious, and the Sea Emperor was even more anxious. He rushed forward 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. Demonic doctor, you can't. Just as he spoke, the Sea Emperor's statue seemed to have sensed Luo Qingtong's action. Boom. Boom. Boom, beams of light intertwined and fell from the sky in an instant. This was the defense of Sea Emperor Island built by the first Sea Emperor. At this moment, it was activated, forming a deadly force that blasted towards Luo Qingtong. Even if Martial Uncle Zhang was here, he would probably be blasted to pieces by the attack formed by these lights. Luo Qingtong's eyes were piercingly cold. The bloody light in her eyes flickered violently, and she was about to find the key point of this defense. At this moment, swoosh, a hand suddenly appeared at her waist and pulled her into an embrace. Then, there was a boom. An extremely majestic and vast power erupted from a figure that appeared beside Luo Qingtong in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire intertwined protective light, which had almost cut the entire sky, was blasted apart in an instant. Boom, the man standing beside Luo Qingtong had a cold look in his eyes. He was dressed in a black gilded robe with silver lining. In this explosion of protective light, he was like a god descending. Xianxia raised his sleeve and waved. The protective light that gathered in the sky once again seemed to be frozen in midair. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's attack flew past Huangfu Shi and the Sea Emperor's statue in an instant, cutting off the light that connected them. Bang! Huangfu Shi suddenly fell to the ground, his little face as pale as a sheet of gold paper. Sister! He looked at Luo Qingtong and glanced at the Sea Emperor statue. His eyes were full of fear. He was suddenly attacked when he was halfway through receiving the authority. Because he was unprepared, there was no way to resist. If Luo Qingtong hadn't discovered it, perhaps no one would have known that the soul in his body had changed. What was going on? Why did the Sea Emperor statue suddenly attack him? Huang Fuxi's face was full of horror. The Sea Emperor and the others also saw some clues from Huang Fuxi's unusual reaction. The Sea Emperor and the others found it hard to accept. The consciousness of the Sea Emperor statue actually wants to possess Xier? Especially Hai Ho, she ran over and hugged Huang Fuxi, crying. Huang Fuxi had no chance to resist the Sea Emperor's consciousness that was trying to take over his body. This was too terrifying. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, no one would have known that Huang Fuxi had died. The Sea Empress was terrified. She hugged Huang Fuxi tightly. After severing the connection between Huang Fuxi and the statue, Luo Qingtong looked up at Yi Qianxian. Qianren. She looked at the handsome face of the man above her head. He recovered. Luo Qingtong was pleasantly surprised. Yi Qianxian's expression was indifferent. He hugged Luo Qingtong and looked coldly at the statue of the Sea Emperor. He didn't care what the other party wanted to do, but if they dared to attack Luo Qingtong, then they were unforgivable. Boom! As Yi Qianxian raised his hand, the Sea Emperor statue seemed to be enveloped by an invisible palm in an instant. With a bang, its body suddenly exploded. In the next second, Yi Qianxian raised his hand and pulled out a ball of consciousness that was constantly twisting and struggling. That ball of consciousness formed a translucent figure in midair. It was 70 to 80% similar to the mermaid form that Huang Fuxi had transformed into for Luo Qingtong. The first Sea Emperor. The Sea Emperor and the others felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the consciousness strength that had taken form. The members of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court and the people around them were also shocked. The remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor was trying to possess Huang Fuxi. The people of the North region regarded the first Sea Emperor as a god, so they never expected this to happen. The people from the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court were even more shocked. They looked at the remnant consciousness that was being held by Yi Qianxian's power, and they had mixed feelings. The succession ceremony of the Sea Emperor's Dragon Court had always been very strange. Logically speaking, everyone was a direct descendant of the Sea Emperor, so it was understandable that the person with the purest bloodline and the strongest power was chosen to inherit the throne. But why did the person with the purest bloodline and the most powerful talent be chosen? All along, everyone thought that the first Sea Emperor wanted to choose the most worthy next generation to ensure that the talent of the Sea Emperor's bloodline could be passed down for a long time to come. However, they now knew that this was not the case at all. The reason why the first Sea Emperor set up such a succession ceremony was to prepare for his resurrection in the future. He wanted to choose the most suitable successor for his consciousness to possess. He was not choosing the successor of the Sea Emperor at all. He was choosing the body he wanted to possess. The reason why the previous generations of Sea Emperors were fine was because their forms had not yet reached its requirements. However, Huang Fuxi's transformation was 80% similar to his, therefore, he chose Huang Fuxi immediately. After sorting out this layer of relationship, everyone looked at the remnant of the consciousness with an unusually complicated gaze. No one wanted to be possessed by someone else, even if that person was their ancestor. When they thought about how they had coveted the Sea Emperor's position before and how they were also in danger of being possessed by the Sea Emperor, everyone found it very difficult to accept. Bang! After the consciousness was grabbed by Yi Qianxian, it was still struggling with all its might. The entire Sea Emperor Island was faintly trembling. The 4 surrounding islands were in the midst of a buzzing sound as they suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards this side. The surrounding sea beasts and sea monsters were also in an uproar. Boom! 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 Waves that were thousands of feet high rolled up into the sky, and swept over in this direction as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. In just an instant, the entire Ocean Emperor Island seemed to be in the midst of a myriad of killing intent. Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the ball of consciousness in Yi Qianxian's hand. The Sea Emperor clan had the ability to control water currents and sea beasts. And this ability was even more vividly displayed by the first Ocean Emperor. They had to deal with him as soon as possible, otherwise, their troubles would be endless. However, this remnant consciousness seemed to have become one with Sea Emperor Island. Unless the island was destroyed, there was no way to deal with it. This was troublesome. Luo Qingtong frowned as she looked at the ball of consciousness energy. Then, she saw Yi Qianren's palm suddenly flip downwards. In an instant, the consciousness that was constantly twisting and struggling in his palm was sent into a golden bead. In an instant, the storm calmed down and the waves stopped. At this moment, the 4 floating islands returned to their original positions. Qianren, what is this? Luo Qingtong looked at the golden bead in Yi Qianxian's hand. After the ball of consciousness was injected into the golden bead, it immediately stopped moving. It was sealed inside and did not move at all. Luo Qingtong looked at it and had some guesses in her heart. To be able to cut off the connection between this ball of consciousness and Sea Emperor Island in an instant and seal the remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor, this should be the Sea Emperor's heart. Yi Qianxian's expression was indifferent. He had noticed that something was wrong with Luo Qingtong through the abnormal movements of the Sea Emperor's heart. Buzz. At this moment, the golden bead suddenly began to vibrate. It was the remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor inside that was unwilling to be sealed and was desperately vibrating. Yi Qianxian's eyes were cold as he looked at the ball of consciousness that was constantly struggling and trying to break out of the bead. Want to come out? He snorted coldly and raised his hand to inject the golden bead into Huang Fuxi's body below. We're fine. His voice was cold, and his words were concise. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and an aura enveloped Huang Fuxi, suppressing the golden bead in his body that was about to fly out. Huang Fuxi got up from the ground and the paleness on his face had not completely receded. Hearing this, he immediately began to operate the aura in his body subconsciously. The Sea Emperor's heart in his body jumped up in an instant. As the sacred object of the Sea Emperor's family, this Sea Emperor's heart was actually an object of the monster clan. Even the first Sea Emperor could not completely command it and make it submit, let alone let it be refined by Huang Fuxi. It was naturally unwilling. However, Yi Qianxian's aura that enveloped Huang Fuxi's body made it completely unable to resist. It could only be firmly bound in Huang Fuxi's body and constantly refined by him. Needless to say, the ball of consciousness of the first Sea Emperor in its body was even more terrifying. Huang Fuxi refined the Sea Emperor's heart and made it his own. It was also naturally refined and absorbed by Huang Fuxi. Its power was constantly being swallowed and absorbed by Huang Fuxi. As the Sea Emperor's heart was being refined more and more, it obeyed Huang Fuxi's orders and its power was being absorbed faster and faster. The possession failed and it was being swallowed instead. Only now did the remnant consciousness of the first Sea Emperor know what it meant to regret. If it had a chance to do it all over again, no matter how outstanding Huang Fuxi's talent was, or how similar his form was to his, it would never try to possess him again. That man who stood in the sky like a god was truly terrifying. His power actually contained the aura of the heavenly Tao, making it completely unable to resist, not to mention, there was also the aura of a high-level monster clan's aura. How could there be such a person in the true Spill continent? The remnant consciousness was horrified. Then, with a loud bang, it was completely absorbed by Huang Fuxi with a shrill scream. His heart's its s's, bang, Huang Fuxi's aura soared in an instant. In just an instant, his aura skyrocketed. However, the remnant energy within it still raised his strength by 2 grades, allowing him to reach the saint stage in an instant. The heart of the Sea Emperor also floated above Huang Fuxi's head in an instant. When the Sea Emperor's heart floated out, the entire Sea Emperor Island and all the surrounding islands, including those that were extremely far away, began to tremble rapidly in an instant. Buzz. Screech. Sea beasts and sea monsters roared into the sky one after another, and the sound wave after wave spread to extremely far places. All the sea beasts in the entire North region seemed to roar at this moment, congratulating the birth of the new Sea Emperor. This was a treatment that none of the previous Sea Emperors had ever enjoyed. From now on, all the sea beasts and sea monsters in the North region would listen to Huang Fuxi's orders and dispatch. Countless waves and waves also surged into the sky at this moment, expressing their joy. The people of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court were dumbfounded. In the end, they all knelt on the ground and respectfully welcomed the birth of the new Sea Emperor. However, although they were congratulating Huang Fuxi, they were even more shocked by Yi Qianxian's godly means just now. He smashed the statue of the Sea Emperor with one palm and captured the consciousness of the first Sea Emperor with one hand. And that golden bead, even though the crowd did not hear what Yi Qianxian said to Luo Qingtong, judging from the fact that the first Sea Emperor's consciousness could not resist the golden bead at all. It was obvious that it was their sacred treasure, the heart of the Sea Emperor. The man sealed it with one hand and forced it to submit to Huangfu Shi and be refined by him. His godly power was simply indescribable. While the sea beasts roared in unison, in the distance, the people of the Breeze Pavilion, who were being dragged by the people of the Sea Emperor Dragon Court to feed the sea beasts, were completely devastated when they saw this scene from afar. In particular, Song Yan looked back at Xianxia, who was standing in midair with a godlike aura and a domineering aura. Her heart instantly felt like it had been bombarded by something. Was this the Black-Field Mingzun, the man who protected Luo Qingtong at all costs? Song Yan had not seen Xianxia in the sacred capital of the Great Qi dynasty previously. When the man appeared in front of the people of the Breeze Pavilion, he had always been wearing a mask. Therefore, she did not know that the man who had endlessly protected Luo Qingtong would be so extraordinarily handsome. Looking at Xianxia and Luo Qingtong, Song Yan felt unbearable pain, especially when Xianxia was hugging Luo Qingtong in an extremely domineering manner. Song Yan's was unbearable pain. She had always thought that Dark Region Venerable was wearing a mask because he couldn't see anyone, and she had all kinds of dark speculations about how ugly and terrifying he was. Now that she had seen the man's true face, she finally realized how laughable all her previous guesses and thoughts were. Especially when she thought that Luo Qingtong would snatch Yuju from her. In reality, as long as Luo Qingtong was not blind, she would not give up such a handsome and powerful man to snatch Yuju from her. Even if she wanted to snatch Yuju from her, she would be willing to give up, as long as the other party would give this man to her. Song Yan stared foolishly in Xianxia's direction. He tilted his head slightly and glanced in Song Yan's direction. A look of disgust flashed across his eyes as he waved his sleeves. Bam! An extremely ferocious and domineering aura shot out in an instant. It passed through half of Sea Emperor Island and slammed into Song Yan. Ah! She screamed as she fell into the sea beside her. In an instant, the starving sea beasts that the third princess of the Sea Emperor had trapped in that area of the sea swarmed over and tore her to shreds. Ah! Song Yan's screams were endless. The rest of the people from the Breeze Pavilion were also pushed into the sea after the people from the Sea Emperor's royal court had knelt down to pay their respects. They were then eaten up by the sea beasts. Luo Qingtong sensed something when Xianxia made his move. She turned her head and looked in that direction. Then, she looked at Xianxia and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xianxia's eyes were indifferent, but they were extremely cold and sinister. He hated it when people looked at him with that kind of covetous gaze. It was disgusting. Other than Luo Qingtong, he didn't like anyone else looking at him with that kind of gaze. He had come in a hurry this time. After he returned to his human form, he sensed that something had happened to Luo Qingtong and forgot to put on his mask. Xianxia's expression was cold, and the aura around him was extremely cold. He raised his hand and put a dark golden mask on his face, covering his handsome face that was enraged by the heavens and the people. At this moment, Huangfu Shi had also recovered from his extreme excitement. "Brother-in-law, thank you!" he shouted happily. As soon as he said this, Beiqing and Fengyu, who had rushed over behind Xianxia, looked at him strangely. This little boy is really something. The way he called him brother-in-law really resonated with their master's heart. The benefits he would receive would be endless. As expected, when Xianxia heard Huangfu Shi's words, he narrowed his eyes and smirked. "Fengyu." Xianxia waved his sleeves. In an instant, something flew out from his sleeve and shot towards Fengyu. Fengyu hurriedly caught it with a respectful look on his face. "Master." "Give it to the Sea Emperor." Xianxia's expression was indifferent. "Yes." Fengyu replied. When he realized what he was holding, he sighed in his heart. This little Shota really hit the jackpot, calling him brother-in-law in exchange for such a treasure. If the people outside were to find out, who knows how many people would die of envy. "Ocean Emperor, this is a gift from my master. Please accept it." He walked up to the Sea Emperor and raised his hand to present the item to him. This is? The Ocean Emperor looked at the things that Beiqing had given him with the help of the people around him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Not because of anything else, but because this item that Bei Qing had given him exuded an extremely strong, demon power, the Sea Emperor's heart was filled with excitement when he saw this majestic and vigorous energy. This is the heart of the heavenly demon fox. Fengyu said in a low voice, Sea Emperor, if you consume it, you can regain your talent and increase your lifespan by 100 years. Please accept it, Sea Emperor. The heart of the heavenly demon fox was only useful to the demon race. When Xianxia killed the heavenly demon fox, he deliberately kept it for himself. But even so, it was already a great benefit. With the heart of the heavenly fox, the Sea Emperor could continue to purify and condense his demon clan bloodline in the future, making his form more complete and closer to becoming a half-demon. It could be said that the benefits of the heart of the heavenly fox to him were unimaginable. Hearing Fengyu's words, the Sea Emperor and the rest instantly felt as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. The heart of the heavenly fox? I can still cultivate in the future? And, it can increase my lifespan by 100 years? The Sea Emperor looked at the heart of the heavenly fox in the brocade box in Fengyu's hands. His voice trembled, as if he was in a dream. And the people around him were even more surprised and happy. They looked at the man standing high in the air in horror. They had no way to imagine how powerful he was to be able to obtain something like the heart of the heavenly fox. The heavenly fox, that was a high-level demon clan, and how powerful the demon clan was, they could see it in the ancient books of their clan. Everyone was shocked. And Huangfu was so happy that he almost jumped up. He tried his best to suppress his urge to rush to the Sea Emperor and said excitedly, That's great, father. You can still cultivate in the future and live well. Father. Huangfu was too happy in his heart. He was not stupid. No matter how the Sea Emperor comforted him and said that he would be fine, he clearly knew that the Sea Emperor would not live for long. His lifespan was almost exhausted. Even if he forced himself to hold on, it would only be a few years. But this time, he would be fine. Huangfu was so happy that his face turned red. If he had not promised the Sea Emperor that he would not be childish in the future, he would have rushed into Luo Qingtong's arms. Thank you, sister, brother-in-law. Thank you. Huangfu was so happy that he kept thanking them. You're welcome. Luo Qingtong looked at him and chuckled. She glanced at the man beside her. She was afraid that little she did not know that the heart of the heavenly fox was exchanged for by him unintentionally calling him brother-in-law. Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia and stifled a laugh. When did this man become so childish and childish? How could a mere title make him so happy? However, Luo Qingtong didn't know that Xianxia was so happy because it was related to her. She was the only one he wanted to do with. He didn't have the time to participate in her past, but he would accompany her to the end in her future. After the Sea Emperor recovered, everything in the Sea Emperor's dragon court was cleaned up very quickly. All those who had betrayed the Sea Emperor and followed the third princess were purged and punished. Because he had received Luo Qingtong's promise that they would be allies in the future, the Sea Emperor wasn't worried that the Sea Emperor's dragon court would have no one to rely on because of his purge. Thus, his methods were extremely swift and decisive. It must be mentioned that the third princess of the Sea Emperor didn't die in the end. But she was in more pain than death. This was because the Sea Emperor's dragon court suffered heavy losses in the rebellion of the third princess of the Sea Emperor. After a unanimous decision, the third princess of the Sea Emperor's strength was crippled, her limbs were cut off, and she was sent to a brothel to be used as a fertility machine. She would spend the rest of her life under someone else's body. She would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Ha ha ha. Don't. On the sky-high flying ship, laughter that was as clear as silver bells rang out. Bei Qing, Fengyu, and the others stood at the front of the control panel, motionless. They looked straight ahead, afraid that they would see something they shouldn't see. Behind them, on the bed that was usually used for resting, Luo Qingtong was laughing while trying to avoid Xianxia. The man was dressed in black, tall, handsome, and domineering. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything to Luo Qingtong. The young girl arched her body, tightly protecting something in her bosom, not letting Yi Qianren snatch it away. Afraid of hurting her, Yi Qianxian couldn't use his strength. He looked at her and suddenly gritted his teeth. Luo Qingtong. He roared in a low voice. I'll say it again, give it to me. I won't. Luo Qingtong stuck out her tongue at him with a sly look. Did this man think that she would be afraid if he called himself I? She wasn't Bei Qing or Feng Yu. Yi Qianming was so angry that his head hurt. Why do you still want to keep those things? I'm telling you, you'd better give up the unrealistic fantasy in your mind. He would never do what she thought he would do. You know what I'm thinking again? Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian's dark face and chuckled. Seeing that he was about to take it again, she immediately arched her body again. Anyway, no matter how angry this man was, he wouldn't do anything to her. She wasn't afraid of him. What's more, didn't he always say that she was spoiled? If she didn't get angry, she would be sorry for being a scapegoat for so long. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately looked at Yi Qianxian with a pair of sparkling eyes, proud and provocative, as if to say, come and take it if you can. I don't believe you can. Yi Qianxian couldn't help but grind his teeth when he saw her smug and arrogant expression. However, he really couldn't do anything to this woman. He couldn't bear to hurt her, couldn't bear to touch her, and could only allow her to be impudent in front of him. Yi Qianxian felt that the greatest calamity in his life was not that the heavens wanted to deal with him, but that he had met Luo Qingtong. He looked coldly at Luo Qingtong, the veins on his forehead bulging. Finally, he gritted his teeth and compromised, I'll leave you one. Without waiting for Luo Qingtong to speak, he coldly said, you're not allowed to bargain with me. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping a single item. If she had the ability, then she should continue to maintain this posture without moving. Otherwise, he would be able to snatch her away sooner or later. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly. She knew that this was the man's bottom line. All right. She agreed readily. But I have the final say on which one to keep. She looked at Yi Qianyan with a cunning and evil look. The man snorted coldly and looked at her without saying anything, which meant that he agreed. Luo Qingtong immediately let go of the item in her arms. It turned out to be a useless ring. It contained all the little things that Luo Qingtong had made for Yi Qianxian when he was a silver treasure. Yi Qianxian's identity had been exposed, so naturally, he wouldn't let Luo Qingtong hold on to his dark history. Luo Qingtong took out a small cloth mouse and handed the useless ring to Yi Qianxian. Yi Qianxian's face darkened as he looked at the little cloth mouse, which still had small teeth and claw marks left on it. The voices of Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others sounded from the front. Master, the evil doctor, we've arrived at Great Chu. Grandfather. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared above the palace gates of Great Chu and rushed towards Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Yanxi, who had been waiting for her. Haha. Qingtong, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Grandfather Luo looked at Luo Qingtong's figure with joy. It's good that my granddaughter is back. Ever since Luo Qingtong left, Grandfather Luo had been worried. Although he knew that Yi Qianxian, the Blackfield's underworld revered, was by Luo Qingtong's side, the latter should be fine. But he couldn't feel at ease until he saw Luo Qingtong return safely. Good, good, good. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was unscathed, Grandfather Luo was overjoyed. At this moment, his eyes suddenly focused on Luo Qingtong. You. Grandfather Luo was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Luo Qingtong's aura in disbelief and stuttered. His granddaughter's aura and power, Saint Realm? He looked at his granddaughter's faintly discernible strength and power in shock. This power was far beyond the Saint Realm, oh my god. I can't take it anymore. Grandfather Luo supported Empress Dowager Yanxi with his hand, his face dizzy. I guess I'm a little dizzy and my eyes are playing tricks on me. Luo Qingtong looked at her grandfather's incredulous expression and couldn't help but laugh. Grandfather, you're right. She suddenly released the power around her, and the power of a Saint Realm expert was instantly revealed. Luo Qingtong retracted her aura and looked at Grandfather Luo and Empress Dowager Yanxi's shocked expressions. She chuckled and said, I'm indeed a Saint Realm expert, oh my god. Old man Luo stared at Luo Qingtong, dumbfounded. Even Empress Dowager Yanxi, who had always been calm and indifferent to honor and disgrace, could not hide the shock and regret on her face. Qingtong. You. Both of them were shocked speechless. Luo Qingtong's face was full of smiles. She glanced at old Master Luo's soft legs and felt a sense of pity. Unfortunately, on this trip to Bright Moon Island, he didn't find any medicinal herbs that could treat old Master Luo's legs. Otherwise, Grandpa Luo's legs would return to normal. Luo Qingtong's eyes were filled with regret. Yi Qianxian watched from the side. He held her fingertips gently and transmitted a message to her in a low voice, "Don't worry. I've already asked Bei Qing and the others to send a message to the outside world. Look out for the best herbs for bone regeneration. They'll send them over as soon as they have them." Old Master Luo's injury was troublesome because all the bones in his legs had been shattered by him. This was not something that could be solved by ordinary bone regeneration. Since the bones in his legs had been shattered to such an extent, they could only find medicinal herbs that could regenerate bones from nothing. Only then could they refine that kind of bone regeneration pill. Moreover, they had to do it without harming his body or damaging his future cultivation foundation. This was not easy to find. Otherwise, Yi Qianxian would have sent the medicine over when old Master Luo was injured. Yes. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice. She also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Old Master Luo's health was more important. As for Feng Yuan, who had caused old Master Luo to become like this, Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. The wounds that old Master Luo had suffered, he would make her pay back 1,000,000 times over, and somewhere in the Truespill continent, in an extremely dark and damp corner, countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants were constantly crawling around. A rotten smell wafted through the air. A lump of meat that seemed like a human but wasn't a human, seemed like a ghost but wasn't a ghost. It was a horrifying scene. Alright, there's still a bit more before the channel to the outer realms completely opens. At that time, you'll be able to leave this place. A blue smoke appeared in the air above the lump of meat. He frowned as he looked at the squirming lump of meat that was swallowing up the snakes, insects, rats, and ants. My strength has been completely exhausted. Feng Yuan, after leaving the Truespill continent, everything will be up to you. Don't cause any more trouble. It's impossible for me to save you again. To open the channel to the outer realms from the Truespill continent was an extremely terrifying consumption for this blue smoke. He wouldn't be able to wake up for at least 3 years. After Feng Yuan arrived at the outer realms, he could only rely on himself. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never sacrifice himself like this. Shut up. As the blue smoke's voice sounded out, the lump of meat that was crawling amongst the countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants suddenly rose up, revealing half of its face. It was Feng Yuan. If it weren't for you not telling me that Luo Qingtong had different pupils, and even blood pupils at that, how could I have lost so miserably to her? Feng Yuan's voice was filled with anger. Her voice was mixed with pain and moans. You never told me that Luo Qingtong had supreme blood pupils. What are those things? You told me that there was no such thing as blood pupils among the different pupils. The blue smoke had told her many things about different pupils, but she had never mentioned blood pupils. If the blue smoke had told her about blood pupils, then how could she have been tricked by Luo Qingtong again and again? It was impossible for her to have allowed her to grow to the point where she could threaten her. This was all the fault of the green smoke. The meatball that Feng Yuan had turned into struggled crazily on the ground. The reason why she had become like this was all because of him. I also didn't expect her to have the sovereign blood eye. Qingyan's voice was filled with anger, and there was an indescribable fear in it. That's impossible. In this world, how could there be a second pair of paragon blood eyes? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he have believed it? What the hell is going on? Feng Yuan questioned. Aren't Luo Qingtong's blood-red pupils heterochromatic pupils? Why can't it appear? You don't need to know why. Angered by Feng Yuan's questioning, the green smoke's voice was ice-cold. He didn't want to recall anything about the sovereign blood eye. It was a nightmare, and that nightmare had long passed. It was impossible for that person to return. Just focus on your cultivation. If there's a chance in the future, you might be able to seize that woman's blood-red pupils. The sovereign blood eye was unparalleled in the world. If Feng Yuan could obtain it, he would also be able to benefit from it. What? Hearing this, Feng Yuan stopped struggling. Can heterochromatic pupils be seized? Then why didn't he let her seize Luo Qingtong's pair of clear eyes? Humph. Qingyan snorted coldly. Of course not. But hers is different. Because it was the only pair of unique supreme being blood eyes in the world. Then, is she the one you were talking about? Feng Yuan's voice was full of resentment and jealousy. He couldn't take other people's eyes, but Luo Qingtong's could. Didn't that mean that her blood-red eyes were superior to all other eyes? Wasn't she the destined one? Destined one? Qing Yan hissed coldly. Compared to her, I'm nothing. At this point, he didn't want to say anything more. At this moment, a long and narrow passage appeared in front of him. It was the passageway to the outer realm that he had opened earlier. Okay, you can go in. As he spoke, his figure became extremely thin and transparent in an instant, and then disappeared into Feng Yuan's body in the next second. At the same time, the long and narrow passage shone brightly and swallowed Feng Yuan's body. In the sacred capital of Great Chu, Luo Qingtong stayed in the imperial palace of Great Chu for a few days. She gave some of the wood spirit to grandfather Luo and asked him to give it to some of the Luo family's outstanding disciples. Then, she went to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin with Xianxia. In the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, little Tyrant Yuan and the others returned to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin with the Grand Dean and the others after the 4 Academy tournament ended. Luo Qingtong wasn't there, and they didn't delay their cultivation. As far as they were concerned, they were truly too weak, they couldn't share Luo Qingtong's worries at all. They weren't qualified to stand beside Luo Qingtong. When the Breeze Pavilion's people played tricks and cancelled the results of the 4 Academy tournament and the quota, everyone in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin was furious. But they forgot about it and went back to their own training. The people of the Breeze Pavilion probably thought that going to the hidden world was everyone's goal. However, for little Tyrant Yuan, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others, being able to stand by Luo Qingtong's side and become her shield and sword was their life's greatest pursuit. Everything else didn't matter to them. Boss. In Sky Hall's training ground, little Tyrant Yuan and the others had just come out of the training ground when they saw Luo Qingtong, who was standing hand in hand with Yi Qianren and looking at them with a smile. Boss, you're back. He almost jumped 3 feet high and rushed over. Sima Ju, Ling Tianhan, and the others came out from behind him. Seeing him so excited that he couldn't control himself, they were stunned. Then, they all followed and surrounded him. Boss. Boss. The crowd surrounded Luo Qingtong, almost pushing Yi Qianxian to the side. Yi Qianxian's face was cold, thinking about how to send them flying. At this moment, little Tyrant Yuan glanced at Yi Qianxian, who had a dark face and was emitting an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. His heart trembled fiercely. Then, he saw Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian holding hands and fell silent. Hey! He raised his hand and poked Sima Ju, who was beside him, and asked in a low voice, how should I address boss's man? He hadn't come into contact with this before. Sister-in-law? No. Big brother? That didn't seem right. It did seem like a problem to address him this way. I think, maybe, we should call him brother-in-law? Ling Yuer said uncertainly. This title should be correct, right? Luo Qingtong was their boss, their big sister. It seemed alright for them to call her man brother-in-law? Brother-in-law my ass. Little Tyrant Yuan wished he could beat her to death. You're openly taking advantage of our boss. Then, how about we call her sister-in-law? No, I think, we should call him brother-in-law? The group of people were discussing excitedly at the side. But they didn't know that with Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian's strength, they could hear their whispers very clearly. In an instant, the veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead kept throbbing. His handsome face hidden behind the dark golden mask was so dark that ink was about to drip out. Luo Qingtong was laughing so hard that she almost choked. This group of jokers, seeing that their discussion was getting more and more ridiculous, and that they were actually planning to come over and call them, Luo Qingtong hurriedly spoke up to stop them from courting death. Otherwise, if they really called them out, Yi Qianxian would explode, and she wouldn't be able to hold him back. Wait. She held back her laughter and said to them, I have something to give you. Come back to the dormitory with me. Yes. The group had always taken Luo Qingtong's words as a standard. Hearing this, they immediately followed her to the dormitory. As for calling Yi Qianxian, they had completely forgotten about it. Fortunately, they had forgotten, or else, in the dark, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others looked at their master's dark face and instantly broke out in cold sweat for little Tyrant Yuan and the others. After calling little tyrant Yuan and the others back to the dormitory, Luo Qingtong took out the wood spirit in her hand. Here, one for each of you. After taking it, how much you can improve depends on you. However, no matter how much your strength has improved in the end, it won't be a problem for you to cultivate to the sage realm in the future. The effect of the wood spirit was not as powerful as the Holy Land flower that Luo Qingtong had taken before. After taking it, Luo Qingtong immediately broke through to the Holy Land. Even so, Yuan Little Overlord and the others wouldn't have any problems breaking through to the Saint Realm in the future. And according to Luo Qingtong's estimation, with the temperament and tenacity of Little Overlord Yuan and the others, it was not impossible for them to directly break through to the Sage Realm this time. Boss? Little Overlord Yuan and the others were shocked when they saw the wood spirits that Luo Qingtong took out. Especially Sima Zhu and Ling Tianhan. Their strength and talent were the strongest among the group, and they were also the first to reach the martial spirit realm. They were desperately trying to break through to the Saint Realm, but they couldn't find a way to do so. At this time, Luo Qingtong took out the wood spirit that could help them break through to the Sage Realm. In the future, they would be one step closer to Luo Qingtong. Boss. Everyone was extremely excited. Yuan the Little Overlord immediately jumped to his feet. Oh. Boss. I want to repay you with my body. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt an extremely cold murderous aura coming at him. Little Tyrant Yuan quivered in an instant. He quickly changed his words and said, "To Little Pig." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him as if he was a beast. Shameless, in order to please Boss, he wouldn't even let Little Pig go. Fortunately, Little Pig wasn't here. Otherwise, he would have been angered to his true form. Damn it, he didn't like this damn fatty either. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a smile. After Little Tyrant Yuan and the others took the wood spirit, they were about to tell Luo Qingtong that they would catch up with her as soon as possible when they suddenly realized that their boss had advanced again, and this time, she was in the Saint Realm. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the faintly discernible aura that surrounded Luo Qingtong. Because it was in front of them, Luo Qingtong didn't deliberately hide it. "BBBB boss?" Everyone stuttered, almost unable to believe their eyes. "Boss, you're in the Saint Realm?" Finally, Little Tyrant Yuan, the thick-skinned one, asked what was on their minds. Yes. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't want to hide it from them in the first place. Otherwise, with her concealment methods, they wouldn't be able to see her aura and strength at all. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others had to know that the Saint Realm was never the end of their strength as long as they followed her. They still needed to become stronger. Oh my god! Little Tyrant Yuan and the others, who were still incomparably excited, instantly looked as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on them. They originally thought that after their strength rose to the Saint Realm, they would be able to catch up with Luo Qingtong. But unexpectedly, their boss's strength had already risen to the Saint Realm at this time. What right did they have to tease and play here? Everyone's expression became incomparably solemn at this time. "I'm going to the training ground to cultivate in seclusion." Sima Zhu held the wood spirit in his hand, turned around without hesitation, and left without looking back. Behind him, Ling Tianhan, Ling Yuer, Su Xiaoxiao, Little Tyrant Yuan, and the others all followed him and left. "I'm going too. I'm going too." In an instant, the group of people left without a trace. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay and chat with Luo Qingtong a little longer. But without strength, what right did they have to stay by Luo Qingtong's side? If they could only become Luo Qingtong's burden in the future, they would rather die in the training ground. The group of people left thoroughly. Luo Qingtong looked at their departing backs and smiled. She believed that they could do it. "Qianming, let's go find the Grand Dean." Luo Qingtong had promised the Grand Supreme Dean that she would treat his injuries when she was strong enough. But now, it was completely possible. Yes. Yi Qianming's face indifference t-tess-est, t-des rights t-t-t-ts right. T's t-t-t's t-t-tess his t-ji t-muchen Yi was dressed in green, and the aura around him became more and more stable and restrained. He looked at the place where Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming disappeared, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There's no need. He had already seen them, so there was no need to go in. He wasn't qualified to appear by Luo Qingtong's side yet. When his strength was enough to help her, he would appear in front of her again. Ma Chenyi turned and left. Looking at his departing back, Yu Qingwei pursed her lips heavily. Mo Chenyi, do you really not see me in your eyes at all? You always think that what happened between us was just a joke. But you know, I never thought that it was a joke. Yu Qingwei pursed her lips. She looked at the place where Luo Qingtong disappeared. Luo Qingtong, I will try my best to catch up with you. If he can only see you, then I will try my best to catch up with you. In this way, when he sees you, he can also see me, right? Even if it's just a little. Yu Qingwei left without looking back. At this moment, Luo Qingtong had already appeared in front of the Grand Supreme Dean with Yi Qianming. Grand Supreme Dean. She had a smile on her face, but the latter jumped up at this moment. Evil Dr. Kid? The Grand Supreme Dean looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise, then his eyes widened. You. What's wrong with you, kid? He looked at the faintly discernible aura around Luo Qingtong. Saint Realm? Yes. Luo Qingtong looked at the Grand Supreme Dean with a smile. I'm already in the Saint Realm. Grand Supreme Dean, let me treat your injury. Wait, the Grand Supreme Dean held his forehead. Then in the next second, he jumped up from his chair and pointed at Yi Qianxian, scolding, You, surname Ji, what's going on? How did her strength increase so much all of a sudden? Did you use some kind of spoiling method on her? The Grand Supreme Dean shouted and stomped his feet. He was so angry that he didn't even care about Yi Qianxian's identity as the Blackfield's underworld senior. Anyway, with Luo Qingtong around, he couldn't do anything to him. He stomped his feet and looked at Yi Qianxian with a pained expression. Do you know what an unstable foundation means to her in the future? Even if you think that her strength is lower than yours, you can't do this. You're simply trying to destroy her. The Grand Supreme Dean was furious. Luo Qingtong had always been a student and a good seedling that he thought highly of. Now that such a good seedling was about to be ruined by Yi Qianxian, how could he not be angry? Yes, Luo Qingtong's strength had been raised by Yi Qianxian. However, the method of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm was not stable. Luo Qingtong could not go far in the future. With this thought in mind, the Grand Supreme Dean felt like punching Yi Qianxian to death. If not for the fact that he was no match for Yi Qianxian, he would have rushed forward and taught him a lesson. No one would do such a thing. He wanted to break Luo Qingtong's wings so that she could only stay by his side and rely on his protection like a canary. This was supposed to be a phoenix that soared above the 9 heavens. The more the Grand Supreme Dean thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he couldn't help but roll up his sleeves and rush forward. Luo Qingtong looked at his angry and speechless appearance and felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Seeing that he was about to rush over with his sleeves rolled up, she hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Grand Supreme Dean, you've misunderstood. Seeing that he was stomping his feet and asking her not to protect Yi Qianxian, Luo Qingtong felt a burst of amusement and gratitude. There's no problem with my strength. Grand Supreme Dean, you've misunderstood Qianren. In an instant, the expression on the Grand Supreme Dean's face froze. Ha! Ha ha, his face was filled with embarrassment. The aura that Luo Qingtong released was thick and solid, surging violently. It was not something that could be achieved by forcefully increasing it. Not to mention that she was able to retract and release this aura freely. It was obvious that her understanding of the realm was very solid. Oh my, where did this evil Dr. Kid get such an opportunity? Who would have thought that her strength would jump 3 or 2 times a day? It was no wonder that his thoughts were crooked. The corner of the Grand Supreme Dean's mouth twitched. He looked at Yi Qianming, who was standing beside Luo Qingtong with a dark and cold expression. He felt an indescribable guilt in his heart. Cough, he coughed lightly and was about to say something when Yi Qianming's cold voice rang out. This honorable one will never do anything that is disadvantageous to her, no matter what the outcome is. As he spoke, he looked at the Grand Supreme Dean with an icy gaze. There will be no next time for today's matter. He did not care if the other party misunderstood him, but he could not do anything related to Luo Qingtong. Cough cough cough. Yes. I understand. The Grand Supreme Dean coughed violently and hurriedly agreed. There was no other way. Who asked him to be in the wrong? Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. the Grand Supreme Dean thought and immediately changed the topic. That's right, evil Dr. Brat, didn't you say that you were going to treat my injuries? Hurry up. I don't know how long I've been waiting. The Grand Supreme Dean had never thought that there would be a day when his injuries could be cured. He was overjoyed and almost hurriedly waved at Luo Qingtong. As for the previous awkwardness, he had completely thrown it to the back of his mind. Luo Qingtong looked at him and held back her laughter. She did not deliberately keep him in suspense. Instead, she directly walked in front of him and began to treat his injuries. Boom. Under Luo Qingtong's precise treatment, the terrifying energy occupying the Grand Dean's body was slowly removed by Luo Qingtong. Speaking of this, it must be mentioned that Luo Qingtong could see through her Do technique that the entrenched power in the Grand Supreme Dean's body was very strong, but she didn't know how strong it was. Now that she had come into contact with it and gotten rid of it, she realized that this power was far stronger than she had imagined. In the past, she had thought that the Saint Realm would be able to eradicate these forces. Now that she had come into contact with it, she realized that the power of the Sage Realm was not enough. She was only barely able to accomplish this with the strength of a saint. Moreover, this was because her strength was far stronger than ordinary Saint Realm experts. Otherwise, even with the assistance of his eye technique, he wouldn't be able to completely deal with these forces. The Grand Principal was probably not an ordinary person. Luo Qingtong looked thoughtful. Boom boom boom. Luo Qingtong slowly removed the power from the Grand Dean's body. His strength was also rapidly recovering and increasing. Surpassing the Saint Realm, the Saint Realm, the Sage Realm, by the time Luo Qingtong had removed all the power occupying his body, his strength had already increased to the level of a Saint General. He was only a little bit away from breaking through to the Saint General realm. This was because the power occupying the Grand Supreme Dean's body had just been removed and had not fully recovered. Otherwise, his strength would have increased by another 1 or 2 levels. As for the Grand Dean, after feeling the surging power in his body that he hadn't felt for a long time, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I finally got rid of those damn things. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his body suddenly burst with crackling sounds. Then, a much younger Grand Dean appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. His face was like jade and his eyes were like cold stars. He was very handsome and didn't look more than 30 years old. Ha ha ha. The Grand Dean laughed heartily. As his strength recovered, his face also returned to how it was before his strength was damaged. It was really great. Thank you. Evil Dr. Baby. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. As long as I, Zhu Yi, can do it, I will never say no. The Grand Supreme Dean's face was filled with excitement. He didn't know how many ways to get rid of the power in his body, but it didn't have any effect. If he hadn't met Luo Qingtong, he didn't know how long he would be suppressed. This evil Dr. Baby was really his lucky star and savior. The Grand Dean was extremely happy. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. Grand Dean, with your strength, you should be from the hidden world, right? Cough. Yes. When she mentioned the hidden world, the Grand Dean felt very unnatural. But he also knew that this matter couldn't be hidden, so he didn't deny it. Oh, then will the Grand Dean still go to the hidden world? Let's go together? Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked. Cough. Not going, not going. I'm not interested in that place. The Holy Court of the Empire of Qin still needs me. I'll just stay here. Not knowing what he thought, the Grand Dean waved his hand for a while, as if he was afraid to avoid it. Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Qianming's cold voice sounded from the side. It's hard to repay a love debt, of course he doesn't dare to go. Yi Qianming's words had just reached this point when the Grand Dean jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You, how did you know? He stared at Yi Qianming with bulging eyes. Yi Qianming snorted and ignored him. At this moment, swoosh, a golden arrow quickly flew over and appeared in front of Yi Qianming. Swoosh, he raised his hand and caught it. As his thoughts ran through it, his expression instantly froze. Qingtong, let's go back to the Black Field. All right. Seeing his expression, of course, Luo Qingtong didn't say anything more. Yi Qianming raised his hand and pulled her over. The two of them disappeared in an instant. Hey! Mings. The Grand Supreme Dean was hopping mad as he watched them leave. U of T test, are you F asterisk 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 T? The Grand Dean of the Grand Ming. Of ye of Estes TTT of Holy Court of Qing T. TT returned to the main city. TTS Beijing and Fengyu, who had been waiting on the flying boat for a long time, responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, the Atlas flying ship shot out like a sharp arrow. Swoosh! As the flying boat flew out, Luo Qingtong looked at the man beside her and asked, Qianming, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Chu Lingfeng is missing. In the far west wilderness, after Yi Qianming received Chu Lingfeng's message, he sent him to the Black Field's main city to recuperate. The latter's injuries were too serious. His blood and strength had almost been sucked dry. If it weren't for Chu Lingfeng's physique being different from ordinary people, he would have died long ago. But even so, his situation wasn't optimistic. Yi Qianming sent him to the Black Field's main city to ask Elder Yu to treat Chu Lingfeng. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong wouldn't feel good. However, just now, Elder Yu suddenly sent him a message saying that Chu Lingfeng was missing. Shua, in the Black Field's main city, Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming's figures flew out of the Atlas flying ship. Yi Qianming held Luo Qingtong in his arms and appeared in the medicine hall in a flash. Hey, little Yi, you're back? And you, the little evil doctor girl, are also here? In the medicine hall, Elder Yu frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. When he heard the noise, he immediately raised his head. Yes. Luo Qingtong didn't bother with small talk. She went straight to him and asked, Elder Yu, what happened to Chu Lingfeng? How did he disappear? There were many masters in the Black Field's main city. Chu Lingfeng was injured, so it was impossible for him to lead by himself. But if someone came to snatch him, who could snatch him from the many masters in the Black Field's main city? Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming had just returned. They clearly didn't find any traces of battle in the Black Field's main city. Oh, you mean that big fool? His situation is really strange. Hearing Luo Qingtong ask about Chu Lingfeng, Elder Yu's brows instantly twisted. I saw him disappear in front of me with my own eyes. Girl, I'm afraid your subordinate isn't from the Truespill continent, right? At least not all of them. He said and looked at Luo Qingtong. The girl's brow slightly twisted. His life experience is somewhat unusual, that's right. Elder Yu said, I studied it carefully for a long time. If I'm not wrong, he should have been summoned by his blood relatives using a special method. Elder Yu said, his blood is very special. At that time, all the blood in his body boiled, and then he was wrapped in a golden light and disappeared. Hearing his words, Luo Qingtong frowned. A blood relative related to Chu Lingfeng, Yan Yang sighed, was definitely impossible. Then, was it Chu Lingfeng's father, whom he had never met before? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's frown deepened. Elder Yu SSSSSSS? Okay. Elder Yu said and led Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming to the place where Chu Lingfeng was recuperating. That big blockhead disappeared here. He said and pointed to the couch in the room. Okay. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Soon, the whole scene in the room was replayed in her eyes. Buzz. Luo Qingtong's SS eyes clearly showed the scene of Chu Lingfeng's disappearance. The blood in his body started to boil and wrapped around him tightly. Then, his figure disappeared in the middle. As for Chu Lingfeng's boiling blood, it was golden in color. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed fiercely. Soon, she realized that a ray of light was being pulled out of the blood and disappeared into the void. With a pop, the blood-red light in her eyes suddenly extinguished, and her body involuntarily staggered forward. Qingtong. Yi Qianxian's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to pull her into his embrace. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong shook her head and looked towards the direction where the light had disappeared. The power contained within was too strong. Her current strength was not enough to support her eye technique to trace the direction in which the other party had left. However, according to what she had just seen, Chu Lingfeng's disappearance was most likely related to his father, whom she had never met. Moreover, it was likely related to his own physique. Perhaps Chu Lingfeng's severe injuries had stimulated some changes in his physique, attracting his father's attention. This caused the other party to sense his existence and use the bloodline connection to summon him. The other party's strength was not ordinary, and it was obvious that they were from the outer realms. Luo Qingtong frowned. Qianren, I need to make a trip to Wild City. She had to tell Xianxia about this. All right. Yi Qianxian looked at her and nodded. He could see that Luo Qingtong had used the same method she had used to track down the whereabouts of grandfather Luo to investigate Chu Lingfeng's whereabouts, but she had not been able to find anything. Obviously, the other party was not from the True Spill continent, and their strength was very strong, far beyond the scope of Luo Qingtong's ability. As for Chu Lingfeng's matter, I will have Beiqing inform the people outside to pay more attention. You don't have to worry too much. His voice was low. Since Chu Lingfeng is of the other party's bloodline, and he has also inherited that person's physique, the other party should not do anything to him. This may not be a bad thing for him. Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded, then her figure flashed and disappeared into the air. Then, a spirit ship flew out of the Blackfield's main city. Master, what did you say? Far West Wilderness, Savage City. Hu Yangyang stood in the lobby of Family Hu's main courtyard and looked at Luo Qingtong, whose face was pale. Feng Er, he, was taken away by that man. Hu Yangyang looked pained. She had never thought that Chu Lingfeng would be taken away by that man. Didn't the other party not know about her and Lingfeng's existence? Back then, when he returned, didn't he already know from Bai Feng and the others that he was already dead? Why did he take Lingfeng away? He used his bloodline connection with Chu Lingfeng to take him away. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to the constitution Chu Lingfeng inherited from him. Luo Qingtong looked at her and whispered. I understand. Hu Yangyang's body was on the verge of collapsing, but she managed to stabilize herself in the end. After training by Luo Qingtong's side for so long, and being in charge of such a large force, she had interacted with all kinds of people. She was no longer the naive girl who was at a loss when something happened. Master, she looked at Luo Qingtong, then suddenly bit her lip and asked, I want to cultivate. Do I still have a chance? Hu Yangyang knew her own body well. Her strength had been greatly reduced back then, and her body was almost hollowed out. It was a miracle that she did not die back then. It was almost impossible for her to cultivate now. But this time, she couldn't help it. Chu Lingfeng was her only hope and wish in this life. Because of this son, because of his company, Hu Yangyang was able to live a life worse than death for so many years. She couldn't lose Chu Lingfeng. That man was so powerful, he might not lack children by his side at all, but Chu Lingfeng was the only one for her. Hu Yangyang wanted to cultivate. She wanted to openly snatch her son back from that man's side. Mistress, can I do it? She looked at Luo Qingtong with a pleading expression. Yangyang. Luo Qingtong frowned slightly as she looked at Hu Yangyang. The latter's physical condition wasn't difficult for her. She could easily help her make up for the losses she had suffered in the past. But the difficult part was that Hu Yangyang's soul had left her body before. Her soul had suffered great damage, and there was always a gap between it and her body. Luo Qingtong could make up for Hu Yangyang's soul, but she couldn't remove this gap. As long as this gap existed, Hu Yangyang's future cultivation achievements would be limited. She couldn't increase her strength to a very high level. Not to mention other things, she couldn't even cross the unity of heaven and man in the martial emperor realm. This was the most troublesome part. Luo Qingtong looked at Hu Yangyang and frowned. She was thinking of how to explain this to her without making her too sad. At this moment, Little Pig's voice resounded in her mind. Hey! Wait! Who said she can't cultivate? She can. The moment it said that, Luo Qingtong's words paused and she swallowed them back. She asked Little Pig in her mind, how can it be? Her soul left her body for too long. It's in a half-spirit, half-ghost state. It's been contaminated with too much death aura. It's completely entangled with her soul and permeated it. Even if it returns to the body now, it won't be compatible with the body. If she could cultivate, I would have helped her. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. As her subordinate, Yangyang was in charge of her forces. If it wasn't for the fact that Yangyang's body wasn't suitable for cultivation, how could she not help her raise her strength? There was simply no way to resolve this situation. Of course you couldn't in the past, but now you have the ancient heavenly spiritual wood. Little Pig said in her mind. That thing is an ancient divine wood. It's extremely good at nourishing the soul. It's not something that an ordinary divine wood can compare to. Those leaves. Rumor has it that one leaf equals one soul. Do you know what that means? That is to say, a single leaf from it can help one activate the soul seal and nurture the soul. Don't you have a seedling of that thing in your hands? It's the sapling that sprouted from the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree. You haven't forgotten, have you? Little Pig said. Pluck a leaf from it and give it to her. Immediately, her soul will be incomparably compatible with her body. At the same time, her soul will be completely sublimated and baptized. The previous drawbacks of soul detachment will completely disappear. Not only that, but it's also possible to activate a soul seal. Do you think the ancient heavenly spiritual wood is fake? Little Pig rolled his eyes in the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. He was very surprised when the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree in Luo Qingtong's hand turned into an ancient heavenly spiritual wood. If it wasn't a good thing, why would he be so surprised? The benefits of the ancient heavenly spiritual wood were too many. Think about it, one leaf for one soul imprint. In other words, as long as one consumed enough leaves from the ancient heavenly spirit tree, one could obtain different soul imprints. However, with Luo Qingtong's innate mixed yuan body, she could use all kinds of energy attributes. In other words, the ancient heavenly spirit tree's effect could be maximized in Luo Qingtong's hands. Even if others obtained the ancient heavenly spirit tree, they could only consume one leaf at most. What was the use of having more soul imprints if one couldn't use them? For ordinary martial artists, it was already good enough to cultivate one energy attribute to the extreme. The more powerful ones could cultivate 2 or 3 types. One had to know that the more energy attributes one cultivated, the easier it was to disperse one's energy and achieve nothing in the end. However, with Luo Qingtong's innate mixed yuan body, she could change her energy attribute according to her will. In other words, as long as Luo Qingtong cultivated one type of energy, she could use all the energy attributes in the world. Under such circumstances, coupled with this ancient heavenly spiritual wood, to what extent would her strength increase to? Little Pig didn't dare to imagine. After hearing Little Pig's words, Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. She raised her hand and took out the little sapling that grew from the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood. Ancient heavenly spirit tree? Luo Qingtong looked at the little sapling in her hand. When Little Pig said that the little sapling's aura wasn't quite right and didn't seem like the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood, she didn't pay much attention to it. She didn't expect this little sapling to be such a good thing. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and plucked one of the leaves from the sapling. This ancient heaven spirit tree sapling only had 2 leaves, and it was still a sapling. When Luo Qingtong plucked one of its leaves, it instantly trembled. Luo Qingtong looked at its movements and asked Little Pig, "Will its leaves grow again after I pluck them off?" "Yes, but it needs to have enough energy. The ancient heavenly spirit wood can be fed with soul power. The purer and stronger the soul power, the more obvious the improvement will be. It is the nemesis of many spirits and ghost cultivators. At the same time, it is also the target of their desire. If a ghost cultivator were to obtain an ancient heavenly spirit tree and refine it, they would be able to cultivate a specter's body immediately. But you don't have to be afraid." Inside the 9-layered exquisite pagoda, Little Pig crossed his legs and said, "You have the life and death yin-yang sword. No matter how powerful a ghost cultivator is, they're just throwing their lives away. As long as you don't attract a large army of ghosts, no one can do anything to you." "Yes." Luo Qingtong nodded. She put away the ancient heavenly spiritual tree sapling and looked at Hu Yannyang, who was opposite her. The latter was looking anxiously in Luo Qingtong's direction. Luo Qingtong was talking to Little Pig in her mind, so she didn't know what was going on. At that moment, she was waiting for Luo Qingtong's answer. "Master?" Seeing that Luo Qingtong was silent for a long time, Hu Yannyang was mentally prepared. However, just when she thought there was no hope, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. "Yes. Yannyang, take this leaf and eat it." Luo Qingtong handed the leaf of the ancient heavenly spiritual tree to Hu Yannyang. "After you stabilize your soul, I'll help you nurse your body." "Yes. Master." Hu Yannyang was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Master, for your help." She knelt on the ground and kowed out heavily to Luo Qingtong. Hu Yannyang could not imagine what would have happened if she and Chu Lingfeng had not met Luo Qingtong in this life. They would have been smashed to pieces and not even their corpses would be left. That was not enough to describe their misery. Luo Qingtong was their only salvation in this life. She was also their only faith in this life. Hu Yannyang swallowed the leaf of the ancient heavenly spiritual tree. In an instant, wisps of black gas seeped out from the top of her head. Those were all the turbid and foul gases that Hu Yannyang's soul had absorbed from heaven and earth after it had left her body. At this moment, those gases had all been cleansed away. Her soul was extremely clear, just like a newborn baby. It had completely merged with her body without any barriers. While Hu Yannyang was consolidating her soul, Luo Qingtong was preparing the medicinal herbs for her body to recuperate. Hu Yannyang's body had been severely damaged previously. She had been hunted down while pregnant and had almost died. Her body was like a huge sieve. There were holes everywhere and water was leaking out everywhere. What Luo Qingtong had to do now was to patch up all these holes. Her pupillary technique could easily let her know where Hu Yannyang's body problems were and then prescribe the right medicine for them. While helping Hu Yannyang recuperate her body, Luo Qingtong was not idle. She passed the wood spirit to Suyu and the people from heavenly diabolism. The latter and the people from family who controlled the entire far west wilderness from the inside and outside. Starting from Wildland City, family who controlled the forces in the city, while heavenly diabolism dominated the wilderness in the Wildland City. Outside of the wastelands were led by the heavenly diabolism. Within the city, however, family who was the leader. The entire far west desolate region was under Luo Qingtong's command along with the expansion of their forces. Of course, in the far west desolate region, Luo Qingtong was known as Yijiao. The number of people who knew that she was evil Dr. Gui Tong and Luo Qingtong could be counted on one hand. Luo Qingtong didn't care about having another identity. In fact, she quite liked this feeling. It was a trump card, so why did he have to show it to others? She loved to see others foolishly stumble into something, only to realize that they had bumped into an iron plate, after receiving the wood spirit from Luo Qingtong, Suyu. And Xianxia's people didn't say anything else. They handed over their tasks to their subordinates and everyone began to crazily close up and level up. Boom boom boom. As time passed, Suyu and Xianxia's people broke through to the sage realm one by one. Everyone's foundation was solid to begin with, and they had been trained in the army previously. Their minds were very tough, and they didn't encounter any obstacles. With the help of the wood spirit's heart, they broke through to the sage realm. Hu Yannyang also began to cultivate successfully under Luo Qingtong's care. Luo Qingtong gave her a wood spirit's heart for her to consume when the time was right. Then, they set off for the Blackfield City. While Luo Qingtong was heading to the Blackfield City, something big happened in the southern region. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth shook violently. Countless terrifying waves of heaven and earth spirit chi twisted and turned crazily. The heaven and earth spirit chi radiating from the entire southern region was extremely terrifying. Countless screams could be heard. Boulders collapsed, mountains crumbled, plants exploded, humans and beasts were killed. In an instant, the entire southern region seemed to have fallen into a purgatory. Among them, the imperial sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Not for any other reason, but because the center of the explosion was the core area of the imperial sect. It was also the center of the 3 islands and 7 lands, the place with the most resources. The moment the violent and terrifying aura of the heavens and earth erupted, the core area controlled by the imperial sect was instantly split into pieces. Most of the imperial sect members could not escape. Under the violent aura of the heavens and earth, they suffered heavy casualties. Haha. The heavens are really helping me. In a remote city under the control of the imperial sect, a handsome young man with a dark expression and a ruthless gaze suddenly laughed towards the sky. He had waited for so long, but he did not expect to wait until today. You Si Huang, you bastard, you probably did not expect such a thing to happen in the southern region, right? Even the heavens do not like you and want you to die. Ha ha ha. The young man's laughter became sharper. He flew out and shouted sternly, "Everyone, gather your men immediately and head to Imperial City." The imperial sect's strength had been greatly reduced, and Yu Si Huang was injured and could not use force. This time, he would definitely kill Yu Huang. Yu Huang, this bastard, had stolen his things for so long, it was time for him to return them. The imperial sect was his and could only be his. Yes. Voices of agreement came from all around him. Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianming also received the news when the southern region was in upheaval. Upheaval in the southern region, upheaval of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Luo Qingtong looked at the report in Yi Qianxian's hand and saw that the imperial sect had suffered heavy losses. The imperial sect has suffered heavy losses. Will something happen to Yu Huang? Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. She understood the despicable nature of people. It was still fine when the imperial family was flourishing, but now that they had suffered a heavy blow from the heaven and earth upheaval, it was inevitable that there would be people who would want to take advantage of the situation to kill Yu Huang and become the new overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands. The last time Yu Huang was in the Saint King's tomb, he had obviously used a power beyond his own to help her, and he had been recuperating since then. If someone really had bad intentions towards him, it would be troublesome. Luo Qingtong couldn't let Yu Huang get into an accident because of helping her, otherwise she would feel guilty. Cough. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian and coughed softly. Qianren, why don't we make a trip to the southern region before heading to the hidden world? She looked at Yi Qianxian's dark face and thought for a moment. Then, she raised her hand and pinched the corner of Yi Qianxian's shirt. She shook it coquettishly and said, Qianren. The veins on Yi Qianming's forehead throbbed when she heard the sound of those rippling waves. Seeing that it was effective, Luo Qingtong's eyes became even more cunning. She continued to shake it. Her voice was full of twists and turns, and Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others who were outside felt goosebumps all over their bodies. The evil doctor was too cunning. It was obvious that she wanted to disgust their master to death if her coquettishness didn't work. Qianren, Bei Qing and the others swore that in their lives, they had never dreamed that someone would dare to call their master that. Furthermore, she was unharmed. They peeked at Yi Qianxian's expression. The latter's face was completely dark. Go. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was about to speak again, Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and covered her lips. Shut up. While Luo Qingtong and the others were heading towards the southern region, in a mountain outside Imperial City. Yu Xingqi's face was clever as he avoided a group of people who were searching and brought Yu Huang deep into the mountain. Hey! Idiot brother, don't fall asleep. Wake up, you're so heavy, I can't carry you. As she spoke, she raised her hand to pat a certain someone who was half supporting and half carrying her. She had just saved Yu Huang from Imperial sect, he better not have anything happen to him. Shut up. Yu Huang's face was pale. His devilishly charming face was filled with a pale expression. He looked at Yu Xingqi and wanted to say something in annoyance, but then he seemed to have thought of something and closed his mouth. Put me down if you think I'm heavy, who asked you to save me? His voice was cold. Anyway, I'm not your blood-related brother. Go find Yu Tianqing now, who knows, he might forgive your moment of confusion and save me, the bastard who stole Imperial sect's nest. Yu Huang pursed his lips. If it wasn't for Yu Tianqing's provocation, he wouldn't know that he wasn't the son of Imperial sect's master and his wife, but adopted by them. Yu Tianqing accused him of stealing Imperial sect's nest, he couldn't refute. The parents he recognized for so many years were actually not his parents. The sister he recognized for so many years was actually not his sister. Even Imperial sect shouldn't be his. This was simply ironic. Luckily, Yu Tianqing was able to endure for so long, and finally waited until Imperial sect's strength weakened, then he suddenly launched an attack. Yu Huang thought of those elders and protectors of Imperial sect's defection, and his face was filled with sarcasm. Who wants to go find him? Yu Xingqi curled his lips as he listened. Just based on his unscrupulous character, if I go back to find him, I don't know when I'll be killed by him, or else I'll be treated as a beautiful flower vase to be married off. She said while wrinkling her nose, and said to Yu Huang, I can't go around causing trouble, and I can't take care of whoever provokes me. Maybe the trouble I caused in the past, in order to please others, he wants me to apologize to others, take care of me or something. I don't want to. Yu Huang listened to her words, his heart endured and endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in, gritted his teeth and said, So you saved me so that you can cause more trouble in the future? This little witch, he shouldn't have had any expectations for her. To think that he was even slightly touched when she saved him. Veins popped out on Yu Xihuang's forehead. Yeah, what else do you think it is? Yu Xingqi said as he glanced at Yu Xihuang, then he held his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha. You didn't think that I would say something like, you're my only brother, and I don't want anyone else but you, right? Ha ha ha. In your dreams. She made a face at him as she spoke. You bully me every day, and you want me to say these words? Is your face big enough? Imperial Star Qi. Yu Xihuang looked at her appearance and instantly clenched his teeth. Shut up. Who is the one with the bigger face? Who bullies you every day? Wasn't it her who caused trouble every day, and liked to argue with him? If it wasn't to clean up her mess, Imperial Sect wouldn't have been developed to this point by him. It must be known that when Yu Xihuang took over Imperial Sect, the latter was far from reaching its current scale, let alone unifying the 3 islands and 7 lands. But then again, after being messed up by Yu Xingqi, the sadness in Yu Xihuang's heart was not that strong anymore. Alright, let's just say it's half and half then. Yu Xingqi rolled his eyes, then muttered, that's why, stupid big brother, you must be good. I can't deal with you Tianqing, that treacherous bastard, so I can only bully you. Nothing must happen to you. Or else I will become a pitiful person without a backer. Then I can't cause trouble as I please in the future. Yu Xihuang listened to her words, and really gritted his teeth for a while. This little demoness, if he didn't die from anger, he wouldn't be satisfied. But seeing that Yu Xingqi didn't mind his fake brother identity, he was actually very happy in his heart. Of course, if this damn girl's words were a bit nicer, that would be even better. Other than dissing him, she couldn't speak properly, right? Alright, don't look like I'm going to die in the next moment, I'm still alive and well. You can say these words after I'm dead, so that I won't be angered to death by you. Yu Xihuang looked at her and rolled his eyes, and said in annoyance. Then, the pair of bewitching phoenix eyes instantly became incomparably fierce. If Yu Tianqing wants to kill me, it won't be that easy. Imperial Sect was developed by me to this extent. If he wants to snatch it away, dream on. That's right, that's right. Seeing that Yu Xihuang pulled himself together, Yu Xingqi's heart was happy. Previously, when brother found out that he wasn't father and mother's child, he was in a daze. She was worried when she saw him. If not for this, how could Yu Tianqing betray him so easily? Wasn't it taking advantage of brother's unease and weak body, and couldn't use force? Or else, he wouldn't be able to move Yu Xihuang. Let's go, brother, let's continue to walk inside. As long as we can hold on for this period of time, everything will be fine. As long as Yu Xihuang recovered his strength, let's see how Yu Tianqing and them die. And such a big thing happened in the southern region. Yu Xingqi believed that Luo Qingtong must have received the news. Knowing that something happened in Imperial Sect, she would definitely come over to take a look. At that time, she would make Yu Tianqing and them suffer the consequences, daring to bully her and brother. Yes. Yu Xihuang didn't say anything, allowing Yu Xingqi to support him into the depths of the mountain range. At this time, Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian had also arrived in the southern mountain range. The situation in the southern mountain range was more serious than she had imagined. There were broken scenes everywhere. As for the changes in the Imperial Sect, they had already reached her ears. It was said that there was a rebellion in the Imperial Sect. Yu Xihuang was not the son of the previous Imperial Sect, but was adopted by them. He had already been expelled from the Imperial Sect, and his whereabouts were unknown. Her expression abruptly changed. Evil doctor? Bei Qing and the others looked at Luo Qingtong. They had already arrived at the core area controlled by the Imperial family. Let's search for Yu Xihuang's whereabouts first. Hearing that Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi went missing together, Luo Qingtong's heart relaxed a lot. Yu Xingqi, that sly spirit, had a bunch of black-bellied ideas. With her by Yu Xihuang's side, Luo Qingtong believed that they wouldn't get into trouble so quickly. As for the people in the Imperial Sect, Luo Qingtong's eyes coldly looked in the direction of the Imperial Sect's headquarters. Yes. Bei Qing and the others responded. They glanced at Yi Qianming and seeing that he didn't object, they immediately scattered and began to search for the whereabouts of Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi. Soon, they found out that the two of them should be in a mountain range near the Imperial City. the group immediately rushed over. At this time, Yu Xihuang and Yu Xingqi were blocked by Yu Tianqing's men. Damn it, is this guy a dog? He actually caught up so quickly. Yu Xingqi looked at Yu Tianqing and the others and gritted her teeth. She deliberately brought Yu Xihuang to this mountain range. It was because the spiritual energy fluctuations here were the most intense. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to say that Yu Tianqing and the others couldn't find their whereabouts so quickly. What was going on, she was thinking when she suddenly saw the fish in the mouth of the little white cat beside her and instantly became furious. Doo-doo. This big foodie, where did the dried fish in its mouth come from? This was clearly not the dried fish that she gave it. This guy, he was really going to be killed by it. Yu Xingqi looked at the chubby little white cat in her arms and wanted to strangle it to death. No wonder Yu Tianqing and the others found them so quickly. The dried fish in this guy's mouth had clearly been processed and there was an aura on it that could be tracked. If one touched it, they would be infected. Meow? She suddenly lifted it up and glared at it fiercely. The little white cat was confused. It didn't know that there was a problem with the dried fish in its mouth. Yu Tianqing didn't use any special poisonous powder or spice, it was just a very ordinary seasoning. But when it was mixed with something on his body, it would form a special tracking aura that only he could sense. Humph, I already guessed that you might be restless, but I didn't expect you to side with Yu Xihuang so much. Yu Xingqi, you've probably forgotten who your real brother is. Yu Tianqing's eyes were malicious. Fortunately, he did something beside Yu Xingqi. Otherwise, if Yu Xingqi saved Yu Xihuang like this, when the latter recovered his strength, all of them would have to bear the consequences. After all, the strength of the southern region's monarch king was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was heavily injured during the last trip to the far west wilderness and couldn't use his strength recklessly, he wouldn't have been able to touch the other party even if the imperial family suffered heavy losses. But this time, all the ifs were fake. Yu Xihuang had fallen into his hands. Once he killed the other party, the entire imperial family and even the southern region would be his. Bah! Your face is as big as a basin. Yu Xingqi rolled his eyes at him. Whose brother are you? Even if my brother isn't my brother, my parents only gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with you. She muttered to Yu Xihuang, stupid brother, I wronged you in the past. Your face isn't big enough. It's really not big. Someone's face is much bigger than yours. He was just an illegitimate child. It was his mother who climbed into his bed and set up his father to give birth to him. If it wasn't for his mother being soft-hearted and taking pity on him, he would have died a long time ago. Now, she's actually plotting against me and my brother. He even acted as if he was her elder brother, who's his sister. She didn't recognize him. Although Yu Xingqi dissed Yu Xihuang every day, she only recognized him as her brother. No matter if he was a child or not, it was all the same. Yu Xingqi. Yu Tianqing's face was ice cold. This stinky girl, her mouth was really cheap, but it didn't matter. He didn't want her as a sister in the first place, saying this was just to prick Yu Xihuang's heart, but now, it seemed like it didn't have any effect. Seeing Yu Xihuang's expressionless face, Yu Tianqing's heart was furious. He couldn't watch the other party make a fool of himself anymore. Since it was like this, then these two siblings could die together. This way, imperial sect would be completely his. Yu Tianqing never thought of letting Yu Xingqi go. Now that she was with Yu Xihuang, it saved him a lot of trouble. Do it. He suddenly waved his hand. Ai. Wait. Seeing his actions and the people coming from all around, Yu Xingqi quickly shouted. Humph, want to beg me for mercy? Pity, it's too late. Yu Tianqing sneered. But Yu Xingqi looked at him with disdain. You're thinking too much. Her face was full of disdain, then she said to him, I just want to tell you, evil Dr. Gui Tong is my sister. And Yi Jiu, you know Yi Jiu, right? That's my brother. And Blackfield's Ming Zun, that's my brother-in-law. If you dare to go against me, I'm telling you, be careful of your dog life. Yu Xingqi's face was full of arrogance, as if she had a backing. Who was she afraid of? Yu Tianqing heard this and laughed. Evil Dr. Gui Tong is your sister, Yi Jiu is your brother? Blackfield's Ming Zun is your brother-in-law? He sneered. Yu Xingqi, Do you think I'm an idiot? Let's not talk about Yi Jiu for now, just evil Dr. Gui Tong and Blackfield's Ming Zun, who doesn't know that Yu Si Huang went to the Blackfield and offended Blackfield's Ming Zun. He's your brother-in-law? I'm afraid he can't wait for you and Yu Si Huang to die. Yu Tianqing snorted. How could he not know about Yu Si Huang's matter? Yu Xingqi was afraid that she wanted to live so much that she could make up such a ridiculous lie. Unfortunately, he wouldn't fall for it, and Yu Si Huang at the side originally wanted Yu Xingqi to leave. He had used a forbidden technique in the sage monarch's tomb, so he was temporarily powerless. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use any strength at all. However, the result of forcefully using it was that his meridians would completely explode and he would die. However, since he would die in the end, he naturally wanted Yu Xingqi to live. Regardless of whether he was his parents' child or not, he had made an oath in front of them that he would take good care of Yu Xingqi. This was something that would never change, so no matter how much Yu Xingqi dissed him, he never completely turned against her. At this moment, he naturally had to do his best to send her away. However, he looked at the black-bellied little loli and asked in a low voice, "When did Yi Qianming become your brother-in-law?" That guy was clearly his rival in love. Could this little witch be any better? How dare you stab my heart like this? She really wasn't his biological sister. I'm just bluffing. Yu Xingqi looked at him and rolled his eyes. You're still arguing with me about this at this time? You're the one who couldn't get elder sister to come here. Are you blaming me? The two of them could not help but start bickering with each other again. At this moment, Yu Tianqing waved his hand. A group of people from the imperial school who were under his control had already rushed towards them. Clang, clang, clang. Countless murderous auras were emitted. Seeing this, Yu Xingqi no longer bothered to bicker with Yu Si Huang. Hey, elder sister. Brother-in-law, you're here? She looked at the place behind Yu Tianqing and her eyes suddenly lit up. She raised her hand and pointed at Yu Tianqing and the others. The latter and the others were shocked. Especially Yu Tianqing. Yu Xingqi's gaze was looking behind him. Could it be that what she said was true? Seeing Yu Xingqi's eyes shining, waving her hands, she didn't care about those imperial sex people who rushed in front of her and Yu Si Huang. His expression abruptly changed. Shua. He suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Following his action, those imperial sex people who rushed in front of Yu Si Huang and Yu Xingqi couldn't help but look behind him. With a glance, there wasn't anyone there. Ha ha ha. I'm lying to you. Idiot. Yu Xingqi's voice rang at this time. Do. She called out, and the little white cat in her arms darted out. Roar. The little white cat turned into a huge white tiger in an instant. Yu Xingqi brought Yu Si Huang and jumped on top of that white tiger, making a face towards Yu Tianqing and the others. Then Dudu's figure rushed forward, for claws in the air, disappearing in front of Yu Tianqing and the others. Damn it. This stinky girl. Yu Tianqing clenched his teeth. When he saw that there wasn't anyone behind him, he knew that they were tricked by Yu Xingqi. If he knew that this stinky girl had a lot of tricks, the words she said couldn't be trusted, but he was still tricked by her. Yu Tianqing's heart was filled with anger. Looking in the direction that the little white cat left, he shouted sternly. Chase after them. The smell of the seasoning wouldn't disappear so easily, unless Yu Xingqi the stinky girl didn't want this white tiger. But even so, her and Yu Si Huang's body was already stained with that smell. Let's see where they ran to. Yes. The group of people chased after them. And Luo Qingtong and the others had already rushed into the mountain. Yu Tianqing and the others left behind quite a lot of traces. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with blood. The time reversal eye technique was activated, instantly locking onto the direction they left. Go. She followed the image of Yu Tianqing and the others entering the mountain range in her eyes and flew straight ahead. Chasing after the figures of these people, there should be a high possibility of finding Yu Xingqi and Yu Si Huang. Even if they couldn't find him, it didn't matter. This meant that the two of them were still safe. As for Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others, they scattered in all directions, each entering the mountain range to search for traces of Yu Xingqi and Yu Si Huang. Shua. Yu Xingqi and Yu Si Huang both sat on the little white cat's body. Yu Xingqi patted the little white cat under him. Do your best. Get rid of those people. In the future, I'll ask my sister to make you some seasoned dried fish so that you can grow up quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to shake him off. Humph. Xianxia lightly snorted twice, full of threat. Don't blame me for making dried fish for you every day. You're the one who caused all this trouble. Xianxia twisted its ear. What a glutton, if not for it, she and her brother would not have been discovered by Xianxia. Roar. The white cat let out a low growl, feeling depressed. It also didn't know that there was a problem with the dried fish, who knew that Xianxia and the others were so treacherous. For the sake of her future rations, the little white cat used all her strength to rush forward. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this mountain range was violent. At this moment, there were still many aftershocks wreaking havoc. These residual auras, before Xianxia and the others were discovered by Xianxia and the others, were very helpful in disrupting the auras of Xianxia and the others. It could prevent them from being discovered by Xianxia and the others so quickly, and it was also very easy for them to avoid being searched by Xianxia and the others. However, they had already been discovered by Xianxia and the others. The remnant aura had instead become an obstacle for them to escape. Roar. Every time the white cat's figure went to a place, she could only avoid the aftershocks when she saw them. Like this, its speed was restricted, and it kept changing directions. Unable to completely shake off Xianxia and the others. After running forward for a distance, a huge cliff appeared in front of it. There's no road ahead. Xianxia frowned. The cliff in front of them was nearly 1,000 meters long, and the fracture was very clear. Obviously, it was broken during the World Spirit Chi riot. It was unknown whether the earth inside had been shattered by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth this time, or if it had completely sunk. In short, there was a huge bottomless pit that looked like it was bottomless when one looked down from a bird's-eye view. Xianxia looked at the cliff in front of him and frowned. Right at this time, Xianxia and the others caught up. Humph. Looking at the broken cliff in front of him, Xianxia sneered. Run. Xianxia, let's see how you'll escape this time. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and in an instant, the people following behind him dispersed, moving towards Xianxia and Xihuang to surround them. This time, he wanted the other party to die. Xianxia, that stinky girl, he'll see how she'll deceive him again. Xianxia, leave. Xihuang's gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across the crowd of people from the imperial sect who were surrounding him. These people, who had previously risked their lives for him, had now completely changed sides in front of Xianxia. However, it didn't matter. If these people wanted him dead, then they would pay with their own lives. The light hidden in Xihuang's left sleeve flashed, and 3 silver needles had already appeared in the gaps between his fingers. He could still stimulate his body's potential one more time and temporarily recover his strength. However, the consequence of doing so would be his meridians exploding and he would die. Xianxia was also clear of this point, that was why he brought so many people to chase after him. Otherwise, with what he did to the little white cat, he could have chased after her alone. Xianxia and Dudu, they weren't his opponents. Xianxia, Yu, and Duan Tianxing. He wanted to completely eliminate all future troubles. Brother. Xianxia was you. Xianxia felt Tianxing's. Just at this moment, her eyes swept behind Tianxing, and she suddenly cried out in surprise. Sister. Her voice was filled with unspeakable surprise and excitement. Tian Yu's. Xianxia, this move of yours is already useless. Let's not talk about evil Dr. Ghost Eye and the others, they wouldn't appear here at this time, even if they did. If you're his sister, then I'm Blackfield's Ming Xin's father. Haha. When Tianxing's voice fell, instantly, a young girl's crisp laughter came from behind him. Luo Qingtong originally appeared behind Tianxing and the others with a murderous look. She followed the time reversal image in her eyes and chased all the way here. Very quickly, she found the scene where Tianxing and the others met with Xihuang and Xianxia. After that, she rushed over with Xianxian. She didn't expect to hear such explosive words the moment she came here. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter as she looked at the man beside her. In the end, she still couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was exceptionally crisp and pleasant to the ears. In an instant, it reverberated between heaven and earth. Who? Hearing her laughter, instantly, Yu Tiancheng's heart was shocked. He fiercely turned his head and immediately saw the figures floating in the air, like a pair of a mortal couple, Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian. The man was wearing a black golden robe. Golden robes were originally the most expensive. At the same time, it was also the most tacky, but at this moment, this golden robe with black stripes was forcibly suppressed by Yi Qianxian's aura. The man didn't even show his face, but this golden robe became his embellishment. It made people feel that the domineering and noble aura in this robe all came from him. Buddha in golden robe also emitting light. Demon with golden edges, demon also like Buddha. The man's aura was both immortal and demon, domineering and biting cold, unpredictable. And Luo Qingtong was wearing a black robe, the cut was clean and neat, showing off her domineering and noble aura. Wearing that oppressive black robe, she exuded a devilish and unrestrained aura. And charming and beautiful. That pair of slanted beautiful eyes flashed with a bloody light, just like the world's most beautiful jade and amber. The noble beauty of this place was hard to describe. The moment he saw Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian, Yu Tiancheng's heart fiercely jumped. Who are you people? He shouted sternly. But his voice was indescribably fierce in appearance but weak in heart. These two people, no matter who it was, the aura emitted from their body was not something he could compare to. Yu Tiancheng was once incomparably jealous of Yu Sihuang. Because the other party's talent was better than his, stronger than his strength. No matter if it was appearance or talent, he firmly suppressed him. He didn't even have the heart to compare with the other party, even if Yu Sihuang had heart disease, but at this moment, in front of Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian, he couldn't even raise a trace of jealousy in his heart. Sister! Just as he shouted with a cold expression, Yu Xingqi had already dashed in front of Luo Qingtong and jumped into her arms. Sister, you're finally here. This sinister fellow bullied Bulin, bullied brother and me. You've got to vent you. Yu Xingqi was overjoyed. She didn't expect Luo Qingtong and the others to arrive so quickly. Yu's came. It took Yu Tiancheng a while to find them. Yu Xingqi's words sounded. Yu Tiancheng's heart was like a drum, thumping, thumping, thumping violently. Sister? He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. Suddenly he remembered what Yu Xingqi said. Let me tell you, evil Dr. Gui Tong is my sister, Yi Jiu is my brother, Blackfield Ming Zun is my brother-in-law. Evil Dr. Gui Tong? This young lady was evil Dr. Gui Tong? Yu Tiancheng's gaze moved from Luo Qingtong to Yi Qianxian, looking at the two of them holding hands. In an instant, his vision darkened. The other party was Blackfield Ming Zun, that was Blackfield Ming Zun. Just then, Yu Sihuang's cold snort sounded. Your son is here, why aren't you welcoming him? Son, Yu Tiancheng suddenly recalled the words he said just now, and his brain instantly exploded with a buzzing sound. Bang! He turned to run. However, just as he moved, Yi Qianxian waved his sleeve. Boom! An extremely violent and overbearing aura swept out from Yi Qianxian's sleeve, and instantly swept past where Yu Tiancheng was. His figure had just disappeared from where he stood, leaving only a faint shadow behind. His movements were so fast, it was obvious that he had already used his trump card and forbidden technique. However, even so, the aura that Yi Qianxian blasted out still chased after the place where he disappeared. Boom! Yu Tiancheng's figure fell out from the void on the other side, and his entire body was split into two. His corpse fell on the ground, and blood rained down from the sky. Until the moment of his death, his eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. He never thought that he had already escaped into the void, but Yi Qianxian's attack could still chase after him and kill him. What kind of terrifying strength was this? In front of the other party, he couldn't escape at all. Blackfield Ming Zun's strength was actually so strong. Furthermore, wasn't he at odds with Yu Sihuang? He even gave the order to chase after him. He didn't let him enter East Region. Even if evil Dr. Gui Tong recognized Yu Xingqi as his sister, he wouldn't personally come to South Region to help Yu Sihuang. What was going on? Yu Tiancheng died with his eyes wide open. As for Yu Sihuang, seeing the scene of Yi Qianxian killing Yu Tiancheng, he instantly snorted and muttered, showing off. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, he could also do it. What was this man showing off? Yu Huang looked at Yi Qianxian's action of hugging Luo Qingtong unhappily. This feeling of being saved by his love rival when he was at his lowest point, and being shown off. Damn it, so angry, Yu Huang's face was gloomy. If Luo Qingtong wanted to come, so be it. He could accept a beauty saving a hero, when necessary, he could even vomit blood, to win the sympathy of the beauty, and enjoy her gentle care and whatnot. In the end, Yi Qianren was here too. What was going on? Hurry and leave. After watching this joke, quickly get lost, Yu stared at Yi Qianxian. After Yu Tian Xianxian's lips, Tian Chong said, Yi Qianxian's SS, Yi Qiuza's. Weak chicken. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. His expression didn't change much, and his eyes didn't fluctuate. However, Yu Huang felt a deep sense of disdain from his body. Fuck. The veins on his forehead almost popped out. This man, who did he say was a weak chicken? Yu Huang rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush up and fight Yi Qianxian. Why was this man bullying him when his strength wasn't there? If he had the ability, then he should have the same strength as him. Let's see who's weak. AI, brother. He definitely couldn't let him fight with Ming Zun. Otherwise, based on his stupid brother's current situation where he didn't have any strength, it would be strange if he didn't get abused until he started doubting his life. Brother. At that time, you'll lose even more face in front of sister. Yu Xingqi felt that he was worried to death for his stupid brother. And Luo Qingtong was looking at the man beside her with a funny face. This man was really getting more and more childish. Why did he purposely provoke Yu Huang? Yi Qianxian looked at her gaze, snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Just now when Yu Huang said he was Yu Tiancheng's son, he heard it clearly. And the surrounding imperial sect people were already dumbfounded. When Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian appeared, their figures were suppressed to the ground. Now seeing Yu Tiancheng die in Yi Qianxian's hands, and it was an instant kill without any effort, everyone's hearts were indescribably shocked. Their figures were also trembling violently. They continuously cowed out on the ground and begged for mercy. At this moment, all the people who supported Yu Tiancheng when he rebelled were filled with regret in their hearts. If they knew that Yu Huang and Yu Xingqi were familiar with Blackfield, Ming Zun, and evil Dr. Gui Tong, they wouldn't cooperate with Yu Tiancheng's action of seizing power, not to mention taking the initiative to change sides, following him to deal with Yu Huang and Yu Xingqi siblings. So what if Yu Huang wasn't the previous sect master's son, he was the appointed successor of imperial sect, and Yu Xingqi didn't mind that he wasn't his parents' blood? What did they have to care about? To put it bluntly, they were just finding a good excuse for them to change sides. At that time, Yu Tiancheng's strength was tyrannical, and they suffered heavy losses in the southern region's spiritual energy turbulence. They just didn't want to risk their lives to fight against Yu Tiancheng, so they found an excuse to change sides. At this time, they were regretting so much that their intestines turned green. Yu Huang's eyes were cold as he looked at these people. His demonic face was filled with a chilling aura. You can all commit suicide. Being forced by Yu Tiancheng, for the sake of his own life, he could only rely on the other party. This didn't matter. However, following the other party to hunt him down was an unforgivable sin, since they wanted to kill her like Yu Tiancheng. Then he wouldn't be courteous to them. Hearing this, the hearts of the people from the imperial sect turned to ashes. They looked at Yu Huang's resolute and cold expression, and finally had no choice but to commit suicide. After tidying up a group of people who came to kill him, Yu Huang coldly snorted and looked at Yi Qianxian, who was beside Luo Qingtong. He automatically ignored him and said to Luo Qingtong, "Tong Tong, thank you for saving me." Before he could finish his sentence, an attack suddenly blasted towards him with a bang. Yu Huang's figure suddenly flashed to the side. On his devilishly charming and enchanting face, before the charming smile could even be seen, he was cursing and gnashing his teeth. "Yi Qianxian, you lunatic, what are you doing? Why don't you try calling her Tong Tong again?" Yi Qianxian's eyes were cold. When he wasn't by Luo Qingtong's side, this was how this man called her. Yi Qianxian felt that there was a ball of anger in his heart, burning fiercely. *CK, Yu Huang wanted to fight him with his life. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Qianren, his face filled with sadness. "To think that I, the king of the southern mountain range, because I don't have the strength, was despised." Yu Huang gritted his teeth. "Yi Qianxian, you better remember this. wait until I recover my strength. Tong Tong, all right. Luo Qingtong looked at him, her lips twitching. This world owes him an award. This performance was so good that it was both singing and acting. Luo Qingtong finally knew where Yu Xingqi's black-bellied demonic girl personality came from. Were they really not biological siblings? However, Yu Xihuang's strength was not as strong as when he saved her in the Saint King's tomb. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and pulled Yi Qianxian's sleeve, stopping him from releasing his aura, Qianren. Yi Qianxian snorted, but did not make a move. He looked at Yu Xihuang with cold eyes. He did not know how this man had the face to say that. Where was his face as the king of the southern mountain range? Humph. Yu Xihuang also coldly snorted and confronted him. The king of the southern mountain range's face, when this guy bullied someone like him who did not have the strength, did he not have the face of the Blackfield's underworld? He still had the nerve to look down on him. The two people's eyes collided in midair, almost making a solid crackling sound. When Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others sensed the situation and rushed over, this was the horrifying scene they saw. Their master and the king of the southern mountain range were facing each other, but they did not fight. Everyone was indescribably shocked. Especially Bei Qing and Feng Yu, they looked at their master with indescribable wonder and shock. With their master's personality, it was a miracle that he did not attack the king of the southern mountain range. They originally thought that after Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian saved the Yu siblings, Yi Qianxian and Yu Xihuang would fight. After all, the king of the southern region had a personality that was hard to explain. Furthermore, he obviously coveted the evil doctor. They had originally thought that Yi Qianxian would not be able to tolerate it. Who would have thought that master? He actually didn't make a move. While everyone was thinking, Yu Xihuang was already looking at them with an unhappy face. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome man like me? Yu Xihuang was very unhappy with Yi Qianxian's underlings. Especially Bei Qing and Feng Yu. It was these two people who had told their subordinates that Luo Qingtong liked that vulgar and flamboyant dancer style. He had been thoroughly despised by Luo Qingtong in the far west wilderness. Not only that, but he was also treated as a sissy and had to pretend to be a woman for a long time. It was all because of these two people. Otherwise, he might have a chance to win Luo Qingtong's heart. How would Yi Qianxian have the chance to show off in front of him? Yu Xihuang's heart was filled with anger as he thought about it. As for Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others, their faces twitched when they heard his words. No, Bei Qing was a careless and straightforward boy. The moment he heard Yu Xihuang's words, he subconsciously replied, "My master is much more handsome than you." Oh. Before he could finish his words, Feng Yu, who was beside him, covered his mouth. The latter's lips twitched. Oh my, Bei Qing, this silly dog. Master hates it when people talk about his appearance, don't you? He actually dared to hit the muzzle of the gun. Feng Yu wanted to apologize together with Bei Qing. Their master wasn't angry at all. The two of them looked like they were struck by lightning as they looked at Yi Qianming's slightly curved lips under the mask. Their master's mood seemed to be quite good. Yi Qianming was indeed in a good mood. He looked at Yu Xihuang's dark expression and for the first time, he felt that Bei Qing's mouth was not bad. He was in a good mood, but Yu Xihuang was in a bad mood. He pointed at Bei Qing and the others and was speechless for a long time. Damn it, these people were really Yi Qianming's subordinates. They were really hateful and annoying. The veins on his forehead popped. If it wasn't for Yu Xingqi holding him back, he would have rushed up again. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she watched them bicker. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash again, she quickly held her forehead and changed the topic. Alright, let's go back first. Yu Xihuang. She looked at the evil man opposite her. The matter of your imperial sect is still waiting for you to go back and deal with it. We didn't touch any of those who betrayed you. Hearing this, Yu Xihuang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so considerate. She actually kept all those people, waiting for him to go back and deal with them. All right. He nodded at Luo Qingtong with a cold expression. Let's go. Thinking of the matter of the imperial sect, Yu Xihuang didn't have time to argue with Yi Qianming. He still had a lot of confidants outside. These people couldn't rush back to the imperial sect because of the chaos in the southern mountain range. Once those traitors in the imperial sect confirmed his death, they would definitely make a move on them. He had to hurry back and clean up the imperial sect. those who rebelled behind Yu Tianxing and wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let a single one of them go. Yu Huang's eyes were cold. He turned around and prepared to leave with Luo Qingtong and the others. However, at this moment, boom. Behind them, there was a huge pit on the cliff and a powerful aura of heaven and earth suddenly erupted. The aura was very powerful. Then, countless black fog gushed out from it. In the next second, with a bang, an incomparably huge tentacle swept out from within, and attacked Xianxia, who was closest to the cliff. The latter was scolding the little white cat in her arms as she walked. "Doo-doo, you gluttonous ghost, if you are so greedy next time, I will punish you severely. I'll make you into a cat meat hot pot. Let's see how you'll eat then." As Xianxia spoke, he twisted the little white cat's ear. The latter meowed as if it was repenting or trying to explain something. While the human and cat were talking, the tentacle had already attacked her from behind. "Xianxia." Yu Huang heard the commotion and turned his head. Seeing this scene, his eyes shrunk in an instant. He fiercely pounced on Xianxia, and with a bang, he pushed her away. "Brother!" Xianxia's figure and the little white cat heavily fell to the ground together. She raised her head and saw that Yu Huang was wrapped around by that huge tentacle and then pulled into the cliff. She immediately cried out anxiously. She climbed up and hurriedly chased forward. At this moment, an extremely fierce and tyrannical attack passed by her and chased after that tentacle. End of chapter 1769. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.